chop could chop Allah. As it charged out, all the shadows that made contact with it immediately collapsed and dissipated. In almost the blink of an eye, all the shadows disappeared and the heavenly chop shot straight for the origin soul. The six-fingered cultivator's expression changed and he let out a cold snort before stepping out. His right hand formed a seal and the shadows behind him condensed. In an instant, they all fused into a small, black ball. An aura that could shake one's mind came from the small ball and shrouded the area. The ball flew out at a quick speed and went toward the heavenly chop. It seemed to be able to penetrate the void and instantly closed in on the heavenly chop. The six-fingered cultivator laughed and he waved his right hand. A powerful impact appeared near the origin soul. The origin soul was immediate. Atli swept back and pushed far away. In the blink of an eye, it was about to disappear among the stars. No one can kill someone who I, soul servant Zhou Tian, want to save. Wang Lin's expression was neutral and he didn't even look at Zhou Tian. He lifted his feet and took a step. Ripples appeared under his feet and then he disappeared. This scene startled Zhou Tian, but then his pupils immediately shrank. In the distance, the origin soul was no longer confused and was filled with joy. Just as it rushed among the stars, Wang Lin calmly stepped out of thin air and his right hand formed a fist. He threw a punch and there was a loud bang followed by ripples spreading through space. Shatter. As Wang Lin spoke, the origin soul immediately trembled violently. The origin soul seemed to have turned into a person made of sand and dissipated within the violent storm. Zhou Tian's eyes shined as he stared at Wang Lin. The strange light in his eyes became even stronger. He lifted his right hand and pointed at Shi Zifeng, who was watching all of this. Several shadows flew out from behind Zhou Tian and dashed toward Shi Zifeng. You want to save this woman, but I won't let you succeed. As Zhou Tian's feminine voice echoed, the shadows closed in on Shi Zifeng. Shi Zifeng's face turned pale and she quickly retreated. Zhou Tian had a smile on his face as he carefully observed Wang Lin's expression. However, he couldn't see any joy or anger on Wang Lin's face. From beginning to end, Wang Lin was as calm as water as he watched Zhou Tian's actions. There wasn't any change in Wang Lin's expression as he coldly looked at Zhou Tian and took a step. Zhou Tian's pupils shrank and he immediately retreated without hesitation. Ripples appeared next to Shi Zifeng as Wang Lin walked out and threw his fist. Those several shadows immediately collapsed. I don't care if you want to kill her, but not in front of me. Wang Lin's voice was flat, and when he finished speaking, he rushed toward Zhou Tian with eyes filled with killing intent. Zhou Tian sneered and his hands formed a seal and pointed at the void. Large amounts of shadows behind him condensed into a black axe before him. Zhou Tian grabbed it and mercilessly threw it. 10,000 soul devour. As Zhou Tian shouted, that giant axe charged straight for Wang Lin. Wang Lin stepped out and threw a punch. There was a loud rumble as the big axe immediately collapsed and turned into countless shadows. The shadows scattered and then charged at Wang Lin from all directions. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he pointed up. Thunder was gathered from the void within 5,000 kilometers and instantly gathered here. The surroundings became a lake of thunder. Chapter 919, Zhou Tian 2. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Bolts of thunder descended before Wang Lin, and those tens of thousands of illusory shadows all collapsed. Zhou Tian's eyes flashed as his hands formed a seal and he pointed to between his eyebrows. Black lines appeared as he shouted, "Soul, kill." The moment he said those two words, a black pattern seemed to come out from his face. A black ring immediately appeared above his head and spread like crazy. It spread too fast and closed in on Wang Lin's body in an instant. Wang Lin didn't even dodge, he closed in on Zhou Tian. The moment the black ring touched Wang Lin's body, it turned into countless thin threads and entered Wang Lin's body. However, before they could get deep inside, they all shattered with one shake from Wang Lin. Wang Lin's speed didn't slow down at all. He arrived before Zhou Tian and threw a punch. Zhou Tian's expression changed as he slapped his bag of holding while he retreated. A ball of purple light appeared in his hand and he immediately crushed it. The purple light immediately surrounded Zhou Tian. As popping sounds echoed, the purple light collapsed and Zhou Tian's body retreated even faster. As Zhou Tian retreated, Wang Lin took a step and merged with the world. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was next to Zhou Tian, and he kicked with his right foot. This kick was so fast that it set off a bang that seemed loud enough to shatter the stars. It landed on Zhou Tian's body in an instant. Zhou Tian's body collapsed immediately after the bang. It turned into a mist of blood, but laughter came from the void. Purple shadows immediately rushed out from the void toward Wang Lin. I, Zhou Tian, will take this body. As the feminine voice echoed, those purple shadows immediately entered Wang Lin's body like crazy and charged toward his origin soul. However, just as these purple shadows got near Wang Lin's origin soul, Wang Lin's origin soul opened its eyes. The ancient god leather armor gave off an ancient aura that fused with Wang Lin's origin soul. This formed an unimaginable backlash. The moment the purple shadows charged in to take over the origin soul, they collided with this backlash. There were miserable screams. It was as if those shadows had met their natural enemy and wanted to leave Wang Lin's body. However, just as they were about to charge out, Wang Lin's origin soul arrived. The ancient thunder dragon origin soul opened its mouth and inhaled. Some of the shadows weren't able to escape and were devoured by Wang Lin. The Wang Lin was currently surrounded by purple gas. More purple gas was charging out and condensing into an illusionary figure 100 feet from him. Let's use you to test the power of my spell. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal and he calmly said, Magic Arsenal. A sliver of celestial origin energy came out from Wang Lin's celestial core and gathered in his right hand. It formed an orb of golden light that Wang Lin threw out. It was as if golden specks had filled the world. At this instant, the entire space itself trembled and the countless golden specks turned into illusory shadows. This was the first time Wang Lin had used Magic Arsenal. All those shadows were people kill. Led by Wang Lin. They couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle and were imprisoned in the 18 layers of hell. Now that they appeared, an extremely powerful resentment aura filled the world. Every single person killed by Wang Lin was filled with heaven-shaking resentment. Zhou Tian looked at everything before him. His mind trembled and shock filled his eyes. Although those illusory figures couldn't pose a threat to Zhou Tian, a portion of them made him gasp. There was a person who had a gloomy expression and was surrounded by black mist. The figure sometimes revealed itself and gave off a powerful sense of resentment. There was a powerful fluctuation coming from this person. Nirvana Scryer Cultivator. Zhou Tian's expression became gloomy after he looked around. There were hundreds of celestial souls in the surroundings. The rich celestial spiritual energy and resentment combined could slaughter the heavens. The moment Zhou Tian saw the celestials, disbelief filled his eyes and he cried, These are souls of celestials. He had spent his life learning the Tao of Soul, so he was able to recognize them at a glance. There was also that Yao family soul that gave off rich killing intent. What kind of spell is this? It's too terrifying. It was able to imprison so many souls and didn't allow them to enter the reincarnation cycle. This is clearly a demonic spell. This scene shocked Zhou Tian's mind and made his shock reach a peak. However, what happened after was what really made him lose his wits. He heard a beast-like roar come from the countless shadows. All the shadows seemed to be extremely afraid of it and opened up a path. A red mist charged out, and no shadow dared to block its path. As the red mist turned, it revealed one person. This person looked middle-aged, he had a head of red hair, and his expression was ferocious. An indescribable sense of killing intent was spreading from his body as if he was going to reverse the heavens. The moment this red-haired person appeared, Zhou Tian was startled for a moment. Then he felt an unimaginable amount of fear and terror that he had never felt before. Planet Tianyun's blood ancestor. Zhou Tian's scalp went numb and he immediately retreated without any hesitation. He discarded any thought of killing Su Mu. It was not that he didn't want to kill, but he couldn't. Although he was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, this Su Mu was too strange. Due to his insight, he immediately knew that one had to kill the person themselves in order to imprison the soul for their own use. And he also knew the blood ancestor, and due to this shock, his heart immediately became timid. Blood ancestor is a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, but he was killed by Su Mu. I can't resist this person at all. I must escape. Wang Lin pointed at Zhou Tian and calmly said, Pull this person into the 18 layers of hell. After he spoke, frenzied roars came out from the souls. In particular, the blood ancestor was surrounded by a monstrous red mist and immediately closed in on Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian's face turned pale and he immediately retreated. However, at this moment, the Yao family member and the hundreds of celestials surrounded him. They completely sealed off Zhou Tian's path of retreat. There were countless soul fragments surrounding the outer rim. They were all letting out waves of cries. Zhou Tian's eyes were almost filled with madness. He had spent his life learning the Tao of Souls, and at this moment, he let out a roar and his hands formed a seal. He pointed at his chest and his body immediately collapsed. Countless illusory shadows fled in all directions. Since Zhou Tian's soul Tao had almost reached completion, his body no longer existed. Even his origin soul had been fused with his soul. Only by doing this could he truly display his killing moves. Even if someone had a higher cultivation level than him, if they weren't careful, they would fall to his sneak attacks. However, he complained in his heart. Originally, he wanted to possess Wang Lin, but due to the ancient god leather armor, he was repelled and injured slightly. Normally, this wouldn't be an issue, but he didn't expect Wang Lin's origin soul to be so fierce and directly devour his soul. As a result, he had to retreat, but just as he left Wang Lin's body and was about to use a spell, he saw a spell that made him lose his wits. At this moment, his heart was anxious, and he split into countless pieces and wanted to flee. However, the Blood Ancestor grinned and was surrounded by blood mist. He, along with the hundreds of Celestials and the Yao family member, charged out. There were waves of miserable screams, and the Blood Ancestor seemed to become a primal beast as he grabbed a large amount of Zhou Tian's shadows and dragged them into the mist. The surrounding hundreds of Celestials did the same. In almost an instant, all of Zhou Tian's shadows were captured. None was able to escape. Chapter 920, Zhou Tian 3. Cold wind blew across the stars and countless souls wandered the area. The resentment in the area was monstrous. Wang Lin was calmly observing from the side. He had gained some understanding of Magic Arsenal's power. He raised his right hand and pointed up. A giant vortex appeared and all the souls were sucked into it. The only one different was the Blood Ancestor. His eyes flashed red and he charged directly at Wang Lin after letting out a roar. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes as his right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. There was loud bang and the Blood Ancestor's origin soul paused for a moment. Using this pause, Wang Lin used more celestial origin energy to make the vortex speed up, increasing its suction force. The Blood Ancestor soul let out an unwilling cry as he was sucked back in. The vortex in the stars slowly disappeared before turning back into a ray of light and being swallowed by Wang Lin. In the 18 layers of hell, there was now an extra soul in the 13th layer. Although this soul fragment was on the 13th layer, it was at the peak of 13th layer. He was Zhou Tian. After killing Zhou Tian, Wang Lin calmly looked at Shi Zifeng before withdrawing his gaze and going on his way. Ta Shan followed behind, and the big-headed boy no longer found any of this strange. As for Lei Ji, he quickly followed Wang Lin into the distant stars. As Shi Zifeng pondered, she also followed. As they moved, Wang Lin began to ponder. The battle between the Alliance and All Heaven has reached a high point. This is the moment to rack up some achievements to appease Master Flamespark's heart. I need to obtain more prestige among the All-Heaven cultivators. That way, if I encounter the All-Seer or if Tuasin escapes from the land of the ancient god, then Master Flamespark will have to help. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he made up his mind. However, he wasn't optimistic about All-Heaven's offensive against the Alliance. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a small flag appeared. There was a flying tiger pattern on this flag. After Wang Lin raised it, the flying tiger rushed out and let out a roar that shook the stars. Activating the Flying Tiger flag and releasing the Flying Tiger meant Wang Lin had announced his own presence. As he moved, dozens of rays of sword energy appeared in the distance a short moment later. There were two groups fighting, and it was obvious the All-Heaven side was losing. The other side was filled with killing intent and continued to cast spells. It only took a few breaths of time for an All-Heaven cultivator to die. These 7 or 8 All-Heaven cultivators' eyes were filled with despair. They were injured by the shockwave earlier and were too exhausted to escape. Just at this moment, a tiger's roar came from the distance and a powerful divine sense spread out. The All-Heaven cultivators were startled, then they looked back and revealed indescribable joy. Thunder Celestial Sumu. It is Thunder Celestial Sumu. The Alliance cultivators had received information from their elders. One of the old men had apparently seen information about Sumu. His expression changed and a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. He retreated without hesitation and shouted, "This Sumu is a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. We are no match. Quickly retreat." In another direction, 3 cultivators were fighting, and it was a stalemate. All 3 were illusory Een cultivators, but if one looked closer, one would see 2 All-Heaven cultivators fighting 1 Alliance cultivator. The Alliance cultivator was very ruthless, and he was able to remain very calm even while fighting 1 versus 2. Just at this moment, a tiger's roar came from the distance. One of the All-Heaven cultivators cautiously spread out his divine sense backwards and was immediately startled. Sumu. Not only did he know Sumu, but he was someone Wang Lin had saved in the Thunder Celestial realm. The Alliance cultivator that was battling them was startled. The name Sumu was familiar, and after pondering for a bit, his expression changed greatly. The Alliance had sent information about the All-Heaven cultivators to his sect. They separated the All-Heaven cultivators into 7 levels. Level 1 was the weakest, and level 7 was the strongest. He remembered that this Sumu was at level 5. He retreated without any hesitation. Along the way, Wang Lin encountered a large number of cultivators. When the All-Heaven cultivators saw Wang Lin and the Flying Tiger, they quickly approached. Waves of "Greetings, Thunder Celestial" came from the cultivators who came toward Wang Lin. In their eyes, Wang Lin was a bright beacon during their moment of confusion. The collapse of the Western region had sent a vast majority of the All-Heaven cultivators into panic. There were a lot of deaths and those who survived were scattered. At the same time, the appearance of the Alliance cultivators made the situation worse for the All-Heaven cultivators. Right now, Wang Lin's flying tiger flag was the anchor for their hearts. The roars coming from the flying tiger made the all-Evan cultivators' minds tremble. Wang Lin's attitude also changed from before. If he encountered two sides fighting, he would immediately attack. A large amount of all-Evan cultivators had gathered around Wang Lin. These people formed a very powerful force. Most of the time, Wang Lin didn't even need to personally act. The all-Evan cultivators following him would charge out and destroy the enemy. More and more all-Evan cultivators gradually gathered around Wang Lin. The sword energies under their feet made them look like a giant sword stabbing into the western region. Wang Lin's group of cultivators wasn't the only group in the western region. The Thunder Celestial Temple Messengers, the other 108 Celestial, and some cultivation families were doing the same. However, Wang Lin's team of cultivators had the most people. As he moved forward, more people constantly joined, until there were hundreds of rays of sword energy flying through space. The sound of the flying swords and the roar of the flying tiger continued to spread. Wang Lin's reputation quickly reached a certain height. Just as the group of cultivators with Wang Lin charged into the center of the western region, the space suddenly began to shake mysteriously. Ripples were rushing over from the distance like crazy. There was an aura that shook one's mind within the ripples. Even the sword lights under the feet of the cultivators around Wang Lin became unstable. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and he spread out his divine sense. Even with his mental strength, he couldn't help but be startled. Bursts of loud rumbles echoed. In the distance, a 100,000 feet long and 10,000 feet wide giant piece of wood carrying a force that could shake any normal cultivator charged forward with unimaginable force. Countless all-Evan cultivators surrounding this giant piece of wood. They gave off powerful killing intent. What shocked Wang Lin was the rich smell of blood that he could clearly feel even from this far away. It was obvious that countless people had died to the impact of this giant piece of wood. Wang Lin had never seen this giant piece of wood before. He only took a look at it, but he could feel an unimaginable shock. He clearly knew that if he was hit by the giant piece of wood, he would immediately be seriously injured. If he was just a bit careless, he could even die, unless he knew in advance and escaped by merging with the world. Although this giant piece of wood could cause Wang Lin's mind to tremble, it wouldn't have startled him. What really startled Wang Lin was the thing behind the giant piece of wood. Moongazer Serpent. The Moongazer Serpent's giant body was like a cultivation planet, and its countless tentacles were swaying around it. Its constant angry roars echoed among the stars. The moment Wang Lin saw the Moongazer Serpent, his body trembled. This tremble came from his ancient god body. Chapter 921. Green Jade. The shaking from his original body made Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows flickered. He took a deep breath and suppressed this trembling, and the ancient god stars no longer flashed. Staring at the Moongazer Serpent with countless swaying tentacles in the distance, Wang Lin was extremely shocked. Back then, I borrowed the Moongazer Serpent to kill the Yao family and hid inside its body. I thought that someone in All Evan knew something about the Moongazer Serpent. What kind of person could capture the Moongazer Serpent and send into the Alliance as a weapon? Could it be him? Wang Lin gasped and thought of the figure he had seen twice. The first time was during the battle between Qing Shui and Blood God. The second time was during the 108 celestial bestowments where he tore open the passage between the two star systems. At this moment, the whistling sound of the giant piece of wood before the Moongazer Serpent became louder and louder. As the ripples closed in, the cultivators behind Wang Lin began to cheer. At the same time, these cultivators immediately flew forward. Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before moving forward and charging toward the giant piece of wood. This giant piece of wood was too large even from far away. When they closed in, they felt its powerful impact along with its majestic pressure. Countless cultivators stepped on various treasures and followed the giant piece of wood. There were also cultivators on the giant piece of wood. However, not many were standing on it. There weren't even 100 cultivators on the wood. The two that stood at the front of those cultivators on the giant piece of wood were the Zhang family ancestor, Li Yunzi, and the Xingong family ancestor. The two of them stood at the front of the giant piece of wood. Their clothes moved without any wind, their eyes were like lightning, and their gazes were cold. Behind them were the rest of the cultivators. Most of them were the 108 Celestials, but there were also some Wang Lin had not seen before. However, from the fluctuations of their origin souls, Wang Lin could see that these people were not weak. They were at the peak of the corporeal yang stage. There were 10 people at the Nirvana Scryer stage. In addition to these 10 people, there were 3 more people that caught Wang Lin's attention. One of them was sitting on the right side of the giant piece of wood. He was wearing a black robe and had white hair. There were several scars on his face that were extremely strange. They weren't static. They seemed to subtly move. Just one glance at them was enough to make someone gasp. The moment Wang Lin's gaze landed on the old man's eyes lit up and he looked at Wang Lin. He revealed a smile filled with cold intent. Another person that caught Wang Lin's attention was a woman. This woman was graceful, pretty as a spring peach, and pure like the autumn chrysanthemum. She was about 30 years old, her eyes were filled with spirit, and her beautiful nose was straight. She had a small indent on her cheek, her skin was white, and her eyes contained a hint of the ocean's blue. She was standing on the giant piece of wood, and was wearing a light green palace dress with a thin layer of golden silk. Her wide clothes had purple pattern on them, and her 3,000 strands of black hair were simply hanging behind her head, with some around her neck. There was a small red gem at the center of her forehead that embellished her look just right. She was very beautiful. Without any makeup, her skin glowed and was as white as snow. It gave off a creamy color and was like a delicate flower. Maybe it was due to the giant piece of wood moving too fast, but there was some wind that caused her thin silk to flow in the air. It made her look like a fairy. After seeing Wang Lin's gaze, she gracefully smiled at Wang Lin. However, this smile contained a sense of nobility, as if no one could reach her. The last person was a youth. He had a white shirt and was surrounded by 3 bamboo flutes that gave off strange flute sounds. From a distance, the sound of the flute seemed to turn corporeal and formed an illusion around the youth. It was easy for one to lose their heart inside this illusion. The youth didn't even care about Wang Lin's gaze at all. He focused on cultivating with his eyes closed and was filled with arrogance. The reason these 3 people had caught Wang Lin's attention was because Wang Lin couldn't see through their cultivation. As Wang Lin observed the people on the piece of wood, the cultivators on the piece of wood also looked at Wang Lin. Given Wang Lin's reputation in the All-Evan star system, it didn't take long for them to recognize Wang Lin. Not to mention there was also the roar of the flying tiger behind him. They followed the giant piece of wood. And along the way, they saw some All-Evan cultivators. However, they were only a few dozen people at most, and they were in extremely sorry states. At this moment, the team Wang Lin had gathered was hundreds of people large. This caused all the cultivators around the giant piece of wood to look at Wang Lin. It was obvious that it was due to Sumu's presence that there were so many cultivators here. Thunder Celestial Sumu. He was Sumu, the hero of the Celestial Bestowment competition. Even planet Donglin Su Ting was beaten, and Sumu became the Thunder Celestial. I just don't know if Sumu is qualified to step onto the giant wood. Many gazes fell on Wang Lin. Any of them hadn't seen Wang Lin, so their impressions were only from what they had seen of the competition in the sound transmission sound their families had. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all from so many people watching him. He was very calm. Su Mu, come to this old man. Li Yunzi naturally saw Wang Lin. The coldness on his face melted a bit and he revealed a smile. Wang Lin nodded and charged toward the giant wood. The impact from the giant wood created a great deal of resistance, and Wang Lin felt like he was in mud. After realizing this, his expression was calm and the origin energy in his body slowed down until it was almost motionless. Then, at the next instant, it exploded. It went from being still to max in an instant. This change caused a powerful momentum to explode form Wang Lin's body. It also caused a rumble around him that could collapse the heavens. As the violent sound echoed, the space before Wang Lin suddenly whisked. Everything before him quickly collapsed as he calmly walked forward. Wang Lin arrived near the roaring wood and stepped onto it without any resistance. At this instant, all the eyes of all the cultivators around the giant wood narrowed. Although they all knew how fierce Wang Lin was, personally witnessing it had shocked them. Wang Lin didn't know that stepping on the giant wood represented an extremely high status. As long as one believed they were qualified, they could attempt to step onto the giant wood. However, very few people were able to step onto the giant wood. Even most of the people on the giant wood had used magic treasures along with spells to barely be able to step on after painstaking effort. Even so, none of the surrounding cultivators dared to underestimate those people. Anyone who could step on the giant wood was strong. However, a huge wave was set off in the hearts of the surrounding tens of thousands of cultivators when Wang Lin stepped onto the giant wood. Wang Lin was able to just casually step onto the giant wood without any effort at all. From what they had seen, aside from Li Yunzi and the Shingong family ancestor, only 3 others were able to step onto the giant wood so easily. Wang Lin was the 4th person. Thunder Celestial Sumu, indeed worthy of the fame. At that instant, similar thoughts appeared in the surrounding cultivators. The people on the giant wood all looked at Wang Lin. All these gazes were different. Some of them were part of the Celestial Bestowment, so they already admired Wang Lin. As for the people who hadn't met Wang Lin, their minds were shaken and they finally understood Wang Lin's fierceness. The youth with 3 bamboo flutes suddenly opened his eyes and carefully looked at Wang Lin. He nodded but didn't speak. The woman in the palace dress smiled even more. As for the old man in black, the way he looked at Wang Lin changed slightly. The 3 of them had high cultivation levels. They were at the late stage of Nirvana Scryer, so they had better vision than everyone else. They could tell at a glance that what Wang Lin did was extraordinary. This explosion of power wasn't only origin energy, there was also a hint of law. The three of them clearly saw this point and placed more importance on Wang Lin. Although his cultivation was weaker than them, but they considered him on the same level. After all, not many Nirvana Scryer cultivators comprehend law. Strength rules supreme in the cultivation world. If you want recognition of others, then you must reach the same level as them. Standing beside Li Yunzi, Wang Lin respectfully said, "Sumu greets Senior Li Yunzi." After he spoke, he turned around and clasped his hands at the Shingong family ancestor. Li Yunzi faintly smiled. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed. Behind the giant wood, the moongazer serpent with countless swaying tentacles suddenly began to roar as if it had gone crazy. Its eyes alternated between confusion and clarity as it stared at Wang Lin on the giant wood. Its roars became even stronger. The powerful sound waves echoed, causing the expressions of the cultivators around the giant wood to change greatly and their minds to tremble. Wang Lin turned around and coldly looked at the moongazer serpent. Wang Lin wasn't surprised that the moongazer serpent recognized him. He understood the moongazer serpent very well, that it had a strong memory of people who had made it mad. It obviously remembered Wang Lin, who had provoked it twice. As it raged, it was about to charge out. The tentacles around it extended like crazy toward the giant wood. Li Yunzi frowned and his right hand reached toward the void. A rift opened up and a green jade flew out. This jade was very ordinary. There was nothing abnormal about it. Li Yunzi grabbed it and threw it at the moongazer serpent. It was so fast that it closed in on the moongazer serpent in an instant. The jade collapsed and a thunderous voice echoed. "Sin Yun Go." This sound was very strange and extremely complex. No surrounding cultivator could understanding it. But Wang Lin's heart was shocked as this was the language of the ancient gods. After understanding the meaning behind it, even with Wang Lin's mental strength, his expression couldn't help but change. Chapter 922. Ji Xiantian. Continue ahead and destroy the realm under the rain celestial realm. I'll give you a body. Help you escape. This was the information expressed in the ancient god language. The confusion in the moongazer serpent was replaced by clarity and the roar slowly subsided. It actually charged ahead of the giant wood. From a distance, the moongazer serpent's giant body and its countless swaying tentacles looked like the waste clouds that shrouded the stars, and it was no less imposing than the giant wood. Li Yunzi looked at Wang Lin. He felt a hint of suspicion after seeing Wang Lin's change in expression when the sound came from the jade. Wang Lin had cultivated for thousands of years and was extremely cunning. He wouldn't let anything escape, so he let out a wry smile and said, "I didn't expect that beast to hold such a grudge. I just borrowed it to kill the Yao family, and yet it still remembered me when it saw me." Li Yunzi nodded and said, "After this battle has ended, don't forget to come to me to see the remaining battle scrolls." With a respectful expression, Wang Lin said, "Junior knows." The Shingong family ancestor had not spoken until now when he suddenly said, "Sumu, take out Shingong Hu's Dao." Wang Lin silently pondered. A moment later, without hesitation, he touched between his eyebrows and Shingong Hu's Dao flew out. The Shingong family ancestor grabbed it and looked at it before he put it away. He no longer paid any attention to Wang Lin but instead looked ahead. The moongazer serpent opened the path at an extremely fast pace. Its countless tentacles spread out and wrapped any alliance cultivator it encountered. The cultivators that were caught would scream and their bodies would wither until they became mummies. Then the all-Evan cultivators would go to these mummified cultivators to take their bags of holding and treasures. The giant wood followed closely after the moongazer serpent toward the northern region. The moongazer serpent and giant wood were extremely fast, far faster than cultivators' treasures. Their speed was comparable to teleportation. They created constant sonic booms as they whistled through space. At this moment, a giant war began in the northern region. Originally, the Alliance cultivators, who were led by one of the four saints, Black Fiend Devil Saint, held great advantage. Destroying the western region had killed a large amount of all-Evan cultivators and also cut off their retreat. This caused the all-Evan army that charged into the northern region to have no backup. As a result, the Alliance held the highest chance of winning in the first big battle between the two star systems. However, Master Flamespark's counterattack and the 18 Lufu immediately reversed the situation in the northern region. The Alliance cultivators were suppressed by the 18 Lufu. This wasn't even the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that the isolation of the all-Evan cultivators was broken by the giant wood. As a result, the all-Evan cultivators were no longer isolated. They only needed to last until backup arrived, then the all-Evan side would hold the absolute advantage. Black Fiend Devil Saint's expression was gloomy. How could he let Master Flamespark do as he wished? However, Blood God was someone with a very high cultivation level. As the two fought, the collisions of their spells were earth-shattering and the rumbles echoed across the stars. This created a large amount of ripples. Any cultivators affected would immediately die. Fellow cultivator, don't wait for me to make a fool of myself, just attack. As Black Fiend Devil Saint Riley smiled, he waved his right hand. Large amounts of fishy-smelling wind appeared. As his hands moved, the fishy wind turned into a giant whale before his body. The giant whale opened its mouth and mercilessly inhaled. The origin energy in the world was sucked into the giant whale formed by Black Fiend Devil Saint like crazy and then attacked Blood God. At the same time, a pillar of purple light descended from above. There was no end to this pillar, and it seemed to have appeared out of thin air. A laugh came from the pillar of light and a person walked out. This person was middle-aged and wore a yellow robe. He looked handsome, and as he came out, 2 dragon illusions circled around his body and roared. Master Flamespark, I have known your name for a long time. This old man is one of the new saints of the Alliance, Cloud Dragon Demon Saint. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up, but he didn't attack. However, the ancestors of the cultivation families from ancient times moved. All 3 of them charged out toward the Cloud Dragon Demon Saint. The 4 saints of the Cultivation Alliance are all at the mid-stage of Nirvana Shatterer. Blood God's cultivation is undetermined, and he is able to battle one on his own. The other 3 fellow cultivators are only at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer, so they must join forces to barely hold on. However, these people aren't the most powerful people in this battle. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up, but he didn't look at the yellow-robed Cloud Dragon Demon Saint. Instead, he stared at the void before him and calmly said, "The Alliance's 4 saints never move alone. Ji Xiantian, why do you still hide yourself?" As Master Flamespark spoke, he moved forward and appeared next to the 18 Lufu. Then his 2 fingers mercilessly pointed forward. A burst of sharp laughter echoed across the stars. Countless cracks appeared where Master Flamespark pointed at, and a hand as white as jade came out. This dazzling palm collided with Master Flamespark's fingers. Bang! The entire northern region shook and killing intent flashed across Master Flamespark's eyes. He quickly retreated several steps. Another figure was also knocked back from the crack, and this figure looked like a woman. As this person retreated, they immediately screamed. Master Flamespark, UST. I'll have the guts to return. This voice was too sharp and harsh. It also contained unimaginable origin energy fluctuations. As the voice echoed, the all-Evan cultivators all trembled. Some of them coughed out blood as their origin energy left their bodies, and they immediately died. Even one of the 18 Lufu suddenly collapsed under this sharp scream. Endless origin energy from the world came from the collapsed cultivators, and even from the collapsed Lufu, and entered the woman-like figure. Ji Xiantian, I haven't seen you for many years. You're still as effeminate as ever. Master Flamespark's eyes were calm, and he waved his right hand. Endless flames immediately surrounded the area, and as they spread, all the all-Evan cultivators were pushed more than 5,000 kilometers away. Although it was 5,000 kilometers, it was still within the range of the Lufu. Just like this, the Great War began. Large amounts of Alliance and all-Evan cultivators began their life and death battles. This was a chaotic battle. If one was slightly careless, their body would collapse and their origin soul would be extinguished. Originally, the all-Evan cultivators were no match for the Alliance cultivators. After all, one side was recovering from shock and the other side was prepared. However, under the effect of the Lufu, the situation was immediately balanced. As a result, it was difficult to see who was going to win. However, on a small scale, the Alliance held the advantage. Bursts of magic treasures filled the area. In the chaotic battle, both sides had casualties. In the distance, an Alliance cultivator coughed out blood and retreated. But before he even retreated 100 feet, his chest was pierced by a random flying sword. Then his origin soul flew out and was immediately affected by the ripples of a spell, causing his origin soul to collapse. 3 all-Evan cultivators' eyes were red as they activated their cultivation to the max to control magic treasures. Just as they were using a spell, a ray of light penetrated the 3 of them and they died one by one. The ray of light turned into a person, and he had a gloomy expression. Just as he was about to continue after licking his lips, there was a flash of bloodlight. He let out a scream and then his whole body turned into blood. It was Blood God and the Black Fiend Devil Saint passing by during their battle. Every time someone died, the blood would be immediately sucked away by the 17 Lufu. Some of the origin souls were also sucked in by the 17 Lufu because they were too damaged. Cultivators were dying at every moment. The 2 sides had tens of thousands of cultivators gathered here. This battle could be described as earth-shattering, and large amounts of blood were sucked in by the Lufu. Endless flashes of magic treasure light flashed by and endless roars coupled with mournful voices filled the area. This had become a land of death. Large amounts of blood and origin souls were absorbed by the 17 Lufu, making them even more demoic. As the battle became even more fierce, a thunderous rumble echoed and countless cracks appeared. Even the cold wind from the cracks wasn't able to put out this heated war. Instead, it made this chaotic battle even more intense. At the center of the battlefield, Master Flamespark's flame was monstrous, and from afar, it seemed to light up half of the area. Opposite of him, Ji Xiantane gave off an endless chill that created cracking sounds. They weren't loud, but everyone in the surrounding battlefield could clearly hear them. Along with these endless crackling sounds, countless glaciers appeared. They were extremely imposing and shot straight up. Ji Xiantian was surrounded by countless glaciers that were like sharp thorns pointed at the sky and faced off against Master Flamespark. Master Flamespark, we let you escape in the battle tens of thousands of years ago. Today, without Zhang Xuanzi, I'll kill you here and now. Ji Xiantian's sharp voice was like an icy blade. It was filled with endless chill and killing intent. This Ji Xiantian looked like a very enchanting woman. However, if one looked closer, one would find that this person's chest was flat, and although small, his Adam's apple was there. He was apparently a man. Master Flamespark's eyes were calm as he raised his right hand and reached out toward the void. The world's origin energy gathered like crazy and formed a ball of white flame in his hand. He looked at Ji Xiantian and slowly said, "When I left, I said that if there was a day I come back, I'll make the Cultivation Alliance extinct. Who cares if blood fills the sky after I die?" At this moment in the western region, with the Moongazer Serpent in front and the Giant Wood behind it, they closed in on the northern region. On the Giant Wood, Wang Lin looked ahead. There were flashes of uncertainty in Wang Lin's eyes, especially when he looked at the Moongazer Serpent. Ancient Godchild, there was an almost indiscernible flash of cold light in Wang Lin's eyes. Chapter 923, Expression Sincerity. Master Flamespark didn't throw the white ball of flame but ruthlessly crushed it. The ball of flame collapsed and turned into countless phoenixes. They let out bursts of cries and shot straight toward Ji Xiantian. Ji Xiantian waved his arms and let out a sharp laugh. The endless glaciers that had formed behind him began to rumble as they moved forward. The two didn't stop, they began displaying various spells. Origin energy fluctuated as if heaven and earth were going to reverse, and these fluctuations quickly spread. The entire northern region entered a chaotic battle. Master Flamespark's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. Several celestial realm fragments appeared and he shouted, "Celestial Wheel." With these words, the celestial fragments around him began to rumble and rotate around him. A storm was suddenly set by this. As the storm swept by, all the cultivators affected were forced to retreat. Ji Xiantian's expression became gloomy as he raised his hand up and shouted, "Law of Ice." In an instant, endless cold energy spread like crazy from his hand. Under the endless rumbles, countless glaciers shot out and rapidly spread toward Master Flamespark. Ice! Killing intent flashed across Ji Xiantian's eyes as he pointed at Master Flamespark. At this moment, a powerful chill appeared around Master Flamespark. This chill contained law, and in the blink of an eye, it formed layers of ice that trapped Master Flamespark inside. Just at this moment, the roar of the Moongazer Serpent echoed across the stars. The roar of the Moongazer Serpent shook the world and seemed to make it shake before everyone's eyes. This scene caused the expressions of the Alliance side to change. Black Fiend Devil Saint and Cloud Dragon Demon Saint, who were battling against Blood God and company, became gloomy and quickly retreated. Ji Xiantian let out a cold snort and his eyes lit up. Instead of backing up, he charged straight ahead at Master Flamespark, who was trapped in the ice. When he got close, he pressed his hands down on the ice without any hesitation. At this moment, a destructive force charged into the ice. This force mysteriously stacked together and charged toward Master Flamespark. Just at this moment, inside the ice, Master Flamespark's eyes revealed a cold glint and he revealed a smile. The cultivation he had hidden began to erupt like crazy and increased from the late stage of Nirvana Shatterer to an incredible level. You broke through. Ji Xiantian's expression changed greatly, and he was about to retreat without hesitation. Cracks appeared on the ice that trapped Master Flamespark and suddenly covered all the ice. Then, in the blink of an eye, the ice shattered and the countless pieces shot out in all directions. Master Flamespark laughed, took a step, and merged with the world. He didn't move, but the moment he merged with the world, his origin energy spread out like crazy. At this moment, the origin energy in the world began to vibrate violently and directly interfered with spatial bending. At the same time, Master Flamespark's hand formed a seal and a red flame spread like a roar dragon. Shortly after, Master Flamespark spat out a mouthful of essence origin energy. It landed on the rotating celestial fragments, which completely blocked Ji Xiantian's retreat. The celestial fragments trembled and rotated 10 times faster than before. It charged out and trapped Ji Xiantian inside. The storm formed by the rotating fragments roared and Ji Xiantian's expression became gloomy. His hand pushed outward and a large amount of origin energy gathered. He was about to break out. At this moment, Master Flamespark stepped out and a large amount of flames surged out from his body. He pointed with his finger, and the flames rushed out, surrounding the storm. Some of the flames fused with the storm, and now it looked like a fire dragon. Just at this moment, in the distance, the moongazer serpent arrived as if it was teleporting. It looked extremely ferocious with its countless tentacles. Bursts of roars echoed. For a moment, both sides stopped attacking and retreated as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Black Fiend Devil Saint only took one look at the moongazer serpent and felt his scalp go numb. He let out a wry smile and quickly retreated. As for the Cloud Dragon Demon Saint, he revealed a look of disbelief. Ji Xiantian was startled. His origin energy surged like crazy, and he wanted to rush out of his siege. However, how could Master Flamespark let him do as he wished? Master Flamespark's arm stretched out, and he injected more origin energy inside the flames to trap Ji Xiantian. In the distant stars, what followed directly after the moongazer serpent was the giant wood. It was extremely large, and it suddenly changed directions, moving toward Master Flamespark and straight at Ji Xiantian. The giant wood hadn't even gotten close when a strange force shrouded the world. Endless rumbles came from it, and it started moving even faster. Ji Xiantian's pupils shrank. He had no way of escaping quickly. In this moment of crisis, both of his hands formed a seal, and he pointed at his body. Each time he pointed, a blue vortex appeared. In an instant, 13 blue vortexes as blue as the sea appeared around his body. After these vortexes appeared, they immediately enlarged and entered Ji Xiantian's body. After the first blue vortex entered his body, a curtain of blue light appeared around Ji Xiantian. After all 13 vortexes entered his body emitted a blinding, blue light. There were a total of 13 layers of blue light. This was Ji Xiantian's power of law. The color of the absolute limit of ice was blue, and during Ji Xiantian's life, he was only able to condense 13 layers of blue light. He had always thought that if he could condense the 13 layers into one, his cultivation might have a breakthrough. The moment Ji Xiantian's 13 layers of blue light appeared, the giant wood arrived. The ripples caused by the arrival of the giant wood were indescribable. At this moment, everything disappeared, and the only thing that remained was the momentum of the giant wood that could extinguish anything in its path. No person, magic treasure, item, not even a cultivation planet, could stop its impact or even deal the slightest bit of damage to it. This giant wood was able to support the arrival of the ancient celestial realm. And now everything among the stars must collapse before it. The giant wood arrived with an unimaginable impact as if it wanted to poke a hole in space. It instantly closed in on the storm Master Flamespark had used to trap Ji Xiantian. It was very simple without any fancy technique or any flashes of spell. The giant wood directly smashed into the rotating celestial fragments. One of the fragments collapsed and its pieces quickly spread. In an instant, the few fragments in the vicinity of where the giant wood crashed also collapsed. The collapse of the fragments was no weaker than the collapse of a cultivation planet. The force of all the collapse fell on Ji Xiantian, who was trapped inside. The endless impact turned into a violent storm that pushed in all directions. The blue light flashed violently around Ji Xiantian. Just as the force from the collapsing fragments started spreading out, the giant wood collided with Ji Xiantian. Ji Xiantian's body trembled and one layer of blue light around him immediately collapsed. This didn't end. The moment the giant wood collided, an endless impact charged out like crazy. It was as if waves of powerful impacts were charging into Ji Xiantian's body. Bang, 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 bang. The blue lights around Ji Xiantian collapsed one by one, and in an instant, 6 layers had disappeared. His whole body rapidly retreated out of his control. This rapid retreat was caused by the impact of the giant wood. It could even be said that this retreat was just the giant wood pushing him. The moment the giant wood collided with Ji Xiantian, killing intent flashed across Master Flamespark's eyes. Then flames surged around his body and he mercilessly pressed down on Ji Xiantian. When the flames closed in on Ji Xiantian, 3 more layers of blue light around him collapsed. Aghast filled Ji Xiantian's eyes as everything had happened too fast. 9 layers of blue light had disintegrated in almost an instant. At the moment of life and death, Ji Xiantian wanted to escape, but Li Yunzi and Shingong family ancestor both stepped out. Their spells turned into endless forces that landed on Ji Xiantian's body. Ji Xiantian was hit by the giant wood, Master Flamespark, Li Yunzi, and the Shingong family ancestor. All of their spells were extremely powerful, not to mention Master Flamespark's, whose cultivation level was above Ji Xiantian's. Before these attacks, Ji Xiantian almost lost his wits. However, he was, after all, an old monster that had been famous for tens of thousands of years in a life of slaughter. Although this was a moment of crisis, he wasn't going to die so easily. Facing this moment of crisis, Ji Xiantian let out a laugh and decisively exploded the remaining 4 layers of blue light around him. A thunderous rumble echoed when the 4 layers of blue light exploded. Li Yunzi was pushed back by the impact along with the Xingong family ancestor. Even Master Flames Park hesitated before he let out a sigh and retreated. Although he could kill Ji Xiantian, he would be injured in the process. That would be a big disadvantage in the Alliance star system. After shaking off the 3 powerful cultivators, Ji Xiantian's face was pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had used the explosion of the blue intense explosion to retreat, and he screamed, "Master Flames Park, if this old man doesn't get his revenge, then I'm not a per. Son." Behind him was the Moongazer serpent. He reached toward the void and cracks appeared. At this moment, he didn't care if he would be lost in the cracks. He was about to step inside. At this moment, Wang Lin was standing on the giant wood. He was a bit far away, but he was still affected by the impact. The force made the origin energy inside his body unstable. He looked at the rapidly retreating Ji Xiantian and then at Master Flames Park. He then clenched his teeth, pointed forward, and shouted, "Stop." Chapter 924, Big Achievement. With just the word stop, the origin energy inside Wang Lin's body moved to his right fingertip and entered the void. This time, Wang Lin didn't use the little remaining celestial origin energy he had left, only his own origin energy. It was as if countless lines had spread across space and entangled themselves around Ji Xiantian in an instant. This was the weakest Ji Xiantian had ever been in his entire life. All 13 layers of blue light had collapsed, so he had to leave his as soon as possible to find a place to recover, or else he would without a doubt die. He had already been a decisive person. He had exploded 4 layers of blue light just to create an opening to escape. He had to report the fact that Master Flamespark's cultivation had broken through the late stage of Nirvana Shatterer to Zhang Xuanzi. Master Flamespark's cultivation hasn't reached the 3rd step, but he is far stronger than late-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. He must have reached the peak of the 2nd step. Just as he was about to step into the crack, Ji Xiantian felt countless invisible threads wrap around him. His right foot, which was making its way into the crack, couldn't help but slow down for a moment. A binding force with only this much strength was something he normally wouldn't need to worry about. He only needed to move a bit to break these threads, and even cause the caster's origin soul to shatter. However, at this moment of crisis, if he was slowed for just a little bit, the result would be beyond imagination. Ji Xiantian's expression changed greatly. As for Master Flamespark, he was startled for a moment, but then ecstasy filled his eyes. He stepped out without hesitation and arrived near Ji Xiantian. His right hand pressed down and landed on Ji Xiantian's body. This forced Ji Xiantian out from the crack. Just as Ji Xiantian was forced out from the crack, the Moongazer serpent suddenly opened its mouth and mercilessly swallowed. All of this happened too fast. At almost the instant Ji Xiantian was forced out, the Moongazer serpent arrived. Ji Xiantian let out an angry roar when he was being swallowed by the Moongazer serpent. The moment the stop spell fell on Ji Xiantian, Wang Lin's body trembled and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. It was as if he had been hit by a powerful force, and he quickly backed up. The origin energy in his body almost collapsed. The difference between his and Ji Xiantian's cultivation was too large. At this moment, the force caused popping sounds to come from all over his body and a large amount of blood mist gushed out. Wang Lin let out a miserable shout as he retreated. Senior Master Flamepark, Jr. has done his best. The reason he did this was to improve his own achievement before everyone. This would make Master Flamespark owe him a great debt. At the same time, it was big reason for him to receive all heaven's full protection. This was a true expression of sincerity. With this achievement, no matter where or when, he, Wang Lin, would be the highest profile hero in the war between the two systems. No one could erase this point or forget it. If Wang Lin were to fall into a difficult situation and All Evan didn't help, then it would have a very negative effect on All Evan. If that happened, who would give it their all in the battles that followed? Wang Lin had calculated all of this. With the combination of his cultivation and the body of an ancient god, perhaps if the other party was at their peak, he might have died to the backlash, but given that Ji Xiantian was seriously injured and escaping, even if he failed, he wouldn't die from the backlash. Sometimes, when there are no more paths left, you have gamble and create a road. At this moment, Wang Lin was opening up a road for himself in the future. In truth, Wang Lin's guess was very accurate. If he didn't have the body of an ancient god, he would have died. However, with the body of an ancient god and Ji Xiantian being in an extremely weakened state, he was only injured. As Master Flamespark laughed, his body flickered and he charged straight at Wang Lin. In almost an instant, he arrived near Wang Lin's constantly retreating body and his palm landed on Wang Lin's back. An unimaginable powerful surge of origin energy suddenly rushed from Master Flamespark's body into Wang Lin's. It immediately stabilized Wang Lin's origin energy and got rid of his injuries. In addition, the powerful origin energy that entered Wang Lin's body was cut off by Master Flame's Park, so it all remained inside Wang Lin's body. At this instant, Wang Lin felt the origin energy explode within his body. His origin soul opened its eyes and absorbed the origin energy like crazy. He felt his own strength climb like crazy. In the end, his cultivation reached the peak of the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. He only needed comprehension in his domain to become a mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. This time, Master Flame's Park didn't hold back and gave Wang Lin an unimaginably great fortune. It was too difficult for second-step cultivators to increase their cultivation level. Aside from comprehending their domain, they also had to absorb enough origin energy. Just this would consume countless years. Master Flame's Park withdrew his hand as he looked at Wang Lin and laughed. Good, good, good. Su Mu, you have attained a great achievement. Ji Xiantian was one of the 4 saints of the Alliance. Back then, he was ranked 9th in the Alliance. You have achieved a great merit. All Evan and I will remember this. Master Flame's Park let out a satisfied laugh. This Ji Xiantian was one of the people who hunted him back then. This sudden change in scene made the surrounding cultivators look on with strange expressions. In particular, Li Yunzi and the Xingong family ancestor looked at Wang Lin differently now. Li Yunzi's eyes revealed admiration and he nodded at Wang Lin. The Xingong family ancestor had always been cold, but right now he revealed a smile at Wang Lin. As for the other cultivators, the black-robed old man and the youth had a complex gazes, but even more so, they admit their defeat. If it was them, they definitely wouldn't have had the resolve to do this. There was also that woman in the palace dress. She now looked at Wang Lin with a hint of interest. She was already beautiful, so now that she showed this kind of gaze, it was extremely attractive. Su Mu, after this war is over, not only will this old man return your Thunder Beast, I will also gift you a defensive treasure. With this treasure, aside from a few select people in the Alliance, no one else will be able to threaten your life. Master Flame's Park smiled as he charged ahead at Black Fiend Devil Saint and Cloud Dragon Demon Saint. With a calm expression, Wang Lin activated the origin energy in his body. He immediately felt his own strength return and he took a deep breath. He had gambled on the right move just now. The giant wood was still charging into the northern region battlefield and the Alliance cultivators were being pushed back. When Ji Xiantian was devoured by the Moongazer Serpent, all the Alliance cultivators were shaken and their will to fight had diminished greatly. The Moongazer Serpent roared like crazy and its tentacles swept the area. Any cultivator that was touched by the tentacles would let out a miserable scream and be sucked dry. The Moongazer Serpent was too strong. Black Fiend Devil Saint and Cloud Dragon Demon Saint were both constantly retreating. Both of their minds were shaken and they no longer had the will to continue to battle. They were about to flee. But an impact no weaker than the giant wood suddenly approached from the distance in the northern region. Countless towers, each one tens of thousands of feet tall, charged over with hundreds of cultivators standing on each. Their powerful killing intent was enough to tear the nearby space. From a distance, the stars were filled with these towers. There were no less than 100 of these cone towers that emitted sharp whistles as they rushed over. A powerful pressure suddenly came from the distance. Aside from the 100 towers, there were also 4 giant cultivation planets. There were 4 giants tens of thousands of feet tall carrying the cultivation planets. These 4 giants each had an axe mark on their foreheads. They were giant demon clan members. There were 4 people floating above the cultivation planets carried by the 4 members of the giant demon clan. 3 of them were old men with the air of celestials. Their might was clearly felt without any need for them to show anger. The last person was a woman. She wore a blue dress and her hair was hanging over her shoulder. She held an 8-petal lotus flower and her phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked ahead. The appearance of these Alliance cultivators attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. The Alliance cultivators were surprised and quickly rallied as they retreated. On the All-Evan side, Blood God and the 3 ancestors coldly looked over. Master Flame's Park stepped out and waved his right hand, sending a sea of flames flying ahead. At the same time, the Moongazer Serpent let out a roar and its tentacles extended. As for the tens of thousands of cultivators around the giant wood, they immediately charged out and used their magic treasures. A great war was about to unfold. Just at this moment, the woman in the blue dress calmly said, "Greeting, Senior Widow-chan." After she spoke, a long laugh came from the distance, and a black cloud rushed over from the same direction. There was a person standing in the black cloud. This person was middle-aged, had a square face, and wore a purple robe that showed his might without him expressing any anger. At this moment, black mist around him churned and a thunderous rumble echoed. "Master Flame's Park, I have long known your name. Today, do you dare to battle with me, Widow-chan?" The middle-aged man's words were extremely arrogant. As he spoke, the black mist under his feet shot out toward Master Flame's Park. Master Flame's Park had no memories of this Widow-chan. It was obvious this person had joined the alliance after he left, but Master Flamespark didn't underestimate this person. The aura this person gave off made him very serious. If you want to battle, then let's battle. As Master Flamespark's cold voice echoed, he stepped out and entered the black mist. This black mist suddenly rose up and began to churn violently. Bursts of fire spells shot out and created explosions. Seal this Moongazer serpent. The woman in the blue dress calmly spoke. The hundreds of towers immediately shot out, creating a whistling sound as their speed was 100 times faster than before. They were like swords that shot directly at the Moongazer serpent. Wang Lin secretly realized that things were going bad. It seemed all Evan was the weaker side. He silently moved back on the giant wood, but he immediately felt a fierce gaze on his body. It was the woman in the blue dress who was looking at Wang Lin with a complex gaze. Chapter 925, Million Beast Blood Soul Seal. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed and met the gaze of the woman in the blue dress. Wang Lin had never seen her before, and she didn't feel familiar at all. However, her gaze made him feel a bit puzzled. Right now was not the moment to ponder this. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he continued to retreat. The 100 towers closed in with sharp whistles that wanted to tear open the world and shot straight for the Moongazer serpent. These tall towers were like swords piercing through space. The Moongazer serpent let out an angry roar as its countless tentacles reached out toward the incoming towers. At this moment, the fastest tower closed in and was caught by a tentacle. The moment they touched, the tower immediately shattered into black powder that spread out. As for the Alliance cultivators on the tower, they had already jumped off when the tower got close to the Moongazer serpent. Shortly after, more towers arrived while whistling. Most of them were caught by the Moongazer serpent's tentacles and exploded into black powder. As the black powder spread out, the remaining towers moved several times faster. They were like swords that penetrated the black powder, dodged the tentacles, and directly pierced the Moongazer serpent's body. Loud explosions echoed when the towers collided with the Moongazer serpent. Cracks appeared at the tips of the towers and rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, the towers were covered in cracks and then collapsed into powder. Bang, 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 bang. The explosions echoed as the towers that weren't stopped by the tentacles collided with the Moongazer serpent's body and turned into powder. During this process, the Moongazer serpent roared as if it was crazy and its tentacles swept the area. Some of the surrounding cultivators weren't able to dodge quickly enough and died. Seal. The voice of the woman in the blue dress was gentle, but it clearly echoed across the stars. In an instant, all the black powder around the Moongazer serpent gave off a demonic glow. The powder spread out and formed a sphere around the Moongazer serpent. There were bright blood lights inside the sphere, and at this moment, an extremely shocking scene was unfolding on 100 planets scattered across the eastern, southern, and northern parts of the Alliance. On one of the planets, almost all of the cultivators had been mobilized. They had captured demonic beasts from their habitats. All the demonic beasts were imprisoned in a very large formation. This formation was a circle with a radius of 5,000 kilometers. Demonic beasts were densely packed within the formation. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Large amounts of cultivators floated in the sky outside the formation as if they were waiting for a command. There was a red-haired elder with them who apparently had high status. The surrounding cultivators moved with him as the center. When the woman in the blue dress gave the command, her voice seemed to be able to penetrate the void and travel across the stars due to a special spell to let the people present hear the command. In an instant, the red-haired elder's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. With a wave of his arm, all surrounding cultivators launched an orderly attack of spells and magic treasures at the tens of thousands of demonic beasts below them. Waves of miserable roars echoed within this formation, and it became a sea of blood. The formation activated and completely absorbed the blood of these tens of thousands of demonic beasts clean. This scene occurred in nearly 100 other planets. This was one of the 10 great formations in the Alliance, the Million Beast Blood Soul Seal. These nearly 100 towers were made with a special material to go along with this formation. At this moment, as the millions of beasts died on those 100 planets, the black powder surrounding the Moongazer serpent gave off a powerful smell of blood. This smell of blood was too dense. If one were to smell it, their heart would tremble. The black powder began to move mysteriously under this dense scent of blood. The powder began to solidify and the Moongazer serpent was completely sealed under this black, earth-like material. The black powder outside the Moongazer serpent solidified into a huge ball that trapped the Moongazer serpent inside. Only its muffled roars continued to spread and echo among the stars. At this moment, the tens of thousands of Alliance cultivators that had jumped off the towers before they collapsed all charged toward the All-Evan cultivators. This scene shocked the All-Evan cultivators. Li Yunzi and the Shingong family ancestor looked at each other, and then immediately jumped off the giant wood. Li Yunzi's right hand reached out to the void, and the world's origin energy gathered. It condensed into almost 100 small flags. He and the Shingong family ancestor were the two with the highest statuses here aside from the Xiang family ancestor and the middle-aged man from the Gongsun family. Before those two left, they temporarily handed command to Li Yunzi and the Shingong family ancestor. Li Yunzi was burdened with an extremely important mission. He grabbed a portion of the flags and threw them to the side as he shouted, 72 Earth Celestials, gather your teams and exterminate all the Alliance cultivators. Order received. Dozens of all Evan cultivators immediately flew out. They were the Earth Celestials from the 108 Celestials, but not all of them were here. They grabbed their flags and led their teams into a chaotic battle with the Alliance cultivators that got off the towers. An instant later, bursts of rumbles and endless sounds of magic treasures echoed among the stars. Their endless flashes of light set off a monstrous slaughter intent. The Shingong family ancestor also grabbed dozens of small flags and threw them. He shouted, 36 Heaven Celestials, help me break the seal on the moon beast. After he spoke, he took a step and charged toward the seal. Behind him were dozens of cultivators along with their own respective teams. The big-headed boy was among them. Su Mu, the four of you, guard me. Li Yunzi's gaze swept past Wang Lin. The woman in the palace dress, the black-robed old man, and the youth in white before he sat down on the giant wood. The wood shook and abruptly stopped in the sky. Li Yunzi sat down and then his hands formed a seal and he pointed to the spot between his eyebrows. His origin soul rushed out, and outside his origin soul were the 3 battle scrolls. They started circling around him. Li Yunzi's origin soul pointed at one of the battle scrolls and sent out a thunderous wave of divine sense. As this divine sense spread out, one of the 17 Lufu suddenly exploded and a bloody figure walked out. This bloody figure was a man made of blood. After it appeared, it let out a roar and charged into the battle. Blood God and company weren't idling either. Black Fiend Devil Saint and Cloud Dragon Demon Saint were attacking Blood God and company. The two sides had opened up a new battlefield, and it was difficult to gain an advantage for either side. The Blood Person went toward the battlefield of Blood God and Black Fiend Devil Saint. The moment the Blood Person arrived, Black Fiend Devil Saint was forced into a sorry state and had to retreat. Li Yunzi's origin soul trembled and then he immediately sat down to recover. Although his cultivation wasn't as powerful as Master Flames Park and Company's, even inferior to Blood Gods, his role in the battle between All Evan and Alliance was great. The 18 Lufu didn't belong to his Zhan family, but only his Zhan family had the spell to control them. It couldn't be passed to outsiders, only a few people from the Zhan family could use it. This spell came from a sliver of comprehension and inheritance from the battle scrolls. Although this matter sounds complicated, it was one of the secrets in the All Evan star system. Don't allow the person from the Zhan family touch the Lufu blood balls. However, this secret was broken during the preparations for the war against the Alliance. Master Flames Park, the Xiang family ancestor, the middle-aged man from the Gongsun family, and several old monsters had all decided to let Li Yunzi control the 18 Lufu. As soon as Li Yunzi's origin soul recovered slightly, he pointed at another battle scroll. His divine sense entered the battle scroll and turned into an incredible wave that swept across the stars. One of the 16 remaining Lufu exploded into countless drops of blood and formed another blood person. This blood person let out a roar and charged straight toward where the Shingong family ancestor was battling the seal that was holding the Moongazer serpent. Among the Alliance cultivators, the woman in the blue dress frowned. She pointed with her jade-like hand and one of the giant demon clan members let out a roar and stepped forward. The cultivation planet he was carrying wasn't very large, only about 1% of a normal cultivation planet. Nevertheless, the giant demon clan member was really insignificant compared to it. However, the giant demon clan member was very fast, and as he ran, he mercilessly threw it. The cultivation planet directly came crashing down toward the remaining 15 Lufu. There was still an old man floating on the cultivation planet. His eyes lit up as he quickly approached the 15 Lufu along with the cultivation planet. However, the suppression force became even stronger the closer you were to the Lufu. The old man's expression became serious as he rapidly approached the 15 Lufu. As for the giant demon clan member, he let out a roar and charged at Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi's origin soul floated there and looked slightly bleak. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, Lu Hong, Zhou Xingtian, the two of you, quickly go protect the Lufu. Chapter 926, Self-Destruction of a 10,000-Foot Giant Demon Clan. After he spoke, the black-robed old man and the white-robed youth charged out and went toward the Lufu. The Lufu had great influence on the Alliance cultivators, but not only did they not affect these two, they helped them greatly. They rushed over and immediately used their spells to protect them. Li Yunzi clenched his teeth and pointed at another battle scroll. When his divine sense entered it, one of the 15 Lufu collapsed into a blood person to battle the old man on the cultivation planet. At this moment, the 10,000-foot giant demon clan member rushed over. If it met any all-even cultivators weaker than him, he would grab them and crush them with a roar before swallowing them. This 10,000-foot giant demon clan member was at the peak of the corporeal yang stage, but this body was too strong and thus could absorb a lot more origin energy than normal cultivators. Although he was only at the peak of the corporeal yang stage, he could battle against ordinary early-stage nirvana scryer cultivators. With how strong his body was, he wasn't afraid of most magic treasures. Right now, the giant charged straight for Li Yunzi on the giant wood. The giant's eyes were cloudy and there was a hint of madness in them. He wants to self-destruct. A very beautiful voice appeared next to Wang Lin's ear. It was the woman in the palace dress who spoke as the giant approached rapidly. Wang Lin nodded and looked at Li Yunzi's origin soul. The origin soul was currently recovering to summon another blood person. Li Yunzi couldn't be disturbed right now. However, Wang Lin didn't believe that Li Yunzi didn't have backup, but this wasn't the moment to test Li Yunzi. As the giant demon clan member got closer and closer, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he calmly said, "Let me." After he spoke, he took a step and charged straight at the giant. The woman in the palace dress smiled gracefully. Although it was a battle, she was still extremely calm. She pulled back some hair behind her ear and smiled at Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator Su, be careful." When Wang Lin stepped off the giant wood and exited the giant wood's area of influence, he heard all of the chaos coming from the surrounding battles. As the giant demon clan member approached, he could hear the sonic booms created by the charge. The giant demon clan member charged forward and moved faster and faster. A destructive aura spread out from his body, and in an instant, the giant closed in. His right hand formed a fist, and as he threw the punch, he shouted, "Back off." The fist arrived and the wind created by the fist swept by Wang Lin. Although this wind was strong, it couldn't even make Wang Lin take half a step back. With a cold expression, he threw out a punch as well. This scene was extremely strange. The 10,000-foot giant's fist was incomparably huge, while Wang Lin was like an insignificant ant. His fist was even more negligible. However, when the two fists closed, a thunderous rumble echoed, and it became stronger and stronger. It was as if all the sounds before this were preparations for the collision of the two fists. When the two fists came even closer to each other, the thunderous rumble seemed to replace all sound. The surrounding cultivators only felt a hum echo endlessly in their ears. Time seemed to slow down as the two fists came closer and closer. Then, in just one moment, the two fists collided and a thunderous rumble echoed. This sound was so intense that it caused the countless surrounding cultivators to tremble. It also created an invisible shockwave that spread in all directions. Large amounts of cultivators were interrupted from their battles and quickly retreated. They all looked in terror at the battle between Wang Lin and the giant. The 10,000-foot giant's body trembled violently as he felt an unimaginable force coming from the other party's tiny fist. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and popping sounds echoed from his fist. A moment later, his right fist exploded in a bloody mess. After letting a miserable scream, this 10,000-foot giant wasn't able to withstand his powerful force and was pushed back. The collapse of his body didn't stop. Even though he was part of the giant demon clan, he couldn't withstand Wang Lin's ancient god power. Not only did his right arm disintegrate, a large part of his body also disintegrated. The madness in the giant demon clan member's eyes became even stronger. He let out a roar and a destructive aura surged inside his body, and at that instant, he blew up. The self-destruction of a peak corporeal yang cultivator was very strong, especially when this person had the body of a giant demon clan member. This power was enough to even make Wang Lin frown. Wang Lin's face turned slightly red and his eyes became even more cold. He forcibly coughed out some blood so people wouldn't suspect him too much. Then his right hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Call the wind." After he said those words, a black wind appeared in Wang Lin's right hand and turned into two black dragons. The black dragons rushed out, and as they devoured, they also spat out blasts of cold air that could extinguish life. Call the wind was extra melee strong, and under the impact of the black dragons, the giant's body was instantly pushed very far away. The two dragons actually devoured the giant's body, which infinitely weakened the power of his self-destruction. After a loud bang, the 10,000-foot giant demon clan member exploded, causing an immeasurable impact. This caught the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Even the old monsters that were fighting couldn't help but take a look. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale as he staggered back to the giant wood as if he was injured. In truth, killing a 10,000-foot giant demon clan member was not difficult at all for Wang Lin, who had the body of an ancient god. The woman in the palace dress on the giant wood smiled. "I admire fellow cultivator Su's spells. The spell that lets you instantly increase the power of your body is especially shocking." Li Yunzi opened his eyes and revealed admiration, but he didn't speak. He pointed at one of the battle scrolls and his divine sense entered it. A second later, another of the 14 Lufu quickly shrank. Without collapsing, it condensed into another blood person. This blood person seemed to contain a blood spell that could reverse the heavens. It charged directly at the old man on the cultivation planet that was battling another blood person, the black-robed old man and the youth in white. In the distance, the woman in the blue dress frowned even harder. She pointed with her jade-like hand, and the other two 10,000-foot giants charged out. One of them went directly toward the Lufu. As for the other, he charged directly toward the giant wood. As this giant demon clan member closed in, the old man on the cultivation planet flew up. Then his hands formed a seal and he pressed down. The cultivation planet between the old man and the giant demon clan member suddenly began to rotate and emit a ripple. The old man began chanting and his eyes lit up. Then his hand pushed down and he shouted, "Cultivation planet fluctuation." After he spoke, the cultivation planet flew by itself and rotated even faster. However, as it rotated, it began to shrink until it was only half its original size. At the same time, a scarlet-red ripple spread out from the cultivation planet. Under the old man's control, it spread ahead at an unimaginable speed. This red ripple was too fast. As it spread out, some all-even cultivators were affected. They began to tremble, and in an instant, their entire bodies, including their bags of holding, collapsed. This ripple shot straight toward the giant wood. Wang Lin's expression changed, and Li Yunzi opened his eyes and shouted, "Sumu, Ziyan, the two of you quickly scatter. Do your own things and don't bother guarding this old man." Even without Li Yunzi giving the command, Wang Lin had already moved the moment Li Yunzi spoke. He charged off the giant wood and quickly left this place with one teleportation. The woman in the palace dress was the same and quickly left. As the two of them left, the scarlet-red ripple arrived. Li Yunzi's origin soul wrapped around his body and formed a seal. At this moment, both his origin soul and body disappeared into the giant wood. The scarlet ripple landed on the giant wood and swept by along the giant wood's length. Wang Lin dodged far away from the scarlet-red ripple. However, his surroundings were in complete chaos. The moment he reappeared, a sword from an alliance cultivator swept toward him. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he didn't even dodge. The sword hit his body and bounced off. Then he turned around and pointed. This point contained origin energy and also the power of an ancient god. It landed directly on the person who had sneak attacked him. A ghast filled this person's eyes, and just as he was about to retreat, a large amount of blood mist exploded from his body. His origin soul fled in panic, but just then, another all-even cultivator caught his origin soul and crushed it. The all-even cultivator was filled with killing intent as he looked at Wang Lin. He licked his lips and said in a hoarse voice, "Sumu, why don't the two of us compete again? Let's see who kills more." This all-even cultivator was Vice Thunder Celestial Su Ting. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he calmly said, "If you really want to compare, then why not see who can kill that woman?" As he spoke, he pointed at the woman in the blue dress. Su Ting was startled and his expression was uncertain. He clenched his teeth and said, "Good, then let us compete with this. We'll both slaughter our way there and see who will succeed." The woman obviously had a very high status, or else she wouldn't be leading this battle. However, this woman's cultivation didn't seem to be that high, only mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. Chapter 927, Lord doesn't know me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sneered in his heart, but he charged forward toward the woman in the blue dress first. Su Ting's expression was gloomy as he followed suit. The two of them charged toward the horizon. There were many cultivators killing each other and all kinds of magic treasures were flying around. Su Ting was bloodthirsty. Any time he encountered someone with a lower cultivation level, he would immediately attack. As a result, he was a bit slower. Wang Lin had more than 1,000 years of experience, so he had easily seen through Su Ting's intent. He didn't point it out or use the same method as Su Ting. Instead, his speed didn't fall as he closed in on the woman in the blue dress. During the chaotic battle, the woman in the blue dress clearly saw Wang Lin and Su Ting's actions. She was calm, but she didn't look at Su Ting. She only looked at Wang Lin with a cold gaze. Wang Lin moved even faster and faster as he traveled between the cultivators. A moment later, he was already within 1,000 feet of the woman. While letting out a laugh, his right hand formed a fist and he mercilessly threw a punch. This punch hit the void and a thunderous roar echoed and countless ripples spread out. It created a powerful shockwave that charged straight at the woman in the blue dress. Wang Lin's figure didn't stop. He charged in right after the shockwave. Not far away from Wang Lin, Su Ting's eyes lit up and he sneered. Not only did he not move closer, he retreated to the side. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Sumu, you have been cultivating for so many years, yet your schemes are only this shallow. This woman obviously has a special status in the Alliance, or else she wouldn't be organizing this battle. Although her cultivation level isn't high, she must have a powerful guardian. You want to lure me into killing her? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I want to see how you end this. He stared at Wang Lin, who was closing in on the woman in the blue dress, and the sneer on his face became even stronger. Wang Lin didn't slow down and followed the shockwave. The shockwave was earth-shattering and moved like lightning. It arrived 100 feet before the woman in the blue dress. There was a flash of coldness in her eyes. She knew that the giant demon clan member under her couldn't stop this person. However, there was no trace of panic as she calmly lifted her left hand and pressed down on the void below her. Just at this instant, the cultivation planet the giant demon clan member was carrying began to rotate at an incredible speed. Waves of scarlet-red ripples quickly spread out. The scarlet-red ripples contained a destructive aura. As they spread, the cultivation planet shrank at a rate visible to the naked eye. The shockwave created by Wang Lin's punch collided with the scarlet-red ripples. There was a loud bang and the shockwave collapsed. The scarlet-red ripples quickly spread toward Wang Lin without any obstruction. Su Ting felt ecstasy in his heart as he watched this. This Sumu had really overestimated himself. If he were to die here, it would be a blessing. However, just as Su Ting was feeling joy, Wang Lin, who was near the scarlet-red ripples, suddenly turned around and looked at Su Ting with a smile that wasn't a smile. When his expression fell in Su Ting's eyes, it made Su Ting tremble. Not good. Su Ting believed he understood Wang Lin. Seeing Wang Lin make such an expression when he was at a moment of life and death made his mind tremble. Just at this moment, a giant furnace appeared around Wang Lin. The sound of the furnace echoed as Wang Lin's right hand pointed at Su Ting and he shouted, "Change positions." In an instant, a power that made Su Ting lose his wit appeared around him. It didn't give him any time to react, and this power was not something he could resist. The power surrounded his body and he felt as if time itself had stopped. The scarlet-red ripples were less than 1 foot away from Wang Lin when he suddenly changed positions with Su Ting. It was as if the world was reversed. At the next instant, time C. Med to return back to normal. In truth, time didn't stop at all. It was all an illusion that Su Ting felt due to the spell being too fast. When he regained his composure, all the hair on his body stood up and a life and death crisis surrounded him. His vision was covered in red, but this wasn't time for him to think. His hands formed a seal and his celestial origin energy surged out like crazy. His body shrank, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 barriers formed around him. These barriers were formed by his celestial origin energy along with a celestial spell his Su family had passed down. From afar, Su Ting looked like a sun as he was covered by layers of golden light. The instant the barriers appeared around him, the scarlet-red ripples closed in. Bang, 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 bang. The scarlet ripples were like violent waves that bombarded him nonstop. In an instant, more than 30 of the 100-plus barriers around Su Ting collapsed. This scene made Su Ting's scalp go numb, but he didn't idle by, he retreated. As the scarlet-red ripples spread out, dozens more of the barriers around him collapsed. Sumu. Su Ting let out a roar and his hatred had reached a peak. The scarlet-red ripples were significantly faster than Su Ting. No matter how far he retreated, the scarlet-red ripples still caught up and passed by. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the scarlet-red ripples passed through Su Ting, all of the barriers around him collapsed. He felt his body being pulled so hard that it was going to shatter. The moment his barriers collapsed, Su Ting took out more than 100 jades. Without time to feel heartache for them, he crushed them all and more than 100 different colored barriers appeared around him. In addition, he took out large amount of treasures to resist the ripples. However, the moment these barriers formed, they immediately collapsed. Even the magic treasures shattered as well. Although this was the case, the scarlet-red ripples had grown weaker after Su Ting's continued resistance. After all, this wasn't a concentrated attack, it was spread out, so the power was divided by a lot. However, even so, it was not something Su Ting could resist. After all, he had consumed a lot of celestial origin energy and used a number of magic treasures in the battle. Using this chance, he coughed out blood that contained his celestial origin. The blood diffused around him as he quickly escaped from the scarlet-red ripples. If he had used the blood escape when the ripples were strong, he might not have been able to escape. However, now that the ripples were weakened, he had a chance. He really wasn't willing to use the blood escape unless it was his last resort in the battlefield. Although it was only for a moment, in his mind, the danger he faced was no less than when he faced Wang Lin in One Line to Heaven. The hatred he had for Wang Lin in his heart was already indescribable. He turned around and roared, "Sumu, you." He wanted to use this roar to expose Wang Lin's behavior so that the all-Evan cultivators and the old monsters would be suspicious of Wang Lin. However, just when he was about to speak, his words were cut off by Wang Lin's laughter. Wang Lin charged out toward the scarlet-red ripples as Su Ting retreated. At the same time, he laughed. Fellow cultivator Su is indeed reliable. Since you helped me weaken the scarlet red ripples, I, Sumu, will naturally not forget. If I can kill this woman, then you will also gain credit for the kill. As Wang Lin spoke, he moved extremely fast. The scarlet red ripples that made contact with Su Ting were already weakened. Wang Lin's 2 fingers formed a sword, then his ancient god body plus his origin energy and the yin and yang fishes collided with the scarlet red ripples. After a loud bang, Wang Lin charged inside the scarlet red ripples without any obstruction. When Su Ting saw all of this, monstrous anger filled his eyes. The blood light around him collapsed due to the anger and he staggered back. The anger injured his mind, causing him to cough out more blood. This mouthful of blood made him sober. He suppressed his anger and revealed a cold gaze before retreating without hesitation. Wang Lin let out a sigh in his heart. This Su Ting was indeed a character. Although he was angered, he was able to regain clarity rather quickly. He was trying to kill Su Ting by borrowing someone else's hand. If he had succeeded, it would have been a joyous occasion. Wang Lin had never forgotten that there was still a sliver of source origin energy in Su Ting's body. Back then, he killed Su Ting's avatar and took half of that source origin energy. At this moment, he ignored Su Ting. As Wang Lin charged into the scarlet red ripples, he stared at the woman in the blue dress. As he moved forward, his right hand formed a seal and pointed at the void, making black wind appear. It surrounded the area and formed a black whirlwind. This whirlwind was extremely powerful, and the roar of a dragon came out from inside it. Then the heads of 2 dragons peeked out and charged directly at the woman in the blue dress. The woman's expression was still cold, but her gaze toward Wang Lin became complex. Lord doesn't know me, but I know you. She let out a sigh and looked at the 8-leaf lotus flower. Then her left hand plucked a leaf and gently threw it forward. The leaf flew forward and emitted a fragrance. It rapidly grew until it was hundreds of feet large and gently fell toward Wang Lin. A loud explosion came from the space 100 feet around Wang Lin. A powerful aura seemed to surround the 100 feet of space around him. It was as if everything inside this space had to collapse. Crackling sounds appeared under Wang Lin's feet and a huge crack appeared. A powerful force came from space as if it was trying to push him into the crack. Chapter 928, 5-Element Golden Corpse. Since you don't understand, then disappear with the void. The woman in the blue dress put down her left hand. The complex gaze in her eyes gradually disappeared. Wang Lin's pupils shrank as he felt a pressure descend upon him. Under this pressure, he found that the origin energy inside his body was actually obstructed. The black whirlwind roared around him and the 2 black dragons inside charged out at the lotus flower leaf. The dragons roared and blasted out cold wind. However, the lotus leaf didn't pause, it moved faster. The crack under Wang Lin's feet became bigger and cold wind rushed out of it. At this moment, the 2 black dragons collided with the leaf. There was a loud bang as one of the black dragon trembled and collapsed into black gas that was pushed back. The other dragon blasted out cold air that did nothing to the leaf. The leaf absorbed it all and revealed a hint of green light. As this green light spread, the pressure became even stronger. Even the black whirlwind disintegrated under this pressure. What kind of treasure is this? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, then he stretched open his arms and shouted, "Summon the rain." This was the first time Wang Lin had used the second spell he learned from Celestial Emperor Bai Fan. As he said these words, the origin energy of the world seemed to be getting churned by a pair of large hands and quickly gathered. A thin layer of water mist appeared before Wang Lin's body. His hands stretched out, and it was as if new life had been injected into the black mist. It immediately formed a vortex around Wang Lin and rotated rapidly. Drops of rain continued to form while origin energy from the world gathered within the black gas. A sliver of celestial origin energy came out from Wang Lin's body to communicate with the world. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of drops of rain formed in the black vortex around Wang Lin. Each drop contained a great amount of power. There was a strand of celestial spiritual energy within this vortex, which made Wang Lin look like a celestial. His arms were stretched out as he floated among the stars. The black wind around him rotated like crazy as drops of rain formed and floated around him. The raindrops were like crystals, they looked very gorgeous from afar. Just at this instant, Wang Lin waved his hand. With him as the center, the vortex trembled and spun in reverse. There was a thunderous rumble as it rose into the air. It looked like a 1,000 feet vortex was rising up into the air to connect with the heavens. The rumbling continued as the vortex pulled Wang Lin up. One could only catch a glimpse of Wang Lin's figure. As the vortex rose, the 10,000 drops of rain rushed out. They whistled through the air as if the earth had become the sky. The rain was born from the earth and then it went back up to the sky and then it died at the end of the sky. There were hints of thunder intent in Wang Lin's eyes, but he suppressed it. There was no need to expose his true cultivation here. The vortex and 10,000 drops of rain direct. TLY pressed down on the lotus flower leaf. The vortex first closed in on the lotus flower leaf, making it tremble. Then the 10,000 raindrops fell on the leaf. The sound of the raindrops hitting the leaf echoed, and the leaf suddenly collapsed. The impact caused by the collapse of the leaf was scattered by the vortex and raindrops. The pressure on Wang Lin disappeared, then his hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the woman in the blue dress. The vortex and raindrops formed by Summon the Rain swept by Wang Lin and charged at the woman in the blue dress. Just at this moment, the Black Fiend Devil Saint, who was clearly losing against Blood God and the Blood Person, quickly escaped. In a flash, he charged directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he retreated without hesitation. Although he was attempting to kill this woman, he wasn't really trying to kill her. He just had to make it look like he, Sumu, was making effort during this battle. Besides, with his previous achievement, everything else could be skipped over. As he retreated, coldness flashed in the eyes of woman in the blue dress. Her right hand pointed at the 7-leaf lotus flower, causing an illusory lotus to appear and completely block Summon the Rain. She looked at the battlefield. The alliance was currently in an unfavorable situation. However, she didn't panic as she knew this wasn't the real battle. This was merely the prelude. Raising her jade-like hand, she formed a seal, pointed at the void, and softly said, "Please help, Corpse Prison Realm." After she spoke, a giant, 50-kilometer-wide formation silently appeared in the void before her. This formation was hanging upside down and was rotating rapidly. Blackish-purple gas was pouring out of it, and a purple chain suddenly fell from inside the formation. There was an all-Evan cultivator below it that didn't dodge fast enough and was hit by the chain. His body immediately collapsed and his origin soul was trapped by the chain. From a distance, one could see that the cultivator's origin soul seemed to be stuck to the chain. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape. Another chain came out from the formation and dangled there. One by one, the chains fell, and after only a few moments, there were over 100 chains sweeping the area. Just at this moment, a muffled roar came from the formation. This sound was filled with the feeling of being torn apart. When you heard it, it was as if your origin soul was being torn apart. A person walked out from the formation. The moment the person walked out, the smell of rotting corpses filled the area. This person was 100 feet tall and completely purple. This wasn't a living creature, but a corpse. This corpse had large amounts of chains wrapped around it. The chains that were dangling earlier were the chains that were wrapped around his corpse. This corpse wasn't formed naturally, but refined from countless remains with a spell. In the Alliance, it was referred to as Refined Corpse. This object was formed naturally by the Corpse Prison Realm, with the Corpse Sect providing the corpse. Over the tens of thousands of years, there were only 18 made. Each corpse had cultivation equal to a late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. The first refined corpse that appeared shook the chains on its body and let out a roar. This roar could penetrate the body and directly affect the origin soul. As the refined corpse roared, it charged into a group of cultivators and waved its chains around. The chains became its most fierce treasures. As it swept across the area, it created a gust of wind. A large amount of cultivators were no match and were forced to retreat. At this moment, a second refined corpse walked out from the formation. While letting a roar, it charged into the battlefield. As the refined corpses walked out one by one, the situation on the battlefield began to reverse. This was especially true when the last 3 refined corpses walked out. They didn't emit a purple glow, 2 of them glowed silver and 1 of them glowed gold. The 2 silver refined corpses were a male and female. Although they had sluggish expressions, their bodies were the size of a normal person's body and they were wearing silver shirts. There were still chains around them, but only 2. The moment they appeared, they gave off the pressure of early-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. The last refined corpse couldn't even be described as a corpse. He was middle-aged and wore a dragon robe. He was like a mortal emperor. There weren't any chains around him, he only had 5 yellow talismans around his head. There were bursts of lightning that formed a close connection between the talismans. The aura of the 5 elements was coming from his body. The moment Wang Lin saw that man, he immediately thought of the 5 elements and the first time he encountered Red Butterfly. 5-element spirit body. Wang Lin retreated even faster. He knew that with his cultivation level, he couldn't play a big role in a big battle between 2 star systems. This was why he had acted with self-preservation as the goal from the beginning. If there was merit, he would take it. If there was none, then he would focus on staying alive. I don't know where senior brother Qingshu is, but I believe he should be nearby. Wang Lin continued to retreat, but the woman in the blue dress had no intention of letting Wang Lin go. She pointed with her jade-like hand, and an ordinary refined corpse stared at Wang Lin and chased after him. Wang Lin's expression became gloomy. If he was facing a mid-stage Nirvana Scryer with his current body and spells, he could win. However, when facing a late-stage Nirvana Scryer, he would have to use all his abilities for a chance at victory, and there were a lot of variables. However, it would be unwise to use all his abilities in this great battle. Also, if he was injured, he would immediately be in a dangerous situation. Wang Lin's PL.N was to find a chance during the chaos and enter the Moongazer Serpent unnoticed. Then he would take the opportunity to steal the power inheritance of the child ancient god. As he retreated, the refined corpse chased after him. The refined corpse swung its chains around, forcing open a path to Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness coming from Wang Lin's eyes as he moved closer to the Moongazer Serpent. Muffled roars came from the Moongazer Serpent. Wang Lin didn't believe that just these cultivators from the Alliance could trap the Moongazer Serpent. Once the Moongazer Serpent became angry, everything would collapse. This mere sealing formation couldn't seal the Moongazer Serpent. A moment later, Wang Lin approached the black shell that trapped the Moongazer Serpent. The Shingong family ancestor was leading cultivators to constantly attack the black shell. Wang Lin's approach didn't attract the attention of any of these people. The refined corpse continued to chase after Wang Lin and got closer and closer. It threw one of the chains around it after Wang Lin, and the sound of the chain whistling through the air entered Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin's eyes had a cold glint. He was very calm as he quickly backed up and touched the black shell sealing the Moongazer Serpent. The moment he touched the shell, he released a sliver of his ancient god aura into it. Just at this instant, the Moongazer Serpent inside the shell noticed the ancient god aura by instinct and became crazy. This roar from the Moongazer Serpent was heaven-shaking. The anger of the Moongazer Serpent was like the finger of the ancient god. The more angry it was, the stronger the spell was. A thunderous rumble came from the shell and countless cracks appeared as if an unimaginable force was coming from within the shell. In an instant, the black shell collapsed. The moment it collapsed, a rough ancient god finger poked out. Chapter 929, Wang Lin's Thing. The Moongazer Serpent used its incomparable spell in the northern region for the first time. This spell was triggered by its anger and allowed the cultivators here to feel its unimaginable strength. If some people were underestimating the Moongazer Serpent before or didn't consider it enough of a threat, they threw all those ideas out of their minds when the seal collapsed. The only thing that remained was a shock from their souls. At this moment, a large amount of cracks appeared on the black shell around the Moongazer Serpent. Countless fragments were sent whistling in all directions. The countless black shell fragments spread out with powerful impact. Some of the cultivators didn't dodge fast enough and were hit by the fragments. They coughed out blood and then their bodies collapsed. Not even their origin souls were able to escape. There were even several people that were hit by the edges of the fragments, and their bodies were immediately sliced in half. Blood mist filled the area, creating a shocking scene. This caused the surroundings to become silent for a moment, as if every single gaze was focused on this place. However, in this silence, a roar from ancient times came from within the black shell. This roar was infinitely close to the roar of an ancient god. It seemed to penetrate time itself, as if it had always been there. This roar was filled with endless force. The ancient god finger suddenly flew out. It was impossible to describe the might and spectacle of the ancient god finger. It could only be said that the world would collapse under that finger. No power could resist the power of this finger. Everything must perish under the power of that finger. The refined corpse pursing Wang Lin was dumbfounded. There was a brief moment of blankness in its mind, and it weighed consequences of facing the ancient god finger head-on. The moment the ancient god finger charged out, it landed on the refined corpse. As popping sounds echoed, the chains on the refined corpse all collapsed. Large amounts of black blood were pushed out from the back of its body due to this endless force. Its entire body seemed to have been pulled back and its purple skin immediately began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, it was as if it had been skinned by someone. Following that, all of its bones and flesh crumbled and finally, the refined corpse exploded. Although this sequence of events sounds slow, it only took a few breaths of time. The ancient god finger didn't stop and mercilessly pressed forward. Wang Lin had already retreated a moment before. His eyes lit up, and as he looked, he felt as if there was an indomitable adult ancient god behind that finger. The adult ancient god's thick arm was pushing the finger forward in an endless wave of destruction. The Moongazer Serpent's giant body followed after the ancient god finger and rushed out with its countless tentacles spread out. Large amounts of mist spread out from its oval body and its fierce eyes met Wang Lin's eyes. The moment their gazes met, Wang Lin felt something was wrong. This Moongazer Serpent's eyes were extremely clear, without any trace of confusion. Wang Lin had a feeling that when he looked at the Moongazer Serpent, it was looking back at him. The Moongazer Serpent broke free and gave the All-Evan cultivators a huge morale boost. This battle was full of twists and turns. Sometimes the Alliance held the upper hand and sometimes All-Evan had the advantage. At this moment, the Moongazer Serpent reappeared, and the pressure it gave off shook the stars. The ancient god finger didn't dissipate and continued to sweep forward at an extremely fast pace. All cultivators that were before it exploded and died before it even got close to them. Wang Lin had spent his life in slaughter, but the number of deaths that occurred during this war was far more than all the people he had killed. This was the first time Wang Lin had encountered a war like this. The battle between planet Suzaku and the Forza Ken Immortal clan was truly insignificant compared to this. The situation reversed. The ancient god finger whistled through space, and all the cultivators before it collapsed, not even able to slow it down. The ancient god finger swept toward Black Fiend Devil Saint. The expression of the Alliance's Black Fiend Devil Saint changed. As the ancient god finger closed in, he clenched his teeth and spat out a black mist while his hands formed a seal. The black mist immediately turned into a giant black crane. This black crane held a black leaf in its mouth. The moment it appeared, it dropped the leaf, and the leaf began to grow like crazy. In almost an instant, this leaf was more than 10,000 feet tall and spread to the sides, creating a barrier. The ancient god finger closed in and collided with the leaf. There were crackling sounds, and then the leaf collapsed into strands of black gas. Black Fiend Devil Saint's face turned pale, and he coughed out blood and retreated. However, his right hand reached toward the void, and a wood carving appeared in his grasp. This wood carving was extremely strange. It was a person with folded arms surrounded by plants. It was impossible to see the face as it was covered by plants. The moment the wood carving was taken out, Black Fiend Devil Saint threw it without hesitation. A black light that could devour all light came from the carving. It was as if the carving had come to life, and the plants began to move. The plants charged directly off the wood carving. As the plants charged off, 5 1,000-foot-long black flowers appeared from the void. These 5 black flowers gave off a strange aura. One of the flowers charged toward the ancient god finger. The center of the flower opened up like a mouth and spat out an extremely cold energy. The remaining 4 flowers opened their mouths and spat out large amounts of black gas. At the same time, the eyes of the wood carving shined red, making it seem to truly come alive. It opened its arms as if it was about to embrace something. It then rushed into the black gas and directly clung onto the ancient god finger. Black lines came from its body and immediately spread across the ancient god finger. Wang Lin saw the scene from the distance and revealed a sneer. If the ancient god finger could be broken so easily, then the All-Heaven cultivators wouldn't have spent so much effort to bring the Moongazer Serpent here. This Moongazer Serpent could be considered the most powerful weapon All-Heaven had prepared for this war. Wang Lin's gaze swept by and landed on the giant wood in the distance. I doubt charging forward is the only thing that wood can do. After standing on it for so long, I felt like there was something else inside. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind. The battle between the 2 star systems had endlessly broadened his horizons. All of this was very important to him. After all, his cultivation time was simply too short compared to these old mast RS, so he was less knowledgeable than them. This great battle was like a display of spells and magic treasures. Wang Lin had absorbed all this information and also learned of the power of Nirvana Cleanser and Nirvana Shatterer cultivators. If this war didn't exist, it would have been very difficult for Wang Lin to learn this. At this moment, just as Black Fiend Devil Saint used a magic treasure to stop the ancient god finger on the Alliance side, the remaining 10 refined corpses let out roars and charged. The 2 silver corpses moved faster than the rest. However, even with all of them combined, it still wasn't enough to compare to the finger of the ancient god. As the Moongazer Serpent charged over, it let out another roar. Its roar was so powerful that it shook the entire space. Those whose cultivation was lacking had to evade, or they would be seriously injured. The roar of the Moongazer Serpent was only a roar for others, but when it landed in Wang Lin's ears, it had a completely different meaning. Wang Lin's expression changed and his hands moved without hesitation to place down countless restrictions before him. The ancient god furnace appeared around him and he quickly retreated. The instant he retreated, the Moongazer Serpent's roar caused the ancient god finger that Black Fiend Devil Saint and the refined corpses were dealing with to explode. It was impossible to explain the explosion of the ancient god finger. Everything within 5,000 kilometers of it seemed to have been directly torn open. Screams came from a large amount of cultivators as they were directly sucked into the crack and disappeared without a trace. Countless cultivators panicked and retreated in terror. They only hated themselves for being too slow. The Moongazer Serpent was the only one who wasn't damaged at all. It charged forward, and its tentacles swept out to start a massacre. As for Black Fiend Devil Saint, who was at the center of the explosion, he coughed out large amounts of blood and was thrown back. He had never been in such a sorry state in his tens of thousands of years of cultivation. His body was seriously damaged and was on the verge of collapse. The current him was filled with shock. During his life of cultivation, he had never encountered such a powerful beast. After coughing out blood, he escaped frantically, as if he was out of his wits. As for the dozen refined corpses, aside from the silver corpses, the rest weren't able to resist the ancient god finger at all. They had burst into piles of flesh and blood while being sucked into the void. Even the 2 silver corpses were knocked back, and the chains on their bodies collapsed as they coughed out black blood. The beautiful female corpse actually charged directly at Wang Lin. This kind of treasure is something that should belong to me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked not only at the female corpse, but also at the half-broken wood carving. Chapter 930. Alliance Elder Group. Wang In was the first to become aware of the situation, so he was fully prepared. A moment before the ancient god finger exploded, he had already retreated and activated the ancient god furnace. As a result, he wasn't affected much. He looked at the moongazer serpent and then at the female corpse thrown at him. The moment he first saw the refined corpse, he had the idea of stealing it. When the ancient god finger exploded, he purposely adjusted his direction just for this silver corpse. Of the two silver corpses, the male corpse was too seriously damaged, so Wang Lin abandoned it. Although this female corpse was also damaged, it was obviously in much better condition than the male corpse. Since I'm participating in a war, no one will say anything if I take a treasure, much less when the battlefield is this chaotic. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took advantage of the chaos caused by the explosion of the ancient god finger to charge at the female corpse. However, Wang Lin wasn't the only person who had decided to fish in troubled waters. There were several more who took interest in the female corpse. There were all Evan and Alliance cultivators among them. 7 different people charged at the female corpse from different directions. Wang Lin wasn't the closest one, but he was the fastest. As he charged, coldness flashed in his eyes. He only needed a few breaths to reach the female corpse, but his eyes lit up and he calmly slowed down. The moment he slowed down, an all-Evan cultivator charged out, closed in on the female corpse, and reached out. At the same time, an Alliance cultivators also stepped out but didn't take the female corpse. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of sword energy directly at the all-Evan cultivator. The two of them began a battle at close range. It sounds like a lot, but it all happened very quickly, and as the two battled, another cultivator took advantage of this to close in. He grabbed the woman's arm and was about to leave. However, just at this moment, this cultivator suddenly turned around and panic filled his eyes. He screamed as his body shrank until it was a pool of blood. This shocking change shocked the two cultivators that were battling. They looked at the female corpse and no longer dared to grab it. After a moment of hesitation, 3 people, including Wang Lin, sped up and charged ahead. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the ancient god furnace appeared around him. In an instant, he switched places with one of the all-Evan cultivator that had charged ahead. That all-Evan cultivator was startled when he felt a powerful force pulling him. When he regained his vision, he found he had switched places with Wang Lin. He knew Wang Lin's identity, so after letting out a wry smile, he gave up on this treasure and charged for the next one. After using the spell, Wang Lin closed in on the female corpse. The 2 cultivators who were closest to the female corpse saw everyone else closing in. They clenched their teeth and grabbed the female corpse almost at the exact same moment. However, just at this moment, the 2 of them screamed and their bodies rapidly withered until they became pools of blood that were absorbed by the female corpse. The blood condensed into a speck of red light between her eyebrows. One of the Alliance cultivators closed in. He wore a python robe and his right hand reached out as he laughed. Although it looked like he was reaching for the woman, in truth, his hand contained a spell, and it looked more like he was going to attack her. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He arrived almost at the same time as this Alliance cultivator. His 2 fingers formed a sword, and he thrusted them out as he shouted, "Move aside." The Alliance cultivator chuckled. Not only did he not stop, he moved even faster and whispered, "So even Thunder Celestial Sumu covets this female corpse's beauty." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Just as the Alliance cultivator closed in on the female corpse, Wang Lin pointed with his right hand and softly said, "Stop." The Alliance cultivator trembled. It was as if he had been surrounded by countless invisible threads and became motionless. Wang Lin didn't pause at all. In a flash, he reached for the female corpse. Wang Lin's reach was very clever. He didn't try to grab her from the start. The moment his hand got close, his origin energy along with the ancient god power and the yin and yang fishes were imprinted between her eyebrows. There was a bang and her body trembled. The red light that formed after absorbing several cultivators suddenly dissipated. Then Wang Lin didn't stop. He directly grabbed the female corpse and passed by the Alliance cultivator. When he passed by, he kicked the Alliance cultivator in the chest without any hesitation. There was a flash of white light and the cultivator was pushed back. His face turned pale and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood, but he didn't die. Instead, he looked viciously at Wang Lin and retreated while covering his chest. Holding the female corpse, Wang Lin looked down at it. The female corpse was surrounded by a red light that was slowly gathering toward her face. The reason Wang Lin slowed down was because he noticed something was wrong. What happened after was just as he expected. Several cultivators died. If the female corpse was only this strange, Wang Lin would have given it up. After all, this was a war and self-preservation still came first. However, after the female corpse absorbed 3 cultivators' blood essence, there were some changes. This was what made him continue to fight for it. As he backed up, his left hand formed a seal and he placed countless restrictions on the female corpse along with a mouthful of essence origin energy. After putting her inside his bag, he charged off into the collapsing space. The collapse had formed a giant vortex that formed a powerful suction that wanted to devour everything. Only the Gazer Serpent could ignore this suction as he slaughtered like crazy. At this moment, several old monsters in the Alliance surrounded the Moongazer Serpent to prevent it from advancing. Even that Cloud Dragon Demon Saint closed in on the Moongazer Serpent. However, Blood God and company also circled the Moongazer and battled the Alliance cultivators. The Blood People that had appeared one by one also launched an overwhelming offensive against the Alliance. Waves of rumbles echoed along with the roar of the Moongazer Serpent. The fight between Master Flames Park and Widow-chan was shaking the world. The rumbles inside the black mist caused by their fighting was extremely intense. The fluctuations that would occasionally come from their clashes was something even Blood God and company had to avoid. In the distance, the woman in the blue dress had no panic on her face as she observed all of this. Beside her, the golden corpse quietly stood there with a cold expression. The 5 yellow talismans slowly rotated around its head. Lightning moved between the talismans, constantly keeping it sealed. The woman in the blue dress raised her right hand and softly said, "I invite Xian Palace's big elder, esteemed Xian Bao." A laugh echoed across the stars. There wasn't much cultivation in this laugh, but all the treasures trembled for a moment as if they were about to leave their masters. The escaping Black Fiend Devil Saint let out a sigh of relief. Not only him, even Cloud Dragon Demon Saint relaxed. He simply gave up fighting and quickly retreated. The two of them knew very well that the so-called 4 saints wasn't just them. Among them, only Ji Xiantian was a real saint. The Alliance's 4 saints were divided into Moon, Cloud, Xian, and Yao. Ji Xiantian was the Xian saint. Each of them had 3 subordinates, so no matter how you combined it, it would form 4 saints. In truth, for this battle, the Cultivation Alliance had only dispatched the Xian saint and his 3 subordinates. Esteemed Xian Bao had a very high status in the Xian Palace. What really made people in the Alliance respect and fear him was that he was one of the Alliance elders who could decide everything inside the Alliance. This was his more prominent identity. Aside from the people inside the Alliance Elder group, no one else knew exactly how many were within this group. However, each of them was extremely powerful and could reverse the heavens. The reason Alseer was respected and the Cultivation Alliance had even sent someone to bear gifts during his birthday was because he was a member of this mysterious elder group. However, there were some matters that caused his status to fall, but nevertheless, he was still a member. If it wasn't for the fact that Alseer was Loki, people like Ling Tianho wouldn't be able to exist at all. As long as he wished it, he could make them all disappear in an instant. However, after a certain incident, he became even more Lokian. Dee rarely participated in any elder meetings. He shut himself out. It has to be said that not even Ji Xiantian or Widow-chan, who was battling Master Flames Park, were eligible to become elders. Before esteemed Xian Bao, these two were nothing. No one knew what level of cultivation was required for one to become a member of the elder group. Some even suspected that although cultivation was related, that wasn't the only thing. The elder group held the highest level of power and secrets within the Alliance. Its members were the real rulers of the Alliance. Esteemed Xian Bao wore white, and he was slightly thin, but these gave him the air of a celestial. His eyes were bright and seemed to be filled with endless depth. If someone looked into his eyes, they could easily be immersed and might end up unable to pull themselves out for a long time. He had the appearance of a true elder. There was also a whisk in his hand as he appeared next to the woman in the blue dress. The woman in the blue dress softly said, "Junior greets Uncle Master." Esteemed Xian Bao looked at the battlefield in the distance and laughed. "Little girl, your master let you preside over this battle and had everyone listen to you. He even deliberately chose this place for the battlefield. This kind of fortune is not something that happens often." As he smiled, esteemed Xian Bao didn't seem to care about the battle at all. Only when he saw the Moongazer Serpent did his pupils shrink. He revealed a meaningful smile. Chapter 931, Pseudo-Nirvana Void. I didn't think the records of the ancient Rain Celestial Realm was actually true. Esteemed Xian Bao smiled as he looked at the Moongazer Serpent moving forward while surrounded by all Evan cultivators. His eyes lit up and his right hand waved in the air as he softly said, "Rain Celestial Guard." After he spoke, bursts of roars echoed among the stars. A giant crack appeared before esteemed Xian Bao. This crack was like a wound being opened in thin air, and it was at least 1,000 feet long. An extremely powerful pressure surrounded the area. There was a flash of golden light as a golden-armored man walked out. This golden man gave off a golden glow. He was as eye-catching as the sun. He wore a gorgeous golden armor and looked like a soldier of the heavens. With one step, this golden-armored man descended from the crack. Then there were more golden flashes and 3 more golden-armored men stepped out. At this instant, the entire area was lit up by this golden glow. When Wang Lin saw these 4 golden-armored men, his pupils mercilessly shrank. He was extremely startled. Celestial guards. Wang Lin clearly felt that these 4 golden-armored men gave off the same aura as Ta Shan. These 4 big fellows were clearly refined using the secret method that Celestial Emperor Qinglin created. Celestial guards are split between gold, silver, copper, and iron rank. These 4 big fellows are all gold rank. Wang Lin looked at Esteem Ed Xianbao and quickly retreated toward the edge of the vortex. After the 4 golden-armored celestial guards appeared, esteemed Xianbao's expression raised his right hand while wearing a neutral expression. In a flash, the 4 celestial guards charged at the Moongazer Serpent. As the Moongazer Serpent roared, its tentacles swept everything around it. At the same time, Blood God and the others that were around it immediately charged out at the 4 celestial guards. The Blood God formed a seal as he moved forward. Then blood light spread out and he waved his hand. A sea of blood appeared out of nowhere and charged forward. However, when the sea of blood hit the celestial guards, it barely made them pause for a moment. The celestial guards split off in 4 directions and surrounded the Moongazer Serpent along with the all-Evan cultivators. Esteemed Xianbao's right hand reached into the void once more and another crack appeared. 9 black butterflies suddenly flew out. These 9 butterflies were completely black, and from a distance, they looked extremely ferocious. The moment they appeared, they flapped their wings and a storm was set off. This storm was very powerful and it swept forward. The 9 butterflies flew forward in a dance. The moment the butterflies appeared, even with Wang Lin's mental fortitude, his expression changed greatly. This is the butterfly formed by the god-slaying war chariot. Wang Lin gasped, but then he immediately discovered a difference. The butterfly formed by the war chariot was colorful and extremely beautiful. However, these 9 butterflies were completely black. It was obvious these butterflies' power went toward another extreme compared to Wang Lin's butterfly. What is this old man's identity? Wang Lin's scalp felt numb. Not even Qing Shui made Wang Lin this shocked. Not even the mysterious cultivator who stopped the battle between Qing Shui and the blood god made Wang Lin feel so much disbelief. A celestial guard and the butterfly were both treasures Wang Lin possessed. However, when he saw it in someone else's hands, it caused his shock to reach its peak. Wang Lin took a deep breath and no longer looked. He moved very fast and charged toward a treasure that was floating among the stars that he had been eyeing for a while. This treasure was the wood carving the Black Fiend Devil Saint had taken out. Although only half of it remained, it still gave off a powerful pressure. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. The current battle was not something he could participate in anymore. The best choice right now was to fish in these troubled waters. Wang Lin moved very fast as he charged toward that half-damaged wood carving. There were many other people who had the idea of fishing for treasures during this battle, so it was not surprising that there were several cultivators fighting each other around the wood carving, not allowing anyone to get close. Wang Lin's arrival immediately caught the attention of the cultivators. This caused these people to immediately change directions without hesitation. The all-Evan cultivators hesitated for a moment, but the Alliance cultivators immediately sent a few people after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as his right hand formed a seal, then he waved his hand. A gust of wind charged forward like crazy, and following that, Wang Lin mercilessly threw a punch. There was a loud bang, and the violent ripples from the punch combined with the gust of wind to create a power unique to Wang Lin. The power of the ancient god combined with the power of spells was the start of Wang Lin's strength. However, these 2 forces had just started fusing and hadn't shown their true strength yet. As it swept by those Alliance cultivators, their bodies and origin souls trembled, and they felt an unimaginable, mysterious force arrive. They couldn't help but retreat because as if they would immediately die if they didn't retreat. They had never encountered such a spell in all their years of cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the ancient god furnace appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, he switched places with one of them. In the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, their visions blurred and Wang Lin also changed positions. He then charged out and arrived next to the wood carving in an instant. However, just as he closed in, a ray of sword energy appeared from the void and charged at him. This sword energy contained a very tyrannical aura, as if everything must avoid it or be destroyed. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this sword energy, it was something that belonged to Ling Tianho. This treasure belongs to my Dao Lu sword Section Long. The cold voice echoed as a ray of sword energy closed in. If Wang Lin tried to take the treasure, he would be hit by the sword energy. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral, and he didn't hesitate at all to seize the half-destroyed wood carving. His eyes revealed a mysterious light as he opened his mouth and spat out something to block before him. The 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp instantly appeared, and the sword energy smashed into it and collapsed. The 18 Hell celestial ceiling stamp didn't budge at all, then Wang Lin pulled it back. An old acquaintance who barely escaped with his soul back then dares to steal a treasure before me? Wang Lin left these cold words, and the expression on Chen Long's face changed. He knew it wasn't the time to kill right now, so he left. There were too many cultivators during this battle, so it was impossible to clearly see each other's faces. Also, Wang Lin never stayed in one place for too long and was constantly moving, so Chen Long hadn't recognized Wang Lin. However, when Chen Long looked over, Wang Lin looked a bit familiar, but he would never have matched this person with Wang Lin. Now that he heard Wang Lin's words, it was as if a bolt of thunder had flashed across his mind. Disbelief filled Hai's eyes as he exclaimed, "You." Wang Lin didn't pay any attention to Chen Long and disappeared. He wandered the battlefield and continued to take the magic treasures of people who died. However, his divine sense was locked onto the Moongazer Serpent, waiting for a chance, a moment when the Alliance began their battle against the Moongazer Serpent so he could obtain the inheritance inside the Moongazer Serpent. Wang Lin's gaze would occasionally turn to the woman in the blue dress. Her demeanor toward him was very strange. While Wang Lin was cautiously wandering around, he had been wondering who this woman was. The 4 golden celestial guards surrounded the Moongazer Serpent. They created a golden circle that trapped the Moongazer Serpent inside. As Blood God and company retaliated, the 9 butterflies flapped their wings and formed a storm with the Moongazer Serpent as the center. A vortex that seemed to connect the heavens and earth was formed. Blood God and company had gloomy expressions inside the vortex. They used their respective magic treasures, creating constant rumbles. The Moongazer Serpent was even more angry. Being trapped twice had made it almost crazy. It opened its big mouth and let out an infuriated roar. As it roared, the words of the ancient gods came out. The Moongazer Serpent was using a spell of the ancient gods. Esteemed Xian Bao's eyes lit up and he pointed forward while laughing. The speed of the 9 butterflies' wings immediately increased and black lines appeared. The countless black lines intersected around the Moongazer Serpent and quickly formed a siege. The 4 golden celestial guards let out roars and their bodies vibrated and instantly grew into 1,000-foot giants. Then they launched their attacks together. Esteemed Xian Bao's face had a smile as his right hand reached out and a crack appeared. Green gas came out of this crack. Along with the green gas, an aura that made the minds of all the cultivators within 5,000 kilometers tremble appeared. Wang Lin's body trembled. When he closely looked over, he saw an arrow come out from the crack. This arrow was too large. It was more than 300 feet long and 7 feet wide. It was completely green and the arrow tip had 6 edges. At the end of the arrow, there were purple feathers. In addition, there were some dark red blood stains on the arrow. What shook all the surrounding cultivators was that dark red blood stain. The moment the arrow appeared, even the expressions of Blood God and company changed. Even Master Flamespark, who was fighting against Wudo Chan, trembled and immediately saw the 300-foot arrow. Pseudo-Nirvana Void Arrow. Chapter 932, Aura of the Ancient God. At this moment, the roar of the Moongazer Serpent echoed, and it contained the language of the ancient gods. A giant crack appeared and headed straight for esteemed Xian Bao. In the blink of an eye, the space around esteemed Xian Bao collapsed. As the rumbles echoed, esteemed Xian Bao's expression was calm. He pointed at the 300-foot arrow and said, "Nirvana Void." Master Flamespark's pupils shrank and he became serious. He remembered this arrow. It was one of the Alliance's great treasures, the Pseudo-Nirvana Void Arrow. Rumor had it that the arrow's origin was unknown and had existed for a long. It had been around since as early as the Celestial Realm. Rumors also said that the blood stain on it gave it strange powers. When he decided to slaughter his way into the Alliance, he had prepared a counter to all the treasures he knew the Alliance had. When he saw the Pseudo-Nirvana Void Arrow, he sneered. This Pseudo-Nirvana Void Arrow is rumored to be unpredictable, but I wonder how it compared to this moon beast. The 300-foot arrow trembled with a point of esteemed Xian Bao's finger. It then rushed forward like an arrow that was shot from a bow and headed straight for the Moongazer Serpent. The Moongazer Serpent's eyes revealed endless coldness. The moment it saw the 300-foot arrow, it felt a sense of danger. When it saw the arrow that it sensed danger from coming at it, it opened its mouth and let out a roar. Specks of light appeared before it and quickly condensed into another ancient god finger. After the ancient god finger appeared, it immediately shot toward the arrow. The Moongazer Serpent let out an angry roar and countless Moongazer Serpents charged out from inside it. There were hundreds of thousands of them at varying sizes. The moment they appeared, the battlefield became even more chaotic. This battlefield was no longer between All Evan and the Alliance, but the Alliance against the Moongazer Serpent. When countless Moongazer Serpents charged out, the expressions of the Alliance cultivators changed greatly. They quickly retreated, but their speed was no match for the Moongazer Serpents. The countless Moongazer Serpents spread out and started a bloodbath. During the chaotic battle, some All Evan cultivators were affected. As for Wang Lin, a 30,000-foot moon-gazer serpent charged at him. His expression was gloomy as he quickly avoided it and didn't bother getting entangled with it. Wang Lin knew that the only reason for these smaller moon-gazer serpents to appear was to condense the most powerful ancient god finger. At this moment, the arrow charged over and collided with the ancient god finger formed by the moon-gazer serpent. A thunderous bang echoed across the northern region of the Alliance. An ancient aura came from the dark red bloodstain that covered the arrow and directly broke through the ancient god finger, then it lunged straight toward the moon-gazer serpent. This scene caused Wang Lin's eyes to open wide in shock. For the first time, the moon-gazer serpent paused and then roared once more. At this instant, all of the smaller moon-gazer serpents, including the one after Wang Lin, turned around and began to roar. This wasn't the roar of one moon-gazer serpent, but the roars of hundreds of thousands of moon-gazer serpents under the call of their mother. Ancient god fingers appeared one by one until the area was filled with ancient god fingers. All of Wang Lin's pores opened up and ecstasy filled his eyes as he absorbed this aura like crazy. He could clearly feel his ancient god body's strength increased by leaps and bounds. The illusory fourth star hidden between his eyebrows was becoming more corporeal at this moment. All of this made Wang Lin ecstatic. Ancient God's aura. I didn't think that an ancient god's aura would form here. Although there isn't much, it indeed exists. Countless ancient god fingers formed within the area, and in the blink of an eye, an almost corporeal ancient god finger appeared before the eyes of the surrounding cultivators. The strange cracks on the finger were extremely clear. This scene even caused the expression of esteemed Xian now to change. His expression became a bit gloomy. This moon-gazer serpent is a bit different from what the ancient records say. However, I have the pseudo-nirvana void arrow, so no matter how strong the moon-gazer serpent is, it can't avoid this arrow. Esteemed Xian Bao was very confident in the strength of the pseudo-nirvana void arrow. Although my pseudo-nirvana void arrow is only rank 9, if I can capture this moon-gazer serpent and refine it, it will become another pseudo-nirvana void treasure. By fusing the two, along with the tens of thousands of years of preparation I made, I'm 80% confident in creating a rank 8 pseudo-nirvana void treasure. This way, my position in the elder group will increase, and I'll have some means to contend with Zhang Xuanzi. The pseudo-nirvana void arrow charged ahead until it collided with the ancient god finger that had just reformed. The moon-gazer serpent's roar turned into an impact and its huge body charged forward after the ancient god finger. However, the moment the arrow collided with the ancient god finger, a shocking change occurred in the Alliance's northern region. The ancient god finger unexpectedly collapsed again. A thunderous rumble echoed, and all the surrounding cultivators, including Wang Lin, felt the blood in their body surge and directly coughed it out. If Wang Lin was like this, then there was no need to talk about others. Their bodies directly collapsed into piles of flesh and blood. They were shaken to death. Even the expressions of Blood God and company changed greatly, and they quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, no cultivators were near the moon-gazer serpent anymore. Only those 4 golden celestial guards were still clinging to the moon-gazer serpent. They worked together with the 9 black butterflies to keep creating storms. The instant the ancient god finger collapsed, more than half of the smaller moon-gazer serpents collapsed. Bursts of blue blood spattered, making it seem as if space itself was dyed blue. This was the first time Wang Lin had seen a moon-gazer serpent's collapse. Although why were only small moon-gazer serpents, the amount shook his mind. The moon-gazer serpent was something that lived inside the ancient god's body, and its toughness was unimaginable. Even small moon-gazer serpents weren't creatures a cultivator could break, but what happened just now turned all that upside down. What level of treasure is this pseudo-nirvana void arrow? Wang Lin wiped away the blood on his mouth as he stared at the scene before him. His mind was completely blank. Along with the small moon-gazer serpents and the ancient god finger, esteemed Xian Bao's pseudo-nirvana void arrow also collapsed. Countless cracks appeared on the arrow as it faced the unimaginable impact of the ancient god finger, and it shattered inch by inch. Esteemed Xian Bao's eyes shined brightly. Although things had turned out a bit different from what he expected, overall, it wasn't too much outside his expectations. This moon-gazer serpent belongs to this old man. Esteemed Xian Bao laughed and moved forward. A shadow flashed out from the shattered pseudo-nirvana void arrow. This shadow was also an arrow. This arrow was only 3 inches long, but it looked exactly the same as the 300-foot arrow. The only difference was that the blood wasn't dark red, but bright red. It was as if it was just stained with blood. It was scarlet red. This was the true pseudo-nirvana void arrow. The arrow charged out with unimaginable speed. In an instant, it pierced between the moon-gazer serpent's eyes. The instant it penetrated the moon-gazer serpent, the arrow released an unimaginable force, and the resulting rumbling caused the stars to shake. For the first time, the moon-gazer serpent's large body trembled and retreated. A black vortex appeared between the moon-gazer serpent's eyes and collapsed violently. A fountain of blue blood gushed out. The arrow rotated inside the black vortex and charged deeper. Every time it charged, there would be collapse. The Moongazer Serpent's miserable scream echoed across the stars. This mournful cry made Wang Lin tremble, as if there was a terrible pain in his heart. He retreated even faster while looking at the Moongazer Serpent. This was the first time the Moongazer Serpent had been seriously injured. The sound of its cry echoed as the remaining smaller Moongazer Serpents all began to collapse. All the smaller Moongazer Serpents in the area died. The Moongazer Serpent's eyes were blood red. It was truly angry. The anger this time was far more intense than anything it had felt in the past tens of thousands of years. This was especially true for the arrow that now threatened its survival. Angered, the Moongazer Serpent's mournful cry reached its peak and 7 faint stars suddenly appeared before it. As the stars rotated, one of them suddenly exploded under the roar of the Moongazer Serpent. A shattered star of an ancient god. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light when he saw this. As the star collapsed, an extremely powerful force charged out from the Moongazer Serpent. This force was so powerful that the vortex between the Moongazer Serpent's eyes was torn apart. The arrow was also forced out of the Moongazer Serpent's body. This scene caused the expression of esteemed Xian Bao, who was closing in, to change. Impossible. According to the ancient records, an ordinary Moongazer Serpent can't possibly survive a pseudo-nirvana void treasure. Although this Moongazer Serpent is large and fierce, it should be seriously injured. Master Flames Park sneered when he saw all of this. Senior said that the purpose of sending this Moongazer Serpent into the alliance was to make it angry. The angrier it becomes, the more damage this beast can do. The Moongazer Serpent's anger reached its peak, and it borrowed the power of the shattered star to push the arrow out. Due to the intense pain, it had almost lost its mind. Its eyes were red, and the only thought in its mind was kill, 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 kill. Chapter 933, Qing Shui arrives. As the Moongazer Serpent's roar echoed, the countless tentacles on its body fell off. Then the tentacles all gathered before the Moongazer Serpent. They intersected together and formed a huge arm. This arm was 100,000 feet long and formed a fist. From a distance, it looked like the arm of an ancient god. The Moongazer Serpent's anger was like the finger of the ancient god. However, when the Moongazer Serpent's anger reached its limit, it would be like the arm of an ancient god. The moment the ancient god arm appeared, it mercilessly charged forward. Its target was the pseudo-nirvana void arrow. This punch made Wang Lin feel an illusion. He felt as if he had gone back countless years to ancient times when the ancient gods reversed the heavens. He saw an ancient god waving his arm and roaring. The planet collapsed, space collapsed, and all his enemies disintegrated. At this moment, the ancient god arm formed by the Moongazer Serpent was like this. The punch flew out and landed on the arrow. The arrow trembled and immediately collapsed. Even a pseudo-nirvana void treasure had to shatter under the punch of an ancient god. Esteemed Xian Bao coughed out blood and retreated without hesitation. However, just at this moment, an extremely cold energy filled the stars. At the same time, a bolt of red lightning suddenly closed in. This red lightning bolt was too fast and its timing was very good. It was exactly at the moment esteemed Xian Bao's mind trembled due to his treasure being destroyed. The red lightning bolt contained extreme coldness, and it emitted the powerful force of Ji. It flashed forward the moment esteemed Xian Bao retreated. Esteemed Xian Bao didn't have time to dodge, so the red lightning charged into his body. His expression changed greatly. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes went out of focus for a moment. Just at this moment, Qing Shui walked out wearing white. He had an indifferent expression. When he appeared, there was a flash of red from his right eye and several more bolts of red lightning shot out toward esteemed Xian Bao. The Ji realm appeared. Ji realm. A bang came from esteemed Xian Bao's body and then large amounts of blood spray out from his back. He quickly retreated, but the red lightning chased closely after him. The moment Qing Shui appeared, his hand formed a seal and pointed up. In an instant, black wind appeared and formed 7 black dragons. They let out roars and spewed out cold air that could extinguish all life as they rushed toward esteemed Xian Bao. Xian Bao, do you still recognize this lord? Qing Shui had long since arrived on the battlefield. No one beside esteemed Xian Bao was worthy enough to make him move. Qing Shui, you're not dead. Esteemed Xian Bao quickly retreated, but his retreat was blocked by 7 black dragons. Under the blast of cold air, esteemed Xian Bao clenched his teeth while forming a seal and pointed ahead. The 9 black butterflies around the Moongazer Serpent disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were next to esteemed Xian Bao. 9 butterflies returned to 1. The 9 butterflies flapped their wings at once and glowed black. In almost an instant, they fused into 1. When the 9 rays of black light fused, an unimaginable change occurred. When the 9 butterflies fused into 1, it gave off a 4-colored light. As its wings flapped, 4-colored powder fell and formed a 4-colored vortex around esteemed Xian Bao. It immediately blocked the 7 black dragons outside. If it was a magic treasure made by your senior brother, esteemed Tian Bao, I, Qing Shui, would be a bit worried. However, you aren't qualified. As Qing Shui's cold voice echoed, both of his hands formed a seal. As the 7 black dragons roared, hundreds of thousands, close to 1 million, raindrops appeared. These raindrops were densely packed, and they blasted toward esteemed Xian Bao, who was surrounded by the powder from the 4-colored butterfly. Popping sounds echoed, and esteemed Xian Bao revealed a bitter smile. His identity was a mystery to others, but there was nothing he could hide from Qing Shui. He was a celestial from the Rain Celestial realm. He was also the junior brother of esteemed Tian Bao, who created the god-slaying war chariot. Qing Shui, don't push me too far. The celestial realm no longer exists. This is the Alliance star system. Esteemed Xian Bao shouted as his arms opened. The celestial origin he had kept sealed for countless years was suddenly opened. Endless celestial spiritual energy filled the area. It made the surrounding area feel like it was the celestial realm. At the same time, his hand formed a seal and then pointed at the 4-colored butterfly. The butterfly suddenly shook and one of its wings fell off like petal. In an instant, the wing turned into 4 different colors and formed 4 vortexes. Law of Nirvana Void. As esteemed Xian Bao spoke, the 4 vortexes formed by the wings suddenly exploded and tons of 4-colored powder spread. Qing Shui's Call the Wind and Summon the Rain were affected by the powder and immediately dissipated. There was no trace of any spell remaining. All of it disappeared. Esteemed Xian Bao pointed forward without any hesitation, and the other wing on the 4-colored butterfly fell off. As the butterfly dissipated, the wing floated and another change occurred. All the spells that disappeared, including Qing Shui's Call the Wind and Summon the Rain, reappeared. However, this time they became esteemed Xian Bao spells. As he roared, his arms stretched out and immediately pushed Call the Wind and Summon the Rain back. One part was used to stop the Moongazer Serpent and the other was to attack Qing Shui. Using this moment, esteemed Xian Bao quickly retreated. However, the red lightning chased closely after him, giving him a headache. If the pseudo-Nirvana Void arrow was still there, he could have battled Qing Shui without fear. Thinking about his pseudo-Nirvana Void arrow, he felt a pain in his heart. He didn't expect this Moongazer Serpent to be so powerful. It was too different from the ones in the ancient records. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here. Not only did he not succeed, he also lost his only pseudo-Nirvana Void treasure. He could imagine how his status in the Elder Group would fall greatly as a result. And now he had met the fiend Qing Shui from back then. Although he didn't know how Qing Shui didn't die, since he himself could survive until now, then this Qing Shui must have had some methods as well. At this moment of crisis, he had no time to think about this. The only thought in his mind was to quickly escape. When Wang Lin saw the scene, his mind trembled and his heart started beating rapidly. Bang bang, bang bang. All sounds were removed from his ears except for the beating of his heart. His brain had memorized the hand seal that esteemed Xian Bao used. He firmly remembered it. So this person is esteemed Tian Bao's junior brother, and the 4-colored butterfly was created by him, but it is not as strong as the one created by esteemed Tian Bao. If I can just figure out his seal. Wang Lin's heart beat even faster, and his eyes remained unblinking. The Call the Wind and Summon the Rain that were pushed back didn't stop Qing Shui at all. His eyes were cold as his right hand reached at the void and countless crystal specks appeared in his hand. Then they scattered forward. Magic arsenal. Countless specks of light scattered and turned into countless shadows. Qing Shui's magic arsenal had appeared once. The countless figures gave off powerful auras, and in an instant, there were thousands of soldiers before Qing Shui. With a point of Qing Shui's finger, the shadows all charged out toward the Call the Wind and Summon the Rain. Esteemed Xian Bao's pupils shrank and his heart felt bitter. Some of those shadows were his old friends. He let out a sigh. As a flash of ferociousness appeared in his eyes, and he shouted, Qing Shui, I'll let you see what this old man has learned of the power of magic treasures. All the treasures in the world have a silver of source origin energy. This old man has studied this source origin energy for tens of thousands of years and has glimpsed the path. Esteemed Xian Bao's arm stretched open and each hand formed a different seal. An invisible ripple immediately spread from his body. In the blink of an eye, the ripple covered tens of thousands of kilometers. The treasures around the surviving cultivators all moved on their own, and the expressions of those cultivators changed. The treasures even cut off their connections with their masters on their own. This scene caused everyone to become dumbfounded. There were also the countless treasures of cultivators that had died. All these treasures began to gather toward esteemed Xian Bao. It was as if esteemed Xian Bao was the owner of all magic treasures, and all magic treasures had to respond to his summon. However, what really made the minds of the cultivators and Wang Lin tremble was their bags of holding. Bags of holding were also considered treasures. At this instant, everyone's bags of holding flew out. During this process, the bags opened up by themselves and the treasures inside flew out. Wang Lin's bag of holding was the same. His expression changed as his right hand reached out and grabbed his bag. However, at this moment, there was a mysterious force around his bag, and the moment he touched it, he felt a burning heat enter his body. If he didn't let go, his origin soul would immediately be destroyed. Many surrounding cultivators also grabbed their bags. However, after a moment, they all bitterly let go and watched their bags of holding fly away. The objects inside Wang Lin's bag of holding were too valuable, so he couldn't let go. At the moment of crisis, he opened his third eye without hesitation, and the red light landed on his bag. A sliver of source origin came out and dissipated the strange force on his bag. Wang Lin's face became pale as he let out a breath of relief, and he held tightly onto his bag of holding. Chapter 934, Chasing into the Mouth of the Moongazer Serpent. Countless treasures gathered around esteemed Xian Bao and then collapsed. Every time a treasure collapsed, a sliver of white gas would fly out of it. In an instant, rich, white gas surrounded esteemed Xian Bao. The moment Qing Shui's magic arsenal closed in, esteemed Xian Bao opened his arms and shouted, "Magic power, Nirvana void." The moment he said those 4 words, the white gas around him charged out like crazy and collided with Qing Shui's magic arsenal. Bang, 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 bang. A great shock echoed across the stars, causing the collapse to worsen. The originally 5,000-kilometer vortex suddenly tore open even more. A lot of cultivators weren't able to dodge fast enough and disappeared into the void. Once one was caught into the vortex formed by the collapse of space, it would be difficult to get out alive. No one would dare to casually enter it. At this moment, space trembled violently, but it had no effect on the Moongazer Serpent. Its eyes were red, and it hated esteemed Xian now to the bones for injuring it and killing countless of its smaller Moongazer serpents. The ancient god arm that had charged out paused for a moment when Qing Shui appeared. However, the Moongazer serpent's eyes were red, and the moment esteemed Xian Bao used the spell, the arm charged forward. At the same time, a laugh echoed across the stars. It was Master Flamespark, who had shaken off Widow Chan. His hands formed a seal and dozens of celestial fragments flew out. They covered an area thousands of kilometers wide with a vortex. Rich celestial spiritual energy spread out, causing the vortex to be filled with power as it charged toward esteemed Xian Bao. Celestial Lord Qing Shui, let this old man help you. Widow Chan's eyes lit up and he followed closely after. He was going to help esteemed Xian Bao get through this life and death crisis. Esteemed Xian Bao's scalp went numb. This battle could be the most dangerous battle of his life, aside from when the celestial realm collapsed. Before him was Qing Shui, behind him was the Moongazer Serpent, and above him was Master Flamespark. There was no chance to dodge at all. Facing this moment of crisis, esteemed Xian Bao's powerful celestial origin surged out of his body and formed countless barriers. If I can get through this, I can still live. As the celestial origin energy surrounded him, the Moongazer Serpent's ancient god arm arrived. There was a bang and the layers of celestial origin barriers all disintegrated. Just at this moment, Qing Shui arrived, bringing along several bolts of red lightning. There was a series of rumbles and esteemed Xian Bao immediately coughed out blood. When Master Flamespark's celestial fragments arrived, esteemed Xian Bao's body collapsed. His origin soul flew out and was on the verge of collapse, but there was a golden robe around it that constantly offset the impacts until it finally shattered. This upheaval caused the torn space to spread even more. More than 10,000 kilometers of space was now an area of destruction. Countless cultivators were caught inside. The ancient god furnace appeared around Wang Lin and he constantly changed positions. However, his eyes were locked onto the Moongazer Serpent, waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, the lotus was circling the woman in the blue dress, and she was perfectly fine. The golden corpse beside her was also fine, and it had a cold expression. Looking at everything before her, she let out a sigh. She looked at Wang Lin, and a complex gaze flashed through her eyes as she muttered, "I don't know if Lord will recognize me when we meet next time." The lotus had absorbed all the death aura during this battle. Now the death aura's free. Had out, making it look like that lotus was shrouded in a mist. She raised her jade-like hand, pointed at the golden corpse before her, and softly said, "Release seal." The moment those 2 words came out, they seemed to turn corporeal and turned into 2 strange seals that landed on the golden corpse. The golden corpse trembled and the 5 talismans on its head stopped rotating. The golden corpse's eyes shined and the roar of a dragon came from its mouth. Its body unexpectedly expanded and in a flash turned into a dragon. This was a real dragon. It wasn't an illusion. It had flesh and blood. The dragon's scales shined brightly, and in a flash, it rushed out with a roar. The woman in the blue dress let out a sigh and looked at Wang Lin in the distance. Then her body gradually faded until she disappeared. The golden dragon rushed out with a roar and headed straight into the battlefield. On its head, 5 yellow talismans floated there while sending out suppression. The moment it arrived, the golden dragon shined and an ancient voice echoed across the world. Poison flame. One of the 5 yellow talismans immediately emitted flames, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon was surrounded by a sea of flames. These flames were poisonous. The power of this poison was unimaginable. When it closed in, it wrapped around esteemed Xian Bao's almost dissipated origin soul and was about to escape. However, just at this moment, a crackling sound came from the unchanging giant wood and a giant crack opened. In a flash of green light, a person walked out. He wore a green robe and looked very good. As he stepped out, he smiled and instantly closed in on the golden dragon. Then his hand formed a seal and pointed at it. An illusory giant wood suddenly appeared around it and smashed down. This old man is the 9th elder of the ancient families of All Evan. How could I let you escape? The golden dragon was blocked by the illusory giant wood, but its eyes started shining. It opened its mouth and black earth came out. This black earth was filled with extremely powerful death aura. Buried earth. The green-robed old man's, Emuzi's, right hand turned into a palm and hit the void. Countless thunderous rumbles echoed, creating a storm. He stepped forward as he waved his arm and towering pieces of wood appeared behind him. These pieces of wood were densely packed and immediately formed a dense barrier. You can't escape. With a smile, Emuzi waved his right hand. The giant wood pieces behind him flew out, causing the golden dragon to constantly retreat. At this moment, Wudo-chan approached to help, but Qing Shui let out a cold snort and red lightning bolt shot out. Master Flamespark took advantage of this opportunity. His hand moved and the vortex formed by the celestial fragments became several times bigger. In addition, the ancient god arm formed by the Moongazer serpent also arrived. However, the Moongazer serpent had lost its rationality. Not only did it hate esteemed Xian Bao, it had also implicated everyone else. At the moment the ancient god arm arrived, the Moongazer serpent opened its mouth and inhaled. It inhaled so hard that even its body began to tremble. The ancient god arm swept away everything before it and directly grabbed the golden dragon. Holding the golden dragon, the ancient god arm quickly retreated and threw it into the Moongazer serpent's mouth. From the Moongazer serpent's point of view, killing this cultivator that injured it wasn't enough to vent its anger. It was going to slowly absorb this cultivator's life force and digest it. After devouring the golden dragon, the Moongazer serpent no longer had the clarity it had before. Instead of moving forward, it headed into the vortex formed by the collapsed space. Entering the vortex meant entering the void under the collapsed space. This sudden change caused Qing Shui's eyes to light up. He was determined to obtain esteemed Xian Bao's origin soul to learn of the upheaval that occurred in the celestial realm. After seeing the golden dragon and esteemed Xian Bao being devoured by the Moongazer serpent, he used the suction force from the Moongazer serpent without hesitation and charged toward its big mouth. Qing Shui wasn't the only one. Wudo-chan was someone from the Xian Palace, and he had a good relationship with esteemed Xian Bao. He clenched his teeth and also charged into the Moongazer serpent's mouth. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Without hesitation, thunder surged out from his body and, borrowing the speed of thunder, he charged at the Moongazer serpent. Master Flamespark hesitated for a bit, while Old Man Emuzi's eyes lit up. He seemed to have something in mind as he entered the Moongazer serpent's mouth. At this moment, the Moongazer serpent's giant body had mostly entered the crack and its mouth had already closed. It was about to disappear from the space. Wang Lin closed in on the Moongazer serpent and landed on its huge body. He stomped his feet and was about to enter the Moongazer serpent. Master Flamespark naturally saw Wang Lin. He let out a sigh and no longer wasted time. He reached at the void and a fist-sized celestial fragment appeared in his hand and he threw it at Wang Lin. You have made a great contribution. This item should keep you safe. With this, I can also find your location and save you and Qing Shui. He gave up entering. After all, he still had to preside over the war between All Evan and the Alliance. As for why Wang Lin had gone to enter the Moongazer serpent, Master Flamespark didn't understand. He could only imagine Wang Lin wanted to save Qing Shui. Perhaps this child has other thoughts. When Wang Lin caught the celestial fragment that shrank, he immediately felt the aura of a thunder beast. Aside from the powerful primary soul sealed inside, there was also the thunder beast. Thank you, senior. Right as Wang Lin spoke, his body disappeared and he entered the Moongazer serpent. At this instant, the Moongazer serpent completely sank into the vortex. However, its body was too large, so it expanded the vortex a lot and caused an even wider collapse. As space collapsed in a rumble, Master Flamespark let out a sigh and turned around to look for the scattered All Evan cultivators. Chapter 935, The Wronged Thunder Beast. After this battle, the battlefield in the northern region had been almost completely torn apart. The surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers became a forbidden zone. The vortex at the center rotated rapidly. Large amounts of dust was sucked toward it and disappeared within. There was no victory or defeat in this battle. For both All Evan and Alliance, it was both sides probing each other, only the price of this probing was extremely high. The deaths of tens of thousands of cultivators caused both sides to pause for a moment. It was as if both sides were making the perfect preparations for the next battle. On the All Evan side, large amounts of cultivators retreated and gathered between the western and northern regions to recover. The Alliance was completely quiet, but the news of this battle spread across the Alliance. On this day, a person appeared next to the vortex. He had white hair and wore a yellow robe. If Wang Lin was here, he would recognize him as Huanglong. Huanglong calmly floated in the void and looked at the vortex below him. The powerful suction force collapsed when it got near him. Although this probing battle looks like a draw, in reality, the Alliance lost. Huanglong pondered as he looked at the battlefield. He could imagine the intensity of the war that occurred. The Cultivation Alliance has always been arrogant, and this war occurred due to the matter with Master Flame's Park back then. Interesting. I didn't expect that when I accidentally helped Master Flame's Park back then, it would give my Four Divine sect such an opportunity. Huanglong's eyes lit up after he carefully looked at the battlefield and then walked toward the void. I must discuss this matter with the other three. My Four Divine sect has been waiting for this day for a very long time. I just don't know if the rank 9 cultivation planet behind the Cultivation Alliance will intervene. After all, they only recognize the Cultivation Alliance. Huanglong gradually disappeared as he pondered. I presume the Corp sect is also pondering this matter. The arrival of All Evan has broken the battle in the Alliance. There is also that Wang Lin. That child is very good, and letting him participate in the battle will make him a vanguard for my Four Divine sect. With Master Flamespark's cultivation, he should be able to see my mark. It can be considered a hint of my Four Divine sect's attitude toward All Evan. Huanglong smiled as he disappeared among the stars. This battle isn't big enough. Let it become more intense and consume more of the Cultivation Alia. NC's forces. My Four Divine sect had been enduring for too long, and it is time for the strength we have been saving up to erupt. There was another universe inside the vortex. This was a boundless world of darkness. There was no light or sound. There wasn't even a sliver of spiritual or origin energy. Life was almost extinct here. This was the void under the shattered space. No one knew why it existed. If space was layers of endless silk, then this was the darkness under the silk. There once were powerful cultivators that wanted to find the root of this void. However, over the countless years, no one could figure out the secret of the void. A cultivator's body would endlessly weaken as if there was an invisible force that constantly sealed and limited a cultivator, making it difficult to survive. Also, because this place was isolated from the world's origin energy, even if a cultivator's own origin energy was self-contained, there will be a day when it's exhausted. Also, under the weakening and sealing effect, the amount they could use was too little. It was as if this place was an area forbidden to cultivators. In the Alliance, only people whose status and cultivation had reached a certain level would know that a long time ago, before the celestial realms collapsed, a heaven-shaking event once occurred here that almost caused the celestial realm to shatter. No one knew if this void had an end. Even peak Nirvana Shatterer cultivators couldn't probe here for too long. After all, no matter how much origin energy they had, there would still be a day when it would be used up. It was as if this void was a natural origin energy isolation formation. It was a completely sealed space that prevented cultivators from shattering it to explore deeper. However, was this really a natural origin energy isolation formation? No one knew the answer to this. However, there was a speculation hidden inside a few people's hearts. They were afraid to touch it due to the fear of the unimaginable disaster it would cause. Which was that? This land of void was not natural but man-made. At this moment, even the Moongazer Serpent's huge body seemed insignificant. After it entered, it curled up and condensed all its power in an effort to absorb all foreign objects in its body. The Moongazer Serpent drifted in this endless darkness without any direction. It was as if the mysterious force here had no impact on the Moongazer Serpent. Wang Lin was inside the Moongazer Serpent's body. He was still holding the celestial fragment Master Flame's Park gave him. His divine sense swept past it and he left his own imprint. At the same time, a roar came from the fragment and a bolt of thunder shot out. The thunder scattered before Wang Lin. As the thunder arched in all directions, the silver-horned thunder beast appeared. There was a chain around its neck and a lot of talismans were hanging on its body. It looked a bit messy. Even the silver horn had a small hole pierced through. It through some unknown method and an iron hoop was put through it. Aside from the primary soul sealed within the celestial fragment Master Flame's Park gave Wang Lin, there was also the Thunder Beast. When the Thunder Beast saw Wang Lin, its eyes became misty and all the injustice it had suffered over the years erupted. It had been many years since Wang Lin had seen the Thunder Beast, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Thunder Beast's appearance was simply too strange. He took a few steps closer to the Thunder Beast and looked at the iron hoop on the silver horn. He couldn't help but touch the hoop with his hand. This caused the injustice in the Thunder Beast to become even stronger, and it let out a low roar. Wang Lin wryly smiled and softly said, "These last several years have been hard for you." He saw the Thunder Beast continue to growl as if it wanted to tell all the misery it had suffered. Wang Lin rubbed his nose and patted the Thunder Beast's head as he said, "Actually, you look very good." This was originally meant to comfort it, but the moment he said it, the Thunder Beast no longer growled and suddenly turned its neck, causing the chain around its neck to jingle. The random paper talismans on its body also shook as it looked at Wang Lin with doubt in its eyes. It was obvious it was uncertain about Wang Lin's words. It had heard the same thing from Master Flamespark too many times. Every time Master Flamespark saw it, he would say similar words. Wang Lin wryly smiled. He really didn't know how to comfort the Thunder Beast. He was very sympathetic to the Thunder Beast in his heart, especially after seeing its appearance. Wang Lin imagined all the suffering the Thunder Beast had experienced in all these years. However, the strength of the Thunder Beast shocked Wang Lin. It was obviously a lot stronger than before. Now, with the Thunder Beast staring at him, Wang Lin could only nod to indicate that what he said was true. After seeing that the Thunder Beast was still filled with doubt, Wang Lin let out a sigh and touched his bag of holding. The celestial sword flew out and he flicked it, causing Su Ligua to fly out. Without Wang Lin sending out an order, Su Ligua already knew of the situation from the connection he had with Wang Lin. After he appeared, he couldn't help but fiddle with the iron hoop on the Thunder Beast's horn. He couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. The Thunder Beast immediately let out an angry roar and thunder covered its body. This was especially true for its silver horn, where thunder instantly gathered and shot out at Su Ligua. Su Ligua was so scared, he let out a scream and quickly retreated. However, the thunder was too fast, so a trace of it landed on him. Su Ligua shivered and quickly said, "Don't be impulsive, I just liked the iron hoop so much that I couldn't help but touch it." Wang Lin's divine sense spread out to observe the surroundings, and he completely ignored Su Ligua and the Thunder Beast. The reason Wang Lin let Su Ligua out was to comfort the Thunder Beast, because Wang Lin really didn't know what to do with this matter. It was unknown how Su Ligua and the Thunder Beast communicated together, but after a few words, the Thunder Beast's expression became better and the suspicion in its eyes gradually faded. Not long after, there was actually pride in its eyes, and it let out a roar and happily communicated with Su Ligua. In the end, it allowed Su Ligua to sit on its back and didn't even care if Su Ligua fiddled with the iron hoop. It shook its body as if it was extremely satisfied with its appearance. After Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and saw this, he couldn't help but admire Su Ligua. When Wang Lin found the black blade in the Suzaka tomb, Wang Lin noticed that Su Ligua had this talent. He didn't know how Su Ligua had persuaded the blade, but it was inseparable from Su Ligua for a long time. At this moment, Su Ligua was touching the iron hoop and thinking in his heart, "It's still your grandpa Su who is better." I was instantly able to beat down this fiend. While feeling complacent, Su Ligua pulled the iron hoop with a bit too much force, causing the Thunder Beast to roar in anger. Su Ligua quickly gently patted the Thunder Beast and said some more things. The Thunder Beast's eyes beamed as it shook its own head and looked at itself. The previous arrogance and indifference had completely vanished. Chapter 936, Fishing for Advantages. Looking at all of this, Wang Lin could only let out a sigh. He still remembered the Thunder Beast's unyielding gaze and arrogant roars that shook the world. However, looking at the Thunder Beast now, there was no trace of its former self. If not for the fact that he could feel that this Thunder Beast was formed by the War Chariot, Wang Lin would have thought this was the wrong Thunder Beast. Feeling regrettable, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the Thunder Beast turned back into a ray of light that returned to his bag. As for Su Ligua, he immediately retreated, and his face was filled with flattery as he said, "Master, it has been a long time since little Su has come out, so please don't make me go back. I see that there are no dangers here, so how about you let me have some free time?" Wang Lin looked at Su Ligua and calmly said, "This place is far more dangerous than you think, so go back inside." With that, Wang Lin waved his hand. Su Ligua was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. However, he was already cursing in his heart. On the surface, though, Su Ligua didn't dare to reveal any of the anger, and he was put back into the bag by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body flickered as he moved through the Moongazer Serpent. His divine sense surrounded his body, and he moved with extreme caution. However, he never stopped moving and almost left after images behind. Wang Lin was very familiar with the Moongazer Serpent, so he could head to where he wanted to without thinking. If it was in the past, Wang Lin wouldn't move like this. After all, there was a large number of smaller Moongazer Serpents inside back then. However, those smaller Moongazer Serpents had all died. As a result, the danger within the Moongazer Serpent had lessened greatly. As he moved forward, Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. After he entered the Moongazer Serpent, he noticed that there was something wrong from the moment the Moongazer Serpent went through the vortex. Although there wasn't much origin energy here before, he could at least feel some. However, right now he couldn't detect any at all. This made his heart sink. If that was the only issue, he wouldn't care too much, but not only could he not feel any origin energy, even the origin energy inside his body was slowly disappearing. This discovery shocked him greatly. He quickly checked himself and found out that it wasn't disappearing but being suppressed by an invisible force. This suppression was like a seal, and although it was slow, if he stayed here long enough, it would completely seal all his origin energy. This has nothing to do with the Moongazer Serpent, it has to do with where the Moongazer Serpent is. If the inside of the Moongazer Serpent is like this, then I fear that my origin energy would disappear even faster outside. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as his right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. A moment later, his eyes shined brightly. The power of the ancient god body isn't affected. Thanks to this, I might be able to hold some advantages here. While pondering, Wang Lin charged straight ahead. This seal is similar to the talismans from the Forsaken Immortal clan. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he carefully controlled the origin energy in his body. A while later, he arrived near where the bone was. After taking a look, Wang Lin's expression became serious. The Moongazer Serpent's bone originally emitted a large amount of spiritual energy, however, all of it was gone now. It looks like the seal doesn't only suppress origin energy, but also spiritual energy. Anything that can be absorbed by cultivators will be sealed. However, I have the body of an ancient god, so it doesn't really matter to me. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with coldness as he followed along the bone of the Moongazer Serpent. Since this place has this much effect on cultivators, it will have similar effect on the others. So the longer we stay here, the bigger the advantage I hold. Wang Lin stuck to the bone and headed straight to where he found the child ancient god. As he moved, a loud rumble and violent tremble came from ahead. As soon as the trembling came, Wang Lin felt his footing become unstable, as if the Moongazer Serpent was moving. Wang Lin moved forward while sticking to the wall of flesh. The sound became louder, and there were occasionally shockwaves from spells, which made Wang Lin stop. His expression was a bit hesitant, and a moment later, he went into the flesh wall on the Sid. He moved like a fish and made a big circle before slowly moving forward again. His divine sense was spread out and he carefully observed his surrounding. A moment later, Wang Lin's divine sense narrowed and stopped extending into the flesh wall. Instead, he closely observed the outside of the flesh wall. After taking a look, Wang Lin retreated without hesitation until he was near the Moongazer Serpent's bone again. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, I'm no match for any of the people that entered, but I also have my advantages. The more origin energy they consume, the bigger my advantage. The place that Wang Lin saw with this divine sense was an open area about 1,000 feet wide. Although that area was filled with Moongazer Serpents, they were all retreating. And there are two people there. Wudo-chan's face was pale and his purple robe was in tatters. He was in a sorry state. However, he stood there giving off a powerful aura like an unsheathed sword and wouldn't allow anyone to get close. Behind him was an opening in the flesh wall. It was the entrance to where the child ancient god was located. On the opposite of Wudo-chan was the green-robed Imuzi. Although his face was also slightly pale, his eyes were calm. Fluctuations of spells filled the area between them. Apparently, there was a brief but fierce fight. Although Wang Lin's divine sense was only inside that room for an instant, it was not able to escape the two of them. However, neither Wudo-chan nor Imuzi cared about Wang Lin. Little kid, we have limited origin energy here. This old man's target isn't that dog sheet celestial. So why are you here blocking me instead of helping Xianbao fight against Qing Shui? Isn't what you're doing just extremely absurd? Imuzi said to Wudo-chan. Wudo-chan didn't respond, he just coldly stared at Imuzi. He raised his hand and a 5-colored bubble floated above his palm. His gaze fell on the bubble and he calmly said, I don't care about how esteemed Xianbao's doing, but as long as I'm here, no one can enter. The green-robed Imuzi had a gloomy expression and let out a cold snort as he stepped out. His right hand formed a seal and a giant log appeared before him. This giant log took up all the space here and smashed forward. I can't waste too much origin energy here, so I must finish this battle quickly. Then I'll go deep into the Moongazer Serpent and complete the task the head elder gave. The giant log before the green-robed old man charged out. At this moment, Wudo-chan waved his hand and the 5-colored bubble flew out and collided with the giant log. At this instant, the bubble exploded with a bang. The giant log that appeared trembled and disintegrated along with the bubble. A flash of coldness appeared in Imuzi's eyes. He waved his right sleeve and a finger-sized piece of green log flew out. The moment it flew out, Imuzi shouted, one log, one realm. After he spoke, the green log suddenly trembled and instantly grew. Thence a green gas suddenly spread across the area. When the green gas filled the area, it was as if this area was isolated from the rest of the world, like the gas had formed its own realm. It created a seal that surrounded Widow-chan. Taking this opportunity, Imuzi moved in a flash and bypassed Widow-chan. He charged into the hole and disappeared. Widow-chan was surrounded by the green gas, but only 3 breaths after Imuzi left, explosions came from inside the gas. Widow-chan was creating bubbles and blowing them up. The explosion of each bubble caused some of the green gas to dissipate. After 3 breaths of time, all the green gas had dissipated. He looked at the hole Imuzi went into and revealed a smile. With one step, he charged into the hole. Wang Lin stood near the Moongazer Serpent's bone and decided to sit down. He slapped his bag of holding and a sword flew out. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal, and he split a portion of his divine sense into the sword. He pointed with this finger and the sword flew straight ahead. Wang Lin's divine sense surrounded the sword, and it continued to slowly move forward. It flew into the hole without hesitation and continued to push forward. Right now my divine sense is inside the sword, so if it's destroyed, it won't matter. Also, which of these people can't collapse a star with a stomp of their feet? Aside from senior brother Qing Shui, I'm merely an ant in their eyes. However, they don't know that my ancient god power isn't affected here. Let them fight it out first, and once they don't have much origin energy left, I, who is an ant in their eyes, might be able to fish some advantages. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he controlled the flying sword and began to ponder. The flying sword slowly flew into the hole. Bursts of spell fluctuations came from ahead and made it difficult for Wang Lin to control the flying sword due to his cultivation level. Fortunately, the suppression force existed, and it allowed him to just barely control it to fly forward. Shortly after, the sword with Wang Lin's divine sense exited the hole. What appeared before him was a large vortex that slowly rotated and gave out an endless suction force. Wang Lin knew that the child ancient god was inside the vortex. Now that there were no traces of Qing Shui, Imuzi, and the others, Wang Lin pondered for a bit. Then he controlled the flying sword to charge directly into the vortex without any hesitation. Chapter 937, Earth Prison. While controlling the flying sword, a thought flashed through Wang Lin's head. I need to find a way to make these old monsters to consume their origin energy faster. Also, to leave a way out for myself. Without hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding and more than 10 flying swords flew out. He obtained all of them from the war earlier. His hands formed a seal and he constantly compressed origin energy into them. If any of the flying swords exploded, they would cause a good amount of damage. A flash of coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he waved his hand and the flying swords all spread out. They flew like lightning toward all the Moongazer Serpent's sensitive spots that Wang Lin knew. This way, I can cause some changes inside the Moongazer Serpent's body. This was something only Wang Lin could do. If it was anyone else, they simply wouldn't know enough about the Moongazer Serpent. Much less know the sensitive spot of the Moongazer Serpent to prepare a backup. As for the sword with Wang Lin's divine sense, when it got close to the vortex, a surge of origin energy suddenly jumped out from inside the vortex. Wang Lin's expression changed and his divine sense left the flying sword without hesitation in an attempt to avoid it. However, this surge was too strong. It was like a flood that immediately affected the flying sword. The tip of the sword collapsed inch by inch, extending to the hilt. However, Wang Lin's divine sense reacted even faster. It left the collapsing sword and dodged. Although this was the case, his divine sense was still touched by this origin energy, so a large chunk of it dissipated. Wang Lin's face turned red, and he sat down near the Moongazer Serpent's bone. It took a while for him to recover. What a strong origin energy surge. If it wasn't for the fact it came back out through the vortex, none of my divine sense would have remained. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He knew that the origin energy that surged out was mere fallout. More importantly, the vortex had a powerful suction force, which was part of the Moongazer Serpent's own spells. If the force inside wanted to come out, it would be hindered multiple times by the vortex. Even if any origin energy did break out, it would have been weakened considerably. Slapping his bag of holding, Wang Lin took out another sword, and his divine sense surrounded it. The flying sword turned into a ray of light and flew ahead. A moment later, he arrived next to the vortex once more. The flying sword paused for a moment, and after determining there was no more origin energy fluctuations, it flew into the vortex. Thanks to the powerful suction force, it took Wang Lin almost no effort to go inside. Not long after, the flying sword appeared in the tunnel Wang Lin was familiar with. The moment he entered, a shockwave powerful enough to make Wang Lin lose his wits swept through this narrow passage as if it wanted to destroy everything. Many of the tentacles in the tunnel collapsed under the storm, and a lot of the corpses turned to dust and dissipated. The sword with Wang Lin's divine sense entered like a thorn and stayed close to the flesh wall. The moment one of the tentacles collapsed, creating an opening in the flesh wall, the sword immediately entered. Only by doing this was he able to barely avoid the shockwave that stormed by. There were two figures crossing each other's paths, and there were various flashes of spells. It was Qing Shui and the Golden Dragon fighting each other. It was unknown what had happened before. Esteemed Xian Bao's origin soul was no longer with the Golden Dragon. Instead, it was surrounded by 10 tentacles, with its eyes closed and looking extremely weak. A large amount of celestial origin energy was being absorbed by the tentacles. The tentacles were very active, moving and wiggling around a lot more than usual. Anyone who saw this would be shocked. Even farther away, there were large amounts of bubbles around Emuzi. Wudo-chan had caught up to him, and they were tangled in a battle. However, after seeing all of this, Wang Lin frowned. This tunnel was only half the length it was before, and he could see the end with a glance. The passage to the child ancient god was completely sealed. Wang Lin remained quiet as he hid himself and carefully watched the battle. As the gold dragon roared, it circled around esteemed Xian Bao. The 5 yellow talismans circled closely around the dragon's head. Qing Shui stood before it with an indifferent expression. His eyes flashed red, and the red light turned into bolts of red lightning. The red lightning shot toward the golden dragon. As the golden dragon roared, the scales on its body flashed. An ancient aura came out from its roar that said, "Ruined metal." The moment he spoke, the golden dragon trembled and hundreds of scales flew off its body and gathered. In the blink of an eye, a golden scale sword appeared. This sword gave off waves of powerful pressure and the aura of a real dragon. It rushed out toward Qing Shui. Qing Shui's eyes were still cold, and the red lightning bolt from before became as thick as an arm and shot toward the golden scale sword. In an instant, the red lightning and the golden scale sword collided. A heaven-shaking explosion echoed through the Moongazer Serpent and a storm swept through the narrow tunnel. At this moment, this narrow tunnel was widened by force. Gaps appeared on the flesh wall and green blood dripped out. The golden dragon let out a miserable roar and was forced to retreat under this impact. But it coiled around esteemed Xian Bao like a python and still protected him. As a result, its body began to break due to the impact and golden blood sprayed out. Qing Shui also retreated. Just at this moment, muffled roars came from inside the Moongazer Serpent's body. This roar came from the Moongazer Serpent itself. As it roared, the tunnel began to shake violently and a giant crack appeared above the tunnel. Large amounts of green blood flowed out and an endless evil aura came through. The roar became even more intense, and it looked as if something wanted to charge out from that crack. Qing Shui's eyes lit up. He stopped his retreat and charged forward. As his long hair flowed in the wind, his hands formed a seal and he shouted, "Slaughter Realm." The moment he spoke, his hair scattered on its own and a ray of red light appeared under his feet and began to spread. The Slaughter Realm was a spell Qing Shui made himself. The red light under his feet was dazzling, and when it shined on the golden dragon, it almost made dragon look like it was a different color. As Qing Shui closed in, countless soul fragments came out from the red light. There were too many soul fragments. This was the extreme display of Qing Shui's slaughter. The golden dragon roared at Qing Shui. The 5 talismans above its head rotated rapidly and a roar came out of its mouth. Ruined metal, punishment wood, tribute water, poison fire, buried earth. 5 elemental reversal. The moment the golden dragon roared, the 5 talismans around its head stopped rotating. They fell one by one and imprinted on its head like brands. An extremely powerful aura exploded from the golden dragon. Then it looked at the rapidly approaching Qing Shui and opened its mouth to spit out 5 rays of light. As the 5 elements reversed, the 5 rays of light turned into a resolute metal, punishment wood, flow tribute water, vanishing poison fire, and celestial burying earth. When the 5 elements reversed, it seemed like the area became isolated and became its own world. Even Emuzi and Wudo-chan, who were battling in the distance, retreated and looked over. Coldness flashed through Qing Shui's eyes. The slaughter realm under his feet moved as he raised his hand and pressed down. He softly said, "Earth Prison." Celestial Emperor by Fan's 6 spells were Qing Shui's fundamentals. However, he was extremely talented and had created his own celestial spells. They were all based on his slaughter realm, to open another universe and turn the earth into a prison. Everywhere it passed would become a prison for the heart. No matter how shocking your spell was, you couldn't escape the word prison. The moment Qing Shui pointed, a powerful force of law appeared. This was the prison law. In an instant, with Qing Shui as the center, everything was covered by an invisible sealing force. Even the reversing 5 elements were trapped. Qing Shui moved like lightning and arrived next to the golden dragon. His hand reached out and grabbed the origin soul of esteemed Xian Bao that was wrapped within the golden dragon. With a shake of his hand, the countless tentacles around esteemed Xian Bao shattered and large amounts of green blood splattered everywhere. Esteemed Xian Bao's closed eyes suddenly opened and became filled with fear. However, No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape Qing Shui's iron claw-like hand. Holding a steamed xianbao, Qing Shui was about to leave when an evil aura suddenly came out from the crack above. It took the shape of a blood-red arm and directly smashed into Qing Shui's body. On top of the dense, evil aura, it also contained the aura of the Moongazer serpent. This arm was too fast, and it contained the power to break all spells. It instantly landed on Qing Shui's body and caused him to tremble. Even with Qing Shui's cultivation, he couldn't withstand it and was knocked back, coughing out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, the arm grabbed esteemed Xianbao's origin soul and pulled it back. It was about to go back inside the crack. At this instant, Qing Shui's still indifferent eyes suddenly filled with madness. Esteemed Xianbao was his only clue about what happened to the celestial realm. However, now that it was taken by someone else, this made Qing Shui go crazy. It has to be said that not even Bai Fan would dare to anger Qing Shui. Instead, he accepted Qing Shui as his disciple and made Qing Shui owe him. Not even the mysterious person that Master Flames Park respected so much wanted to provoke Qing Shui. However, Qing Shui's anger exploded when esteemed Xianbao was taken. Chapter 938. Ancient God Puppet Spell. Slaughter. Qing Shui let out a roar and he rushed out surrounded by red light. The Ji realm revolved around him, and although his hands made no seal, spells appeared round him. A thin line appeared before him. It was like a line of blood, and after it appeared, it seemed like it could tear space. As Qing Shui charged out, the line also shot out toward the retreating arm. An earth-shattering sound echoed when Qing Shui closed in on the arm and attacked like crazy. Endless rumbles echoed, and every time the red line attacked, the arm would tremble. When Wang Lin saw this, he gasped. His body, which was sitting next to the Moongazer serpent's bone, suddenly got up and charged ahead. Although I, Wang Lin, was no gentleman as I traveled the world, I owe Qing Shui. Now that he is anxious and crazy, I can't sit back and ignore this. Qing Shui seemed to have gone mad and was attacking unceasingly. This scene made the golden dragon's pupils shrink. Even Muzi gasped. He finally understood why the head elder of the family had told him to not casually provoke Qing Shui. Wudo Chan's expression also changed as he looked at Qing Shui. In particular, the red line before Qing Shui made his mind tremble. As for Qing Shui, his right eye suddenly exploded into a pile of flesh and blood. All of his Ji realm charged out and landed on the arm. The arm trembled, and at this moment, it loosened its grip on esteemed Xianbao's origin soul. The golden dragon that had been observing this battle charged out, and its eyes lit up. His large body went toward esteemed Xianbao, and his dragon tail whipped toward Qing Shui. There was also the arm with the aura of the Moongazer serpent. It opened its hand, and this time it reached toward Qing Shui. Qing Shui's right eye was a bloody mess, and his left eye was completely red with a hint of madness. His right hand formed a seal, and he pointed with this finger. In an instant, black wind raged by and 8 roaring black dragons appeared around him. The power of his 8 black dragons was only second to Bai Fan's Call the Wind, which could summon 9 black dragons. The power of 8 dragons was several times more powerful than 7 dragons. As the 8 Call the Wind dragons roared, they charged directly at esteemed Xianbao's origin soul. They didn't destroy it, but swept by, causing esteemed Xianbao's origin to almost collapse. As the 8 dragons circled the origin soul, they constantly sealed it, causing esteemed Xianbao's origin soul to enter a coma. Then they sent the origin soul toward the vortex at the entrance. Right when esteemed Xianbao's origin soul was blown toward the entrance, Wang Lin's body entered the vortex. He immediately grabbed esteemed Xianbao's origin soul and rapidly retreated. In a flash, he rushed back out the vortex. All of this happened so smoothly that there was no hesitation at all. Qing Shui's spell and Wang Lin's appearance were perfectly timed together. Before leaving, Wang Lin saw a trace of trust inside the madness in Qing Shui's left eye. Senior brother Qing Shui, I'll do my best. Wang Lin drilled out from the vortex. After throwing esteemed Xianbao's origin soul into his bag, he turned around and opened his third eye without hesitation. The red light fanned out and locked onto the vortex, causing that sliver of source origin energy to come out again. The golden dragon let out roar and immediately changed directions. It was so fast that it arrived next to the vortex in an instant and went inside it. The moment it entered, the golden light collided with the red light from the third eye. It was startled as there was a trace of power inside the red light that was even able to shock itself. However, the red light was too weak to be of a threat to it, though the feeling in the depths of its heart was very obvious. His large body involuntarily paused. The moment Wang Lin saw the giant dragon's head, he was shaken. Being so close, the pressure made him gasp. The other party also paused for a moment, and Wang Lin immediately drilled into the nearby flesh wall. He moved very quickly and not downward, but instead up. While he escaped, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and he felt the backups he had planted. His face had gloomy yet ruthless expression. The golden dragon's giant body was far faster than Wang Lin. In its view, Wang Lin was just an ant, and such an ant had dared to actually steal esteemed Xianbao's origin soul before it. This was inciting the wrath of heaven. He wouldn't even need to waste the energy to blow away dust to kill this ant. As it chased, it let out a roar. This roar contained origin energy that was simply too fast, and it charged ahead, causing the surrounding flesh walls to tremble. Wang Lin's body trembled and he coughed out blood, but he didn't stop. Instead, he borrowed this force to move even faster. Explode! Wang Lin shouted. While he moved forward, his origin soul was shaken. If not for his ancient god body, he would have exploded and died. Even now he felt the intense pain. However, he had no fear. As he shouted, the flying swords he had hidden at the Moongazer Serpent's sensitive spots suddenly exploded. There were several extremely sensitive spots in the Moongazer Serpent. Although these explosions couldn't seriously injure it, once those places were damaged, it would bring unimaginable pain to the Moongazer Serpent. The intense pain would cause the Moongazer Serpent's anger to reach its peak. However, it was almost impossible for people to find these places in the giant Moongazer Serpent. Even if they accidentally hit them, it wouldn't affect the Moongazer Serpent too much. But it was different for Wang Lin. Right now, all of the Moongazer Serpent's sensitive spots were hit by the exploding flying swords at once. This kind of pain wasn't any weaker than when it was injured before. The Moongazer Serpent's large body was aimlessly wandering through the void, but at this moment, its body trembled violently. Then a maddening roar came from inside its body. There was a heaven-shaking change happening inside the Moongazer Serpent's body. The Moongazer Serpent's movement caused a powerful pressure to spread. It shook so violently that it felt like the world had turned upside down. Roar! The Moongazer Serpent let out another angry roar. This time it extended its body and opened its mouth. It moved even faster, as if it wanted to spit out everything that was inside it. There was a powerful force pushing out from its mouth. At this instant, Wang Lin, who was escaping, was about to be caught by the golden dragon when a force surrounded his body. He didn't stop at all and was pushed up at an extremely fast speed. The flesh wall above him opened, creating a direct passage to the Moongazer Serpent's mouth. Not only Wang Lin, the golden dragon was the same. It lost control of its body and was directly pushed by a force. Similarly, in the vortex, Qing Shui was fighting with the arm when his body was involuntarily pushed upward. Imuzi and Widow Chan couldn't escape either. They were affected by the impact and pushed out through the crack. The Moongazer Serpent continued to roar in the darkness. Endless force pushed out from inside the Moongazer Serpent. There was a flash of gold, and the golden dragon's body was the first to be spat out. Shortly after it was Wang Lin. After that, Qing Shui, Imuzi, and Widow Chan were all spat out into the void. The moment Wang Lin was spat out, he sealed his own origin energy and celestial origin energy on his own in hopes of delaying their suppression. However, it had no effect. He felt his origin energy rapidly disappear, and layers of restriction landed on his body. The celestial origin energy in his body suffered the same fate. Only the ancient god strength in his ancient god body wasn't affected at all. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral as he quickly retreated. He wasn't the only one whose origin energy was being rapidly suppressed. The golden dragon, Imuzi, and everyone else suffered the same fate. However, these people were very aware about this strange place. Imuzi had 3 pieces of purple wood surrounding him and his face was pale. Although he couldn't stop the dissipation completely, he could slow it down. An invisible light flashed around the golden dragon, allowing it to barely resist the sealing force, but it was obviously inferior to Imuzi's method. Widow Chan was the most relaxed. He had a huge bubble around him that seemed to isolate his surroundings. However, that bubble was constantly dissipating, and it required him to constantly use origin energy to replenish it. As for Qing Shui, he simply waved his hand and used Earth Prison to forcibly block the sealing force, but he couldn't maintain it for long. By contrast, the most relaxed one was Wang Lin. He completely ignored the origin energy inside his body as he clenched his fist, stared at the golden dragon, and revealed a sneer. However, he didn't move. He continued retreating and thought, right now is not the best chance. Let's wait a bit more. Just as everyone was thrown out, the roar of the Moongazer Serpent echoed once more. Then a vortex appeared between its eyes and a figure came out. This person was unexpectedly Ji Xiantian. However, Ji Xiantian's eyes were dim, and they would occasionally show a flash of struggle. A moment later, he let out a roar and flew out from the vortex between the Moongazer Serpent's eyes. Wang Lin's pupils shrank but then immediately shined brightly. His heart began pounding faster and faster. With his ancient god body, he immediately detected the aura of an ancient god from Ji Xiantian's body. From his view, this Ji Xiantian was formed by a star of an ancient god. Or to be more accurate, he was fused with the star of an ancient god to become an existence that wasn't a celestial, cultivator, or ancient god. Ancient god puppet spell. Wang Lin immediately recalled something from Tu Si's memory, a spell that only an adult ancient god could use. Ji Xiantian's body contains a star of an ancient god. By absorbing him, I can obtain a portion of the ancient god's strength inheritance. An ancient god puppet fused with one star was no different from a one-star ancient god in strength. And Ji Xiantian's star came from an 8-star ancient god. Chapter 939. Ji Xiantian let out a roar and flickered, creating a sonic boom. He was fast beyond imagination. Not even teleportation can reach this speed. As the explosion echoed, his body had already arrived next to the golden dragon. He then threw a punch, causing the golden dragon to tremble and cough out blood. The golden dragon's large body was mercilessly knocked back. The moment the golden dragon was knocked back, Ji Xiantian suddenly disappeared and the bubble around Wudo-chan exploded. Wudo-chan's chest sank in and a hole appeared in it as if it was crushed by a fist. He coughed out blood and his ribs were broken. Shock filled his eyes as he was knocked back. This wasn't the end. The moment the golden dragon and Wudo-chan were knocked away, the 3 purple logs around Emuzi rotated rapidly. Roaring sounds came from them and they formed an almost airtight defense. However, Ji Xiantian was too fast and was able to find a gap between the 3 rotating purple logs. His fist pierced through and landed on Emuzi. Blood came out from the corner of Emuzi's mouth and he retreated. Large amounts of ripples appeared before Qing Shui's body and his left eye shined brightly. An impact came toward him, causing him to retreat, and the more he retreated, the more intense the ripples before him became. A moment later, the ripples suddenly intensified, and with a bang, Qing Shui's face turned pale. Then he retreated even faster. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that not the eye or divine sense could capture Ji Xiantian's unimaginable speed. Due to the sealing power of the void, the origin energy in their bodies was suppressed. Along with Yi Xiantian's wave of attacks, their cultivation immediately fell. Wang Lin wasn't able to see Ji Xiantian's shadow, he just felt a gust of wind come at him. Then, an extremely powerful force charged straight at him. However, Wang Lin was not alarmed at all. The moment the power closed in, Wang Lin's body turned and he threw a punch into the void with his left hand based on the mysterious feeling he had from his ancient god body. After a heaven-shattering boom, Wang Lin was forced back. His face turned pale and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. However, before him, Ji Xiantian was forced out from the void for the first time. Ji Xiantian was forced back 2 steps, and he looked at Wang Lin with a mysterious light in his eyes. As Wang Lin retreated, he quickly shouted, he has no origin energy inside his body, so he is not limited by the seal here. He is good at physical attacks. Senior's origin energy was all dissipated, so if you all don't work together to kill him, it will become dangerous. Junior, shut up. The golden dragon's body moved and the 5 talismans around it gave off a strange glow. The aura of the 5 elements filled its body, and instead of charging toward Ji Xiantian, he charged toward Wang Lin. The 5-element aura rotated, and as the golden dragon roared, it turned into 5 rays that shot at Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He knew he couldn't escape the golden dragon spell, so he simply stopped before the 5-element aura and took out Xian Bao's origin soul without hesitation. He was about to crush it. If you take one more step, don't blame me for destroying this origin soul. The 5-element aura suddenly paused and the golden dragon's eyes filled anger. If it wasn't for the fact that its origin energy was dissipating too fast and that it had been injured by Ji Xiantian, he would not be threatened like this. However, right now he could only be angry. In the distance, Ji Xiantian revealed a strange smile and suddenly disappeared. Emuzi's expression changed and he quickly retreated, but his speed was too slow. Popping sounds echoed around his body like crazy, as if he was being hit by a powerful impact. All his spells at this moment were too slow. Before he could even use them, they had already collapsed. What made Emuzi even more oppressed was that when he used a spell, a majority of its strength would be weakened by the void. It was impossible to display the spell's full power, or else he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The origin energy in his body continued to dissipate, and it was dissipating faster and faster. His cultivation had already dropped from peak to late-stage Nirvana cleanser. An instant later, Emuzi no longer cared about the loss of origin energy. He opened his arms and shouted, "One wood, one realm." One of the 3 purple logs immediately collapsed into specks of light, forming its own realm. I immediately sealed the surrounding 50-kilometer area. However, Ji Xiantian was even faster. As the 50-kilometer area was being sealed, he took a step back and disappeared. Enough. Let's kill this Ji Xiantian puppet first before dealing with anything else. Wudo Chan's expression was gloomy as his cultivation level had also fallen a lot. While letting out a roar, he took a step out and a large amount of bubbles appeared. Under his control, a bubble shot straight toward Imuzi. Void Annihilation. Wudo Chan's hands formed a seal and pointed forward. The bubble turned from 1 to 2, then 2 to 4, until they surrounded the area. Just at this moment, one of the bubbles suddenly collapsed. Wudo Chan's eyes lit up. His divine sense spread out and all the surrounding bubbles gathered. Explode! As the explosion echoed, Imuzi waved his sleeves with a gloomy expression. A 1,000-foot-long log immediately appeared and flew toward where he waved. A powerful impact spread in all directions. At the same time, the golden dragon groaned and was knocked back again. Ji Xiantian reappeared close to the golden dragon without any injuries. He then continued to bombard the golden dragon. As the golden dragon retreated, it let out a roar. He coiled up and opened his mouth to devour Ji Xiantian. However, the moment he opened his mouth, all of his teeth were shattered. Ji Xiantian laughed like crazy and retreated. Then his eyes lit up and he said something in a language that no one here but Wang Lin could understand. Today, none of you can leave. While retreating, Ji Xiantian's body disappeared. Wang Lin was calm, and at the moment Ji Xiantian disappeared, his right hand formed a fist and he punched to his side. With a bang, Wang Lin's body was knocked back, but Ji Xiantian was also forced to reveal himself. Qing Shui immediately closed in, and his right hand formed a seal and black wind appeared. The black wind turned into 8 roaring black dragons that charged toward Ji Xiantian. Ji Xiantian revealed a strange smile. When the black dragons arrived, he had already disappeared. However, just as he was about to disappear, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. The ancient god furnace appeared around Wang Lin, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Wang Lin reappeared, it was right where Ji Xiantian was retreating to. After he reappeared, the ancient god furnace hadn't disappeared yet, and Wang Lin threw a punch. Ji Xiantian immediately turned around and threw a punch that collided with Wang Lin's fist. With a bang, Wang Lin coughed out blood and was forced back. At the same time, Ji Xiantian was also pushed back. At this moment, Qing Shui's hand formed a seal and large amounts of raindrops appeared and closed in. Ji Xiantian sneered and used his speed to disappear once more. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he shouted, "Senior brother, help me with celestial origin energy." At the same time, he pointed and shouted, "Stop." With one word, all of Wang Lin's remaining origin energy and celestial origin energy began to move. They went through his right hand and into the void. Qing Shui didn't hesitate. He waved his right hand and sent half of his remaining celestial origin energy into Wang Lin's body. The celestial origin energy that entered Wang Lin's body was extremely powerful, and it came out through his right hand. The stop spell was used in a crazed manner for the first time by Wang Lin. This stop spell was beyond anything that was used before. With one word, stop, Ji Xiantian's body stopped in the void. In the distance, Imuzi quickly moved forward. The seal here prevented teleportation, but his speed was not slow. Before he closed in, his hands formed a seal. Without hesitation, the illusory log before him rapidly rotated and shrank until it turned into a wooden sword. This wooden sword moved like lightning and pierced through Ji Xiantian's head. Popping sounds were created as the entire sword pierced through Ji Xiantian's body. Then the wooden sword suddenly exploded into countless pieces filled with power and collapsed inside his body. At the same time, Wudo Chan waved his hand and spat out a mouthful of origin energy that turned into a large amount of bubbles. This was done the moment Wang Lin stopped Ji Xiantian. He closed in and the bubbles surrounded Ji Xiantian before exploding. There was also that golden dragon. Currently, his hatred for Ji Xiantian was extremely strong. While letting out a roar, the 5 elements fused together and unexpectedly formed an illusory crown. This crown instantly closed in on Ji Xiantian and mercilessly crushed down on his head. The 3 old monsters all attacked at the same time. Ji Xiantian roared and wanted to struggle, but it was too late. There was a loud bang when the wooden sword, bubbles, and the crown landed at the same time. Then Ji Xiantian's body suddenly collapsed. Large quantities of flesh and blood scattered. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a trace of greed that rarely appeared in his 1,000 rs of cultivation. The ancient god furnace appeared around him and he instantly closed in on Ji Xiantian's collapsed body. In a flash, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of ancient god blood. He then opened his mouth and inhaled like crazy. Inheritance of power. A fist-sized star from Ji Xiantian's collapsed body gave off a gentle glow. It emitted the power of the ancient god. Chapter 940. 4-Star Royal Ancient God. As Wang Lin inhaled, the purple star trembled and charged toward him. Just as it was about to be devoured by Wang Lin, the Moongazer serpent let out a roar. Then, an extremely powerful ancient god aura exploded from the Moongazer serpent. At the same time, Yi Muzi and Widow Chan revealed a strange light in their eyes, and the two of them charged at the purple star. However, they both had used a lot of origin energy in the last battle, so their cultivation levels had dropped directly to Nirvana Scryer. The two of them quickly charged at the purple star from two different angles. There was a hint of madness inside Wang Lin's eyes. As the two closed in, popping sounds came from his body and he grew one fold and directly swallowed the star. The moment he devoured the star, Wang Lin felt an unimaginable power explode from his body. After the power exploded in his body, he retreated like crazy. An aura moved both inside and outside of his body, and he was filled with a powerful feeling. He felt like everything before him would be destroyed if he just threw a punch. He let out a laugh, and his body suddenly went through a change as he retreated. Popping sounds came from his body, and he suddenly became a giant hundreds of feet tall. An extremely powerful aura suddenly filled the void. The hidden ancient god star between Wang Lin's eyebrows condensed, and the previous 3.5 stars immediately became 4 stars. These were 4 real stars. A 4-star ancient god from the royal bloodline with inheritance from 2C. This was different from an ordinary 4-star ancient god. The popping sounds inside Wang Lin's body became even more intense, and he directly grew until he was about 1,000 feet tall. A powerful aura spread out like crazy. The pupils of both Yi Muzi and Widow Chan shrank as they stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin clenched his fist and let out a laugh. The feeling of controlling the world filled him with confidence. At this moment, he suddenly turned around and his giant body moved past Yi Muzi and Widow Chan. He charged directly toward the golden dragon who was staring at all of this dumbfoundedly. The golden dragon had been injured many times and had used many spells. In addition, a large amount of his origin energy had been sealed, so the amount of power he could display had dropped directly to early-stage Nirvana Scryer. Looking at Wang Lin's 1,000-foot-tall body coming at him, the golden dragon quickly shrank back into a dragon-robed person. He then retreated while his hands formed a seal, causing the 5 talismans around his head to rapidly rotate, and he shouted, "Poison fire." After he spoke, one of the talismans above his head began burning. A green flame containing powerful poison shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was different. Right now he was no longer a cultivator, but an ancient god who had obtained the inheritance of power and the inheritance of knowledge. A 4-star royal ancient god. Although Wang Lin's avatar's power was completely sealed and he could only use the power of his ancient god body, a 4-star ancient god was powerful enough to kill this golden dragon. The poison fire contained poison that was deadly to cultivators, but was really insignificant to an ancient god. When Wang Lin closed in, his giant fist smashed down. Boom! A sonic boom occurred and the punch created a gust of wind. The moment the green fire arrived, it was extinguished. Large amounts of green smoke appeared and was pushed back at the dragon-robed man. The dragon-robed middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, and his hands formed a seal and he shouted, "Tribute water. Ruined metal. Punishment wood. Buried earth." As he roared, the 5 talismans above his head all shined and moved without any wind. Then a blue sea suddenly appeared and smashed toward Wang Lin. This sea was the tribute water, and it brought the power of an army, arriving with a roar. However, it wasn't able to stop Wang Lin's 4-star ancient god punch. The instant the sea arrived, it collapsed into countless drops of water and was pushed back. This sea indeed did have the power of an army, but Wang Lin's punch was several times more powerful, so now could the sea not collapse? The moment the tribute water disintegrated, there was a flash of gold as the sword formed by the dragon scales shot out toward Wang Lin. His fist landed, and with a bang, the dragon scale sword trembled. It began cracking at the tip, as if there was a force peeling away all the dragon scales. After the dragon scale sword, a black log followed immediately after. This huge log gave off the scent of blood and had countless souls of celestials in it. As the mournful cries echoed, countless ripples attacked Wang Lin. After the punishment wood, large amounts of black soil formed a black storm that charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was still indifferent, and his right fist landed on the punishment wood. The log was split in half and wasn't able to stop his fist in the slightest. The black storm formed by the black soil suddenly collapsed the moment the log was split in half. Nothing could stop the punch from Wang Lin's 4-star royal ancient god body. After shattering all 5 elements, this punch landed directly on the dragon-robed man. There was a heaven-shaking explosion as the dragon-robed man coughed out blood and was knocked back. All of this happened in a short period of time. From the view of Yi Muzi and company, Wang Lin's giant body had taken a step, thrown a punch, and the dragon-robed man was knocked backward. Popping sounds came from inside the dragon-robed man, and a large amount of blood spray out from his body. If they were outside and his cultivation wasn't sealed, it would have been very difficult for Wang Lin to injure him. However, here, Wang Lin held all the advantages. This man in the dragon robe had most of his cultivation sealed, so he had to retreat. Wang Lin's eyes were indifferent as he moved forward and kicked with his right foot. The face of the man in the dragon robe was ashen. Unwillingness filled his eyes as his hand formed a seal and he shouted, "Power of the 5 elements." After he spoke, the 5 talismans over his head rotated rapidly and the aura of the 5 elements appeared and formed an illusory crown. Then the power of the 5 elements shot out at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hands reached out. Although his body had grown, his bag of holding was still with him. While it is really small compared to his body, he could still open it. After he reached toward it, a crown appeared in Wang Lin's hand. The moment crown appeared, the dragon-robed man's expression changed greatly. Disbelief filled his eyes as he exclaimed, "The Dragon Saint's 5-element crown. How could you possibly have this? It even has a soul." The dragon-robed man was flustered as he gave up on his spell and retreated. At the same time, he took out a wooden token and directly crushed it. The wooden token turned into smoke and seemed to open a passage in this void. He was about to enter the passage. Just as he was about to flee, the crown in Wang Lin's hand flew out. As it rotated, it gave off 5-colored light. Then a rose appeared, and as it bloomed, the shadow of a woman appeared. The woman was filled with arrogance and was an absolute beauty. After she appeared, she pointed her jade-like hand at the dragon-robed man. With this point of her finger, the dragon-robed man let out a miserable roar and could no longer escape. It was as if he was being pulled, and he turned into a ray of light and was absorbed by the crown. The beautiful woman turned around and carefully looked at Wang Lin. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out, and she eventually disappeared. This scene didn't only shock Muzi and company, it even shocked Wang Lin. He quickly retrieved the crown and coldly stared at Muzi and Widow Chan. These two people now posed no threat to Wang Lin. Their cultivation had already been seriously sealed and would continue to be sealed. Then Wang Lin's gaze turned to the moongazer serpent that gave off the aura of an ancient god. Then he opened his mouth and let out a roar. The roar from his 1,000-foot body was no weaker than the moongazer serpent's as it was the sound of an ancient god. When he let out the roar, it was heaven-shaking. Even this void didn't seem to be able to stop the roar of an ancient god. Endless thunderous rumbles formed and countless sonic booms spread out. There was only one meaning contained within this roar in the language of the ancient gods, and that was challenge. Every child ancient god had to challenge another ancient god as a passage to adulthood. Wang Lin, who held the inheritance of knowledge of 2C, knew this very well. For the ancient god clan, in order to go from 3 stars to 4 stars, one required the aura of an adult ancient god, otherwise it would be impossible to advance. This was something that couldn't be changed. Once an ancient god obtained 4 stars, they would have the qualification for adulthood. And this was the qualification to challenge. His roar was to tell the ancient god inside the moongazer serpent that he wanted to challenge him. The moment Wang Lin's roar came out, a roar came out from inside the moongazer serpent. The moongazer serpent opened its mouth and countless tentacles came out. There was a person entangled within the tentacles. This person was the same size as a normal cultivator, but with 5 blurred stars rotating on his forehead. He was entangled by tentacles as he stared at Wang Lin. "My clan member, I accept your challenge for your passage to adulthood." The moment the 5-star ancient god spoke, the tentacles around it all loosened one by one. He then moved forward and walked 3 steps. After the first step, his body grew until he was 300 feet tall, and a powerful aura surged out. Then, after the second step, he directly became a 1,000-foot giant, and an ancient aura surrounded the area. When he took the third step, he became 3,000 feet tall and was like a god. Chapter 941. Treasure of the Royal Clan. Muzi was shocked when he saw all of this. He never would have thought that this Sumu had been hiding such a shocking secret. This person was actually an ancient god. When he was sent here by the head elder of the family, he gained details about the moongazer serpent and prepared himself thoroughly. Although he was shocked, he didn't forget his task. After watching the 5-star ancient god walk out of the moongazer serpent's mouth, he didn't hesitate to charge inside. He charged directly toward the moongazer serpent's mouth. Although his cultivation had fallen greatly, his speed was not slow at all. In a flash, he disappeared into the moongazer serpent's mouth. Widow Chan's expression was a bit complex. He had looked through some records in the Alliance and accidentally found out the identity of the moongazer serpent. So he knew there was something inside the moongazer serpent called the moonflower. The record said that the moongazer serpent's moonflower can be used to refine a pseudo-nirvana void treasure. If I can obtain it and refine a pseudo-nirvana void treasure, then I can replace esteemed Xian Bao in the elder group. He clenched his teeth and chased after Muzi. Just as the moongazer serpent closed its mouth, he entered. Only Qing Shui didn't enter the Moongazer Serpent's mouth. He frowned as he silently watched Wang Lin and the huge 5-star ancient god. Clan member, my name is Lu Qin. The 5-star ancient god's eyes were filled with an ancient aura as he stepped forward. He didn't form a fist, but hit with his palm. There was a heaven-shaking sound and a giant handprint formed from Lu Chen's hand and shot straight toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This handprint was similar to the one in the celestial realm, but also very different. It shot directly toward Wang Lin, and Lu Chen's hand followed directly after the handprint. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The 4 stars on his head rotated, his right hand pointed up, and the ancient god's language came out from his mouth. Since he was now a 4-star ancient god, he could use some of the ancient god's spells. Wang Lin had waited a very long time for this day. In an instant, a giant vortex appeared before him. Ancient god's weapon. As Wang Lin roared, bursts of purple lightning came out of the vortex, and then a long spear flew out. This spear was illusory, and it seemed like it was formed by the purple lightning. Wang Lin grabbed the spear and swept forward. It collided with the incoming handprint. A loud rumble was triggered when they collided, and the handprint was cut in half. However, Wang Lin's spear was immediately grabbed by Lu Qin. With a squeeze, thunder came out from the spear, and then the spear collapsed. Wang Lin took a step out. Although his body was weak compared to Lu Chen's, he still gave off an imposing aura. His right hand formed a fist and he threw it out. Lu Chen looked at Wang Lin with a complex gaze. He had been forced to consume a star to refine Ji Xiantian into a puppet. Although he had left the Moongazer Serpent's body, there were unspeakable difficulties. Even now, he didn't know if he was the Moongazer Serpent or an ancient god. He had assimilated with this Moongazer Serpent for far too long. His mind was invaded by the Moongazer Serpent. In his view, he wasn't worthy of being called an ancient god, he was merely the puppet of the Moongazer Serpent. He had always struggled between whether he should pass the inheritance to Wang Lin or devour Wang Lin. While he was struggling when he voluntarily gave out a star to Ji Xiantian, perhaps in his heart he meant to gift that star to Wang Lin. At this moment, he took a deep breath, his right hand formed a fist, and he threw a punch. There was a bang, and Wang Lin felt his right arm go numb, and he was forced back. Lu Qin was also forced back several steps, and the stars between his eyebrows became even more blurred. The reason Wang Lin had challenged Lu Qin was because he knew that even though Luo Chen wasn't a child ancient god, he was extremely weak right now. The stars between Lu Chen's brows being blurry proved his point. As opposed to Wang Lin, who only had 4 stars, the stars were solid and shined brightly. More importantly, Wang Lin was of the royal bloodline. Even if an ordinary ancient god had devoured Lu Chen's star, and their cultivation level became higher than Wang Lin's, they would still be no match for the royal clan spells. The royal clan of the ancient gods were real kings. Not only could they use royal clan spells, they also had royal clan weapons. As he retreated, Wang Lin took a step forward and charged out at Lu Qin. The two continued to exchange bombardments of fists with each other. Ripples echoed and loud rumbles spread across the void. At the start of the battle, Wang Lin was at a disadvantage, but the more he fought, the fiercer he became. Wang Lin gradually grew familiar with the power of a 4-star ancient god as he fought. Oftentimes, a powerful storm would be set off with each punch. The punches also contained the spells of the ancient gods, so his battle with Lu Qin became even more intense. With a bang, the two parted. As Wang Lin retreated, he raised his large hands and his eyes lit up. He began chanting in the language of the ancient gods, and then the shadow of a towering ancient god appeared before him. It immediately let out a roar toward Lu Qin. The complex gaze in Lu Chen's face became even more intense, and he also raised his hands. The shadow of an ancient god appeared behind him, and it was taller than 100,000 feet. It was as if a real giant had just appeared out of nowhere. However, this giant's body was extremely bloated. It looked more like a Moongazer serpent than an ancient god. What was even more terrifying was that there was armor around this giant, and just its imposing aura was enough to make ordinary cultivators lose their wits. As the armored giant roared, Wang Lin and Lu Qin closed in on each other once more, causing explosions to echo once more. This time it wasn't just the two of them fighting, even the giants behind them began to fight. As Wang Lin left, his left hand reached out and recalled that weapon he saw Tuosin use in the ancient god's body. Ancient god Tusi's life treasure, the god-slaying spear. As he thought about the spear, the language of the ancient gods came out from his mouth. Although he wasn't able to call out the true body of Tusi's life treasure with his 4-star power, he could call out an illusion. As Wang Lin reached out, large amounts of red mist appeared out of nowhere. This red mist churned and gathered in Wang Lin's hand. Then a 1,000-foot-long spear suddenly appeared. This spear was 1,000 feet long and 10 feet wide, and it flashed red. It was the very famous god-slaying spear of the ancient god clan. Even the void began to twist around it, and as the spear gently swept by, a net-like object appeared. The net-like object in the void was formed by the powerful formation that cut off origin energy. Normally, it was impossible for it to appear, but under the swing of the god-slaying spear, it was forced to show its original form. The god-slaying spear was something only the royal clan could use. When a royal clan in Giant God reached adulthood, they would choose a weapon. These weapons were passed down from previous generations, but only the royal clan could use them. When Lu Chen saw the god-slaying spear, the complex gaze in his eyes became even stronger. He could tell that Wang Lin's ancient god inheritance was extremely noble. He speculated that this person was a junior that had received the royal inheritance and cultivated as an ancient god on his own. However, after he truly saw the god-slaying spear, he was not only able to confirm his speculation, he also knew where Wang Lin's inheritance came from. 2C. I didn't think even he had died. Lu Chen let out a sigh. The complex emotions in his eyes disappeared, and it was replaced with a gentle gaze. 2C's inheritor, let me see how much of this illusory god-slaying spear's power you can use. It was as if the knot in Lu Chen's heart had been loosened. While laughing, his right hand reached out and the bone in his right arm began to move. Bone spikes suddenly came out from his skin, and in an instant, Lu Chen's right arm was covered in bone spikes. They extended like crazy, and in the blink of an eye, they were 1,000 feet long. They formed an extremely strange yet ferocious weapon. Wang Lin gripped the illusory god-slaying spear and battling intent filled his body. As he held the spear, the feeling that he was 2C appeared once more. Right now Lu Chen was the only person in his vision. I'm ancient god Wang Lin. Wang Lin stepped out and the god-slaying spear swept forward. He heard popping sounds and then a large net appeared before him. This net was illusory and it covered the entire void. Lu Chen laughed and also closed in. The stinger formed by his right arm swung forward and directly matched Wang Lin's god-slaying spear. There was a bang when the two of them collided. Then popping sounds echoed as the two continued to fight. Their violent battle caused a net-like object to appear. Battle intent filled Wang Lin's eyes, and during the battle, he threw the god-slaying spear. Then both of his hands met before him with his thumb and forefinger linked, forming a diamond. He shouted, God-slaying seal. This god-slaying seal was one of the spells of the ancient gods, and it was something only the royal bloodline had. The god-slaying spear flew out like lightning toward Lu Chen. At the same time, the god-slaying seal shot out in a diamond shape and flashed forward. Lu Chen laughed and shouted, good. He waved his right hand and collided with the god-slaying spear, creating an amazing shockwave. Then the god-slaying seal arrived and an unimaginable storm was set off in the void. This storm swept across this void as a large amount of the net revealed itself. As the net flashed, two ghostly lights suddenly appeared under it. The ghostly lights revealed a cold and ruthless gaze. It was as if it was looking through the net from the outside. Moongazer Serpent. Ancient God. Chapter 942. Heaven-defying bead trembles. The moment that cold and ghostly light appeared, Qing Shui's originally calm expression changed drastically. He stared at where the ghostly light appeared and his eyes shined. However, that ghostly light immediately disappeared as if it never existed. Whether it was the ghostly light's appearance or disappearance, Qing Shui actually didn't see anything. However, just at that instant, there was a terrifying feeling that made all the hair on his body stood up. He had never had this feeling, even when he met his teacher, Bai Fan. However, subconsciously, he felt as if he had felt this before. This contradicting feeling made it so Qing Shui couldn't find the reason. His expression was gloomy and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He remained vigilant and stared ahead while searching his memories for the answer to this contradicting feeling. As Lu Chen laughed, he suddenly retreated from the god-slaying seal. Large amounts of the bone spikes on his arms had collapsed, but he was excited. He looked at Wang Lin with admiration. After the bombardment, Wang Lin also retreated. The god-slaying spear in his hand was almost transparent now. Although he looked normal, he was greatly shocked. Earlier, Wang Lin clearly felt the heaven-defying bead that had been fused with his origin soul and been dormant for a long time unexpectedly trembled for a moment. This was an extremely rare occurrence. When the heaven-defying bead trembled, a sliver of mysterious power came out from the bead and went into Wang Lin's body. This caused his eyes to shine blue for that instant. Borrowing the moment of retreat, Wang Lin's gaze swept his surroundings. At this moment, it was as if hundreds of thousands of bolts of thunder had exploded in his mind. He saw the ghostly light under the net that not even Qing Shui could see. When the ruthlessness from the ghostly light landed in Wang Lin's eyes, it was as if he had devoured a piece of never-melting ice. His entire body was cold inside and out. The two ghostly lights seemed to notice Wang Lin's gaze. They revealed a trace of shock and gradually disappeared. What the hell is this? As Wang Lin retreated, his mind shook. When he saw Qing Shui's gaze, he knew Qing Shui must have noticed it too. At this moment, Lu Chen laughed and closed in once more. He raised his right hand and mercilessly gripped. The 5 stars on his forehead rotated. In the blink of an eye, the 5 stars flew off his forehead and embedded onto Lu Chen's fist. When his fist arrived, the 5 stars appeared on his fist. They rotated rapidly until they formed a vortex. As Lu Chen's fist closed in, the vortex formed a storm. It looks like Lu Chen didn't notice the abnormality. He is a 5-star ancient god. Yet he unexpectedly didn't notice. Instead, it was Qing Shui who did. Wang Lin felt a lot of dread toward the 2 ghostly lights under the net. At this moment, Lu Chen's right fist swept by. Wang Lin's hand immediately swung forward and the power of a 4-star ancient god surged out. Wang Lin borrowed his power to change directions and moved far away from the net. I noticed it because of the mysterious power from the heaven-defying bead. Qing Shui must have his own secret for being able to detect it. But just what exactly is hidden inside the void? Popping sounds echoed as Wang Lin and Lu Chen exchanged moves. Their collisions turned into endless rumbles that echoed across the void. As Lu Chen's fist continued to bombard Wang Lin, the stars on his hand produced a suction force that actually pulled Wang Lin in. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the 4-star between his eyebrows spun rapidly. They merged into his right hand as he met Lu Chen's incoming fist. If the battle of 2 ancient gods was placed in normal space, it would immediately cause the space to collapse. However, they weren't affected here. As the rumbles continued, Wang Lin retreated and escaped the suction force from Lu Chen's fist. Lu Chen took a step and instantly closed in on Wang Lin while waving his fist. Countless fierce bone spikes appeared from his body. They were filled with the power of an ancient god and shot toward Wang Lin like arrows. Wang Lin's right hand shook the god-slaying spear and swept it forward. Without any hesitation, the language of the ancient gods came from his mouth. Origin ancient god, borrowing the power of the ancestors. The moment he spoke, a large vortex appeared before him and absorbed all the bone spikes. The moment the vortex appeared, an earth-shattering roar echoed. For the first time, excitement appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. He smiled and said, "The origin ancient god spell that borrows power from the ancestors that only the royal clan can use. I, Lu Chen, haven't seen it in a long time." As he spoke, he stopped in the void and his hands formed a ring. An illusory ancient god star appeared above his forehead. Shortly after, 1 star after another appeared. When Lu Chen moved his hand, the 5 stars emitted a gentle light and began to rotate. Then something flew out from the ring. "Ancient god beast spirit," Lu Chen shouted. Then the thing that flew out flashed and turned into a giant elephant. This elephant was completely black and its long fur looked extremely ferocious. Its 2 long tusks gave off a white glow and its rough trunk was like a powerful arm. The elephant lifted its body as it let out a roar and mercilessly stomped down. This created violent rumbles, and a savage flame came out from this giant elephant's body like crazy. Not only did the ancient god clan members have bodies that could destroy worlds, they also had incomparable magic spells. This beast spirit was one of the powerful spells of the ancient gods. Only 5-star ancient gods could use it, and it had to be refined for a long time before they could use it. Almost every adult ancient god had this spell. The first thing every ancient god did when they reached adulthood was find their own beast spirit to refine. 2C also had a beast spirit. Back in the land of the ancient god, the beast that prevented Tuasen from obtaining the inheritance of knowledge was 2C's beast spirit. At this moment, Lu Chen used the spirit beast spell, and the giant elephant charged forward. The vortex before Wang Lin suddenly changed. As the giant elephant closed in, a giant fist came out from the vortex. This fist had blue skin. When the fist came out, it collided with the giant elephant. Boom! An unimaginable sound spread across the void, creating a storm that could cause the world to collapse. The giant elephant let out a roar and its large body was pushed back. One of its 2 tusks broke in half and dissipated into dust. Lu Chen also retreated, and the admiration in his eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated. He avoided the impact from the ripple and the net. Lu Chen looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "You are qualified to become an ancient god." The moment he spoke, the moongazer serpent in the distance revealed a demonic glow in its eyes. It then let out a roar. This roar caused Lu Chen's body to tremble, and struggle filled his eyes. Large amounts of veins bulged and his expression became ferocious. Looking at the moongazer serpent, he roared, "Damn animal, don't interfere with me anymore." The moongazer serpent's eyes became cold and its roar became even more intense. There was a will inside that roar that made Lu Chen tremble and reveal a painful expression. However, just at this moment, a shocking change suddenly occurred. A large portion of the net appeared in the space where the moongazer serpent was, and those 2 ghostly lights appeared once more. Qing Shui had been watching all of this closely. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he stared at the net near the moongazer serpent. His face turned extremely gloomy. Wang Lin also saw this, and his pupils shrank. As for Lu Qin, he also noticed that something was wrong. The Moongazer Serpent's large body suddenly trembled and it let out a roar. There was confusion and fear in its eyes, and it was about to rush out from this place. The flashing net closest to the Moongazer Serpent suddenly tore. The instant it tore, the opening widened and revealed a vast expanse. It was as if the seal in this void was ripped open and the two ghostly lights charged out. The moment that ghostly lights charged out, Wang Lin, Qing Shui, and Lu Qin were all startled. Teacher. Qing Shui's eyes was filled with disbelief. To see. Wang Lin gasped. His scalp felt numb and he was about to flee. Ancestor. Lu Qin stared at the thing that charged out of the crack and was startled. All three of them saw different things. 7-colored gas came out from the crack. This gas was very dense and surrounded the Moongazer Serpent before mercilessly dragging it toward the crack. The Moongazer Serpent strew gold and let out angry roars. However, its large body seemed to have lost all power to resist and could only be dragged into the crack. As the Moongazer Serpent was dragged in, the crack quickly expanded. At this moment, not only did the Moongazer Serpent's angry roar lose its effect, even Yi Muzi and Widow Chan, who were inside the Moongazer Serpent, were shocked. The two of them were moving quickly through the Moongazer Serpent when it was filled with the 7-colored gas. As the 7-colored gas filled the Moongazer Serpent's body, the two of them found that the rate at which they were losing origin energy had reached a horrifying degree. Large amounts of 7-colored gas came out through the crack. The gas split into 3 and went straight for Wang Lin, Lu Qin, and Qing Shui. Chapter 943. Heaven's Tao? Lu Qin had the deepest feeling regarding the Moongazer Serpent's pain as they had assimilated. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and threw a punch. This punch turned into a powerful rumble, and it was several times stronger than when he fought Wang Lin. The giant elephant let out a roar and turned into a black light that wrapped around Lu Qin's fist. This caused the roar of the elephant to echo as he punched. The elephant reformed before the punch and charged into the 7-colored gas. There was a heaven-shaking sound and a shocking shockwave spread out. The 7-colored gas was pushed back a bit, but quickly spread even more and devoured the giant elephant. As the 7-colored gas closed in on Qing Shui, he didn't retreat and instead his eyes turned cold. His right hand pointed between his eyebrows and a purple-red line appeared and formed an arc. When Qing Shui saw that 7-colored gas, it was as if a flash of lightning crossed his mind, and he shouted, I have spent my life cultivating as a celestial and have refined 7G realm roots, allowing me to become a celestial lord. I have slaughtered countless people but have never fought the Heaven's Tao. The moment the purple-red curved line appeared, it emitted a sizzling sound and an extremely powerful force came out from it. Heaven's Tao. A low voice came from the crack and a chuckle came through. From the sound of the laugh, the person who spoke wasn't an old man. Compared to you, who came from the sealed realm, I can indeed be considered your Heaven's Tao. The Moongazer Serpent, 2 ancient gods, and you, who cultivates the G realm, come with me to the place of the Heaven's Tao. This can be considered good fortune for you all. Qing Shui's eyes became cold and he charged out as the 7-colored gas closed in. The purple-red line arched through the 7-colored gas, creating popping sounds. As for Wang Lin, the 7-colored gas also closed in on him. This 7-colored gas contained a powerful sealing force that prevented him from retreating. Killing intent flashed across his eyes as he waved the god-slaying spear in his hand and shouted, collapse. There was a loud rumble as the first 100 feet of the 1,000 feet god-slaying spear collapsed, creating a storm that shot toward the 7-colored gas. The Moongazer Serpent's roar became even more intense and it continued to struggle. The 7-colored gas surrounding its body looked like a 7-colored sun. It looked very beautiful. However, the mournful roar filled this beauty with strangeness. Half of the Moongazer Serpent's giant body had been pulled in and was still being pulled in. Thanks to the 7-colored gas, it had lost all power to resist. Even as it struggled, it revealed a terrifying despair. Lu Qin had assimilated with the Moongazer Serpent. This roar pierced through him. As he rushed out, the 5 stars rotated and one of them flew out and collapsed. Shattered star of an ancient god. The star shattered and a crazed power appeared in the void. Just as the power of the shattered star was about to spread, Lu Qin mercilessly inhaled. As he inhaled, the power of the shattered star entered his mouth. Roars of pain came from his mouth as his body expanded from 3,000 feet to more than 7,000 feet. With one step, he broke free from the 7-colored gas and arrived next to the crack. As he roared, his powerful fist punched out. As he punched, one of the 4 stars between his eyebrows shattered. The star that shattered formed an unimaginable impact that entered his right arm and allowed him to launch a punch at peak power. This punch borrowed the power of 2 shattered stars. This allowed Lu Qin to reach power just short of his peak. As his roar echoed, 10 giant elephants appeared and charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. At this instant, The void was filled with this majestic sound. His voice was so intense that even Wang Lin felt his ears sting. The void under his feet seemed to be impacted by a powerful force. If one looked from above, it would look as if the void within hundreds of thousands of kilometers had been scraped open, revealing the flashing net below. Even the seven-colored gas around Wang Lin and Qing Shui was pushed back. The crack that was swallowing the moongazer serpent was ripped open, and the seven-colored gas was pushed back, revealing the figure hidden inside the seven-colored gas. The figure was completely exposed. He was a youth that looked very ordinary, but his eyes were extremely cold. What stood out about him was a crescent moon mark between his eyebrows. He coldly looked at Wang Lin's group and remained neutral toward Lu Chen's almost peak attack. He raised his right hand and calmly said, "Sealed Realm's 99th formation, Devour formation, activate." After he spoke, a rapidly rotating vortex appeared before the youth. The vortex was dark and it was like a mouth that could devour all. It expanded like crazy and seemed to devour Lu Chen's punch. However, just this vortex wasn't enough to dissolve Lu Chen's ancient god power. After it devoured, the vortex rumbled and immediately collapsed. The youth's expression changed and he retreated. Then his hands formed a seal and he shouted, "The Sealed Realm's 9th formation, Heaven-splitting formation, activate." As he spoke, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a large mouthful of blood. This blood entered the crack before causing specks of light to fly out and condense into a large war axe. The moment the axe appeared, a pressure that could shake the heavens appeared and large amounts of collapse appeared out of nowhere. The war axe flashed and charged toward Lu Chen. It collided with Lu Chen's fist. As the resulting rumble echoed, the war axe collapsed and Lu Chen coughed out blood. After being knocked back a few steps, one of the three remaining ancient god stars on Lu Chen's forehead shattered, and he rushed out once more. The shatter of the third star caused storms around his body. His body went from 7,000 feet directly to more than 10,000 feet tall. He was now a true ancient god giant. Although it was far from his peak, he already held unimaginable power. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. If Lu Chen lost, he would be in danger. He took a step forward and his 4-star royal ancient god power surged out like crazy. He threw the god-slaying spear in his hand and then formed a diamond with his hands and pressed forward. A diamond light flashed out and merged with the god-slaying spear. It penetrated the void and shot toward the youth. There was also Qing Shui. Without pause, his hands formed a seal and 7 arcs of G-realm threads connected together and quickly shot forward. As Lu Chen roared, his 10,000-foot body charged forward. His eyes were fearless as he threw his bombardment of punches. The peak attack of the three caused the youth to panic and his pupils to shrink. At this moment, a withered hand reached out and pulled the youth back. A wild-haired old man walked out and stood before the youth. "Master." As soon as the youth spoke, the old man shouted, "Shut up. Who allowed you to open the sealed realm?" As the old man spoke, his hand formed a seal, then he said, requesting the formation to activate the heaven-splitting axe. The moment the old man spoke, specks of light appeared within hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of kilometers. These specks of light gathered like crazy toward where Wang Lin's group was. They were simply too fast. Their speed broke the limit of law. They were even several times faster than the peak attacks of Wang Lin's group. The entire void seemed to be lit up. The originally dark void was filled with lines of crystal light. In an instant, these specks of light had already taken shape. A war axe 1,000 feet long suddenly appeared. This war axe was formed by specks of light and was filled with a primal aura. As this aura spread out, the war axe suddenly descended. It appeared before the old man and directly met the peak attacks of Wang Lin's group. Bang, bang, bang. As a crazy rumble echoed, Qing Shui coughed out a mouthful of blood and D was knocked away. Wang Lin trembled and cracks appeared on his body. The 4 stars on his forehead rapidly rotated to offset the unimaginable impact, but he was also knocked back. Lu Chen's body gradually shrank and the power of the shattered stars quickly dissipated. His eyes were filled with sadness as he looked at the axe in the sky and shouted, "Wang Lin, does your inheritance know about this object? It is the holy treasure of the ancient god clan." The heaven-splitting axe exploded into countless specks of light, causing the fragmented net to quickly recover. The old man outside the net revealed a strange look. Then he waved his hand, and the specks of light turned into 3 large hands. One of them grabbed the moongazer serpent and mercilessly pulled it outside the net. The other hand reached toward Lu Chen. Right now he simply had no power to resist. The third giant hand reached toward Wang Lin. Just at this instant, decisiveness filled Lu Chen's eyes as if he was determined to do something. The moment the giant hand grabbed him, his right hand reached toward between his eyebrows. He took the last 2 ancient god stars and threw them toward Wang Lin with a wry smile on his face. His gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with never-before-seen gentleness. It was like an elder in the family looking at their own child. "Your challenge to adulthood was excellent. Not even my child was as excellent as you. All children of the ancient god clan receive a gift after their challenge. These 2 ancient god stars will be my gift to you. Lu Chen's voice was filled with a trace of relief and sadness as he looked at the void. He was grabbed by the giant hand and pulled outside the net. Ancient god. Ancient god. You can reverse the heavens, but you can't reverse life. I, Lu Chen, am not an ancient god, but a lonely god. Chapter 944. Heaven-defying bead reappears. Lu Chen's sad voice echoed across the void and landed in Wang Lin's ears. Wang Lin's mind trembled and he felt some kind of resonance. Lu Chen had dared to defy the heavens and wasn't afraid of heaven or earth. However, he wasn't able to reverse his own fate, which was the Moongazer Serpent. He was assimilated with the Moongazer Serpent and had most of his ancient god power absorbed. This forced him to revert from a peak 8-star ancient god back into child form. All of this was a fate he couldn't change. He had been trapped inside the Moongazer Serpent for tens of thousands of years, living a life that was worse than death. With the pride of the ancient gods, the humiliation he suffered in his heart revealed his desolation. The ancient god clan was an extremely proud clan, and this pride refused to allow anything to trample on them. Tusi was the same, and Lu Chen was also the same. Wang Lin silently pondered, and his heart filled with pain. However, there was respect in his eyes. He respected ancient god Lu Chen. At this moment, there was a whistle in the void as the 2 ancient god stars moved at an extreme speed toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin grabbed the 2 stars, and at that moment, the stars merged with Wang Lin. At this instant, an unimaginable ancient god power filled Wang Lin's body. This ancient god power was too strong, and popping sounds came from Wang Lin's body. In the blink of an eye, his body grew several times larger. He was now more than 3,000 feet tall. All the veins on his body bulged as if there was a power inside him that wanted to tear him apart. Filled with pain, Wang Lin charged forward and let out a roar. This roar turned into endless sonic booms and shot forward. It also contained the might of a royal ancient god, which caused the giant golden hand coming at him to pause. Wang Lin could clearly feel the power of the ancient gods from the 2 stars Lu Chen threw at him surge through his entire body. This ancient god power was equivalent to Wang Lin absorbing spiritual energy from countless planets for tens of thousands of years. It was as if his body was going to collapse under his power. That feeling of his body being torn apart made him almost crazy, so he let out roars to vent himself. There was a trace of violent pressure within these roars. The stars rapidly rotated between his eyebrows until it was impossible to see how many stars there were. Wang Lin let out a roar as he took a step and mercilessly threw a punch. This punch immediately set off a storm. The void before him was pushed back as if it was being ripped open, and a powerful force swept forward. The large hand formed by the golden light paused due to the punch Wang Lin released. However, with a heaven-shaking bang, Wang Lin's hand and the golden hand collided. Bang, 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 bang. This bombardment of punches caused both sides to stagger. The crazy amount of impacts caused the giant hand to retreat. Wang Lin's body trembled a bit and he retreated a few steps. At this point, his eyes gradually calmed down. At this moment, he no longer felt pain from his body, but instead felt comfortable. He clenched his fists as if he was holding the world. There was no giant hand reaching for Qing Shui, but his eyes had a strange gaze as he looked at the 2 people on the other side of the net. His eyes were filled with confusion, but there was also a trace of struggle in them. It was as if he was in a trace and pain came from his head. It felt as if there was a hidden memory that was mercilessly opened when he saw those 2. The flashing net in the void was rapidly recovering. Just as it was about to recover completely, there was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the old man outside the net. He stared at Wang Lin's giant body, especially at the 4 rapidly rotating stars with a vortex in the middle. Specks of golden light scattered from Wang Lin's body and gathered at the vortex, causing waves of powerful ancient god power to spread out. There was a drop of black liquid that appeared and disappeared within the vortex. He really is a royal ancient god. The old man's eyes shined brightly. A 5-star royal ancient god that has just awakened. I didn't expect there to still be royal ancient gods in the sealed realm. If the Elder Council finds out about this, it will set off a great storm. Fortunately, this person is only in the awakening state. If he had fully awakened and reached 6 stars, then even I would have to retreat. The old man gasped and greed filled his eyes. If I can absorb his royal ancient god power, I will be able to occupy a seat in the Elder Council. The crescent moon mark flashed between the old man's eyebrows and he clenched his teeth. Then his hands formed a seal and the crescent moon mark actually flew out, forming a 10-foot-tall crescent moon imprint. This old man is a member of the ancient Moon Devourer clan of the immemorial Celestial clan. Today, I've come across the greatest opportunity in my life. No matter what, I can't let him go. As the old man roared, the crescent moon mark flashed like crazy and charged forward. Just as the net in the void was about to withdraw completely, the crescent moon mark suddenly drilled out. It grew in the void until it was several thousand feet tall and was comparable to Wang Lin. Moon celestial devours God. The old man's eyes suddenly widened and a large amount of veins bulged on his face. As the veins extended, they gathered under the crescent moon mark, making him look very ferocious. The moment he spoke, the crescent moon mark seemed to boil and gave off a demonic light. Then a giant mouth appeared on the crescent moon mark and charged to devour Wang Lin. Endless suction force came from inside the big mouth. This suction was extremely strange. It was as if countless threads had come out to drill into Wang Lin's body. The mouth from the crescent moon was so fast that it closed in on Wang Lin in an instant. Wang Lin simply had no chance to react. As the endless suction filled the area, it directly devoured Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure no longer existed in the void. The only thing that remained was the huge crescent moon mark. The old man was very excited when the crescent moon mark rushed back. He wanted to make it out of the net before it completely withdrew. The old man's laughter was filled with excitement. He didn't think he would encounter such fortune today. After devouring this royal ancient god, this old man will have the cultivation level to hold a position on the Elder Council. The old man charged forward toward the net. His right hand reached out for the crescent moon mark. He had already thought about how he was going to gain respect in the Elder Council after he devoured the royal ancient god, how he would stand above all within his sect. However, just at this instant, the old man's expression changed greatly and his face filled with disbelief. All of his plans were ruined and he stared straight ahead. A crazy aura came out from the crescent moon mark that devoured Wang Lin. This aura was extremely powerful and caused the crescent moon mark to tremble violently. Then the crescent moon mark exploded with a bang. The crescent moon mark was broken by force into countless pieces. At this moment, the old man's face was completely pale and popping sounds came from between his eyebrows. Then he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Terror filled his eyes and he cried, "Impossible." The crescent moon mark between his eyebrows cracked in half and the old man was knocked back. The youth in black next to him was still in a daze. Even now, he still didn't understand why such a shocking change had occurred. Inside the net, Wang Lin walked out from the shattered crescent moon mark. The 5 stars on his forehead rotated slowly and the power of a royal 5-star ancient god filled the area. However, this wasn't what made the crescent moon mark explode or what made the old man cough out blood. At this moment, there was a black and white bead floating between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Heaven-defying bead. The moment Wang Lin was devoured by the crescent moon mark, the heaven-defying bead began moving on its own and flew out from between his eyebrows. The moment the heaven-defying bead appeared, a mysterious force came out from within it. The crescent moon mark wasn't able to resist at all and suddenly collapsed. At this moment, black and white gas surrounded the heaven-defying bead. The black and white gas charged out, went through the flashing net, and charged directly at the old man. The old man screamed and his face filled with fear. It was as if he recognized the heaven-defying bead. His gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with unimaginable fear. You are... He lost his wits and retreated while feeling shocked. The fear in his eyes almost reached its peak. However, he was too slow. The black and white gas went through the net that sealed this void. The moment it charged out, the black and white gas expanded and sped up before chasing after the old man. In an instant, the black and white gas caught up. Whether the old man tried to teleport or merge with the world, everything became pointless before the black and white gas from the heaven-defying bead. The moment the black and white gas closed in, it surrounded the old man. The old man's body trembled violently, fear filled his eyes, and his pounding heart isolated all other sounds. As the black and white gas circled him, it formed a vortex before the old man. An arm came out from the vortex and made a beckoning motion toward the old man. The broken moon mark between the old man's eyebrows shot out with a bang, and there were still lines of blood connected to the mark. The moment the mark flew out, the old man let out an extremely miserable scream. His body trembled, large drops of sweat fell from his face, and the veins on his body bulged as if they were about to explode. Chapter 945, Secret. Despair filled the old man's eyes as he looked at Wang Lin and mournful. Ly said, "Sealed Realm Supreme, please spare my life." However, Wang Lin was still in shock and had simply no control over this matter, much less over the heaven-defying bead. Seeing that Wang Lin made no attempt to stop the heaven-defying bead, the old man let out a miserable smile. He watched as the crescent moon mark was pulled from his forehead by the big hand before it slowly returned back into the vortex. Large amounts of blood sprayed out from the old man's forehead, and he became dispirited. His eyes were bleak and his body flew back as if he had been hit by a powerful impact. Fear filled black-robed youth's eyes as he looked at Wang Lin. The coldness in his eyes collapsed and was replaced with terror. He dodged Wang Lin's gaze and didn't dare to make eye contact. His body flashed and he grabbed hold of the old man. The old man's eyes revealed a trace of struggle. Disregarding the blood from between his eyebrows, he shouted, "Quickly retreat." The youth didn't hesitate and quickly retreated while carrying the old man. The formation formed by the black and white gas dissipated back into black and white gas. Then it penetrated the recovering net and returned back into the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead slowly flew to Wang Lin and floated before him. The surrounding flashing net was slowly covered by the void once more. Then there was nothing but the endless darkness and silence. As for the Moongazer Serpent and Lu Qin, they were isolated outside the net. When the void spread, they disappeared forever. Qing Shui stared at all of this. A majority of his celestial origin energy had been sealed. He looked at Wang Lin and his originally confused eyes became focused. Looking at the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin was just as shocked as the old man who had lost his mark from ancient times. He wasn't unfamiliar with the arm that came out from the vortex. He saw it when he first activated the heaven-defying bead. At this moment, while he pondered, Wang Lin carefully raised his right hand and touched the heaven-defying bead. The bead immediately entered his right hand and disappeared into his origin soul. During ancient times, there were ancient people that cultivated their own heaven and earth. They became celestials and formed the ancient celestial realm. The ancient celestial realm is the holy land of my celestial realm, the real celestial realm. Qing Shui seemed to be speaking to himself, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Master Baifan was someone from the ancient celestial realm. He descended from the ancient celestial realm to teach us all. Teacher once said that the ancient celestial realm was the guardian of all life. If the ancient celestial realm exists, then the heavens and earth will exist. If the ancient celestial realm was gone, then everything would be destroyed. He originally thought that the ancient celestial realm would be eternal, but that day, the towering tree supporting the Ansai celestial realm collapsed and the ancient celestial realm disappeared without a trace. Even after spending a lifetime searching, Teacher wasn't able to find a trace of the ancient celestial realm. The disappearance of the ancient celestial realm represented the collapse of the ancient cultivation world and ushered a new era. The world was confused. Without the ancient celestial realm, how could there be celestials? Thus, Qi refiners were born. I, Qing Shui, was a Qi refiner. I was heir to the country of Clearwater. However, although the celestial realm was gone, Master Baifan and few of his peers opened their own world. They took the 4 great passages to the ancient celestial realm and created their own land, naming it Celestial Realm. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning celestial realms split the galaxy into 4 systems. Under the wind celestial realm was the cloud sea, under the rain celestial realm was brilliant void, under the thunder celestial realm was all even, and under the lightning celestial realm was summoned river. The system below the rain celestial realm had its name changed by others to the Alliance. Who else still knows that this place was once called Brilliant Void? Qing Shui let out a sigh as he looked at the void. It was as if he was looking at the Thunder Celestial Realm from back then, and reminiscence filled his eyes. At the Thunder Celestial Realm, I met her. As Wang Lin pondered, his body gradually shrank. Popping sounds echoed as his 3,000-foot body slowly returned to normal size. 5 ancient god stars rotated between his eyebrows and gave off a fierce ancient god aura. At this moment, Wang Lin's original body had the power of a 5-star ancient god, and he was now considered one of the strong. If a 5-star royal ancient god used a spell, he could battle early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivators. Once he returns to normal space and his origin energy is unsealed, almost no early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivator will be his match. For the first time, Wang Lin felt like he was powerful. His expression was calm as he silently looked at Qing Shui. Qing Shui's eyes revealed a hint of gentleness, but it was soon replaced with pain. He could never forget that time where he was lost in madness and accidentally killed his beloved partner. This kind of pain was deep inside his heart, and it continued to devour him. Not even unforgettable was enough to express how powerful it was. During ancient times, when my celestial clan was at its peak. In my memory, I clearly remember that this peak didn't last for long. The 4 celestial realms entered a life and death battle over a single item. The pain was quickly hidden away. This was a pain he faced alone every night, an unspeakable pain he could never forget. This great war lasted for far too long, and in the end, the celestial realms lost too much. In the end, during the peak of the war, a person came out from the void. According to Master Baifan, this person was an old acquaintance from the ancient celestial realm. His appearance prevented this war from continuing, and he held the order from the ancient celestial realm to set up barrier between the 4 celestial realms. If the barrier was opened once more, the anger of the ancient celestial realm would descend and burn everything. As Qing Shui's voice echoed, Wang Lin silently listened. The 4 great celestial realms were isolated from each other, and the war was over. As for the root of all of this, the thing everyone wanted, I don't know. All I know is that it was a bead. Qing Shui looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his mind was in shock. If I had obtained that bead, I would certainly keep it well hidden and not take it out or let anyone see it. This object is simply too important. Qing Shui spoke as if he was talking to himself and let out a sigh. The great war between the 4 celestial realms caused them to lose too many celestials. All 4 realms were at their weakest. However, it was during that time that a shocking change occurred. A bunch of freaks from the Tattoo clan came from an unknown origin and appeared in the realm under the 4 celestial realms. These Tattoo clan members used extremely strange spells. We celestials were completely different. We don't cultivate Tao, only our celestial origin. We can reverse the power of heavens and wield it. Those people gathered all their power onto talisman-like treasures and used them. The battle was very intense. In the end, my celestial clan won and scattered this Tattoo clan. We even turned a large amount of them into our slaves. However, the 4 celestial realms suffered even more damage. After that, we found out that this Tattoo clan came from the void under space. Which is here. Qing Shui pointed under his feet. Wang Lin gasped and his eyes shined. He had encountered the Chosen Immortal clan a lot, but he didn't expect the Chosen Immortal clan's origin to be the void. Thinking about the old man and youth, an idea suddenly appeared in Wang Lin's mind. This void doesn't only surround the Alliance, it surrounds all 4 systems under the 4 celestial realms. Qing Shui let out a sigh and muttered, "After the war with the Tattoo clan, I began to show signs of madness, but at that time I didn't pay attention to any of this. After that, you should have heard about what happened from Master Flame's park." Wang Lin pondered for a bit while he looked at Qing Shui. After a long time, he slowly said, "Senior brother, that old man said that he was from the ancient Moon Devourer clan of the immemorial Celestial clan." Qing Shui's eyes were filled with confusion as he softly said, "This is what also confuses me. I have never heard of this immemorial Celestial clan. Could the Tattoo clan from back then be from the same place? Were they also members of the immemorial Celestial clan?" The confusion in Qing Shui's eyes became even strange. However, I feel very strange. The moment the 7-colored gas appeared, I unexpectedly saw an illusion. I heard that teacher died while pointing madly at the sky. What exactly did teacher see? Wang Lin pondered deeply. A large mystery seemed to fill the surroundings, but it was hidden in smoke, not allowing anyone to see the truth inside. Both Wang Lin and Qing Shui silently pondered in the void. The celestial origin energy in Qing Shui's body was eventually completely sealed. He gradually weakened, and on the 3rd day, he lost the ability to fly. Wang Lin supported Qing Shui as he continued to move through the void. The celestial fragment Master Flame's park gave them floated before him and gave off a gentle light. It was as if it had made a connection with the outside world and was leading the way. Supporting Qing Shui, Wang Lin followed the celestial fragment. On the 9th day, Qing Shui was extremely weak. He looked at the void and the drifting celestial fragment as he said, "After I take the memories from esteemed Xianbao's origin soul, you should keep the origin soul. His origin soul contains a large amount of celestial origin energy, so it will be very useful to you. Your attitude is very similar to mine back then. I hope you will cherish it more than me, because I no longer have the qualifications or people to cherish." Qing Shui looked at Wang Lin as if he was looking at his past self. The same kind of coldness, the same kind of slaughter, and the same kind of loneliness. On this day, the celestial fragment suddenly shined brightly and stopped. As it shined, a vortex appeared before it. There was an altar on the vortex with countless cultivators chanting. Master Flame's park stood on the altar with a smile and his voice entered. "Welcome back." Chapter 946, The Child Who Pointed at the Apricot Flower Village. There was a bright nebula among the vastness of space. This colorful nebula looked static, but it was undergoing a change unseen to the eye. This nebula was filled with different colors and was very beautiful. On this day, a ray of light flew through the nebula. This ray of light wasn't fast, but when it passed through the nebula, it made it look as if the nebula was boiling and retreating. What was more astonishing was that the person inside the ray of light wasn't using a treasure like the star compass, he was moving with his body. This person wore a green robe and looked about 30 years old. His appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing unusual about him. If there was anything notable, it was that he gave off an ancient temperament. It was as if this person had lived for tens of thousands of years. Wang Lin walked the entire way. He didn't use spatial bending, he just calmly walked among the stars. It had been 4 days since he returned from the void. 4 days ago, he and Qing Shui opened up the passage back from the void with the help of Master Flame's park. Wang Lin didn't mention much about what happened in the void. He didn't go too deeply into the whereabouts of Emuzi, Widow-chan, and the Moongazer Serpent. Master Flame's park didn't ask too much about it, but when they talked about the Moongaze Serpent, he frowned. Wang Lin didn't linger too long with Master Flames Park. He decided to leave using a private matter as an excuse. Master Flames Park silently pondered for a long time and didn't force Wang Lin to stay. Although he couldn't see through Wang Lin's ancient god body, even though his cultivation level was much higher, he could feel a powerful aura that shocked him greatly coming from Wang Lin. Although this aura was fearsome now, with time, it would grow to an extremely terrifying degree. The seal on Qing Shui's cultivation quickly undid itself once he returned. After all, his celestial origin energy didn't really disappear, it was merely suppressed by the seal. After recovering his cultivation, Qing Shui didn't stay where Master Flames Park was. He disappeared among the stars, his whereabouts unknown. On the surface, when the two left, it looked like they didn't interact at all, but Wang Lin knew Qing Shui would come and find him. After all, Qing Shui hadn't searched esteemed Xian Bao's memories yet. Thinking about what happened in the void, Wang Lin felt very regrettable about it all. Whether it was Lu Chen's life, the waves outside the seal, or the secrets of the celestial realm, they were all fresh in Wang Lin's mind. What shocked him the most was the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin would never have guessed that the heaven-defying bead would unexpectedly trigger a great war between the four celestial realms. The great war between the four celestial realms was certainly more fierce than the battle between All Evan and the Alliance. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he went through the nebula and looked ahead. At some point, he turned around and remained unmoving. A moment later, ripples spread from where he was looking and Qing Shui walked out. He looked at Wang Lin with admiration in his eyes. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he smiled. Senior brother came. The current you is qualified to travel the stars, so I can relax. Qing Shui took a step and arrived next to Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately noticed a powerful smell of blood from Qing Shui's body. He could vaguely feel that Qing Shui's cultivation was several times stronger than several days ago. On the way, I heard a few people talking about your name, so I went and killed some Alliance cultivators who were good at hiding. Although Qing Shui spoke like it was nothing, Wang Lin could tell that this was absolutely not a small matter. The truth was certainly as he explained. The slaughter realm of the Alliance had kept up their pursuit of Thunder Celestial Su Mu. Although Wang Lin had gone into the void, they didn't give up and stayed around. However, they didn't scatter, but divided into two teams near where the All Evan cultivators were. However, this slaughter realm had terrible luck and one of its groups was confronted by Qing Shui. All of them were killed and even the leader was devoured by Qing Shui. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and esteemed Xian Bao's origin soul flew out. He threw it at Qing Shui. Qing Shui caught it and placed his right hand between esteemed Xian Bao's eyebrows. Celestial origin energy surged into Qing Shui's right hand and esteemed Xian Bao awakened. Burst of miserable screams echoed and his origin soul convulsed. Qing Shui's expression was gloomy and his eyes were closed. After a long time, he opened his eyes and there was a layer of frost over his face. He threw esteemed Xian Bao's origin soul back at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't speak and caught esteemed Xian Bao's origin soul. This origin soul had lost its consciousness and had become nothing but a source of celestial origin energy. The former dignified celestial, the junior brother of the esteemed Tian Bao, ended up like this. It could only be said that whether you were a celestial or a cultivator, if you were a bit careless, you could end up in this state. If you wished to be different, then you had to become the strongest. Wang Lin put this origin soul into his bag of holding and looked at Qing Shui. Qing Shui's expression had returned back to normal, but there was a hint of fierceness in it. He had found a sliver of a clue from esteemed Xian Bao's origin soul. Qing Shui looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, Su Mu, I need to go the Alliance's slaughter realm to pick up an item. Are you willing to go with me? Wang Lin pondered a bit and said, Can senior brother wait for me for 10 days? Qing Shui nodded and said, Okay, I'll come looking for you in 10 days. Qing Shui didn't waste time. He took a step and disappeared into the void. The moment he disappeared, a monstrous killing intent disappeared instantly. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He knew that Qing Shui must have found someone within esteemed Xian Bao's origin soul. After pondering for a bit, he took a step and ripples appeared under his feet. He merged with the world. The reason he asked for 10 days was because there were two matters he had to attend to. There was a cultivation planet in the northern region of the Alliance. This planet was in the depths of the northern region and was far away from the battle several days ago, so it wasn't affected by the big battle. This planet was filled with spiritual energy and covered with endless forests. This was a rank 7 cultivation planet. There were 3 smaller cultivation planets around this planet, making them the secondary planets. This rank 7 cultivation planet had a very beautiful name. It was called Dark Moon. A majority of planet Dark Moon was covered in forests and large amounts of mortal villages were scattered across the planet. There were also many cultivation sects within its numerous mountains. There was a famous mountain in the southern part of the planet, and it was called Heaven Mountain. This mountain was very tall and the top was covered in mist. No one knew where the peak was. A small path of stone steps led up the mountain and the rest was hidden within the clouds. One couldn't help but feel like this place was the celestial realm. Every morning, the sound of bells would echo from the peak of the mountain. A few beautiful birds would fly out among the clouds and wander heaven mountain. Their cries would intersect with the sound of the bells. This scene was like a scene from a painting. It was extremely elegant, like a hidden paradise. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the bell seemed to pierce the clouds as it spread out from the peak. It made the heart of anyone who heard it feel peaceful. There was a mortal village at the foot of mountain. There weren't many people there, only about 100 families. The village was filled with apricot trees, and the trees were in full bloom. A gust of wind would cause the fragrance of the apricot flowers to spread. Smelling the fragrance of the apricot flowers would make one feel calm. The sound of the bells seemed to blow away the coldness of night in the early morning. Burst of smoke and the sound of dogs barking appeared. As the smoke floated into the air as if it removed the last sliver of darkness of night. Looking at this from away, it was like a moving picture and contained its own domain. Wang Lin silently stood in the distance and looked at the village ahead. The smoke and the swaying apricot trees were dynamic and the almost 100 houses were static. The dynamic and static things contrasted each other, like the leisurely and busy lives. This inadvertent combination made Wang Lin feel familiar and yet unfamiliar at the same time. What he recalled was not the village before him but his childhood back on planet Suzaku. In a fragments of nursery rhyme came from the distances as the sound of the bell ringing echoed in the morning. The apricot tree blooms white flowers. The daughter won't be taken by a Taoist family. Last year, Lang II went up the mountain, and a year later Lang I was a bag of bones. The cry of the daughter accompanies the dead, but takes the coffin as family. The apricot tree blooms white flowers and children shouldn't be taken by Taoists. If asked about my age, I still don't have found my Tao. The dog barks, the cat scratches, scaring the Taoist back home. The voice of a tender child entered Wang Lin's ears along with the sound of a crisp bell ringing. It was a child dressed in close-fitting clothes riding on an ox walking toward the village. There was an iron hoop through the ox's nose with 2 bells attached. As the ox walked, the bells would ring unceasingly. There were several calves following the ox. The child saw Wang Lin but wasn't afraid as he continued to sing the nursery rhyme and gradually approached Wang Lin. The child tilted his head and his big eyes blinked as he said, "Uncle, why are you here? Are you lost?" Wang Lin revealed a smile and nodded. "What is this place?" The child pointed ahead and said his tender voice, "This is the apricot flower village." As he spoke, he sat on the ox and walked into the village. Only the nursery rhyme continued to echo. Wang Lin let out a sigh. When the nursery rhyme entered his ears, a hint of sadness arose within him. He muttered, "Planet Dark Moon, a village under Heaven Mountain. This should be it." That vague call from a dying friend who was homesick echoed in Wang Lin's ears. "Please take my ashes back to Planet Dark Moon in the Alliance star system. There is a mountain called Heaven Mountain. I remember that there was a village under the mountain. Please take my ashes there." Chapter 947, Qualification. Several kilometers outside of Apricot Flower Village, there were a field of graves. Wang Lin's figure appeared there. He looked at the graves before him and, after pondering for a long time, he slapped his bag of holding. A white jade vial appeared in his hand. Holding the bottle, Wang Lin let out a sigh and said, "Sun Tai, the grudge before us is over. I have completed the promise I made to you to bring your ashes home." As he spoke, the small bottle automatically flew forward and entered the soil in the distance. Then a small mouth slowly formed. He waved his right hand and carved with his finger. There were flashes of light as Wang Lin carved a decorative tombstone with a few small words on it. Sun Tai's grave. For us cultivators, 100 years, 1,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. Most relatives will have passed away, and those that remain feel alienated. Once you step on the path of cultivation, you're doomed to a life of hardship. When you're walking down the path of cultivation, when you turn your head you can't see where you came from, and when you look at the path ahead, it is shrouded in fog. Wang Lin let out a sigh as he looked at Sun Tai's grave, and regret filled his eyes. "Today I was able to send your ashes home, even though you died in a foreign land. If there is a day when I die, I don't know if there will be anyone to send me back to planet Suzaku." Wang Lin silently pondered before leaving. This is karma. Wang Lin's footsteps didn't stop as he gradually disappeared. However, that nursery rhyme didn't leave, it shrouded his heart. Apricot tree blooms white flowers. Cultivation, cultivation, mortals yearn to become immortal and enter the cultivation world. Yet they don't know how many cultivators are envious of a mortal's bland life. How many more died in foreign places like Sun Tai, their ashes scattering with the wind, unable to return home. However, many parents and relatives weren't able to meet their children, even at their dying moment. If one had the choice again, would they still take that step to become a cultivator? The nursery rhyme was formed by many generations of bitterness. Outsiders might not be able to understand what the child sings about, but cultivators can. Feel the sadness in their heart. The name of that nursery rhyme must be, "Don't cultivate." Wang Lin's figure faded from existed as he merged with the word. However, that nursery rhyme and that eternal sadness remained. Wang Lin stepped through the stars. There was a powerful sense of regret over his body. Although the trip was short, the mood lingered with him. The area between the western and northern regions had become the buffer area for the all-Evan cultivators. There was a cultivation planet near where the battlefield was. This cultivation planet was kept rather intact, and although there wasn't much spiritual energy left, Li Yunzi didn't care. Li Yunzi sat at the peak of a mountain on the planet. Beside him was a youth who had a gloomy expression. Although he was also sitting there, he looked into the distance as if he was waiting for something. If Wang Lin was here, he would recognize the youth as Su Ting, who nearly died in the big battle. There were 13 balls of blood around Li Yunzi. These 13 balls of blood were the remaining Lu Fu. There weren't many all-Evan cultivators here, only a few people, with Li Yunzi as the leader. He was here precisely because the 13 Lu Fu would prevent the Alliance from launching another attack. His divine sense was spread through the 13 Lu Fu, which allowed his divine sense to spread much farther than normal. As a result, nothing within the area could escape his divine sense. Wang Lin's figure appeared from within the ripples. He came to this cultivation planet looking for Li Yunzi. This was the second matter he had to attend to. Back before he entered the void, Wang Lin had a divine sense message sent to him, and the person who sent it was Li Yunzi. Li Yunzi, who was sitting on the top of the mountain, slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the 13 balls of blood trembled and 13 red eyes appeared on the 13 balls of blood. All of them were staring in one direction, and a powerful pressure formed as a result. It formed a spell that could collapse the stars. Li Yunzi revealed a faint smile and slowly said, "You came." With this cultivation, he could naturally see that Wang Lin had undergone some changes, but he didn't point it out or question Wang Lin. After all, he was inferior to Master Flame's Park and therefore wasn't able to clearly see through it. There was a flash of coldness in Su Ting's eyes. He let out a cold snort and didn't hide his killing intent as he stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's figure appeared under the gazes of the 13 red eyes. His expression was neutral, as if the pressure didn't affect him at all, and he completely ignored Su Ting. He looked at Li Yunzi and said, "Sumu greets Senior Li Yunzi." Li Yunzi waved his right hand, and the 13 red eyes disappeared from the balls of blood, causing the pressure to disappear. Wang Lin's expression didn't change at all as he landed on top of the mountain and stood opposite of Su Ting. Su Ting shouted, "Sumu. You." Noisy. Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ting. This gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through Su Ting's eyes. Su Ting felt an explosion in his mind and his expression changed greatly. He was in shock and his entire body felt weak. Wang Lin's words seemed to contain some kind of law that caused the blood flow in his body to reverse and his celestial origin to almost collapse. Bang, 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 bang. At this instant, all sounds aside from his heartbeat were isolated from his ears. His heart rate accelerated and sweat poured out nonstop. From his view, facing Wang Lin just now felt like he was facing an elder of his family, and he couldn't resist at all. What made him feel even more fear was the powerful aura that was several times stronger than the heaven's might. As his body trembled, he felt like he was under the feet of a giant. If this giant roared, it would make his body and origin soul completely collapse. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, Su Ting was filled with terror. He retreated as he stared at Wang Lin, but his mind was blank. He couldn't understand why this had happened. Li Yunzi's eyes shined brightly and he exclaimed, then his gaze toward Wang Lin became serious. Wang Lin no longer looked at Su Ting, but looked at Li Yunzi and calmly said, "I wonder why Senior has called Junior here." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it just made Li Yunzi even more serious. He no longer looked at Wang Lin like an ordinary junior. This was the effect Wang Lin wanted. He wanted to shake the mountain to alert the tiger. With his intelligence, how could he not know why Li Yunzi was looking for him? Back then, he didn't have the qualifications to make demands, but now he did. During the celestial bestowment, this old man allowed you to look at the Zhan family's battle scroll. I promised you then to allow you to see the second scroll. Today, I called you and Su Ting over to observe it. As Li Yunzi spoke, he lifted his left hand and reached toward the void. There was a tearing sound and then a rift appeared. A ray of black light shot out from the crack. There was a black scroll surrounded by black light. It flew toward Li Yunzi's hand and floated there. This is second battle scroll of my Zhan family's 3 battle scrolls. Li Yunzi's left hand threw it forward, and he looked at Wang Lin with a hint of anticipation. Wang Lin's right hand grabbed the Zhan battle scroll, but he didn't open it. Instead, he smiled at Li Yunzi and said, "Senior Li Yunzi, Junior can't view this second battle scroll for nothing." As Li Yunzi looked at Wang Lin, his expression became gloomy. However, he recalled Wang Lin's roar, and a moment later, he laughed. Sumu, you've got guts. What do you want? Speak. Wang Lin pointed at the 13 Lufu and calmly said, Junior wants a Lufu for looking at the second scroll. Li Yunzi silently pondered as he revealed a smile that was not a smile and said, Is this a treasure you can have? Wang Lin feigned. TLY smiled but didn't answer the question. Instead, he said, Junior has an appointment with my senior brother. In a few days, he will come find me to go to a place with him. Li Yunzi meaningfully looked at Wang Lin as he laughed and said, I'll gift you one. With that, his right hand reached toward the void, and one of the balls of blood descended. It rapidly condensed into a fist-sized ball and floated toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin carefully grabbed it and put it in his bag after checking it. Li Yunzi said, Now you can look at it. Since Vice Thunder Celestial Su Ting is going to view it with me for a chance at good fortune, then Su Ting should view it first. After all, he was the first to view it last time. Wang Lin threw the scroll at Su Ting. Su Ting's trembling mind hadn't recovered yet, but he subconsciously seized it. He opened the scroll and then a thunderous roar suddenly came from it. A powerful battle intent appeared from the void and descended on Su Ting. Su Ting's body trembled as he felt a monstrous wind blow by. It was as if an ancient beast was sealed inside, and now that the seal was released, the fierce beast released its monstrous aura. Countless years of anger escaped at once as if it was going to devour him. Li Yunzi's expression revealed a hint of tension. It was rare for him to show this kind of tension with his cultivation and age. He clearly knew how many talents in his family throughout the years were able to view the first scroll, but were unable to withstand the unimaginable battle intent inside the second scroll before it even opened completely. The less serious consequence was that they be seriously injured and maimed. The more serious consequence, their origin soul would perish. Chapter 948, Secret of the Battle Scrolls. Li Yunzi knew that what they saw and felt was beyond the limit of the mind. Only a few people were able to open the second scroll. Even so, they were only able to open it a little. As for those who could completely open the second scroll throughout the countless generations, there were only 3 people, including himself. Only those 3 could completely open the second scroll. Su Ting's face was deathly pale, his body trembled, and a lot of sweat poured out. His eyes were in a daze as he stared at the scroll that was opened by a sliver. He felt a fierce aura charging out from the small opening in the scroll, and it wanted to devour him. This made him feel very uncomfortable, as if something was being suppressed in his chest. He wanted to let out a roar to release it, but he couldn't make a sound. A roar that came from the ancient times echoed in his ears. Then a violent wind blew at him, causing his clothes and hair to flutter. He was in a trance and had an illusion that he was a lonely boat struggling among turbulent waves. However, Su Ting was a talented junior from the Su family of planet Donglin. He had entered the celestial pool, where his domain melted, but he obtained his seals. Tile origin. If he was in the ancient cultivation world, he would be a true celestial. At this moment, he took a deep breath and his eyes shined brightly. Under this desperate situation, he suppressed the terror in his heart as he stared at the scroll, and his trembling hands slowly opened it. This scene caused Li Yunzi's eyes to light up and reveal a hint of admiration. He thought Su Ting was one of the few cultivators who could comprehend the first scroll within 4 seconds. Normally, when cultivators like him open up the second scroll, they can only open it 40%. I just don't know how much he can open it. Wang Lin's expression was still neutral as he coldly stared at Su Ting. Su Ting's hands trembled even more violently. Every time he opened the scroll a bit more, the fierce aura became even more intense. He felt as if he was holding an ancient beast in his hand and was going to open the seal to allow it to devour him. Time slowly passed as the scroll opened more and more in Su Ting's trembling hands. His clothes were soaked in sweat and his face was pale. Su Ting had opened the battle scroll about 40%, and the battle intent coming from the scroll was already intense. A storm appeared and swept by, causing a series of rumbles. A burst of black light came from the scroll and shrouded Su Ting. Su Ting's mind trembled, but there was an unyielding force inside his heart. He clenched his teeth as all his celestial origin energy surged, and he mercilessly opened the scroll. There was a thud when he opened the scroll 70%. Li Yunzi suddenly stood up and unimaginable surprise filled his eyes. Just at the instant the battle scroll opened 70%, a roar of a beast came from inside. Large amounts of black mist came out and turned into a giant beast that attempted to devour Su Ting. Hang on. There was anticipation in Li Yunzi's eyes. Su Ting's body trembled. The moment the fierce beast charged at him, he coughed out blood and his body was knocked back. There were popping sounds and large amounts of blood burst out from his body. Letting out a miserable smile, he landed more than 100 feet away with a thud. As for the battle scroll, it immediately closed and floated in the air. It was as if the scene just now hadn't happened. Li Yunzi let out a sigh. The Su Ting was able to open the scroll 70%. Although he wasn't able to resist the beast inside the battle scroll, he was already an extremely outstanding individual among the people that had attempted to open the battle scroll over the countless years. He waved his right hand and the scroll flew toward Wang Lin. Li Yunzi gloomily said, "Sumu, it's your turn." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he grabbed the battle scroll and looked at Li Yunzi. He had no relation with Li Yunzi, so Li Yunzi must have had other motives for wanting him to observe the second scroll. Now that he saw Su Ting's miserable state, he was even more certain. Most importantly, Wang Lin clearly saw that the sliver of source origin Su Ting had obtained from the first scroll was taken by the beast when it devoured him. This battle scroll is interesting. Wang Lin revealed a smile as he grabbed the battle scroll and suddenly opened it. The battle scroll was suddenly opened by Wang Lin. That fierce, ancient aura surged out at Wang Lin as if it wanted to devour him. Li Yunzi stared at Wang Lin. Actually, although Li Yunzi initially valued Wang Lin, his expectations weren't high. Wang Lin was not the first non-family member he allowed to view the battle scroll. However, over the countless years, at most they only managed to open a majority. No one had been able to completely open it. However, the scene that unfolded before him caused Li Yunzi's impression of Wang Lin to change drastically. Wang Lin was able to set a condition and borrow Qing Shui to suppress him. All this sounds simple, but how many people in the cultivation world could grasp the chance so perfectly? Even more so, how many people in the cultivation world dare to do such a thing before him? Compared to Su Ting, he was expecting a lot more from Wang Lin's performance. That fierce ancient aura surrounded him didn't cause Wang Lin's expression to change at all. In his view, this was not nearly as strong as his ancient god aura. It was just like a small beast roaring before him. No matter how much it roared, it was still weak. Wang Lin calmly opened the scroll. As he opened it, the fierce aura became even stronger and turned into a gust that swept Wang Lin. However, this gust wasn't able to move Wang Lin at all. Li Yunzi's pupils shrank and shined brightly as he stared at Wang Lin. At this moment, a majority of Su Ting's celestial origin had collapsed. He looked at Wang Lin with endless hatred and complex emotions. Wang Lin's actions weren't fast. After opening the scroll 30%, he let out a cold snort. Not wanting to waste any more time, he suddenly opened up the scroll 70%. At this instant, the beast that devoured Su Ting formed with a thunderous roar and attempted to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he stared at the beast rushing toward him and shouted, "Damned animal, you dare?" This roar was like thunder that split open the sky and rumbled across the cultivation planet. Even the mountain peak Wang Lin was standing on rumbled and showed signs of collapse. Cracks appeared in the earth nearby, forming large fissures. If he encountered a powerful cultivator, Wang Lin may not be strong enough to deal with him, but this mere ancient beast spirit wasn't enough to shake Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, Wang Lin was an ancient god. Also, he wasn't an ordinary ancient god, but a 5-star royal ancient god. The fierce beast let out roar and then a whimper, then its body that was charging at Wang Lin stopped. Fear filled the beast's eyes. It was frightened by the words Wang Lin said before the scroll. At that instant, it felt an aura that made it tremble before this cultivator. It clearly remembered that this aura was something it didn't dare to provoke. This incredible scene caused Li Yunzi's eyes to widen. Even with Li Yunzi's cultivation, he couldn't help but become startled, but soon his heart was filled with ecstasy. The Sumu was able to make the beast spirit retreat in fear. The only person in my Zhan family that could do this over the countless years was the ancestor, Zhan Xingye. Li Yunzi ignored everything else and stared at Wang Lin. Su Ting clenched his fists, but the shock in his eyes was intense. Wang Lin opened the scroll with zero hesitation after he let out that roar. There was an extremely flamboyant battle character on the scroll that looked like it was going to fly out from inside. It was amazing. An ancient aura came from the word battle, and in that instant, there was a battle Dao shadow in each of his eyes. At this moment, Wang Lin's vision blurred and he sank into this strange domain. It was still that endless space with that old man wearing white. However, this time the old man was sitting, and his right hand continued to draw the word battle in the void. This old man reached the void realm and grasped the boundary of the world. I have left behind no descendants, and my entire cultivation is drawn into the word battle. At this moment, before I attempt to break the edge of the world, I leave behind these 6 battle scrolls in case I fail and lose my life. If someone in the future obtains all 6, then they will become this old man's inheritor. As the old man muttered, his right hand suddenly stopped. There were thousands and thousands of the word battle of varying sizes around him. The old man pointed with his finger, and then all of these words filled with battle intent merged into one word before the old man in the blink of the eye. Battle. The old man's voice was calm, but the moment he said the word, battle, trembled, turned into a ray of black light, and went into the void. Wang Lin's body trembled as the battle Dao shadow disappeared from his eyes and he awakened. Li Yunzi quickly walked up. His eyes were filled with excitement as he urgently said, "Did you see it?" Wang Lin silently pondered a bit and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Li Yunzi waved his sleeve. Su Tiong's body more than 100 feet away was swept by a powerful gust of wind and thrown countless kilometers away. Li Yunzi suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Now tell me what you saw." Wang Lin slowly said, "Inheritance." Inheritance, it was indeed inheritance. The disappearance of the ancestor must have had great connections with this inheritance. Li Yunzi's expression changed. He naturally had methods of knowing if Wang Lin was telling the truth, but all of this was pointless now. To be able to say the word inheritance was proof enough. When Ancestor Zhang Xingye saw the second battle scroll, he said something similar. Chapter 949, Nether Guide. Back then, Ansas. Zhang Xingye, after years of comprehension, finally opened the third battle scroll. However, after observing the third scroll, his expression was very strange. He went into closed-door cultivation with the third scroll for 1,000 years and never came out during that time. One day, after 1,000 years, the clan found only the third scroll and a jade at the place where he went into closed-door cultivation, but there was no trace of Ancestor. If it wasn't for Ancestor disappearing, then not even the Thunder Celestial Temple would dare to provoke my Zhan family. Not even that ancient cultivation family would dare to. When Ancestor was there, my Zhan family's honor held strong. However, all of this changed once Ancestor disappeared. Generations of descendants held the hope of finding Ancestor. Ancestor isn't dead, otherwise his life token would be broken. Hundreds of thoughts went through Li Yunzi's mind. There were 3 people in the Zhan family that could open the second scroll, but no one could open the third scroll. This was something he had never told anyone. Not even the juniors in the family knew of this. They all thought Li Yunzi and the elders of the family could view the third scroll. Even Zhang Konglai thought the same thing. Li Yunzi wryly smiled. He was aware that although there were 3 people in the family that could open the second scroll, they could only comprehend it. None of them could completely immerse themselves within it like Sumu could. This had nothing to do with cultivation and didn't even have to do with talent. As for what exactly was the reason, Li Yunzi wasn't able to figure it out. Li Yunzi silently pondered for a long time before looking at Wang Lin and slowly saying, "Sumu, what kind of price do I have to pay for you to look at the third scroll? Speak." In reality, he still had some personal agenda. In addition to looking for the ancestor, there was a message left behind in the jade left by the ancestor. If anyone in my Zhan family could obtain the inheritance, they would be able to reach the peak. Wang Lin pondered. After a long time, he shook his head. With my current cultivation level, I shouldn't be able to open the third scroll. When he observed that second battle scroll, Source Origin energy entered his third eye. This has nothing to do with cultivation level, so you should try it. I, Li Yunzi, will try to fulfill any request you have. Li Yunzi's right hand touched the spot between his eyebrows and a scroll immediately flew out from there. This scroll was the third battle scroll. Li Yunzi took a deep breath as he grabbed the third battle scroll and handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin caught it. The moment he grabbed it, he felt an aura that made his mind tremble. This aura was far stronger than the second scroll. I absolutely can't open the scroll. Wang Lin's eyes twitched and he felt a shocking sense of danger from the scroll. He had a feeling if he opened the scroll, even if it was just a sliver, it was not something he could withstand. Senior Li Yunzi, I'm not looking to kill myself. I won't open it. If I were to open it, there would be no chance of me surviving. Wang Lin looked at Li Yunzi and sent the third scroll back. Li Yunzi's expression sank. However, Senior Li Yunzi can relax. Junior also wants to see what's inside the third battle scroll. If there is a day when my cultivation is strong enough, I'll come and seek Senior to view the scroll. If I were to even open it a bit and die to the aura, then Senior would have to find someone else. Wang Lin retreated a few steps and calmly spoke. He knew that Li Yunzi wouldn't attack him. Of course, even if the other party was really unscrupulous and attacked, Wang Lin had already prepared in advance. Even though he wouldn't win the fight, he could still escape and delay enough until Qing Shui arrived. As Li Yunzi stared at Wang Lin, hundreds of thoughts went through his mind. He naturally knew the dangers of the third scroll. Over the countless years, everyone that tried to open the third scroll had all immediately perished. Even he still didn't dare to open the third scroll. Moreover, this Sumu had achieved great merit for all Evan. If he were to really trap this Sumu or if Sumu really died from viewing the third scroll, then Master Flamespark would presumably interfere. Although, Li Yunzi didn't really care. He knew that Master Flamespark wouldn't turn against him during this war for a mere junior. However, what made him care was Qing Shui. From his point of view, Qing Shui was a madman. It was likely that he would pursue the matter about Sumu with anger. Qing Shui was willing to fight against Blood God for Sumu. He was willing to kill a member of the Thunder Celestial Temple during the Celestial Bestowment. If I force the Sumu to stay, then I would be inviting trouble. Li Yunzi's expression was gloomy. He was also hesitant because he felt like Sumu wasn't be as easy to imprison as he expected. Over the countless years, the only person I've met that could see the domain inside the scroll was Sumu. If he dies, then I don't know when I can find another. It is better to have a good relationship with him. As Li Yunzi pondered, he laughed and admiration filled his eyes. He nodded and said, "Good, not rash at all. You are worthy of being my all-heavens thunder celestial." Sumu, although my Zhan family doesn't have a spell like the Xiang family to help you revive your soul fragment, we have a spell that helps strengthen the soul. In the future, when you come looking for this old man to view the third scroll, I won't let you take a loss. I'll teach you the spell. I'll also promise to help you with one thing with the entire force of the Zhan family as long as it's something my Zhan family can accomplish. Li Yunzi had made a big promise. Wang Lin's face revealed gratitude and he respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior. Senior can rest assured about tea." His matter. Li Yunzi smiled as he nodded and said, "Forget it. Since you have an appointment with Qing Shui, you should go." Wang Lin clasped his hands and left. After taking a few steps back, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance. The moment Wang Lin left, Li Yunzi's expression became gloomy and he muttered, "Master Flames Park won't have a dispute with me over such a trivial matter, but there is Qing Shui. However, Qing Shui won't live for long. After Qing Shui is dead, I want to see how you will escape from me, Sumu." After Wang Lin left this cultivation planet, his expression became gloomy. When Li Yunzi summoned him, he had to come, or else he would offend Li Yunzi. If he wanted to borrow all heaven's power to avoid a future crisis, he had to respond to Li Yunzi's summon. Moreover, the two of them still had maintained their relationship, so he had no reason not to come. Since he had no choice but to go, then with Wang Lin's cunning, there was no way he wouldn't make any preparations. Even if Qing Shui didn't mention the matter about finding him in 10 days, he would still have asked Qing Shui for help. Moreover, when Wang Lin analyzed the situation, coming to meet Li Yunzi wasn't without benefits. Reality proved his analysis to be correct. Not only did he obtain more source origin energy and learn the origin of the battle scroll, he also obtained a Lufu blood ball. If he didn't come to see Li Yunzi, the troubles in the future would be even more intense than now. After all, Li Yunzi was one of the old monsters of all Evan. As he flew, Wang Lin recalled everything that had happened, and his expression gradually calmed down. He sneered as he disappeared among the stars. After finding a large rock floating in space, Wang Lin sat down, waiting for Qing Shui. A few days later, ripples appeared before Wang Lin, and Qing Shui walked out. When he appeared, he gave off a powerful scent of blood. Behind Qing Shui were heads with faces filled with despair. There were at least 100 of them floating behind him. Wang Lin opened his eyes and wryly smiled. Qing Shui's cultivation level was even higher than it was 10 days ago. It was obvious he had devoured a lot of cultivators. These people are all Slaughter Realm cultivators that were good at hiding. If we want to enter the Slaughter Realm, we need these heads. As Qing Shui spoke, he waved his right hand. The heads behind him flew and formed a circle. Celestial Spell Nether Guide. Qing Shui's hand formed a seal. His celestial origin energy surged, and he pointed with his finger. One of the heads exploded into a bloody mist with a bang. Then this continued, and soon, all 100 heads collapsed. Dense blood mist surrounded the area. Qing Shui waved his right hand, and the blood mist began to rotate faster and faster. The mournful cries of the souls of the cultivators came from within this vortex and echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. Nether Guide. The moment Qing Shui's cold voice came out, the mournful cries from the vortex became even more intense. They gathered at the center of the vortex, forming a black hole-like thing, condensing all memories related to the Slaughter Realm from all the soul fragments into one spot. This formed a guided passage toward the Slaughter Realm using the memories of over 100 cultivators. This was the Celestial Spell Nether Guide. The black hole formed by over 100 cultivators rotated like crazy. In an instant, it seemed to break the void, and a dark red world appeared within the hole. There were large buildings that seemed to stab into the void like swords here, and a powerful killing intent covered everything. At the center stood a tower that was at least 10,000 feet tall. Black chains hung from the tower and connected it with the surrounding buildings. This was the Slaughter Realm. This spell is very practical, so I like it a lot. Killing intent filled Qing Shui's eyes as he took out a jade to record the spell and threw it at Wang Lin. Then he stepped into the vortex without hesitation. Wang Lin caught the jade and wryly smiled. He feared that Qing Shui probably liked the spell because it allowed him to easily and conveniently slaughter his way into the enemy home base. Wang Lin also moved and entered the vortex right after Qing Shui. A large vortex had suddenly appeared in the Slaughter Realm, pulling the attention of all the cultivators. An instant later, a cold voice spread. "I'm Celestial Lord Qing Shui. Today I'm here to pick up something that belongs to me, and then I'll destroy this realm." The moment the sound appeared, it turned into a storm of killing intent that swept across the Entree Slaughter realm. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, countless sword-shaped buildings collapsed. What exactly did this Slaughter realm take from senior brother Qing Shui to make him so angry after he searched esteemed Xian Bao's memory? Wang Lin stepped out from the vortex and coldly looked at the Slaughter realm. Chapter 950, Slaughter Realm. The Cultivation Alliance had 2 sects, 4 temples, and 8 realms. The Slaughter Realm created their own world as their base. Countless years ago, the founder of the Slaughter Realm took over a crack left over from the collapsed Rain Celestial Realm. He also gathered lot of heavenly metal to create the 99 heaven-raising swords. These 99 heaven-raising swords became buildings unique to the Slaughter Realm. In the Cultivation Alliance, the Slaughter Domain's name was illustrious, and over the tens of thousands of years, it had completed countless exploits for the Cultivation Alliance. Whether it was the first battle against the 4 Divine Sect or the later exchanges with the Corp Sect, all of those conflicts had the shadow of the Slaughter Realm. Not many Rank 6 cultivation countries had heard of the Slaughter Realm, but once they reached Rank 7, the Slaughter Realm would be a well-known name. On a Rank 7 cultiva Tian planet, once a person's cultivation reached a certain level, they wouldn't be willing to leave their soul under another's control. The series of events caused by the sentiment were all dealt with by the Slaughter Realm. The bloodbath caused by these matters gave them a vicious reputation. Of course, there were many cultivators that the Slaughter Realm couldn't deal with. These were dealt with by other forces within the Cultivation Alliance. The Slaughter Realm could be said to be the Alliance's blade. Those recruited by the Slaughter Realm were people who had spent their lives in slaughter. Over tens of thousands of years, the Slaughter Realm maintained a core of 99 cultivators. If anyone died, they would immediately be replenished. Aside from these 99 cultivators, there were also the Outer Disciples. There were many Outer Disciples, and they were led by these 99 cultivators. Aside from these 99, there were also the Realm Master and the Vice Realm Master. It could be said that the Slaughter Realm was a cultivation sect, but they were far more powerful than most cultivation sections. Not many people were willing to provoke the Slaughter Realm in the Alliance. Even some powerful cultivators would feel headaches when it came to the Slaughter Realm. Not only were these people vicious, they were also very good at stealth. If they failed their mission, they could immediately retreat and hide all traces of themselves. From the birth of the Slaughter Realm, there had never been someone who slaughtered their way to their home base. If there were, then what Wang Lin did barely counted. However, all of this changed when Qing Shui's cold voice echoed. Many of the sword-like buildings collapsed. Countless iron chains fell off and turned into a storm that swept the Slaughter Realm. Bursts of roars came out, and in an instant, countless shadows flew out from the storm. These cultivators were all dressed in black and were of varying ages. Their cultivation levels varied from illusory Yin to mid-stage Nirvana Scryer. Most of them were at the Yin and Yang stage, very few at Nirvana Scryer. Su Mu, can you help me with these minions? With a step, Qing Shui stepped past the black-robed cultivators. His voice was like a blast of cold air. With Wang Lin's cunning, he naturally understood Qing Shui was sending him a great fortune. Although there were many cultivators, he had the body of an ancient god, so it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. Senior brother can be at ease. As Wang Lin spoke, he took a step out and suddenly threw a punch. There was a heaven-shaking bang and a sonic boom appeared before Wang Lin. The void shattered and the cracks swept forward. The endless storm formed by Wang Lin's punch condensed into one point and rushed out. Even a peak late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator's expression would change when facing it. If they were a bit late in dodging, they would be killed instantly. Before Wang Lin were several illusory Yin culti, Vaders who had spent their lives in slaughter. Just as they approached, their expressions were changed by Wang Lin's punch. Popping sounds echoed within their bodies and large amounts of blood gushed out from their bodies. The person in front PF Wang Lin wasn't able to resist at all and his body collapsed. As his body splattered, the surrounding cultivators were filled with shock and fear. They wanted to escape, but at this moment, they clearly felt that a mysterious force had locked down the surroundings, so they couldn't escape at all. Bang, 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 bang. All of these cultivators' bodies collapsed and their origin souls flew out and were caught by Wang Lin. All of this happened in an instant. It was unbelievably fast. All of the surrounding Slaughter Realm cultivators were shaken. Su Mu. He is All Heaven's Thunder Celestial Su Mu. Someone immediately recognized Wang Lin's identity. Wang Lin's face was cold. There were about 100 cultivators before him. Although there were many of them, he considered none of them a threat. If it was before, it would be impossible for Wang Lin to face these cultivators. However, now that he had become a 5-star royal ancient god, everything was different. Wang Lin took a step, ripples appeared under his feet, and he disappeared. Spatial bending. An early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator's eyes opened wide. Shock and aghast filled his eyes and his scalp went numb. He was about to lose his wits, and he retreated without hesitation. He actually knows spatial bending. No matter how many people my slaughter realm has, it will be extremely difficult to hurt him. Wang Lin's figure disappeared. When reappeared, he was behind an illusory cultivator. After he appeared, it looked like his fist slightly punched forward and landed on the cultivator's back. That person didn't even have the qualifications to dodge or detect this punch. He trembled and popping sounds echoed from his body. A powerful force rushed into his body, causing his bones to shatter inch by inch. Then his body exploded with a bang. After grabbing this person's origin soul, Wang Lin's figure disappeared. A mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator's eyes were red and he shouted, "Form a formation." However, just as he shouted, his expression changed. He suddenly turned, opened his mouth, and spat out a ray of red light. There was a long sword inside the red light, and it released a whistle when it shot forward. There were thousands of soul fragments coming from the sword. The mournful cries of the souls made the flying sword reach a peak. "This sword is very good." A cold voice came from all directions. Wang Lin stepped out from the void before the mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. His hand reached out and instantly grew into the arm of an ancient god. He grabbed the flying sword and pulled it back. The mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator let out a muffled groan and his face became pale. This flying sword was his life treasure, and now that Wang Lin had cut off his connection to it, he was seriously injured. However, he felt a sense of panic that overrode all of this. To be able to so easily take my life treasure. This person. What exactly is his cultivation level? This mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator was famous even in the slaughter realm. His prestige was even higher than that of Killer Yufei. However, at this moment, he was truly terrified, especially when he remembered how Yufei had escaped back to the slaughter realm but was still killed by a giant hand that came through the vortex. Recalling this made his scalp go numb. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated and slapped his bag of holding. A large amount of jades flew out and he shouted, "Explode." These jades all exploded, forming a powerful impact. All of this happened in a flash. After taking the flying sword, Wang Lin charged out without hesitation. The explosion of all those jades had no effect on him. The mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator was completely shocked when Wang Lin approached him. Wang Lin's two fingers formed a sword, and he pressed it down between the mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator's eyebrows. With a bang, this famous mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator's body collapsed. His origin soul was forced out by Wang Lin, and before he could escape, he was caught by Wang Lin. At this instant, Wang Lin finally felt his own change. It wasn't that a mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator was too weak, it was just that he had grown strong enough to stand among the powerful. As for Qing Shui, as he laughed, he charged toward the tower at the center of the slaughter realm. As he closed in, the black-robed old man sitting inside the tower suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a gloomy expression. As the vice-realm master of the slaughter realm, he couldn't help but tremble. Without hesitation, his body divided into two identical black-robed old men. One of them waved his right hand and a crack appeared in the void. There were countless small vortexes that emitted hissing sounds around the edge of this crack. After ripping open the crack, one of them stepped into it. The other let out a cold snort as he turned into a gust of black wind and charged out of the tower. The black wind flew out extremely fast, and the black-robed old man appeared before Qing Shui with a gloomy expression. He shouted, "Sir, you're pushing us too far." There was a flash of coldness in Qing Shui's eyes. His right hand formed a seal, and without hesitation, he waved his hand. 8 black dragons suddenly appeared and charged at the old man. At the same time, Qing Shui's body flickered and arrived next to the tower. His hands formed a seal as he pushed them out and calmly said, "Heaven and Earth I seal." In an instant, Qing Shui's celestial origin activated and a powerful chill spread out from his body. Countless drops of rain appeared and immediately turned into ice crystals. Popping sounds echoed as the ice crystals collapsed and a ray of blue light shot out. This blue light swept through the slaughter realm. It was as if the world had changed colors and the entire slaughter realm turned blue. It was as if all the passages connecting to the slaughter realm had been sealed. Qing Shui walked out from the blue light, and with a point of his right hand, the tower collapsed into dust. Inside it was a crack, and inside the crack was a black-robed old man. Half of this old man's body had entered the void, but at this moment, he was struggling against a large amount of blue light. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't leave through the crack. Qing Shui closed in and his right hand reached out. He immediately pulled the old man out from the crack. Just as Qing Shui pulled the old man out, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He immediately jumped up and pulled the old man to block his back. Chapter 951, Yield for Me. Just at this instant, 2 rays of purple light flew out from underground. One of them shot directly toward Wang Lin, the other pierced through the old man. The old man's eyes opened wide and his body and origin soul were destroyed by the purple light that was meant for Qing Shui. The purple light shined brightly and filled the world, completely suppressing the blue light sealing the realm. Killing intent flashed across Qing Shui's eyes and red light appeared on his red index finger. His Ji realm had recovered a bit, and it collided with the purple light. A heaven-shaking explosion echoed and the purple light was forced to retreat. It then turned into a person. It was a middle-aged man with purple hair, and eyes were filled with killing intent. This old man is the Slaughter Realm's realm master Ling Yunzi. Ji realm. So my wife's belonging is in your hands. Qing Shui was forced back several steps as he stared at the purple-haired man. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Qing Shui is a former celestial lord of the Thunder Celestial Realm. Rumor has it that after his resurrection, his cultivation hasn't recovered. Although he is still very strong, I have a pseudo-Nirvana Void treasure. Even though it is broken, it is enough for me to battle him. Killing Qing Shui will be a great accomplishment. The purple-haired man let out a cold snort and created a large amount of purple mist. As he charged forward, 6 clones appeared and also charged at Qing Shui. The Slaughter Realm had a pseudo-Nirvana Void treasure. Even though it was seriously damaged, it was still quite strong. It was given by the Grand Elder of the Alliance to the first Realm Master of the Slaughter Realm to use as a realm protection treasure. As the purple mist spread out, Qing Shui charged into the mist filled with killing intent. Thunderous rumbles came from within the purple mist as Qing Shui began his battle with the purple-haired man. Both of them had the Ji realm, and a chilly aura shrouded the purple mist. As FO. Our Wang Lin, his expression was cold, and whenever he merged with the world, he would kill a person. At this moment, he had just stepped out from the void, but he raised his head and his pupils shrank. He saw a ray of purple light come from where Qing Shui was. This purple light far too fast, and what made Wang Lin's heart sink was that he felt a sliver of Ji realm in there. Ji realm. Without hesitation, Wang Lin retreated when the purple light closed in. At the same time, his hand reached out and the ancient god's stars between his eyebrows began to rotate. Soon, a ray of light gathered in Wang Lin's right hand. Royal clan weapon, God-slaying spear. The light condensed very fast and the spear appeared in the blink of an eye. It wasn't 1,000 feet long this time, just the size of an ordinary spear. Wang Lin grabbed it and mercilessly threw it. It collided with the purple light in an instant. There was a loud explosion that echoed across the world and an indescribable shockwave spread like crazy. Some of the cultivators weren't able to dodge fast enough, so their bodies immediately collapsed, causing their deaths. The god-slaying spear wasn't damaged at all. It had only dimmed a little, and it returned to Wang Lin's hand. The weapon of the royal ancient gods can resist this level of Ji realm. Wang Lin's eyes shined as the spear in his hand slowly disappeared. Unfortunately, with my current cultivation, I can only create an illusion. The real god-slaying spear is with Tua Sin. As Wang Lin retreated, he disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was behind a Slaughter Realm cultivator, and his finger reached out. There were less than 100 Slaughter Realm cultivators remaining. None of the remaining people had weak cultivation. They grouped up and all made hand seals. They all chanted together, and then the entire Slaughter Realm trembled. Of the large sword buildings, 11 of them immediately collapsed. 11 rays of light flew out and fused into the void as they chanted. A moment later, Wang Lin's figure appeared from the void with 11 rays of light pursuing him. They were too fast for him, so they closed in on Wang Lin in an instant. There was a silver sword inside each of the 11 rays of light, and they were filled with monstrous killing intent. Each of these 11 swords were crafted from heavenly metal by the first Realm Master. After being refined in the Slaughter Realm for countless years, they had become peerless slaughter weapons. The 11 flying swords chasing after Wang Lin let out mournful cries of souls of people killed by the Slaughter Realm. These souls circled the rays of light and pursued Wang Lin like crazy to devour him. It was as if they wanted to pull him in. Good swords. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. These 11 swords were indeed excellent, especially when you consider they were all forged around the same time period and all experienced the same amount of refining. Each had begun to show signs of form. ING their own treasure spirit. If you were to collect them all and condense them, the result would be several times stronger than the 4 swords Ling Tianho made. If I can take the 99 flying swords, even if my cultivation isn't a match for Ling Tianho's, I should still be able to resist due to the power of this treasure. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. This Slaughter Realm indeed does have a lot of treasures. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. Qing Shui didn't actually need his help. He had asked him to come to give him a chance to obtain a fortune robbing the Slaughter Realm. Qing Shui did this to repay Wang Lin for what he did in the void. Just at this moment, 3 people flew out from the 100 or so cultivators nearby. Among the 3 people, 2 of them were at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. The third person was an old man with very high cultivation level, late-stage Nirvana Scryer. This old man didn't step forward when Wang Lin and Qing Shui appeared. Instead, he was cautiously hiding and had only revealed himself now. The moment they appeared, the old man slapped his bag of holding and 4 white jade gourds flew out. These 4 gourds were crystal clear and smooth. The moment they appeared, the old man pointed forward. The 4 gourds suddenly began to rotate before the old man and faced off against Wang Lin. I request the treasured celestial gourd to kill this person. The moment the old man spoke, the 4 gourds trembled and milky white mist came out of them. The mist formed the shadow of 4 beautiful women, and they fluttered toward Wang Lin. The other 2 cultivators beside the old man used their own spells and treasures. One of them hit their own forehead, and a black core flew out from between their eyebrows. The core rotated and gave off an eerie aura as the cultivator shouted, "Water of 10,000 lords." The core flickered and immediately turned into black water and expanded. In an instant, it covered half the area in a raging sea that swept toward Wang Lin. The final cultivator emitted large amounts of blood light, and his skin was covered in bloodlines. His appearance was extremely ferocious. His hands formed a seal, then he pointed forward and shouted, "Bloody celestial net." This caused popping sounds to echo inside his body, and those bloodlines actually flew out from his body. This large blood net flew toward Wang Lin. The 3 of them had used their most powerful spells and treasures. They launched a crazy offense, taking advantage of the moment when Wang Lin was attacked by the 11 swords. The 3 of them weren't the only ones attacking. The remaining almost 100 cultivators all activated their origin energy and launched their attacks at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he revealed a sneer before spitting out an object. This was the 18 Hell Celestial Sealing Stamp. The moment the stamp appeared, roars came out from within like a storm. Wang Lin pointed his right hand. This point was like an unsealing spell that unlocked the 18 layers of hell and allowed the resentful souls to come out. Wang Lin shouted, "Magic Arsenal." In an instant, countless soul fragments filled the world and charged at the surroundings. Most noticeable was the Blood Ancestor soul that let out a roar at the world. Since Wang Lin had casted Magic Arsenal, he no longer paid attention to them. What he focused on were the 11 crystal lights chasing him. His body flickered. Instead, charging forward, he retreated. As he did so, he reached out with his ancient god hand and grabbed a ray of light. The moment he grabbed it, he felt a sting of pain from his hand. A flash of coldness appeared in his eyes and his origin energy and ancient god power surged. He mercilessly squeezed, but was surprised to find that he couldn't shatter the crystal light. Instead, this caused a sharp rebound from the crystal light. Tens of thousands of souls flew out with twisted expressions and tried to devour Wang Lin. I have many spells related to souls. A mere tens of thousands of souls dare to be insolent before me. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced with thunder. His origin soul was the ancient thunder dragon that controlled the thunder of the heavens. A vortex appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows and his origin soul flew out, revealing his ancient thunder dragon soul. It let out a thunderous roar. The world shook from this roar, and large amounts of thunder gathered from all directions. In an instant, the slaughter realm turned into a thunder hell. The deafening rumbles of thunder echoed across the world. The rumbles entered the ears of the cultivators and even caught the attention of the 2 people fighting in the purple mist. Qing Shui's gaze was filled with admiration, while the purple-haired man's gaze was gloomy. Endless thunder filled the area. The thunderous roar made it seem like all the thunder in the world had gathered and had to submit to Wang Lin. A bolt of thunder flashed down toward the crystal light in his hand. It was like Wang Lin held the thunder of the world that attracted all thunder. "You, yield for me." Wang Lin let out a roar. The tens of thousands of souls from the crystal light no longer revealed ferocious expressions now and instead were filled with panic. As the endless thunder gathered, they all revealed expressions of surrender. The crystal light collapsed and then a silver 7-foot sword appeared in his hand. The surrounding tens of thousands of souls all entered the sword. There was a 9 carved on the body of the sword. It let out a hum as it yielded to Wang Lin. Chapter 952, Trace of Nirvana Cleanser. This sword was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide. The silver light it emitted was like moonlight. It floated in Wang Lin's hand and let out sword hums. Wang Lin's right hand touched it and he left his divine sense mark on it. The long sword hummed loudly and then a ray of sword energy shot out and circled around Wang Lin. It indeed is a good sword. Joy filled Wang Lin's eyes and he flew after the next flying sword. The surrounding cultivators simply had no way to stop Wang Lin. Magic Arsenal had summoned numerous souls to fight them, and the endless thunder continued to descend. Wang Lin took a step and his hands reached out. Another sword was caught in his hand and began to struggle. Its struggle was intense, as if it was humiliating to be in Wang Lin's hands. As it struggled, the sword shot ray of sword energy upwards. At this instant, the remaining 9 flying swords all let out a sword hymns and their speed increased. Just as the 9 swords closed in, they fused into one fierce sword that stabbed toward Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and the sword in his hand began to struggle even more. He let out a cold snort and simply gave up suppressing it. His left hand formed seals and restrictions appeared, landing on the sword. After the sword was sealed, Wang Lin threw it inside his bag. At this moment, the sword formed by the 9 swords closed in and surrounded him in a powerful burst of sword energy. Wang Lin could immediately feel a wind that could pierce one's body and directly sink into one's origin soul. Just at this instant, there was a flash of dark red coming out from the slaughter realm in the distance. It was a middle-aged man in a red robe that had charged out. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, his body flickered and moved like lighting to the center of the battle. His right hand moved, and under his control, the 4 figures created by the 4 gourds broke through all the obstructions to charge at Wang Lin. This middle-aged man followed closely after. He seemed to turn into a cloud of red smoke as he moved and charged at Wang Lin. He had remained hidden for a very long time, waiting for a chance to attack. He didn't dare to provoke Qing Shui, and he was even a bit afraid of Su Mu. Looking at the ring of cultivators, he sneered and thought, "It seems that Master Devil God had the same idea as me." However, if I had taken the Alliance's summon for all the Nirvana Cleanser cultivators, then I wouldn't be in such a scary situation. Wang Lin's mind trembled, and he stepped forward without hesitation as he went past the 9 swords that had fused into one. His right hand formed a seal, and he pointed behind him as he shouted, "Call the wind." In an instant, a black wind appeared in the world and turned into 3 black dragons. They let out roar and charged out. The 4 figures immediately entangled around one black dragon, and there was a trace of confusion in the dragon's cold eyes. However, the other 2 black dragons didn't stop and charged directly at the red smoke formed by the middle-aged man. A laugh came from the red mist, and then it dissipated and turned into the middle-aged man. His eyes were bright, and he moved like an illusion. He unexpectedly went between the 2 dragons and charged toward Wang Lin. "Su Mu, don't try to hide your cultivation level anymore." To go unscathed among so many illusory Ing, corporeal Yang, and Nirvana Scryer cultivators, you must be a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had been wondering why there were no Nirvana Cleanser cultivators in the slaughter realm. However, his divine sense was still at the Nirvana Scryer stage, so he couldn't detect them. However, after he saw the middle-aged man, Wang Lin felt an aura that was weaker than that of the Nirvana Shatterer old monsters, but far stronger than that of Nirvana Scryer cultivators. Nirvana Cleanser. Wang Lin took a deep breath and battle intent filled his eyes. More accurately, this was the second time he had faced a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. The first time was Blood Ancestor, and this middle-aged man was the second. This person's aura isn't as strong as Blood Ancestor's, so he should be at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser. As the middle-aged man closed in, he waved his hand, and the 9 swords that fused into one trembled. It circled him and released a yielding him. "Let's use this person to test my true strength." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he no longer retreated. His right hand formed a fist, and he charged straight ahead. Although the middle-aged man's expression was calm, his heart was disturbed. He couldn't quite see through the person before him. On the surface, this Sumu was only at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, and the difference between them could be considered heaven and earth. However, he didn't know why he felt fear the instant he saw Sumu. It was as if there was a powerful aura coming from Sumu that even he was wary of. This person must be hiding his cultivation. The middle-aged man didn't underestimate Wang Lin, but treated Wang Lin as someone at the same cultivation level as him. His right hand formed a seal, and he pointed out. Countless specks of light gathered in his palm. Extraction of origin energy of the world. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. In addition to controlling laws, the other ability Nirvana Cleanser cultivators had was to extract origin energy from the world. This was why Nirvana Cleanser cultivators were powerful. With the ability to extract origin energy from the world, they didn't have to be afraid of wasting origin energy and could use spells at any time. The middle-aged man pointed with his finger and shouted, "Hunza desolate sand." The specks of light that gathered from all directions turned into black sand. This was no ordinary sand, but desolate sand formed by a spell using origin energy. Every grain of sand contained a large amount of origin energy. There were also powerful restrictions contained within each grain of sand. Wang Lin moved forward with his right fist. The ancient god stars under his third eye rotated rapidly, and then he mercilessly threw a punch. There was a shocking explosion. In giant Ansai, Ent god arm formed as Wang Lin threw that punch. It was like the hand of a giant had thrown that punch. The power of an ancient god against the origin energy gathered by a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. The desolate sand covered the world. As Wang Lin's fist closed in, the middle-aged man laughed and shouted, "Hunza illusion, become real." The endless sand gathered. At the moment Wang Lin's fist arrived, it unexpectedly formed a giant fist the same size as Wang Lin's fist. This was the spell of the middle-aged man. The law I comprehended is the law of illusion. The middle-aged man waved his hand. The giant fist formed by the sand suddenly collided with Wang Lin's punch. Endless rumbles echoed within the slaughter realm and a storm spread out everywhere. Some cultivators weren't able to dodge quickly enough and were caught by the storm. They were dragged by the storm and screamed as they turned into a mist of blood and became part of the storm. At the center of the storm, the giant fist made of the sand from the middle-aged man's spell collapsed into sand and was blown back. Wang Lin's body also trembled and numbness spread through his right arm, followed by bursts of pain. His body also retreated due to the impact of the force. This is a Nirvana cleanser cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. The middle-aged man was even more certain that this Sumu was indeed hiding his cultivation. If this Sumu was really at the Nirvana Scryer stage, then there was no way he would have resisted this truth illusion. The middle-aged man's hands beat the void before him and the origin energy in his body surged. The sand that was pushed back immediately gathered and formed a giant sand crane. It let out a heaven-shaking cry as it charged toward the retreating Wang Lin. Just at this moment, white light came from the ground and a green-robed old man appeared. He licked his lips and charged out as his eyes lit up. The reason this old man gave up the Alliance's summon and hid for this long was to avoid trouble. With Qing Shu here, I normally wouldn't have shown myself under any circumstances and would have looked for a chance to escape. However, with Master Empty Fantasy battling Sumu, this gives me, Master Devil God, a chance to obtain some merit. The old man's figure was extremely quick, and he charged toward Wang Lin. As Wang Lin retreated, his eyes revealed a vicious light and his hands formed a seal. 2 green flames condensed in his palms. This old man had always been extremely cautious throughout his life and never did anything he wasn't confident in. This was the same in the slaughter realm. Back on his cultivation planet, he carefully spent thousands of years slaughtering countless cultivators and stole their pills and treasures. Even after he left, no one knew he had done all of this. In the slaughter realm, his caution reached its limit. His timing this time was also extremely good. In an instant, this old man had closed in on Wang Lin. He was not afraid of Wang Lin detecting him, and his origin energy surged out as he charged forward. This caused the surroundings to tremble and distort. I want to see how you will use spatial bending. Killing intent filled the eyes of the old man named Master Devil God. His body was like an arrow, and he swung his hand. However, at this moment, a shocking change occurred. A miserable scream came from the purple mist, and then 7 purple figures fell from the sky. The 7 figures collapsed one by one until only one remained. Chapter 953, Hairpin. This purple body was the Slaughter Realm's Realm Master. His face was pale, blood was coming out of the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with shock. A ray of red light descended from the purple mist. It was too fast, but it didn't charge at the purple-haired man. Unexpectedly, it went after Master Devil God. Master Devil God's expression changed greatly and he wanted to dodge. However, before Qing Shui's G realm, he had no qualification to dodge. The G realm directly pierced through his chest. The old man's eyes immediately became dim and his body collapsed. It could be said that he died the most clean death among the Nirvana cleanser cultivators. When he died, endless melancholy surrounded him. The red lightning didn't stop after it pierced through the old man's body. It swept through the area. There were only sounds of explosions as the bodies of most of the surrounding cultivators collapsed. This was the power of Qing Shui's G realm. Wang Lin had already prepared to open his third eye and use source origin energy to face Master Devil God's approach. However, with Qing Shui's help, he was able to immediately charge after Master Empty Fantasy. The purple mist churned in the sky and quickly contracted into a fist-sized ball that floated into Qing Shui's hand. There was also a carved purple hairpin in his other hand. Qing Shui's gaze toward the hairpin contained a hint of gentleness. However, when he looked at the cultivators of the slaughter realm, that gentleness disappeared. Instead, his eyes were filled with indifference as he walked down. A place that I, Qing Shui, want to slaughter would never have any survivors. The purple-haired man's face was deathly pale, and without hesitation, his right hand formed a seal. He pointed at the void, and then his entire arm collapsed into a pile of flesh. The flesh rotated rapidly and forced open a crack. He was going to enter the crack as quickly as possible. All of you deserve to die for using the item I left my deceased wife as a treasure. With that, Qing Shui pointed with his finger. With this point of his finger, a gloomy voice came from Qing Shui's mouth. Celestial spell, mountain crumble. After he spoke, the slaughter realm trembled and 6 large mountains appeared out of nowhere. Each of the mountains were 20,000 feet tall, and at the moment they appeared, they gave off a powerful pressure. The moment Qing Shui spoke, the 6 mountains flashed and fused into one. They became one mountain that was indistinguishable from a real mountain. The mountain began to tremble and black smoke came out from its highest point. As the black smoke filled the sky, a dark red flame burst out from the peak. The temperature of the flame could destroy all life. It sprayed out with large pieces of rock that mercilessly smashed down from the sky. The earth shook as if it was Armageddon. Layers of dust filled with poison covered the world. It made the entire world look like it had turned into ruins. Waves of magma came out from the peak of the mountain. The slaughter realm was immediately filled with endless heat and a destructive aura. This magma contained the power to destroy anything in the world. The cultivators in the slaughter realm whose cultivation was lacking were affected by the poisonous dust. They screamed as their bodies withered and disappeared into the void. Some of them struggled within the magma. However, the temperature of the magma was too high. Even when they used spells and treasures, it would be difficult for them to escape. The crack the purple-haired man had opened immediately collapsed thanks to the spell. He retreated with a pale face. He was at the early stage of Nirvana Shatterer and had used the broken pseudo-Nirvana Void treasure, yet he was no match for Qing Shui. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to quickly escape. Unfortunately, I'm the only Nirvana Shatterer cultivator in the Slaughter Realm, and most of the Nirvana Cleanser cultivators are at Alliance headquarters. Otherwise, with enough help, I could use the 99 sword formation. However, I fear that not even the 99 sword formation could withstand the spell. As for Master Empty Fantasy, his face turned pale, and he gave up on fighting Wang Lin. Seeing Wang Lin chasing him, he cursed and threw the 9 swords away. He knew that Wang Lin was interested in the 9 swords and wanted to use them to distract him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he gave up on pursuing. His right hand reached out and immediately grabbed the 9 swords. The 9 swords began to struggle violently. Qing Shui's eyes revealed monstrous killing intent as he stretched out his hands and pushed up while shouting, "Mountain, first crumble." The moment Qing Shui spoke, the flames that spew out and the magma that flowed out began to tremble and shot into the sky. During this process, they suddenly collapsed and formed an unimaginable shockwave that spread across the slaughter realm. More than 10 cultivators were hit by the flames and magma. They weren't able to resist and got turned into ashes. Qing Shui shouted once more, "Second crumble." The entire slaughter realm trembled and the large peak suddenly crumbled. Endless magma and flames immediately gushed out. Third crumble. Qing Shui's hand formed a seal and pointed at the distant mountain. At this instant, this mountain truly collapsed, and countless pieces of gravel scattered and flames swept the sky. In the blink of an eye, there was no sky, only flame. As the mountain collapsed, endless magma flowed out like the sea and occupied all the land in an instant. The sky was filled with endless flames. The earth was covered in mega. In between was a dense poison mist. Miserable screams echoed. In a short period of time, everyone other than the purple-haired man and Master Empty Fantasy died. Even Master Empty Fantasy's origin energy dissipated and the aghast in his eyes became intense. The purple-haired man wryly smiled. He gave up on resisting and looked at Qing Shui with a complex gaze. He knew that Qing Shui didn't want to kill them yet, otherwise he would have died inside the purple mist. All the buildings in the slaughter realm melted, and not a trace of them remained. Wang Lin stared dumbfoundedly at all of this. He could never have imagined that this mountain crumble contained such power. This is the celestial spell. Mountains crumble. Qing Shui waved his sleeves and 88 rays of silver light flew out from the magma on the ground. His hand reached out and the 88 rays of silver light were merged into one. He threw it at Wang Lin. "Since you like it, then I'll gift it to you." Wang Lin grabbed the silver ball and put it inside his bag. Qing Shui flickered as he turned into black wind and grabbed Master Empty Fantasy and the purple-haired cultivator. Then he mercilessly took a step and the slaughter realm began its final collapse. The slaughter realm was originally built in a spatial crack within the Rain Celestial Realm. Now that the space had collapsed, the slaughter realm was devoured by the void. A large vortex immediately appeared under Qing Shui's feet. His body sank into the vortex. He nodded at Wang Lin and slowly said, "I still have other things to do. Su Mu, after we separate today, it will be unknown when we will meet again. You, take care of yourself." With that, he sank into the vortex and disappeared with Master Empty Fantasy and the purple-haired cultivator. Wang Lin silently pondered as he stepped into the vortex as well and left this collapsing slaughter realm. Wang Lin's figure appeared among the stars. He let out a sigh and looked back. After a long time, Wang Lin's body flickered and he merged with the world, moving toward planet Tianyun. In the distance, Qing Shui calmly moved forward. Behind him, Master Empty Fantasy and the purple-haired cultivator followed him with depressed looks. A mark unique to the celestial realm flashed between their eyebrows, the slave mark. Qing Shui's hand held an item. It was the purple hairpin. His eyes gradually grew gentle, but they were filled with pain and reminiscence. The creator likes to mess with people. In Qing Shui's life, he had only shed tears twice. The first time was when the country of Clearwater was destroyed and his parents died. He was a small cultivator who had managed to escape an almost certain death situation. He was filled with grief and indignation as he shed tears. The second time was when he went crazy in the Thunder Celestial realm and killed his love. He shed tears of remorse. This hairpin had brought back his endless memories and emotions. He remembered that it was the day he became Bai Fan's disciple that he gifted this hairpin to her. He could never forget these happy memories. He felt a stab of pain in his heart, and teardrops fell from Qing Shui's eyes for the third time in his life. Han Yan. Memories flowed like the water in his palm that slowly trickled down his fingers. The cold feeling was something no one could forget. The things he thought of inadvertently were sad enough to drown himself. Scenes of the past appeared before Qing Shui's eyes. His dead wife's dimming gaze, and even until the end, she always held this hairpin. The tip of the hairpin remained pierced deep within her heart. Fresh blood was dripping down from the hairpin and scattering all over the ground. Qing Shui, I didn't die because of you, I died because of myself. You shouldn't feel bad. You shouldn't be sad all your life. You didn't harm me. In order to not make Qing Shui feel indignation and guilt when he became sober, this woman, at the moment of Qing Shui's madness, smiled and killed herself before him. Her gentle and sentimental gaze was filled with unwillingness. Her smile that contained her silent tears contained the power to awaken Qing Shui. The Qing Shui back then awakened due to such a scene. The husband in my mind is a man with an indomitable spirit. He will not abandon his life due to one moment in his life or waste his life away. Instead, he will use all his power to persist and find out the reason for all of this. Qing Shui's eyes were filled with sadness as he muttered, "Rest assured, Han Yan, I'll find the cause to all of this." Chapter 954, Young Master. Wang Lin's figure moved through space like an illusion. He didn't head directly to planet Tianyun, but looked for Lei Ji, the big-headed boy, and Ta Shan using the connection he had with them. During the chaotic battle, Wang Lin had no time to worry about them. Afterward, he had gone into the void and disappeared. After he left the void, it wasn't until now that he had the time to look for them. Wang Lin had even lost track of Ta Shan during the battle. However, due to the connection of the seal on Ta Shan, it wasn't hard to find his trace. Wang Lin remembered that in the battle, the three of them weren't affected. At this moment, he closed his eyes and his divine sense spread out. After a long time, he felt a familiar fluctuation to the east. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he opened his eyes and stepped forward. Ripples appeared under his feet and he disappeared. The Mountain Crumble Celestial spell was very powerful. Although I expected Celestial Emperor Bai Fan's latter 3 spells to be stronger than the first 3, this Mountain in Crumble was beyond my imagination. Mountain Crumble, what kind of comprehension did Celestial Emperor Bai Fan have to create such a powerful spell? I don't even know when I will be able to create my own spell. There was a rock floating slowly far east of Wang Lin. This rock obviously came from a collapsed cultivation planet. As it floated, small pieces of it fell off. There was a faint fluctuation of spells around it that dissipated like smoke. This rock looked very ordinary. There were simply too many rocks like this among the stars, so no one would pay attention to it. Ta Shan had hidden himself inside the rock. After he lost contact with Wang Lin, his mind was blank. However, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin's spell melted the origin soul into the body and it retained some intelligence. It was very different from the puppets that couldn't think. After Ta Shan found that Wang Lin was no longer there, he subconsciously found his rock. He entered it and quietly cultivated within. On this day, Ta Shan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely calm, without any change. His body moved to the outside of the rock and stood on top of it. A large amount of ripples appeared before him and Wang Lin stepped out. Ta Shan's expression didn't change when he saw Wang Lin, he only revealed a respectful expression. Wang Lin smiled as he waved at Ta Shan. Ta Shan took a step as he turned into a shadow and disappeared behind Wang Lin. Next is Big Head and Lei Ji. Wang Lin closed his eyes as he felt for the imprint on Big Head. After a long time, he frowned. Big Head's imprint is very weak, as if it could dissipate at any time. He took a step and then ripples appeared and he disappeared. There was a large figure moving through the stars, leaving behind a trail of blood. His body was covered in wounds, and every step he took he would leave behind a large amount of blood. Almost every step caused blood to come out of this giant's body. What was even more scary was that there were deep pits between the 1st through 7th bones on his spine. Each hole gave off an eerie, green glow. In addition, there were similar green pits all over the different joints on his body, at least dozens. There was pale cultivator on his shoulder. This cultivator's appearance was strange. He had a very big head. However, this cultivator was extremely weak. There was a black handprint that gave off a stench on the big-headed cultivator's back. There was also black smoke coming from his back that gave off a sizzling sound. In addition, the back of the big-headed boy had sunken in and was decaying at a rapid pace. If it wasn't for the fact that he was resisting with his own power, he would have already gone unconscious due to the pain. Lei Ji, leave me behind and leave on your own. Black blood came out from the corner of the big-headed boy's mouth and his eyes had lost all their luster. The big figure started moving even faster after pondering. For a while. After a long time, he said, Big Head, you were injured to save me. I, Lei Ji, am a member of the giant demon clan. How can I just leave you? Even if I leave you, they will not give up their pursuit. Their goal is me. Don't say any more and focus on healing. The big-headed cultivator bitterly smiled as he looked at the stars before him, and his eyes became even more bleak. He seemed to see his mother from many years ago. His mother didn't seem to be scolding him. She looked at him with a gentle gaze and called to him. Mother, the big-headed boy muttered, then death aura surrounded his body. In a trance, he seemed to see his family and all the people killed by him. These people appeared before him one by one and coldly looked at him. The big-headed boy's body trembled and he felt very cold. His coldness wasn't just in his body, but also the loneliness of his heart. The memories of his childhood continued to resurface. Am I going to leave? After thousands of years of cultivations, in the end, I'm still going to leave. The stench from the black handprint on the big-headed boy's back became even stronger, and almost his entire back turned black. His eyes slowly closed as if he was shrouded by coldness, and he was gradually losing consciousness. Big Head, hold on. I believe that Master will come and find us. Just as the big-headed boy was about to close his eyes, Lei Ji's roar entered his ears. The big-headed boy's body trembled, and he was just barely able to open his eyes. He wryly smiled and whispered, Is that so? There were two 10,000-foot-tall figures chasing Lei Ji. They were like two giants taking large strides while pursuing them. They each had the mark of an axe flashing between their eyebrows. Their gazes were cold and contained killing intent. There was a young man wearing a blue shirt sitting on top of one of the giants. He was extremely handsome, but there was a hint of evil on his face. He wasn't sitting in the lotus position, he was leaning back with a bunch of red cherries in his hand. Sometimes he would eat one as he watched Lei Ji with a teasing yet must-obtain gaze. There has been no flesh in this alliance that has been able to escape from this young master. I didn't expect to encounter the body of a royal giant demon clan member when I just came out to play. Not bad, not bad. That old thing in the family said that the alliance is in chaos due to the war, so I shouldn't casually come out. If I hadn't come out, how could I have met this kind of body? The young man ate a cherry with a smile and immediately spat out the seed. The seed shot out an array of light toward Lei Ji. The seed was so fast that it caught up to Lei Ji in an instant. It exploded into a green skull that attacked the 8th section on Lei Ji's spine. However, just as this green skull was about to press down, a hand came out from the void and grabbed the skull. It mercilessly squeezed and crushed the skull. A ripple appeared bay. And Lei Ji and a cold voice came out. You sure have guts to dare to hurt my mount and my servant. Master. Lei Ji trembled and suddenly turned around. Master. The big-headed boy suddenly opened his eyes and revealed unimaginable joy. Chapter 955, Inner Disciple of the Corpse Sect. As the ripples spread, Wang Lin walked out calmly. He didn't even look at the young man in blue, he only looked at Lei Ji's injuries and the big-headed boy, who was at the border of life and death. After he saw the black handprint on the big-headed boy's back, coldness flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. His right hand reached out and he grabbed the big-headed boy. Then his right palm hit the big-headed boy and large amounts of his origin energy entered the big-headed boy's body. The big-headed boy's face turned red and he coughed out a mouthful of black blood. This blood gave off a powerful stench. At this moment, the blue-robed young man was still eating the cherries and his body was leaning back. After eating a cherry, he pointed at Wang Lin and said, Sun Guzi, you have possessed this giant demon clan body long enough to use your cultivation now. Go kill this person that insulted me. The giant demon clan member beside the youth revealed a respectful expression and said, As you command. As he spoke, he suddenly turned around and stared at Wang Lin with killing intent. He took a step forward, formed a fist, and closed in with a grin. When he closed in, the big fellow named Sun Guzi's right hand formed a seal and a large ocean appeared under his feet. A big wave formed in the ocean, and it looked like the big fellow arrived riding the wave. Junior, accept death. As his right hand pressed forward, the ocean seemed to boil and gathered at this right hand. It turned into a sea dragon and charged at Wang Lin with a roar. The moment the sea dragon charged, there was even the smell of the ocean. Wang Lin kept his right hand on the big-headed boy's back and didn't even look at the sea dragon or the big fellow behind it. This big fellow was only at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. Ignoring Wang Lin's current 5-star royal ancient god body, it wouldn't even be difficult for him to kill this big fellow with his origin energy cultivation. Although the giant demon clan members' bodies were strong, they were far too weak compared to the ancient gods' bodies. Wang Lin waved his left hand and a powerful force surged out. This power was invisible, but the moment Wang Lin waved his hand, crackling sounds came from the space between him and the big fellow. It was as if the space between them was going to shatter. This scene caused the eyes of the youth who was about to bite a cherry to narrow, and he couldn't help but pause for a moment. As for the big fellow, just as the sea dragon formed by his spell shot out, it was met with an unimaginable force. The sea dragon trembled and let out a miserable hiss. It was stopped dead in its tracks and was pushed back. Why this endless force? The scales on its body immediately flaked off and dissipated into water. As the sea dragon was constantly pushed back, it completely dissipated. As for the big fellow, his pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. When the sea dragon was pushed back, his chest sunk in, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Then he quickly retreated. Explosions echoed inside him. Every explosion caused a large amount of blood mist to spray out from his body. It only took several breaths of time for him to become a bloody mess. Horror filled his eyes, and when he saw Wang Lin's left hand reach toward him, he was about to lose his wits. "Young master, save me." The youth in blue's expression became gloomy, then he suddenly stood up and grabbed the stem of a cherry. He squeezed his hands and all the cherries exploded. The countless seeds covered in red liquid shot at Wang Lin. As they flew, the cherry seeds turned into green skulls. Surrounded by the red liquid, the skulls gave off bursts of sharp screams. However, this youth in blue was a step too late. It was as if the giant demon clan man had lost control of his body. Fear filled his eyes, and he was pulled toward Wang Lin. He was pulled extremely fast and was next to Wang Lin in an instant. Wang Lin's left hand lightly hit the big fellow. His eyes dimmed and he felt an unimaginable force shaking his body. It actually shook his origin soul out of the body. The moment the origin soul flew out, Wang Lin grabbed it. Wang Lin's hand was like a claw, and no matter how the origin soul struggled, it wasn't able to escape. Wang Lin lifted his foot and kicked the giant demon clan body. The body immediately flew and collided with the green skulls covered in the red liquid. There was a heaven-shaking explosion and the big fellow's body exploded into countless pieces. However, due to the strange suction from the green skulls, instead of the body pieces scattering, they were completely absorbed by the green skulls. All of this sounds slow, but it happened in a flash. From start to end, Wang Lin still had his right hand on the big-headed boy's back. Large amounts of black mist came out from the big-headed body's head. The death aura on the big-headed boy gradually disappeared and was replaced with vitality. "What are you, sir?" The youth in blue's mind was shaken when he saw all of this. He knew that no ordinary cultivator could kill an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator so easily, especially one that had possessed the body of a giant demon clan member. However, no matter how he looked at the person before him, this person was only an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Wang Lin didn't answer the youth in blue's question. He raised his right hand and pressed down on the big-headed boy's back once more. When he pressed his hand down this time, traces of distorted mist came out. After his hand landed on the big-headed boy's back, the black handprint unexpectedly moved. Then 5 black soul fragments formed a palm and attempted to devour Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin's expression was neutral. Bursts of miserable screams that could only be heard with divine sense echoed as the 5 soul fragments died. Endless black gas came out from the back of the big-headed boy. The big-headed boy felt as if his blood flow had reversed and his body trembled violently until he coughed out a large piece of black blood. This black blood immediately melted like a piece of ice and dissipated. All of this only took several breaths of time. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand. Then he coldly looked at the youth in blue and took a step forward. The youth in blue's expression changed greatly. Without his order, the giant demon clan member quickly retreated. Fear filled the eyes of the big fellow. Even though he knew he was a bit stronger than his companions, he was no match for someone who could easily kill his companion, so he had zero will to fight. As he retreated, the youth in blue's expression became gloomy and he shouted, "I'm the corpse sex inner disciple. This is all a misunderstanding. I hope sir won't pursue this matter." As he spoke, his right hand formed a seal and a green gas came out from his body. It quickly entered his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, the youth's right hand was covered in a green light. Corpse sect. Wang Lin's expression changed. The youth in blue revealed a vicious gaze. Taking advantage of Wang Lin's moment of pause, he waved his hand without hesitation. He then shouted, "5 ghost in God wheel." 5 rays of green light came from the youth's hand and became 5 ghosts. They let out mournful cries and then turned into green handprints that shot at Wang Lin. The 5 ghosts revealed ferocious expressions, and an extremely powerful aura spread out and instantly closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he casually waved his hand. A powerful gust of wind flew at the handprint. The handprint exploded and the 5 ghosts let out miserable screams. Wang Lin took a step forward, his right hand formed a fist, and he mercilessly threw a punch. A rumble echoed and a storm swept by. The youth in blue's face was pale, but he didn't panic. He carefully looked at Wang Lin and then pressed his hands down on the body of the giant demon clan member below him. This giant's body trembled and he revealed a bitter expression. Then his hands formed a seal and he pointed up as his voice echoed. Giant demon clan's bloodline ability. After he spoke, the giant's body trembled and a crack appeared between his eyebrows. A ghostly light also appeared, but it didn't attack Wang Lin. Instead, it wrapped around the youth in blue. Then a vortex appeared behind the youth. The vortex appeared without any warning and there were no suction force coming from it. However, the youth in blue immediately stepped into the vortex. Giant demon clan's bloodline ability. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. And then swung his right fist. A storm even more powerful rumbled and then charged at the youth in the vortex. Just at this moment, the giant demon clan member clenched his teeth and the origin energy in his body reversed. This caused his origin soul to become unstable and made the origin soul and body unbalanced. As the origin energy rushed into his origin soul, he withstood the pain and then his origin soul exploded. The explosion of the origin soul formed a destructive force and immediately affected his entire body. Then his body exploded too. This explosive force rushed out, but it didn't scatter. Instead, all of it went straight toward Wang Lin. This destructive force swept by like a powerful storm in an attempt to stop Wang Lin. Behind the destructive force was the fading vortex and the sneer of the youth in blue. I don't care who you are, I'll find your name. You will die for provoking the corpse sect. The young man in blue spoke gloomily as his figure gradually disappeared. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment the force of the man exploding swept toward him, he slapped his bag of holding and the third god-slaying war chariot he hadn't used for a long time flew out. It turned into a very beautiful butterfly with a bang. Chapter 956, The Woman in Pink. The five-colored butterfly was very beautiful, and as it flapped its wings, they released five-colored powder. There was also a blood sparrow next to it. This blood sparrow belonged to Blood God. But it was captured by the five-colored butterfly. The five-colored butterfly flew out, and its left wing gently flapped. The storm sweeping toward it suddenly trembled. The five-colored butterfly's left wing flapped again. The power of law appeared, and the destructive shockwave was pushed back. It was as if a pair of large, invisible hands had forced it back. The third time the five-colored butterfly's left wing flapped, 3 more butterflies appeared, and they also flapped their wings. The destruction force sped up and it rushed toward the rapidly shrinking vortex. Just as the vortex was about to disappear, the destructive force and that sliver of law from the five-colored butterfly penetrated the vortex. A miserable scream echoed from inside the vortex, and then the vortex disappeared. In the Alliance star system, there was a sea of souls that no outsider knew about. There were large amounts of land floating within the sea of souls. On one of the islands, there were many buildings. A vortex suddenly appeared next to one of the tall, black buildings. The moment the vortex appeared, there were sounds of explosions and a large amount of blood sprayed out. The origin soul of the young man in blue flew out from the vortex. It looked as if he was about to collapse at any moment. Just at this instant, the door of the building suddenly opened, revealing an old man with a very gloomy expression. He was simply too fast and directly grabbed the origin soul. "Grandpa, save me." The blue-robed young man, who could barely open his eyes, uttered these words before going into a coma. His origin soul gradually dissipated. Although it didn't collapse, it was extremely weak. Wang Lin frowned. He could feel that the moment the power from the five-colored butterfly entered the vortex and attacked the youth, there was a flash of black light that dissolved a majority of the force. Although this black light collapsed, the youth in blue was only seriously injured, not dead. Life-saving treasure. As Wang Lin pondered, he walked toward Lei Ji. Looking at the green light coming from his joints, he pressed down his right hand at each spot. Every time his fingers landed, the green light would turn into a soul fragment and disappear. A moment later, there was no more green light on Lei Ji's body. Lei Ji let out a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Lin with respect. Lei Ji's giant body turned into a mountain and flew through the stars. Wang Lin sat on his back and beside Wang Lin was the big-headed boy, who was healing. They were getting closer and closer to planet Tianyun. 10 days later, Wang Lin looked at the familiar space before him. He knew that not far away was the area that belonged to the rank 7 cultivation country of Tianyun. During these 10 days, he was thinking about what he should do during this trip to planet Tianyun. However, even more so, he was pondering over the hand seals esteemed Xian Bao had used with the 4-colored butterflies. Back then, he carefully memorized the hand seals, but no matter how many times he tried them during these 10 days, he felt nothing. At this moment, Wang Lin stood up and looked ahead. He slowly said, "Big head, you and Lei Ji go find an abandoned planet. Hide yourselves and wait for me. If I'm fine, I'll let you two come. If you hear no news from me, then the two of you quickly leave this place." With that, Wang Lin's body flickered and he left Lei Ji's back. He moved forward with his white robe and his flowing, black hair, which made him look very much like a celestial. As he walked, Wang Lin once more stepped into planet Tianyun's sphere of influence. This trip is a blessing and disaster. However, there are some things that must be done. Besides, this crisis might not be as difficult to resolve as I thought. In truth, all of it had to do with the Celestial Cave token. Wang Lin slowly moved forward as he pondered. All of them want that Celestial Cave token. The token, the matter with Blood God, the All-Seer's scheme, and various other things forced me to leave. Back then, my cultivation was too weak and I had no power to resist. I stood no chance against the All-Seer. Even though I still can't stand up to the All-Seer, it will not be so easy for him to kill me. Wang Lin touched the spot between his eyebrows. His real ace was not his magical treasure or spells, but the third eye between his eyebrows. After viewing the second battle scroll, I gained another sliver of Source Origin Energy. This is my real life-saving spell. After all, the All-Seer and I haven't publicly turned against each other. I'm still a disciple of the All-Seer. In addition, what's more important is that Huanglong said I'm a person of planet Suzaku, a disciple of the Vermilion Bird branch of the Four Divine Sect. This is something worth pondering. Wang Lin revealed a sneer and pressed down between his eyebrows. The third eye immediately appeared between his eyebrows and then was replaced by the ancient god stars. Soon, a bead appeared, then all of it disappeared, leaving only a red mark that gave off trace of heat. If it wasn't for the fact that Master Flame's Park gave me enough origin energy to reach the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer once my domain reached a certain level, and the fact that I obtained the inheritance from Lu Chen to become a 5-star royal ancient god, I wouldn't have even noticed this extra mark on me. This mark contains the power of the world. When my divine sense gathers on it, I hear the faint cry of the Vermilion Bird. I didn't have this when I went back to planet Suzaku, so based on this, it must be related to sect head Huanglong. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The Vermilion Bird mark on his forehead flickered, and he charged forward. Planet Tianyun appeared in the distance in Wang Lin's eyes. Looking at the familiar planet, he couldn't help but sigh. He could never forgot how he came directly here after leaving planet Suzaku and was accepted as a disciple of the Purple Division. In a flash, hundreds of years have passed. Wang Lin shook his head and walked forward. When I first came here, I was only a soul transformation cultivator. The second time I'm here, I can battle Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. Wang Lin moved forward but was surprised. He immediately stopped and stared at planet Tianyun ahead. He saw flashes of golden light above planet Tiantun. They were rays of sword energy that were stacked together. After taking a closer look, they were all gathered above the Heavenly Fate sect on planet Tianyun. Ling Tianho. Wang Lin's expression changed when he felt Ling Tianho's aura among those flying swords. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin didn't stop and flew forward. Outside the Heavenly Fate sect, countless rays of sword energy filled the sky as if there was a sword storm. There was a cultivator on every single sword, and they were all disciples of the Delu sword sect. Before him was a fierce red Qilin. This Qilin was extremely fierce, and its eyes were like lightning. Endless flames came from its body and 2 streams of hot air came out of its nostrils. On its back sat a skinny old man with a gloomy expression. This old man had 4 illusionary swords behind him. They gave off a powerful aura as they flickered. He was Ling Tianho. Aside from this old man, there were 4 more cultivators that seemed to be very powerful. Of the 4 of them, 3 were men and 1 was a woman. The 3 men were all old men with white hair, and their eyes were like the sun and moon. One of them was wearing a black and white robe with a yin and yang pattern. His expression revealed nothing as he calmly sat on a giant gourd. Behind him were 9 people. These 9 people were clearly his disciples, as they floated respectfully behind him. The other old man was very large, as if he was a meat mountain. He sat on a purple bamboo chair being carried by 4 big, shining fellows. The third old man was wearing a yellow robe and was as skinny as a corpse, but his body gave off a powerful sense of vitality. He had no followers, and he stood alone in the sky with an indifferent expression. The final person was a woman. She was younger, middle-aged. This middle-aged woman didn't dress up. Her clothes were very ordinary, as if she was just a woman from a village among mortals. However, she gave off an earthly aura from her body. Behind her were 4 women. They were all very beautiful, and their beauty could be considered unsurpassed. This was especially true of the woman in the left, who was wearing a pink dress and was stunning. They attracted the gazes of a majority of the Delu sword sect cultivators, but the 4 women paid them no attention and calmly looked ahead. Ling Tianho said, "All-Seer, back then your disciple Wang Lin took the token, and afterward you said that a mystery of the heavens will be revealed today. This old man wants to see what your so-called mystery of the heavens is." Back then, these old monsters all sent greed to find Wang Lin. However, no more news of this matter came back, and a majority of the seals they left on greed had disappeared. The matter at the demon spirit land was very crucial, so the old monsters had come looking for the All-Seer because they were anxious. After all, Wang Lin was someone from the Heavenly Fate sect. Back then, the All-Seer had a calm expression and only said one sentence. When green and purple light fills the sky, you all can come to my Heavenly Fate sect and see the mystery of the heavens. Early this morning, the originally clear sky above planet Tianyun was suddenly shrouded by green and purple. The colors were gorgeous and seemed to color the entire planet. Then Ling Tianhou immediately came here with his disciples. At the same time, several old monsters who knew of this matter rushed over to the Heavenly Fate sect. After all, the All-Seer's divination ability was famous in the Alliance. The All-Seer, who was wearing white, calmly stood in the sky. Beside him were the Heavenly Fate disciples that all looked into the sky with cold gazes. However, what they looked at even more were the four beautiful women. He is here. The All-Seer's expression was calm and he calmly smiled. His gaze fell on the horizon. After the All-Seer finished speaking, Ling Tianhou, the three powerful old monsters, and the beautiful woman immediately noticed something. At this instant, all the cultiva Tor's gazes gathered on the horizon. The four women behind the middle-aged woman didn't even blink and stared intently. I don't know what Wang Lin, the one that shook the demon spirit land and caught the attention of all the great cultivators of all Evan, looks like. The eyes of woman in the pink dress were filled with curiosity. Chapter 957, Arrival. Not only her, but the other three beautiful women also looked into the sky with their pretty eyes. Wang Lin's fame had almost become a taboo over the years. However, the more it was a taboo, the more rumors about Wang Lin spread. Above the Heavenly Fate sect square, Bai Wei looked up at the sky with a complex feeling. He found it difficult to imagine what that person from back then had become. There was a gloomy middle-aged man beside Bai Wei. He wore a purple robe and his gaze was like lightning. He looked at the sky and let out a cold snort in his heart. Wang Lin. Even though you didn't die during these years, you couldn't have ascended too much. I just don't know how much weaker you are compared to me, Zhao Xingxia. Bai Wei cautiously looked at the middle-aged man and felt dread toward the senior brother. Zhao Xingxia's cultivation had advanced a lot during his closed-door cultivation. He had broken through Ascendant and was only one step away from Illusory Yin. Zhao Xingxia became one of the 7 true disciples of the All-Seer 30 years ago. He had a feud with Wang Lin, so when they meet, it will be difficult for him to not have killing intent. There was also a woman beside the two of them. Her expression was down. Although she was looking at the sky, it was as if she had no interest in anything. This woman was the 4th disciple of the Purple Division, Wang Lin's 4th senior apprentice sister. Back then, she was forced by Zhang Xingxia to trap Wang Lin with a spell. Later, Wang Lin escaped and she taught Wang Lin greater teleportation to resolve their enmity. In the distance, there was a youth who looked about 30 years old. He wore a blue shirt with 3 blue dragons embroidered on it. These 3 dragons were extremely fierce and lifelike, especially their eyes, which gave off fierce gazes and were breathtaking to look at. If Wang Lin saw this person, he wouldn't find him unfamiliar. He was the person that worked with Wang Lin's 4th senior apprentice sister to trap him. The Blue Division's Sima Ra-Fing. Inside the Heavenly Fate sect, everyone who knew Wang Lin all had their own thoughts. However, no one believed he would be able to leave alive if he were to appear here today. As everyone's gazes gathered on the horizon, a white figure appeared in the horizon and slowly walked over. His black hair flowed in the wind, and under the flashes of sunlight, there was a hint of purple in it. His white robe gave him the air of a celestial, and it looked like white snow was arriving. A feeling of 1,000 years of lonely twilight appeared from his figure. He just slow. Ly approached like this, and behind him was the fiery red sun. This made his face dark, only his bright eyes that revealed 1,000 years of wisdom could be seen. This scene was very beautiful. At first the figure was very far away, but in just an instant, it was outside the Heavenly Fate sect. Wang Lin! Wang Lin! In an instant, several people recognized Wang Lin. So he is Wang Lin. The woman in pink's beautiful eyes landed on the figure in white. Ling Tinghao's eyes were like lightning and contained a powerful sword energy. The moment he saw Wang Lin, he frowned. Although his expression was still gloomy, there was a trace of shock in his eyes. Early stage Nirvana Scryer. This Wang Lin was only at the soul transformation stage, and in just a few hundred years, he has unexpectedly reached such heights. Unless he encountered great fortunes, it would be impossible for this to happen. There is also that mark between his eyebrows. The shock set off a huge wave in Ling Tianho's heart. The old man that was like a meat mountain suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at Wang Lin with disbelief. The expression of the old man, as skinny as a corpse, also changed, and he gave Wang Lin a profound look. He then looked at the All-Seer and revealed an expression that made it seem like he had realized something. As for the old man wearing the black and white robe sitting on the gourd, he unexpectedly revealed a smile. However, there was a flash of a ghostly light in his eyes, so it was impossible to see what he was thinking. The vermilion bird mark. The middle-aged woman was surprised and carefully looked at Wang Lin. If these old monsters were like this, then there's no need to mention the surrounding cultivators. Not many of them could see through Wang Lin's cultivation, but they could all feel a pressure coming from Wang Lin's body. The woman in pink looked at Wang Lin with her beautiful eyes and revealed a hint of interest. All of this sounds slow, but it all happened the moment Wang Lin appeared, and the expressions of everyone landed in his eyes. He patted his clothes as he calmly looked at the All-Seer, then he clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Disciple Wang Lin greets Master." The All-Seer's eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at the mark between Wang Lin's eyebrows. After a long time, he revealed a smile and kindly said, "It's good that you returned. Wang Lin, these seniors want to ask you something, and you must answer truthfully." A middle-aged man behind Wang Lin pointed at him and shouted, "Little brat Wang Lin, you actually dared to come back. Back then, you killed members of my Delu sword sect in the demon spirit land. Today is when you pay in blood." Wang Lin revealed a smile, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He coldly looked at the middle-aged man and calmly said, "Senior Ling Tianho, does this disciple of yours have the qualifications to speak to me like this?" Ling Ti. Anho's expression was extremely gloomy as he stared at the mark between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Although he feared the vermilion bird mark somewhat, what really shocked him were the other two powers between Wang Lin's eyebrows. What kind of fortune did this Wang Lin encounter in these hundreds of years? It's as if he was reborn. While he pondered, Ling Tianho waved his sleeves, causing the middle-aged man who was shouting at Wang Lin to tremble and get pushed back into the group of cultivators. Ling Tianho's voice was chilly as he slowly said, "He indeed doesn't have the qualifications to speak to you like this. To be able to reach the early stage of Nirvana Scryer at your age, if we let go of our enmity, even this old man admires you." His words set off a huge wave. It was no different from throwing water into boiling oil. This caused the expressions of all the surrounding cultivators to change. Bai Wei gasped and stared at Wang Lin. His mind was blank. He couldn't believe how Wang Lin, who was only at the soul transformation stage hundreds of years ago, had become a Nirvana Scryer cultivator who he could only view as a legend. Nirvana Scryer. As for Zhao Xingxia, his body trembled as he couldn't believe what he had heard. He was startled on the spot. It wasn't just the two of them, almost all the other cultivators were the same. After all, this was just too unbelievable. This Wang Lin has actually reached the Nirvana Scryer stage. Although there is still a gap between him and us, he is still someone who has achieved a lot and can no longer be looked at as a junior. The old man on the gourd smiled and said, "Wang Lin, I want to ask, why did you escape through the vortex before us back then? Did you do something you didn't want us to know about?" Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he calmly said, "Junior did indeed cause a calamity in the demon spirit land, so I had to leave." The eyes of the skinny old man shined and he coldly asked, "What calamity?" Wang Lin calmly said, "In self-defense Junior had to trap Blood Ancestor's daughter. When fellow seniors came with Blood Ancestor, Junior naturally had to escape." After he spoke, the old man who had the body of a mountain of flesh sat up and said, "Is the celestial cave token in your hands? I wonder who Senior heard this from." Wang Lin looked at the old man that was like a mountain of flesh. This person was only at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, and moreover, Wang Lin didn't remember this person among the people that pursued him. The old man's mind trembled from Wang Lin's gaze. His expression changed and there was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. The All-Seer's expression was still gentle as he slowly said, "Enough, Wang Lin. Teacher is asking you if the celestial cave token in your hands." Wang Lin looked at the All-Seer and respectfully said, "Since teacher asked, disciple doesn't dare to conceal it." Back in the demon spirit land, disciple indeed obtained a celestial cave token. After Wang Lin spoke, the old monster's eyes lit up and they began to silently ponder. Then an oppressive aura spread out and gathered on Wang Lin. The old man sitting on the gourd looked at the mark between Wang Lin's eyebrows and said, "Wang Lin, take out the token and you can keep your life." The old man with the mountain of flesh body revealed a hostile gaze and gloomily said, "You aren't qualified to have that celestial cave token." Without waiting for Wang Lin to speak, killing intent flashed across Ling Tianho's eyes. He slowly said, "Since we know the token is in his hands, why waste time?" He let out a cold snort and pointed with his right finger. A heaven-shaking ray of sword energy shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. When the sword energy arrived, he retreated a few steps and threw a punch. This punch caused a sonic boom, and the rumbling was earth-shaking. A black vortex appeared from Wang Lin's fist and collided with Ling Tianho's sword energy. Just at this instant, the All-Seer's eyes lit up and he waved his right sleeve. A seven-colored wind flew forth and landed between Ling Tianho and Wang Lin. This seven-colored wind contained a mysterious power. When it blew by, It caused the black vortex from Wang Lin's fist to dissipate. While it dissolved Wang Lin's power, it also blocked Ling Tianho's sword energy. This gently dissolved everything. Ling Tianho, to attack my Heavenly Fate Sect disciple at my Heavenly Fate Sect, do you really think I'm not here? The All-Seer's voice was gentle as he looked at Ling Tianho. The 4 origin swords behind Ling Tianho flew out as he stared at the All-Seer and shouted, All-Seer, could it be that you want to take the token for yourself? Chapter 958, Recognition. The All-Seer's expression sank and he calmly said, as long as he hasn't betrayed his sect, then he is still my disciple. Your Heavenly Fate Sect wants to protect your disciple? Could it be that my Deluse Sword Sect disciples died for nothing? Chen Long was the only surviving one among the 12 swords. The rest were all killed by Wang Lin. This old man will not bully the weak. As long as Wang Lin can resist 3 rays of sword energy, then this matter will be forgotten. If you dare to stop me, All-Seer, I'll risk everything and go to war with you. Ling Tianho's face was filled with killing intent. Although he was speaking to the All-Seer, his gaze was locked onto Wang Lin. This senior said that I don't have the qualifications to hold the token. Dare I ask, senior, how long you can last against Sword Saint Ling Tianho's sword energy? Wang Lin looked at the old man that was like a mountain of flesh. The old man with the mountain of flesh body was extremely gloomy. He let out a cold snort and remained silent, but there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Wang Lin faintly smiled as his gaze fell on Ling Tianho, and he calmly said, Please enlighten me, Sword Saint. Ling Tianho waved his right hand, and one of the 4 origin swords behind his back flew out. This sword was flickering between light and darkness. At this moment, a ray of sword energy flew out. The sword energy was like a rainbow. With Ling Tianho's cultivation, the sword energies he left his disciples when they went into the demon spirit land were all very powerful, so there was no need to mention how powerful this one that came from the source was. The sword energy took the form of a dragon and whistled toward Wang Lin. Crackling sounds came from the sky as if it couldn't withstand the might of the sword energy. The surrounding Deluse Sword Sect disciples all became excited as they watched. When the sword energy closed in and was about to tear his body apart, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. There was a loud explosion as the space before Wang Lin's fist showed signs of collapse. Just as the sword energy closed in, Wang Lin's fist collided with it. There were several heaven-shaking rumbles. Wang Lin retreated 2 steps as he calmly looked at Ling Tianho and slowly said, First ray. Ling Tianho's sword energy collapsed and spread like a storm. The All-Seer waved his big sleeves and all that power disappeared. He looked at Wang Lin and revealed a smile. Coldness flashed in Ling Tianho's eyes, and he waved his right hand without hesitation. The origin sword that flew out let out a sharp sword hymn that penetrated the heavens. Then it directly flew out at Wang Lin with its original body. When it closed in, Wang Lin laughed and his right hand formed a fist. A surge of power traveled from between his eyebrows and gathered in his hand. Specks of light appeared around Wang Lin's fist, and he shot forward along with the punch. At the same time, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Since he had returned to planet Tianyun, he didn't intend to be low-key. After all, the only way to speak was with strength. If he wanted to go back to the demon spirit land to obtain the qualifications to hold the token and to obtain the recognition of all the old monsters on planet Tianyun, then all of it would depend on this battle. With Wang Lin's cunning, he had already analyzed all of this. At this moment, after throwing the punch, his left hand touched his bag, and he shouted, 3 sets of 9 swords. After he spoke, rays of silver light flew out from his bag of holding like crazy. Every ray of light gave off a harsh silver glow and countless soul fragments came out from each ray of light. Then bursts of mournful cries filled the world. As all 27 flying swords all flew out, Wang Lin pointed with this finger. All 27 flying swords flew toward Ling Tianho while the souls released mournful cries. Even the All-Seer was shocked by this. He had already foreseen the result, but he didn't know the process. He foresaw that Wang Lin's cultivation would have increased greatly and that he would retue. RN on the day the green and purple light covered the sky, but he didn't know exactly what cultivation level Wang Lin would be at. He even saw through the several powers between Wang Lin's eyebrows. 3 of them were things even he dreaded. Although I calculated that this child would come back, I couldn't calculate the reason. This child dared to return to planet Tianyun because he must have something to rely on. The vermilion bird mark is one of his backings. The beautiful woman was also shocked. Surprise filled her eyes and she immediately saw how extraordinary those 27 swords were. She was a master refiner, and she thought, the material of these 27 swords are all extraordinary, and they also contain powerful killing intent. It is obvious they have been refined in a place with monstrous killing intent for countless years. Any one of those swords would be a peerless weapon. Now that the 27 swords have formed a sword array, their power, the beautiful middle-aged woman gasped. The old man sitting on the gourd suddenly stood up. He stared at Wang Lin, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. He definitely isn't at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. As for the old man that was like a mountain of flesh, his mind trembled. He stared at the 27 swords and the indifferent Wang Lin. Cold sweat came out from his forehead. I underestimated him. Ling Tianhou was named Sword Saint, and he had great accomplishments and insight related to swords. When he saw these 27 swords, his eyes shined. Such flying swords, such a sword formation. Wang Lin, you are qualified to have a fight with me. Ling Tianhou waved his hands, and the 3 remaining origin swords behind him flew out. As the 4 swords rotated, rays of sword energy shot out, forming a net of sword energy. The 27 flying swords caught up to the impact of his punch under Wang Lin's control. They fused together and formed a storm with the swords at the core. There was also sword intent contained within, and they collided with the 4 rotating origin swords that belonged to Ling Tianhou. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the rumbles continued, the 27 swords were all pushed one by one. However, the bombardment caused Ling Tianhou's origin swords to retreat. Every time a flying sword was knocked back, it would return back to Wang Lin. A moment later, all 27 swords circled Wang Lin. At this moment, the power of Wang Lin's ancient god punch exploded. Under the power of the punch, Ling Tianhou's 4 origin swords were all knocked back. This scene was shocking to anyone who saw it. However, Wang Lin knew that Ling Tianhou hadn't used any spells and had purely attacked with sword energy. This wasn't Ling Tianhou showing mercy, but even if Wang Lin was at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser, he wouldn't enough of a threat for Ling Tianhou to use spells. Ling Tianhou's eyes revealed a strange light, but it soon disappeared. He laughed and had already forgotten about the promise of only THRE. He attacks. His hands formed a seal and he waved them, then his hair moved without wind, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, "You are qualified for this old man to use spells." This old man only knows 3 spells. Sacrifice, hole, break. Sacrifice sword, first phase, cast the sword with blood. After he spoke, the surrounding cultivators were all shocked. Ling Tianhou's name was illustrious, and he was a master with spells that could shake the heavens. Every cultivator knew that Ling Tianhou only had one mortal enemy, and that was the All-Seer. He seldom used his spells, and almost every single time he had used them, he was in a battle with the All-Seer. However, Ling Tianhou had unexpectedly used a spell in his battle against Wang Lin. As a result, even if Wang Lin lost, he would immediately become famous. As Ling Tianhou shouted, he pointed forward, and the 4 origin swords fused into one. They became an ethereal sword that gave off bursts of hot energy. Then it turned, looking as if it was becoming liquid, and became colorful under the shining sun. Then it shot straight at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He retreated a few steps, slapped his bag of holding, and shouted, 5 set of 9 swords formation. In an instant, rays of silver light flew out from his bag and flew together with the 27 swords. A total of 45 swords rotated like crazy, forming a vortex. Wang Lin's hair flowed in the air as his hand closed and he mercilessly pointed forward. Heavenly chop. With this point of his finger, the rate at which his origin energy cycled almost reached his peak. Countless heavenly chops flew out and merged with the vortex before him. The entire vortex trembled and then it condensed and shot forward. Wang Lin had already refined 45 of these swords from the Slaughter Realm and changed their appearances. The only ones who could identify them now were people from the Slaughter Realm. At this moment, this sword vortex that contained the power of countless heavenly chops collided with Ling Tianhou's spell. At this moment, the world changed colors and reversed. An intense rumble echoed across the world. The sounds of constant collapsing had replaced all sounds in the world. If it wasn't for the All-Seer blocking the shockwave of this impact, then it was likely a large part of planet Tianyun would have collapsed. After the impact, Wang Lin's body was pushed back. His 45 swords were not damaged, but they were bleak as they circled Wang Lin. Facing him, the sword formed by Ling Tianhou collapsed and turned back into 4 origin swords. Ling Tianhou wasn't pushed back, though his eyes lit up and he laughed. Wang Lin, the grudge between you and the Delu sword sect is all gone. This old man won't take the token away from you. Since you were the one who obtained it, then you have a position to enter the Celestial Cave. Ling Tianhou turned around and stepped out. The Delu sword sect disciples were all still confused, but they immediately followed. Rays of sword energy quickly went off into the distance. Ling Tianhou's actions were very profound. Wang Lin looked at Ling Tianhou's figure and pondered. The surroundings were completely silent. Whether it was the Heavenly Fate sect disciples or the disciples brought by the old monsters, shock filled their eyes. Who would have thought Wang Lin would have the power to battle Ling Tianhou? Excitement filled Bai Wei's eyes. Even now he still didn't believe what he had witnessed. Zhao Xingxia's face was deathly pale, and his gaze toward Wang Lin was filled with fear. He no longer dared to have any evil intent. There was still the fourth sister, who had been downcast the entire time. The confusion in her eyes disappeared, and she looked at Wang Lin with a mysterious gaze. If he can help me, the woman bit her lower lip and made a decision. Not only them, almost everyone who knew Wang Lin was shocked into a trance. In their eyes, Wang Lin's figure from back then gradually fused with the white-robed figure they were looking at now. Wang Lin didn't put away the 45 flying swords. His gaze swept by before landing on the old man with the mountain of flesh body, and he calmly said, "Senior, am I qualified?" The old man silently pondered before letting out a cold snort and saying to the All-Seer, "Fellow cultivator All-Seer, I still have a batch of pills to refine, so I won't disturb you anymore." With that, he shouted at the 4 disciples carrying him, "Return to the sect." The 4 disciples quickly nodded, then they lifted his huge body and disappeared into the distance. The old man standing on the gourd looked profoundly at Wang Lin and laughed. Fellow cultivator Wang hid himself quiet well. This old man is called Strange Dream Tan. If you have time, you're welcome to my planet dream. With that, he clasped his hands at Wang Lin and left. The person that left with him was the skinny old man. From the beginning, he had an indifferent expression. Even when he left, he didn't say farewell to the All-Seer, he just left. The last one to leave was the beautiful middle-aged woman. She looked at Wang Lin and smiled. Fellow cultivator Wang's flying swords are filled with killing intent. However, too much killing intent can be hard to control. If you have time, please come to planet Xixia. With that, she bowed toward the All-Seer and left with the 4 women behind her. When they were leaving, the eyes of the woman in the pink dress shined. She looked at Wang Lin and smiled. My teacher is good at refining, but the cost will not be expensive. You little girl. The beautiful woman chuckled, and the 3 other women also laughed. Only a few people noticed that the gaze the woman in the green dress had toward Wang Lin was very different. He perhaps has already forgotten about my name. After all, for him, it was a very small matter, but for me, he saved my life, the woman sighed. The woman in the pink dress asked, "Senior Sist. Are Qianqin, what's wrong?" Qianqin shook her head but didn't speak. Under the All-Seer's order, the members of the Heavenly Fate sect all scattered. In the square, there was no one else other than Wang Lin and the All-Seer. After everyone left, Wang Lin looked calmly at the All-Seer. The master and disciple once again faced each other after hundreds of years. The 2 of them pondered for a long time, and the All-Seer slowly asked, "What do you plan to do?" Disciple wants to enter the demon spirit land. Wang Lin's expression was respectful. The All-Seer had his hand behind his back as he calmly said, "You have the qualifications. Whether it is as the All-Heavens Thunder Celestial or as one of the 4 divine sects Vermilion Bird series. As far as I know, this generation of Vermilion Bird series only has 3 people including you." Wang Lin silently pondered. He didn't know much about the Vermilion Bird series. After hearing this now, although he was moved, his expression revealed nothing. Chapter 959, All-Seer's Secret. It will make some preparations to open up the demon spirit land this time. This matter is important, and I also need to invite some friends before we can enter that cave. During this time, you can wait here at ease. The All-Seer's expression was calm, not revealing any anger or joy as he spoke. After he finished speaking, clouds appeared and he left by stepping on the clouds. The purple wood pavilion was still kept for you. The All-Seer's voice came from the distance. Wang Lin looked at where the All-Seer disappeared and pondered. Ling Tianho's actions had profound meaning behind them. Even on the final spell he used, he didn't use his full power. Wang Lin wasn't able to guess all of Ling Tianho's thoughts, but he was able to get a rough idea. As for All-Seer, I can't see through him. When it came to the All-Seer, Wang Lin had always been confused about the All-Seer's inner thoughts. Even if he found a trace of a clue, in the blink of an eye, there would be another interpretation that make it all a mystery again. I can't see through him. Wang Lin let out a sigh. There was also a layer of mist shrouding the All-Seer. He had a feeling that every time he saw the All-Seer, he was a bit different. In truth, Wang Lin had speculated that the All-Seer would prepare for his arrival like this. However, when it came to facing it, even though the All-Seer had done as Wang Lin expected, he felt like there was something wrong. Everything was a 2-bit smooth, as if everything happened according to Wang Lin's plan. Wang Lin looked around the familiar Heavenly Fate sect while frowning. After pondering for a bit, he walked down toward the purple wood pavilion. There was only one road leading there. The path had stone towers on both sides and was filled with lush greenery. At this moment, it was sunset. As the wind blew, it brought about a coolness along with the rustling of leaves. Even the sound of water came from the distance. Wang Lin had walked down this road before. Now that he stepped onto this road again hundreds of years later, he felt regretful. It's as if nothing has changed. Wang Lin walked forward at a leisurely pace. As he walked, a woman and man wearing blue robes walked close to him while talking. Their cultivation levels weren't high, only soul transformation. Along with the wind, the words spoken by the two of them slowly blew by. Junior sister, I heard that in 7 days, the Ghost Eye Market will open up again. I heard that several cultivators have rushed over. Ghost Eye Market? The one that auctioned a celestial spell and instantly became famous. The woman's voice was filled with surprise. That's right, it is that Ghost Eye Market. That celestial spell caused a huge uproar. Rumor has it that some powerful old monsters even took a trip there. Celestial spell. With our status, we can only get incomplete celestial spells, and they are still low-grade celestial spells. Rumor has it that that celestial spell was a rare complete spell. This time, the rumors say that the Ghost Eye Market will have a mysterious item for auction. What does any of this have to do with us? The prices of everything in the Ghost Eye Market are unimaginable. Furthermore, one requires an invitation to enter. It doesn't matter. Although we don't have the right to enter the auction house, we have access to the tree trade area in the Ghost Eye Market. As the man in blue spoke, he took out a jade from his bag. This jade was completely black, a side formed the center, which had an eye. This eye gave off burst of red light and was very strange. Ghost Eye Invitation Jade. The woman's eyes lit up. The man in blue was proud, and he was about to speak when he looked ahead. What he saw caused him to become startled. He saw Wang Lin walking down from the mountain. When the woman noticed the abnormality of her senior brother, she raised her head and also noticed Wang Lin. With their cultivation level, they weren't even remotely aware of Wang Lin's existence. Wang Lin's expression was gentle. When he got near the man and woman, he smiled at the man in blue and said, "Senior brotherly, don't be a stranger. You. The man in blue was like a foolish chicken. He had just returned to the sect, so he didn't know Wang Lin had returned. When he saw Wang Lin earlier, he thought Wang Lin looked familiar, so he was startled. However, after hearing Wang Lin's words, he was even more shocked. Wang Lin. The man in blue retreated a few steps and aghast filled his eyes. Wang Lin smiled. He didn't know this person's full name and only knew he was named Li. They had briefly met once, and he remembered that this man looked at him with mockery and disdain. Looking at this person today, this person's cultivation level had increased from early-stage soul transformation to mid-stage soul transformation. No longer looking at the man named Li, Wang Linhua laked past them and gradually left. Senior brother, he is called Wang Lin? This name seems familiar. The woman looked at Wang Lin's back with a puzzled look. Wang Lin has actually returned. If I ran into him here, Master has to know about it. Could it be that he has obtained Master's forgiveness? Just now, I didn't feel any spiritual energy from him at all, as if he was immortal. However, the moment he passed, I was so shocked that all the spiritual energy in my body trembled until it almost collapsed. The man in blue's expression was pale. He pulled his junior sister and quickly left. Senior brother, what's with you? The woman was puzzled. The man in blue quickly said, his name is Wang Lin. He was the Heavenly Fate Sect's Purple Division's 7th disciple. Junior sister, do you still not remember? The woman was startled and her expression immediately changed. Is it that one that was rumored to have killed countless people in the demon spirit land and created a river of blood? Who in the end was eventually hunted by Master and 7 seniors but was still able to escape? The devil Wang Lin. In the distance, Wang Lin wryly smiled. Gossip was a fearful thing. The rumors about him had gradually changed over the hundreds of years. Letting out a sigh, Wang Lin walked out of the Heavenly Fate Sect through the small path. In front of him was a mountain that pierced into the sky. The peak was covered in mist and there were purple lights inside this mist. This was where the Purple Division disciples stayed. Heavenly Fate Sect, Mount Purple. Looking at the familiar peak, Wang Lin entered a trance. It was as if he had gone back into the past and saw a youth walking step by step up the mountain and step by step gained a firm footing here. While pondering, the wind of the mountain blew by, and it was cold. Although not freezing, it still took away warmth and left you with only coldness. There were various plants swaying on the mountain. It was unknown if it was the mountain moving or his heart. Wang Lin walked up the mountain as if he was walking into heaven. Wang Lin slowed down as he walked up the mountain. Along the way, he met no cultivators. The only sound he heard was the wind that sounded like sobbing. Aside from the sound of wind, there was no other sound. The mountain was still the same as before, with a delicate pavilion in the corner. From a distance, you could vaguely see a vertical plaque with one word on it. Purple. As Wang Lin moved forward, that corner of the pavilion concealed itself once more. Only after walking past an obstacle did the pavilion from before appear. Purplewood Pavilion. Who still remembers that this place was called the Purple Cloud Pavilion? Wang Lin stood silently for a while before he pushed open the door. The smell of mold blew out from the pavilion. The furnishing in the room was the same as before, there was nothing different. If there was any change, it was that there was dust everywhere. Whether it was the table, wooden chair, or the bed, it was all covered in dust. The oil lamp on the table had long since ran out of oil. Wang Lin raised his finger and gently rubbed the table. He quickly created a deep mark on the table. Looking at the dust on the table, Wang Lin waved his hand. A gentle wind swept by. This wind swept before Wang Lin and blew past the dust on the table. Then it went past the wood chairs, the bed, upstairs, and downstairs. It was as if a storm had gone through the pavilion. However, what was strange was that the storm only swept the dust and nothing else was moved. Not even the purple window emitted a single sound that signaled it was blown by the wind. After several breaths of time, Wang Lin raised his palm and closed his hand. At this instant, the storm seemed to reverse in time and gathered in Wang Lin's hand from all directions. In an instant, the storm in the pavilion disappeared. A dark gray vortex appeared in Wang Lin's palm. This was all the dust in the pavilion. He casually waved his right, and all the windows in the pavilion opened. The gray vortex drifted out from the window. It was as if hundreds of years of time and all the memories of the past were deposited away. Everything in the room now looked new. The sky darkened as the sun set. The room was completely dark, which made Wang Lin's figure look a bit blurry. He let out a sigh and walked to a purple wood cabinet. He remembered that the oil was placed here. He opened the cabinet and sure enough found a small bottle containing brown lamp oil. After adding oil to the oil lamp, Wang Lin turned on the lamp. There was a sound when the flame was lit, and the darkness in the room was dispelled. However, the moment the flame lit up, a gust of wind came from the mountain. This caused the flame that had just lit up to flicker and sway, and Wang Lin's shadow became distorted. Wang Lin's expression changed as he stared at the flickering flame. A thought flashed through his mind and his eyes shined brightly. The wind blew and the flame changed. Its change is unpredictable in the wind, making it impossible to tell what its original shape was. I understand. The All-Seer is like this lamp. The reason I feel like he is a different person each time is because he is always changing. Just like how a person has thousands of avatars and all of them are in the same body. They are alternating at every moment. This is why the All-Seer gives me such an unpredictable feeling. Wang Lin looked at the flickering lighting and his expression was light and dark. However, enlightenment filled his eyes. Chapter 960, First Glimpse of Source Origin. The flame moved with the wind just like how the wind makes the plants move, which makes it look like the mountain is moving, but in reality, Wang Lin pondered. In reality, the mountain didn't move, the flame didn't move, what moved was the wind. Wang Lin waved his right hand and all the windows snapped shut. After blocking the wind from outside, no more blew into the room. Without wind, the flame calmed down from its violent flicker. However, it still gently swayed from the consumption of oil. Wang Lin frowned as he stared at the flame. Before the flame's light, his face was bright and dark, revealing a feint of gloominess. Something's wrong. The wind has already stopped, but this flame is still moving. At this moment, although Wang Lin didn't know it, his state was very similar to Dao confirmation, but instead of confirming his own Dao, he was confirming the All-Seer's Dao. He had been acquainted with the All-Seer for hundreds of years. Back then, with Wang Lin's low cultivation level, he couldn't see through the changes on the All-Seer's body. However, now he was vaguely able to see some clues. There were too many secrets surrounding the All-Seer. What made Wang Lin dread him the most was that he was unable to guess what was going through the other party's mind at all. The All-Seer is like the flame that is ever-changing. Even when I isolate the wind, it is impossible to find its original appearance. Wang Lin frowned, and his gaze was still locked onto the flame. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, it was already 3 a.m. The sky outside was completely dark, and as the wind blew on the window, it caused the paper to rustle. This sound was very clear in this quiet night. The wind moves, the mountain moves, the flame moves. Wang Lin raised his head and took a step. He disappeared from the room and reappeared in the night sky. Below him was the heavenly fate sex Mount Purple. The wind was strong this night, and clouds filled the sky. Not much moonlight fell on the earth through the clouds, which made everything before him very dark. While he pondered, Wang Lin raised his right hand and gently waved it. There was a trace law that appeared during Wang Lin's comprehension of Summon the Rain. The wind surged in the sky covered by the dark clouds. The clouds that seemed to contain rain all dissipated, and then bright moonlight fell on the earth without any obstacles. Under the moonlight, a shadow appeared under Mount Purple. The wind blew by, causing the plants on the mountain to move, and the sounds of them rustling could be heard. Looking at the mountain and the large shadow, although the plants on the mountain were moving, the shadow barely changed. This mountain is not moving. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. It was as if something had gone off in his head and enlightenment filled his eyes. He seemed to have grasped a trace of a clue. The wind only blew the surface, yet the mountain seemed to move, but in reality, it was my heart that moved. My heart moved, so the mountain moved. Clarity filled Wang Lin's eyes, and then he returned to the room. Looking at the flame, Wang Lin's breathing gradually subsided until it seemed like he was dead. If an outsider was here and they saw this, they wouldn't feel the slightest change. The flame would still be slightly shaking and crackling. However, at this moment, this flame was like a violent wave that shook in various ways. It gradually slowed down until it became motionless, as if the stop spell was used. At this instant, Wang Lin's mind trembled. He was filled with disbelief, as if he found that what he saw was completely unbelievable. The origin energy flowed to every part of his body without his control, and sounds of something bursting came from his body. It was as if a mortal martial artist had opened all their meridians. As his origin energy cycled like crazy, Wang Lin's third eye silently opened and a gap opened. However, no red light came out. Instead, it was as if it was absorbing something. This caused the origin energy inside Wang Lin's body to cycle even faster. This speed had already reached an unimaginable speed, but Wang Lin felt no pain. The current him seemed to be startled as he stared at the flame. The belief in his eyes reached a peak. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What he saw was no longer the candle flame but a very weak flame. This flame was what Wang Lin had created before. If this was all, it wouldn't have shocked Wang Lin so much. However, although the flame looked like it stopped, it was still moving. This kind of movement was a kind of reversal. It was as if there was a force surrounding the flame that was making it rapidly dissipate in a way Wang Lin didn't understand. It might be inaccurate to say it was dissipating. It was as if the flame was becoming large and larger. In the end, Wang Lin saw the secret within the flame after it had been magnified countless times. These were small elements. These elements would move past each other and collide in a specific way. Each time they collided, they would release a trace of heat. At a glance, these elements were a mess, but it was different from Wang Lin's point of view. Whether it was how they moved or collided, they all contained some kind of law. This is law. The law of fire. From beginning to end, Wang Lin didn't blink. He stared at the flame and muttered, "Could it go deeper?" Just as Wang Lin thought of this, the countless elements suddenly magnified. Just like that flame, they instantly grew very large at a violent speed. As the elements continued to be magnified, traces of illusionary lines surrounded it. However, at this moment, the origin energy in his body rumbled. He felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows and he awakened. Cold sweat poured out from his forehead and his entire outfit was soaked. The current Wang Lin was completely pale, and he took a deep breath. He looked at the candle and muttered, "What is that? Could it have been source origin?" I could grasp that law, but I only saw the source origin for an instant, and my body couldn't withstand it. Wang Lin pondered for a while before he closed his eyes and cultivated. Time slowly passes. The darkness outside the window disappeared and was replaced with light. Just as dawn arrived, Wang Lin opened his eyes from cultivation. Then a gaze that could pierce anything landed on the door. "Seventh brother. May I come in?" A soft voice came from outside the pavilion. Chapter 961. Wang Lin's Embarrassment. Wang Lin calmly said, "Fourth sister, please enter." The breathing outside the pavilion was heavy, and after a long time, the door was pushed open. A beautiful woman in purple walked in, biting her lower lip. Although this woman's appearance was not as stunning as Li Mei, she was still beautiful. However, there were traces of the passage of time on her face, making her feel a bit aged. After she entered the room, she silently sat in a chair. She didn't look at Wang Lin. Her empty eyes silently looked at the empty space before her. The room was completely silent as Wang Lin closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. However, he soon felt a faint divine sense that stretched out from between the woman's eyebrows. As his divine sense spread out, it spread toward Wang Lin. It wasn't fast, it eased its way over like it was very hesitant. As the divine sense approached, Wang Lin's eyes opened and a ray of light shined out of them. The divine sense trembled and wanted to retreat, but it was instantly frozen in the air. The face of the woman in purple was deathly pale. She could feel that if her divine sense moved at all, Wang Lin would instantly devour it. Wang Lin stared at the woman in purple and loosened his lock on her divine sense, allowing her divine sense to return to her body. She couldn't hide anything before Wang Lin. There were 6 seals on her body, sealing her cultivation. What she revealed to the outside was only late-stage soul transformation. If it was the Wang Lin back then, he wouldn't be able to see through this. However, now he only needed one gaze to completely see through the woman in purple. Wang Lin frowned slightly and said, "What does fourth sister want?" The woman in purple opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she remained silent. "Since fourth sister doesn't have anything, then I won't be sending you off." With that, Wang Lin waved his sleeve. A gentle breeze appeared, causing the woman's body to tremble and step rapidly toward the door. Just as she arrived at the door, her eyes revealed a decisive gaze and she whispered, "Wang Lin, now that you have reached the second step, aren't you afraid of the crisis that might befall you in the Heavenly Fate sect?" Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached out. He pulled the woman in purple back in and calmly said, "What does senior sister mean?" The woman in purple clenched teeth as she looked up at Wang Lin and softly said, "If you hadn't fled back then, it's likely you would have gone inexplicably missing over the past few hundred years. I presume you already noticed that within the Heavenly Fate sect, none of the thousands of inner and outer disciples, and even us direct disciples, know. One's cultivation has reached the illusionary Yin stage." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he silently looked at the woman in purple. When someone breaks through the late stage of Ascendant and reaches the illusionary Yin stage, that person will mysteriously disappear within a year. This matter is taboo within the Heavenly Fate sect. Back then, your cultivation level wasn't high enough to know this, and you presumably still don't know. Wang Lin's expression still didn't change at all. The woman in purple looked at Wang Lin. After she finished speaking, she found that Wang Lin's expression still hadn't changed. Her heart couldn't help but sink, and she clenched her teeth. "I know you may not believe me, but I, Zhao Ximing, joined the sect at the age of 7 and cultivated for 1,000 years. Without waiting for Zhao Ximing, Wang Lin shook his head and said, "Are you not afraid of teacher finding out that you're speaking about this here? Every day at 5 a.m., Master goes into closed-door cultivation. Unless something major has occurred, he won't come out. Master has had this habit for thousands of years." Zhao Ximing seemed a bit hasty. "Wang Lin, everything I say is true." Wang Lin pondered a bit and looked at Zhao Ximing. Then he said, "This is why you have 6 seals inside your body?" Zhao Ximing wasn't shocked by Wang Lin seeing through her. She revealed a trace of bitterness. "What else can I do beside this? A piece of my soul is in Master's hands, so I simply can't leave. Even if I were to leave, Master would only need but a thought for me to be completely destroyed. There are many people who seal their cultivation like me. Among them, the Red Division's Sun Hong has the highest cultivation level. She has 11 seals on her body, forcing herself to stay at the mid-stage of Ascendant. She even interfered with her own comprehension so that it won't match her real cultivation level. If she were to release the seals, she could quickly reach the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. There is also the Red Division's Lu Hai. If he released his seal, his cultivation level would immediately become peak corporeal yang. These are only people I know, but I believe there are those that have hidden themselves very well among the 7 divisions. However, no matter how much our cultivation advances, we don't dare to open the seals. Even if we reseal our cultivation after it has been open, we will mysteriously disappear within a year. If we were seriously injured and our cultivation level fell, those who didn't hide their cultivation would be fine, but those of us who hid our cultivation level would still disappear. From my understanding, Master has been cultivating for tens of thousands of years and has had countless disciples. However, none of them have ever appeared or even been heard of." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he looked at Zhao Ximing. The 6 seals on this woman were very strange. If they were not face-to-face like T.S., they would have been easy to miss. However, Wang Lin believed that before the All-Seer, this kind of method was useless. Master didn't stop us from sealing our cultivation, he just ignored us. Fear filled Zhao Ximing's face. This was something she didn't understand, and neither did all the disciples who hid their cultivation levels. No matter how much we hide, Master won't acknowledge it as if he really doesn't know. However, if the seals open, we will be doomed. 500 years ago, there was a disciple of the Orange Division whose seal had reached its limit. His seals were opened by force, and he disappeared the next day. It's impossible to escape. Even if we hide our cultivation, there is a limit. I can't afford to continue living such a life. And in the past 100 years, my seal has begun to loosen and I'm starting to lose control. Recently, this has been even more serious. Save me. Wen Lin, save me. I'll do whatever you want as long as you save me. Tears streamed down Zhao Ximing's eyes as she looked at Wang Lin, and her voice became hoarse. Did you know that although you only returned yesterday, you have gathered the attention of everyone within the Heavenly Fate sect who hid their cultivation? They must all be wondering when you will disappear. Zhao Ximing bit her lower lip. She couldn't talk to anyone about this, as this was considered an absolute taboo in the Heavenly Fate sect. She was already in despair before this. The seal on her body loosened more each day, and before long, the seal was going to collapse. The fear of her cultivation revealing itself terrified her. Rumor has it that all cultivators whose cultivation level went past Ascendant were devoured by Master. Wang Lin, I won't ask you to retrieve my soul, only that you help me reinforce the seal so that my cultivation will forever stay at the late of soul transformation. Zhao Ximing stood up and was about to bow to Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his right hand and a gentle force appeared, causing Zhao Ximing to stand up straight. He pondered for a bit and was about to speak when he suddenly looked outside the pavilion. Zhao Ximing was startled, and a moment later, she also detected something. After pondering for a bit, for some reason her face blushed and she arrived next to Wang Lin in a flash. After taking off her shoes, she got onto Wang Lin's bed and formed a seal to hide herself. Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, light footsteps came from outside the pavilion. Seventh junior brother, Bai Wei requests a visit. Bai Wei's feminine voice slowly drifted into the room. Wang Lin had no bad feelings toward Bai Wei. If not for Bai Wei secretly reminding him back then, Wang Lin wouldn't have such a deep understanding of the all-seer. Senior brother Bai, please enter. Wang Lin's voice was calm. However, there were faint scent of body fragrance that entered his nose that made him uncomfortable. The door opened. Bai Wei still had that beautiful appearance, but now he looked a bit frail. Inside the room, he looked at Wang Lin and let out a sigh. Still the same as before. Seventh brother, you haven't changed at all from back then. Brother Bai is the same. We haven't seen each other in hundreds of years, but it is as if I just saw you yesterday. Wang Lin smiled. Bai Wei's eyes were like water as he looked at Wang Lin and softly said, Seventh brother is using the wrong term. I'm no longer senior brother Bai, but junior sister Bai. Wang Lin's expression became strange, and he couldn't help but wryly smile. Bai Wei saw Wang Lin's expression and smiled. His eyes shined, revealing a peerless look, and he smiled. Why is it so difficult to call me junior sister Bai? I have always been a woman. Wang Lin felt quite embarrassed. Even after 1,000 years of cultivation and life experience, he still didn't know what to do. He could only let out a dry cough and say, I wonder what matter senior brother Bai came here for. Bai Wei's eyebrows lifted, and he looked at Wang Lin with his water-like eyes. Even with Wang Lin's early-stage nirvana scryer cultivation and ancient god body, he was almost unable to bear this gaze. He wryly smiled and said, Bai. Junior sister Bai, what did you come here for? Bai Wei's expression released, and she whispered, Wang Lin, you shouldn't have come back. It's not easy to say it here, but are you free? On planet Tianyun, there is a market called the Ghost Eye. If you are free, then I have something to inform you on the way there. Wang Lin pondered. He hadn't been back for a long, so it was a good idea to hear from Bai Wei what had happened in the hundreds of years that passed. Also, his relationship with Bai Wei was quite good, so there was no reason to refuse. After observing Bai Wei, he found no seals. Bai Wei's cultivation was truly at the mid-stage of soul transformation. Okay, we will meet below Mount Purple at noon today. Chapter 962, Su Ligua's favorite. Bai Wei smiled at Wang Lin, expectation filling his phoenix eyes, and he left. Wang Lin wryly smiled. He felt a headache toward this Bai Wei. At this moment, a ripple appeared from his bag, and Su Ligua's voice echoed in his mind. Top quality. Top quality. Master, this is top quality. I, Su Ligua, have met countless people, but I've never met someone this graceful. Especially her gaze when she left, it made even Grandpa Su's bones soft. Master, if you don't like it, then I do. When I saw her, it reminded me of Meiji. Wang Lin ignored Su Ligua's words and cut off his voice. At this moment, a chuckle came from Wang Lin's side. Zhao Ximing appeared and her gaze toward Wang Lin was a bit different. Wang Lin frowned as he got up and sat down on the chair. He said, Fourth senior sister, I'll consider your matter. Zhao Ximing looked at Wang Lin, and after pondering for a bit, she softly said, although my cultivation level isn't high, I have retained my virginity throughout my 1,000 years of cultivation. If you can strengthen my seal, I can give you my 1,000-year origin Een. Zhao Ximing's face turned red as she faced Wang Lin. She opened up her sleeve, revealing a small red. She bit her lower lip and put down her sleeve before looking at Wang Lin and leaving. This is my last hope. If he can battle Ling Tianho, his cultivation can't merely be at the Nirvana Scryer stage, he is likely at the Nirvana Cleanser stage. If he helps me, he must be able to suppress the seal completely. Zhao Ximing let out a sigh and her figure disappeared over the horizon. If I ask for others for help with Master there, I fear no one would dare to help. Wang Lin sat inside the room and pondered. Helping Zhao Ximing was easy, but doing this would not please the All-Seer. If what Zhao Ximing said was true, then there must be a profound meaning to Master's indifference. Presumably. He is also conflicted on this in his mind. While pondering, the celestial sword Su Ligua was in began to become restless and the fluctuations from his bag disturbed his thoughts. Wang Lin frowned and slapped his bag of holding. The celestial sword immediately flew out and a large amount of black fog appeared. The black fog quickly condensed to reveal Su Ligua's figure. Su Ligua's eyes shined. After he appeared, he inhaled deeply in the spot where Bai Wei stood earlier. His face was filled with an intoxicated look and he muttered, top quality. Really top quality. Compared to her, even the little girl in the demon spirit land is nothing. If I can, Su Ligua revealed a nasty smile. Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua trembled and he felt a cold intent spread across his body. This coldness penetrated his soul, which made him sober, and he began to secretly complain. Damn it, why did this fiend's cultivation level go up again? There is no justice. Although I still feared him before, my soul didn't tremble from must gaze from this damn fiend. It felt as if this fiend could cause Grandpa Su to die with just a thought. Su Ligua's expression changed, but he immediately revealed a flattering expression. Master is mighty. Your cultivation level has increased once more. Master is really gifted by the heavens. Without waiting for Su Ligua to finish speaking, Wang Lin interrupted him and calmly said, "What were you so anxious to come out for?" Although his voice was calm, his eyes were cold. From Wang Lin's view, Su Ligua needed to be beaten down occasionally. Otherwise, Su Ligua would get too unruly. This devil was something he had created, and perhaps only he understood this devil the most. Before Su Ligua was refined into a devil, he had a lot of resentment, and his personality intensified after being refined into a devil. He knew that if Su Ligua returned to his true form, the only way to control Su Ligua was to always be stronger than him. Back in the Nether Beast, the old man thought Su Ligua was a loyal person, but in reality he had no loyalty at all. At most it was a habit formed by being under Wang Lin's control for almost 1,000 years. Unyielding thoughts would occasionally appear in Su Ligua's heart. Wang Lin knew of this well. Not good. This devil fiend is going to punish me today. Su Ligua was nervous as he licked his lips and flattered, "Master, the reason little Su came out is to congratulate Master's increase in cultivation. Ever since I brilliantly decided to follow Master's cultivation level has increased every time I come out. After a long time, this little one thought that if he comes out more often, maybe Master's cultivation level will become even higher." Hehe, as Su Ligua spoke, he carefully looked at Wang Lin, ready to change his words at any time. Wang Lin frowned but revealed a smile. He looked at Su Ligua and said, "Since you have the heart, then don't go back inside the celestial sword for now. Stay with me and properly comprehend the sword intent you inherited." Su Ligua immediately patted his chest and said, "Master, rest assured, little Su will not disgrace you and will properly cultivate." Although Su Ligua said this, he secretly laughed. "It is still your Grandpa Su who is smarter and has quicker reactions. Just a few sweet words and even this fiend will be beaten. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you can't beat your Grandpa Su's spell." Wang Lin no longer paid any attention to Su Ligua. He sat down and began to cultivate. Su Ligua was like a ghost that floated around in the room. Then he became bored and couldn't help but think of Bai Wei's peerless beauty. He first carefully looked at Wang Lin before he sniffed and revealed an intoxicated expression. Beauty, a real beauty. If she was a woman, she wouldn't be that special. Grandpa Su has met a lot of women, but her for be a man. Su Ligua's mind trembled and his heart felt itchy. He wanted to go find Bai Wei right now to talk heart to heart. His mind was filled with fantasies, and he felt restless. However, thinking about how Wang Lin was still nearby, he couldn't help but sigh. When Grandpa Su followed the giant demon clan ancestor, the ancestor was so good to me. He gave me Meiji. Those days were filled with color. Unfortunately, after returning to this fiend, I'm stored away in the bag all day. The good life is so far away. Thinking about this, Su Ligua felt anger in his heart. When my cultivation is strong enough one day, I must get back at this fiend. At most I'll just fight to the death. Fight. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw Wang Lin's eyelids move. He immediately revealing a flattering smile. However, after waiting for a long time, Wang Lin's eyes wouldn't open. Su Ligua inwardly cursed, he really doesn't know how to enjoy life. If I had someone so devoted to me, I would have already jumped on them, not to mention that beauty. Su Ligua let out a sigh. He knew that he wasn't powerful enough. After thinking for a long time, he sat down and began comprehend that ancient sword intent inheritance. Your Grandpa Su has to work hard, otherwise, the gap between me and the fiend will only grow wider. Then I will never be able to escape this fiend's clutches and escape this abyss of misery. After Su Ligua began to cultivate, Wang Lin opened his eyes. His eyes shined brightly before he closed his eyes and ignored Su Ligua. However, Wang Lin had made up his mind to refine this devil once more. Time quickly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was noon. The sun outside the pavilion was bright and seemed to dispel all darkness. The sky was clear and blue. It would cause anyone's heart to calm down. Wang Lin opened his eyes and his body moved. The door opened on its own and he walked out. Su Ligua got up to follow. His eyes looked around as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. I'm about to see that beauty. Wang Lin stepped through the air and headed toward the bottom of Mount Purple. In the distance, he could see figures moving among the 7 mountains. This revealed the scene of a big sect. There was chanting coming from the distance. It was the lower-level disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect practicing their spell proficiency. Dense spiritual energy filled the Heavenly Fate sect. However, it was noon, so the spiritual energy contained yang fire and was not fit for cultivation. There was no magnificent fluctuations of spiritual energy like there was during dawn or dusk. The purple division had the lowest status among the 7 divisions. Even the 7 direct disciple lineup wasn't complete, including Wang Lin. There were only 5. As a result, there were fewer ordinary disciples on Mount Purple. This made the huge mountain quite bleak. It was sparsely populated. As he walked down from the mountain, he saw no one. Su Ligua followed behind Wang Lin, and the sunlight that landed on him didn't give him any discomfort. In fact, it felt pleasant, especially with the thought of how he would meet the beauty soon. Su Ligua's heart itched, and he only hated Wang Lin for being too slow. Looking at Wang Lin's shadow, Su Ligua thought, this fiend has cultivated for so many years and has had no fun in his life, but even this Grandpa Su has to admire his increase in cultivation levels. That little core formation cultivator has become a powerhouse. Just thinking about this, Su Ligua quickly dispelled this idea and thought, I can't become like him. What joy is there in his life? It can be said that this fiend's cultivation was built by danger and slaughter. I, Su Ligua, am not suited for this. It is comfortable to hold beauties. If I were like him, I would definitely be destroyed sooner or later. I don't know when this fiend will have bad luck and be killed. No, if he is killed, my fate won't be good either. Perhaps my mind will be erased to be used as an ordinary sword spirit. While Su Ligua was thinking about random thing, Wang Lin had arrived at the bottom of the mountain. There was a pavilion at the bottom of the mountain. There was a purple figure standing inside the pavilion, and from afar they gave off a graceful feeling. However, the figure was feminine and revealed a hint of weakness. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew out and lifted the purple figure's hair. This person lifted their hair with their jade-like hand, then they turned around and smiled at Wang Lin. If one didn't know the details, then this person was far more beautiful than most women. Bai Wei's eyes lit up and he smiled. Senior brother Wang indeed kept his promise. Although Wang Lin's expression was neutral, Su Ligua stared at Bai Wei from behind him. If not for Wang Lin being here, then no matter what, he would have jumped at Bai Wei. What is this? Bai Wei's gaze looked at Su Ligua. Su Ligua's body was filled with black mist, and at this moment, this black mist contracted, revealing his appearance when he was a cultivator. His eyes revealed an evil glare, but his expression was serious. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a cold snort that frightened him to immediately reveal a flattering expression. The rapid change startled Bai Wei. This is my treasure spirit. Brother Bai, where's the market you were talking about? Please lead the way. Wang Lin didn't make much of an introduction. With Wang Lin here, even though Su Ligua's heart itched, he didn't dare to reveal too much. He could only look helplessly at Bai Wei and curse in his mind. This damn fiend Wang Lin. He's not going to eat him himself, and he also won't let Grandpa Su eat. There no is justice, no justice. Bai Wei's eyebrows wrinkled and he said, Senior brother Wang. Wang Lin immediately became embarrassed. It was very rare for him to become embarrassed, and now Bai Wei had done it twice. While he was embarrassed, Su Ligua's eyes lit up and he stared at Bai Wei. He thought to himself, heaven has shined upon me, Su Ligua, to meet the love of my life. I can't stand it. Black smoke appeared around Su Ligua and he turned into a big mouth that looked like it was going to devour Bai Wei. At this moment, every thought of Wang Lin was all thrown away by his mind. He could only see Bai Wei smile. As he rushed out, a cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes and his hand penetrated the black mist and directly grabbed Su Ligua's soul. Su Ligua suddenly around and just revealed a fierce expression at Wang Lin when Wang Lin grabbed him. Then Su Ligua quickly revealed a flattering expression and repeated, Master, Master, I know was wrong. I was wrong. Wang Lin grabbed Su Ligua and said, Bai. Junior sister Bai, please lead the way. Bai Wei also saw some clue and looked at Su Ligua with great interest. This gaze made Su Ligua excited. Bai Wei smiled as he slapped his bag of holding and a flying sword appeared. He stood on the sword and flew off into the distance. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he took a step and caught up to the sword light. Although this Bai Wei was feminine before, it was not this extreme. His body is now filled with Yin aura and even his temperament has changed greatly. Moving forward, Wang Lin could feel someone secretly following him. Without even turning around, he knew this person was Zhao Ximing. Chapter 963, The Three Chin Brothers. Due to the Yin energy inside Bai Wei's body, not only did his mind change, his behavior has also become quite feminine. If he was born like this, it would be fine, but it was obviously not this extreme back then. While they flew, Wang Lin's light shined faintly as he looked at Bai Wei. He always felt like there was something wrong with Bai Wei, but he couldn't find the exact problem. However, 1,000 years of cultivation allowed him some special sense. Although he was not as all-seeing as the all-seer, he could still feel a trace of events that were yet to occur. Bai Wei apparently didn't notice Wang Lin's divine sense sweeping past him and continued to smile and talk with Wang Lin. You weren't here for long before. In a few months, the weather on planet Tianyun will change. The abrupt change between overcast and sunny is regarded as a unique scenery of planet Tianyun. During these hundreds of years, the heavenly fate sect has been calm and not much has happened. If anything did happen, it's that a white tree someone planted in the back mountain and claimed it would never flowered. However, the color of the flowers weren't white but black. It only lasted 3 breaths of time before it turned to dust. It surprised quite a few people that time. I was there as well. I thought it would have been great if I could have saved a flower. There is nothing suspicious. Wang Lin frowned, but that slight feeling was nagging in his heart. His expression remained neutral as he coped with Bai Wei's conversation. After you left, Master spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation and rarely came out. As Bai Wei smiled, he told Wang Lin every single incident that happened in the Heavenly Fate sect. At the start, Wang Lin was seriously listening, but soon he frowned. Nothing Bai Wei talked about was great. They were all trivial things that had no meaning. Bai Wei smiled. There is also Ghost Eye City. That city became famous many years ago after successfully auctioning a complete celestial spell. Every time it opens, it attracts a large amount of cultivators. It is open for 1 month, and aside from the auction house, people are free to trade. However, Ghost Eye City wasn't very big and the amount of residences are limited. If we go late, I'm afraid we'll have to camp. Wang Lin pondered a bit and allowed Bai Wei to talk while leading the way, but he pondered in his heart. After 15 minutes, Wang Lin suddenly said, "Junior sister Bai, what cultivation method do you cultivate?" Bai Wei was startled and his expression changed. He stopped before retreating a few steps while starting at Wang Lin and saying, "Does brother Wang disdain me? If you find me annoying, then I'll leave and never bother you again." Wang Lin was shocked. He only asked what his cultivation method was, but he didn't expect Bai Wei to change so greatly. Wang Lin slowly said, "Brother Bai misunderstands. I'm just casually asking." Bai Wei bit his lower lip and pondered for a moment. He then looked at Wang Lin with a complex look and said, "The cultivation method I cultivate is called Celestial Double Desire Art." After speaking, Bai Wei became silent and flew north. Celestial Double Desire Art. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he looked at Bai Wei's figure. His eyes narrowed, and he could clearly see the rich yin energy inside Bai Wei suddenly accelerate. It was moving very quickly through Bai Wei's meridians and formed a mark. This mark was formed by the movement of yin energy through Bai Wei's meridians. Before, the yin energy inside Bai Wei was too slow for Wang Lin to notice. However, he was able to see it now, but the mark only appeared for a moment before disappearing. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he remembered that mark. He asked no more questions and followed Bai Wei. At dusk, he saw a circular city in the distance. This city was like a circle that fell on the earth and was guarded by cultivators. Before they got close, Wang Lin felt fluctuations of restriction surrounding the city. Rays of sword energy would occasionally drop down from the horizon. Sometimes it would be one and sometimes it would be many. They descended outside the city and showed their invitations before entering. Wang Lin knew it was best not to spread out his divine sense in an unfamiliar place, or else it could cause misunderstandings. He was naturally cautious, and although his cultivation level had increased, his caution hadn't reduced. After all, caution was needed to survive in the cultivation world. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out toward the city. He wasn't rash in the way he spread his divine sense. It was more like a gentle breath. He didn't try to find the secrets in the city, but focused on the restriction fluctuations. He was acting like he had arrived before a strange door. Instead of violently breaking into the door, he was opening the door and taking a quick look inside. Although this was impolite, it was a common behavior in the cultivation world. Unless one was very tyrannical, this generally wouldn't cause any misunderstandings. The restriction over the city had no objection toward Wang Lin at all. With Wang Lin's cultivation and enlightenment in restriction, the restriction over the city didn't notice his divine sense at all. However, just as Wang Lin's divine sense went through the restriction and was about to return after sweeping the city, 3 divine senses that were well hidden erupted. They were like 3 dragons that charged at Wang Lin's divine sense. What cultivator came to my Ghost Eye City? I'm one of the 3 Chen brothers, Master Chen. An ancient boy. C came out from the divine sense when it got close to Wang Lin's divine sense. At the same time, the illusionary dragon formed by the 3 divine senses rotated to form a storm. They were about to trap Wang Lin's divine sense to prevent it from leaving. 2 of the 3 divine senses were at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. The divine sense of Master Chen was at the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. The combination of their divine senses made Wang Lin unable to escape immediately. Wang Lin's spells were all within his body, and his divine sense hadn't reached the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer yet, so he was no match for the 3 of them with his divine sense. I'm the Heavenly Fate Sect's Wang Lin. It is my hope I hope you'll forgive me. Wang Lin was the first to be impolite, so he wasn't angry. Your divine sense was reckless and was trapped by me, but you want me to forgive you? What kind of reasoning is that? Today, the 3 of us won't make it hard on you. Personally come to admit your mistake and then immediately leave. If you dare to step into Ghost Eye City again, don't blame us for not being kind. Next to Master Ichin, a gloomy divine sense appeared. Wang Lin and Bai Wei stood outside the city, waiting in line to enter. As for Wang Lin's conversion with the three, unless one's cultivation was very high, they wouldn't notice anything. Bai Wei was obviously not aware of anything, but Wang Lin frowned. I hope fellow cultivator doesn't mind, but the three of us are in charge of Ghost Eye City security, so we must be cautious. If fellow cultivator doesn't agree, then don't blame me for destroying this divine sense. Master Ichin sent out a sigh. He knew doing this was a bit too much. After all, this person hadn't gone out of bounds, and it was just a natural sweep. The three Chin brothers had all done this before. Except right now, they were hired by Ghost Eye City, so they had to be cautious. Also, he was a bit unhappy right now. Basically, all the Nirvana Scryer old monsters on the planet understood that the three of them were responsible for the security of Ghost Eye City. Most of them wouldn't probe with their divine senses as a sign of respect to the three of them. The person before him obviously wasn't showing them any respect. What use was it for him to admit to his mistake after realizing the situation was bad? If this person refuses to admit his mistake and comes to fight the three of us, I can respect him as an equal. However, it is obvious he saw how strong we three are and became timid. Moreover, if we don't severely punish this person, we will not have a day of peace before the auction begins. In order to scare off others that dare to observe with their divine senses, we must be more severe. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Master Ichin gently spread out his message. It would be too easy for the three of them to take care of an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator. Even if this person was real. A Y from the Heavenly Fate sect, the All-Seer wouldn't lower himself to deal with them. Moreover, the three of them didn't kill. After all, the three of them had given this person a chance, so even if they destroyed his divine sense, no one would say anything. If it was someone from the Delu Sword sect, Master Ichin wouldn't think this. After all, Sword Saint Ling Tianho was famous for protecting his own. 3 breaths of time passed by in an instant. Master Ichin let out a cold snort, and the divine sense dragon formed by the three of them let out a roar at Wang Lin's trapped divine sense. They were about to destroy Wang Lin's trapped divine sense. The three of you have gone too far. Wang Lin didn't pay attention to Bai Wei or Su Ligua. He frowned and then disappeared with a step. Ghost Eye City's restriction couldn't even stop Wang Lin's divine sense, much less his physical body. At the moment Wang Lin disappeared, the restriction only flashed 3 times before it completely collapsed. The moment the restriction collapsed, Wang Lin's figure appeared above Ghost Eye City. His speed was beyond imagination. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he directly grabbed a divine sense dragon. The dragon wanted to struggle, but it was no use. Wang Lin flung the dragon backward, and there was a loud rumble as the divine sense dragon collapsed. Inside Ghost Eye City, there was a very beautiful building. Inside the 3rd room from the east sat an old man. This old man wore a green robe and had a dignified expression. However, at this moment, his eyes opened, he coughed out blood, and his expression changed greatly. Nirvana Cleanser Old Monster. The old man's body flickered and disappeared. Chapter 964, Converting an Enemy to a Friend. Moving like water, Wang Lin's hand formed a fist and he casually threw a punch. An unimaginable black storm formed. One of the divine senses that formed the divine sense dragon was touched by Wang Lin's punch. That divine sense collapsed before it could even resist. The moment the divine sense dissipated, in the magnificent building of Ghost Eye City, a middle-aged man in purple was in the 2nd room from the east drinking tea. He suddenly smashed the teacup and the tea evaporated. The middle-aged man turned pale and he coughed out blood, then a ghast filled his eyes. The rate of his heart pounding accelerated and he exclaimed, "Could it be Nirvana Cleanser?" His expression changed before he finally clenched his teeth and disappeared from the room. As Wang Lin floated in air, his divine sense returned to his body. He coldly looked at last divine sense. The owner of that divine sense was Master Ichin. Everything happened too fast, and it was over in a flash. The last divine sense quickly retreated. With an indifferent expression, Wang Lin's hand reached out. The last divine sense seemed to be squeezed by the world and was pulled toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin grabbed it and directly crushed it. In the 1st room. From the east in that magnificent building, there was a white-haired old man. He was standing behind the table with a brush in his hand and was writing vigorously on the paper on the table. Doing multiple things at once was too easy for cultivators like them. However, at this moment, the brush in his hand broke and he suddenly looked up. His face turned pale and blood rushed up his throat, but he forcibly suppressed it. Not good. The old man cursed in his heart and waved his sleeves as he charged out at an extremely fast speed. A wave was set off in Ghost Eye City as the collapse of the restriction caught the attention of all the cultivators. They all had varying cultivation levels, and they looked up at the sky. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He had already been very tolerant. If the three of them had released his divine sense, this would not have happened. 3 rays of bright light flew out from the city and arrived before Wang Lin. The 3 rays of light revealed themselves to be the 3 Chen brothers. The old man with white hair was Master Chen. Behind him was the green-robed old man and the purple-robed middle-aged man. The 3 of them had bitter expressions. They didn't understand how this person had easily destroyed their divine senses in person when his divine sense was clearly at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer. If he merely destroyed their divine senses, they wouldn't be so scared, as they simply could have worked together. However, what terrified them was how easily Wang Lin had done it. 1 grasp, 1 punch, 1 squeeze. All very simple and all random actions. The 3 of them could feel that he hadn't even put any effort into it, and that was the root of their terror. No Nirvana Scryer cultivator could do this. Not even peak late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator can do this, because there were, after all, 3 of them. There was only one explanation for what had happened. This person was a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. Please forgive us, fellow cultivator Wang Lin. This matter was our fault. Master Chen bitterly smiled. The 3 of them stood before Wang Lin rather embarrassedly. The 3 of them were all famous on planet Tianyun, and now that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have. Although their hearts felt bitter, they didn't feel dissatisfaction. After all, since the other party was a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, forget a courteous sweep of divine sense, even if he arrogantly swept by, it would be understandable. If they knew his cultivation level beforehand, they wouldn't have dared to stop him. After all, no one would dare to question a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator that had come to Ghost Eye City. Even if that person didn't have an invitation, they would be treated as an honored guest. In planet Tianyun and all the surrounding planets, Nirvana Cleanser cultivators are extremely rare. Any one of them are people who can make a cultivation planet tremble with a stomp of their feet. I haven't heard of anyone named Wang Lin. He said that he was from the Heavenly Fate sect. Could it be? Could he be from an older generation of the All-Seer's disciples? The 3 of them all looked at each other with doubt in their eyes. However, the power Wang Lin showed off was indeed worthy of a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. The green-robed old man felt rather embarrassed and said, "Please don't blame us, fellow cultivator Wang. The 3 of us are in charge of the city, so we may have offended you. Please forgive us." The middle-aged man also let out a wry smile and thought the reputation of the 3 Chen brothers didn't really fall. After all, who would dare provoke a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator? All 3 of them had sincere expressions and repeatedly admitted their mistake. Wang Lin's expression relaxed and he calmly said, "It was also I who made the mistake first, so let's just forget this matter." The 3 of them let out sighs of relief. If Wang Lin wouldn't let this go, they could only try to escape. Provoking a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator was like being branded for death. Master Chen politely said, "Fellow cultivator Wang must have came to Ghost Eye City for that bottle of liquid purple jade. However, there are still several days before the auction. Does fellow cultivator have a place to stay? If not, the 3 of us can arrange a place for you." The purple-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed old man both looked at Wang Lin with inviting gazes. No matter how arrogant the 3 of them were, when facing a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator, they didn't dare to reveal any of it. Instead, they showed the intent of getting closer. Liquid purple jade? This sounded familiar to Wang Lin. After pondering a bit, he looked at the 3 of them and nodded. "Then I'll be trouble you 3 fellow cultivators." Master Chen laughed and said, "No problem. It was fate that we were able to become acquainted with fellow cultivator Wang Lin." He smiled as he gestured with his right hand to welcome Wang Lin. Wang Lin turned around and looked at the distance. At the city gate, Bai Wei was staring at him, and behind him was Su Ligua. "You guys, come over." Wang Lin's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly entered Bai Wei's ears. Bai Wei hesitated a bit before flying into the air. Su Ligua looked at Bai Wei's back with a memorized look and quickly followed. When the 3 of them saw Bai Wei, they were startled, but they didn't say anything. They went to the eastern side of the city to a gorgeous 4-story building. There was a courtyard around it filled with fake mountains and rivers. The spiritual energy here was very dense. Master Chen smiled. "This is where the 3 of us stay in the city. Fellow cultivator Wang can pick a room." Wang Lin clasped his hands and smiled. "Many thanks." Only after seeing Wang Lin's smile did the 3 brothers finally relax. The purple-robed middle-aged man laughed. "Brother Wang, rest first and I'll order people to prepare some fruit. Since we brothers don't know Brother Wang, the 4 of us have to debate Dao." Master Chen nodded with a smile. The green-robed old man laughed. "Third brother is right. How we met fellow brother Wang can be considered a legend." Wang Lin faintly smiled. There was no need to reject their warm invitation, and he was also interested in the liquid purple jade. He nodded. "If that's the case, then I'll be happy to oblige. Brother Wang is too polite." Master Chen then left with the other 2. Bai Wei couldn't get used to all of this. With his cultivation level, he would have never interacted with cultivators of this level, even though he was the All-Seer's disciple. Soon, servants came and arranged lodgings for the two of them. There were a lot of vacant rooms here. After Bai Wei left, Su Ligua subconsciously followed, but after Wang Lin cast a cold gaze, he obediently followed Wang Lin. The room Wang Lin chose was a rather elegant room on the second floor. The purple wooden table and chair, the red wooden cabinet, and the painting hanging on the wall all calmed his mind. There was an embroidered yellow lamp shade over a carved dragon lamp. When the light went through the shade, it was bright yet gentle as it scattered into every corner of the room. The room wasn't big, but Wang Lin was very satisfied. Su Ligua floated in the air and looked around. His heart was filled with disdain, and he wondered what was so good about this place. This fiend really didn't know how to enjoy himself. If it was up to him, he would find a place with a lot of girls. Oh, how comfortable that would be. Wang Lin quietly sat in the room with his eyes half closed. It looked like he was looking at the window, but in truth was thinking about Bai Wei's actions. What exactly is this Bai Wei looking for me for? He would not call me here for nothing. There is also that strange mark in his body, Wang Lin pondered. He had always felt like there was something Bai Wei wanted to say to him. Everything he spoke about along the way was pointless. What does he want to say to me? Wang Lin frowned as he recalled everything Bai Wei said. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be that what Bai Wei wanted to say was contained within those pointless matters? If that's really the case, then he must be facing some difficulties that made him not dare to speak to me directly. He is certainly not afraid of me, but... Master? Wang Lin felt like he had grasped some clue, but he wasn't sure. Perhaps there are restrictions that prevent him from telling me, so he could only give hints. Wang Lin silently pondered about how Bai Wei's expression changed so drastically when he asked about Bai Wei's cultivation method. It was also at that moment that Wang Li noticed the strange mark formed by the movement of the yin energy inside Bai Wei. What exactly does Bai Wei want to say? Wang Lin pondered for a moment before he looked up at T. Hedor. A moment later, Master Yi Chen's voice came through. Brother Wang, the fruit and nectar have been prepared. Since the sky isn't dark yet, how about the four of us debate Dao? Chapter 965, Ling Er. Wang Lin opened the door and saw Master Yi Chen standing outside with a smile. Fellow cultivator is too kind. Please. Wang Lin smiled. In the north of this northern courtyard, there was a pavilion. This pavilion wasn't big, but it was very beautiful. It was made of celestial jade and had a spiritual energy gathering formation to ensure a good environment. Outside the pavilion, there was a stream with the song of rushing water that could improve your mood. There were small fishes that swam in the stream and would sometimes jump out of the water, creating ripples and splashes. Inside the pavilion sat the purple-robed middle-aged man and the green-robed old man with a table between them. This table was made of white jade and was very smooth. Beside them was a very beautiful woman with big, twinkling eyes. She looked at the incoming Master Yi Chen and Wang Lin. When Wang Lin and Master Yi Chen arrived, the middle-aged man and old man stood up and smiled at Wang Lin. The middle-aged man pointed to the side and smiled. Brother Wang, please. Wang Lin looked at the pavilion and also at the stunning woman looking. This woman was also a cultivator, although her cultivation level was not very high, only nascent soul. She was very beautiful, but also very innocent, which was rare in the cultivation world. Only someone who was loved by a powerful person could retain this level of innocence. That powerful person would have to keep them close by so that they weren't exposed too much to the cultivation world. This woman looked similar to Master Yi Chen. After she noticed Wang Lin looking at her, her face turned red and she lowered her head. However, she would still peek at Wang Lin from the corner of her eyes, and she was filled with curiosity. Wang Lin faintly smiled. With his cunning, he naturally saw through their intentions. Although the misunderstanding between them wasn't big, anything could happen in the cultivation world. They were afraid that Wang Lin would be on guard if the three of them invited him, and then they wouldn't be able to talk properly. So they decided to ask this woman, who was a relative, to come as an indirect way of showing they meant no malice. Otherwise, they wouldn't bring a nascent soul junior here. After everyone sat down, Master Yi Chen called the girl over. He smiled as he introduced her to Wang Lin. Brother Wang, she is a junior in my family. This child is not sensible, but she had to come. In the future, please take care of her. As he spoke, he looked at the maiden, and his expression turned serious. Ling Er, this is Senior Wang, a powerful cultivator. Even this old man has to be respectful to him. For you to have an opportunity to meet him is your fortune. The girl blinked and bowed toward Wang El. Ling Er greets Senior. This girl's voice was very pretty. It was like a songbird, and her voice seemed to be able to enter one's bones. Wang Lin carefully looked at the girl and was surprised. Fellow cultivator Wang must have noticed that this granddaughter of mine was born with a natural water spirit body. Everything aside from her voice was concealed by this old man. I have to keep her by my side, otherwise, she would be targeted as a furnace by people with bad intentions. Master Yi Chen bitterly smiled. Wang Lin nodded. A water spirit body was most suitable for using a furnace. However, she shouldn't have much to worry about when she was around Master Ichin. Not many people would dare to steal a woman from them, as it was really not worth it to make enemy out of them just for a woman. Besides, although these three Chin brothers looked like a group of only 3 people, if they were forced into a life and death crisis, they would surely find help with their connections. At that point, they would be a powerful force. When Wang Lin heard the voice of the stunning woman, he entered a trance. Although he quickly recovered, a sense of bitterness awakened in his heart. This bitterness was very strong, like dust being kicked off sealed memories. She was also born with a water spirit body. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Some things couldn't be forgotten and some pain couldn't be sealed away. The old memories would inadvertently reappear when facing a similar scene. Every time they resurface, they would cause unhideable pain. Letting out a secret sigh, Wang Lin's gaze once more fell on the stunning girl. The girl was ill at ease and didn't dare to look at Wang Lin. Gently touching his bag of holding, Wang Lin took out the straw hat. When he looked at the straw hat, Wang Lin felt like he saw Yun Kazi. After putting the straw hat on the table, Wang Lin calmly said, "This was a gift from an old friend. It can help cover up your aura. After fellow cultivator Master Ichin refines it, perhaps its power will increase. I'll give it to this child as a gift." The girl's nose wrinkled. It was obvious she found the straw hat a bit ugly. Master Ichin looked at the straw carefully and was surprised. "Brother Wang, although this item is not a celestial treasure, it is extremely exquisite. The number of formations inside it is so large that not even I can instantly see through them all. These restrictions working together can cover up all aura. Someone who is good at restrictions can learn countless restrictions from studying this hat and increase their restriction cultivation level. Brother Wang, this gift is a bit too much." After the girl heard this, curiosity filled her eyes. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "This item is useless to me, so just gift it to this child." Master Ichin hesitated for a bit before nodding in thanks. Looking at the girl, Wang Lin's gaze became slightly gentle. He slapped his bag of holding and took out 3B. LLS. He smiled. "I'll gift you this too." Joy filled the girl's eyes and she took the bells. Hearing the crisp echoes of the bells, she immediately laughed in joy. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. She then turned toward Wang Lin and said, "Ling Air thanks Senior." This voice was even more alluring than before, but it had no effect on Wang Lin. When Master Ichin saw the bells with his insight, he naturally saw that they weren't ordinary. He let out a sigh as he got up and clasped his hands at Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator Wang, this old man thanks you." He felt very ashamed. It was originally the 3 of them at fault, but now his junior had received great gifts from the other party. After sitting down, he pondered a bit and then took out a piece of black stone and said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, please accept this dark heaven stone. When cultivators reach our level, we need dark heaven stones to store divine sense to create an avatar or store power spells to use. If you don't accept, this old man will be ashamed." Wang Lin smiled as he picked up the stone and his divine sense swept past it. Although his expression was neutral, his heart was moved. This black stone was very strange and had many small holes emitting a suction force. Not only could it store and preserve divine sense, it also allowed one to store a spell in advance. It was similar to the chosen immortal clan's talismans. In addition, one could create an illusory avatar with but a thought. It was a very practical treasure. Although this treasure wasn't something extremely precious, it was still rare. Wang Lin nodded and put it inside his bag. "This old man is muddled and hasn't introduced my 2 younger brothers. This old man is my second brother, Lu Yulong. His nickname is Master Yulong." Master Ichin pointed at the green-robed old man. The green-robed old man stood up, clasped his hands at Wang Lin and laughed. "The name Master Yulong is nothing before Brother Wang. Brother Wang can just call me by my name. This is my 3rd brother, Zhen Xinghan, nicknamed Master Yi Xing." The purple-robed middle-aged man had the lowest cultivation level. Although he was at the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, he was obviously weaker than Master Yulong. He stood up and respectfully clasped his hands. "Brother Wang can just call me by my name. I wonder what Brother Wang's nickname is?" After Master Ichin finished introducing them, he looked at Wang Lin. In the cultivation world, although there were nicknames among the lower-level cultivators, none of them become famous or spread much. It couldn't compare to the nicknames of truly powerful cultivators, and the significance was very different. When one became a second-step cultivator, a nickname was often a mutual recognition and a condensed version of their life. Even until today, Wang Lin didn't really have a nickname. If he really did, then it would be the one he got in All Evan from his slaughter, Master Demon. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin slowly said, "My nickname is Master Demon." After he spoke, Master Ichin and his brothers immediately felt a bloody killing intent coming from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if Wang Lin had turned into a primal beast filled with monstrous killing intent. I have just returned and haven't stayed long on planet Tianyun, so the three of you must not have heard of me. Wang Lin picked up the cup and drank a mouthful. With his ancient god body, almost no poison could harm him besides some very ancient and rare poison from ancient times. After scanning it with his divine sense, Wang Lin was certain it was safe. After putting down the wine cup, the stunning girl next to Master Yi Chen immediately picked up the wine jug and poured another cup for Wang Lin. Then she returned back next to Master Yi Chen, and her beautiful eyes would occasionally look at Wang Lin. Master Yi Chen and his brothers returned to normal and began chatting with Wang Lin. As they chatted, they began debating Dao. Time slowly passed. As the four talked, the moon was soon high up in the sky and they became familiar with each other. The wind blew by as Master Yi Chen picked up his wine cup for a drink inside. The path of Dao sets us apart from the mortals of the world. One must adapt to isolate oneself from everything in order to complete the heaven's grand Dao. Unfortunately, although this old man can cut off everything, the word family is something I can't cut away. Why do you need to cut it off? Cultivators dare to even defy the heavens, so why listen to this fleeting thought? I heard there are areas that focus on family cultivation. This would naturally mean that these cultivators have families. There are still powerful cultivators that broke out among them, so everything is just a mindset. Chapter 966, Understanding the Truth. Master Yi Chen seemed to have gained a little enlightenment. He held the wine cup and didn't put it down for a long time. Is Brother Wang talking about the all-Evan star system when talking about cultivation families? Master Yi Chen revealed a look of interest. After Wang Lin nodded, Master Yi Chen continued, speaking of the all-Evan star system, they really are different. It is astonishing for them to have developed so far by focusing on cultivation families. If it wasn't for the Cultivation Alliance telling me this, I wouldn't believe it. All Heaven's battle against the Alliance in the north caused the Alliance to retreat. Their power can't be underestimated. As he spoke, bursts of thunder came from the night sky, and the clouds gradually gathered to cover the stars. Humidity filled the area, and then a bolt of lightning that illuminated the night struck down. At the same time, large drops of rain poured down, creating loud splashing sounds. There was a thin layer of mist rising up from the ground. The stunning woman named Ling Er exclaimed and quickly came to the edge of the pavilion to look outside. Master Yi Chen's enlightenment was interrupted. He was startled before shaking his head. Planet Tianyun's weather has been very strange in the recent months. A moment ago it was a bright night sky, yet the next moment dark clouds cover the sky and there is heavy rain. The middle-aged man named Master Yi Xing nodded and said, "Yes, it is like an eccentric cultivator whose personality keeps changing and is impossible to see through." When what they said landed in Wang Lin's ears, it caused him to tremble. He suddenly looked up at the sky outside the pavilion with the wine cup in his hand. It was as if he was struck by lightning. Originally, he was confused by the matter with Bai Wei, but now it was as if a pair of invisible hands had opened up a path. It's like a person's personality. It is strange and constantly changing. Impossible to see through. Earlier, Bai Wei said that the weather on planet Tianyun will change in a few months. The abrupt changes between cloudy and sunny are a unique sight to planet Tianyun. Although this sounds ordinary, it is actually profound. The constant changes in weather on planet Tianyun are actually referring to Master's personality constantly changing. It was the same as the speculation I had about him constantly changing between his avatars. Wang Lin's actions caused the three Chen brothers to look at each other. They couldn't see through what Wang Lin was thinking and couldn't help but quiet down. After Master Yi Xing's words removed the fog in his mind, Wang Lin's thoughts were incredibly clear. He thought back to Bai Wei's demeanor and seemed to grasp some of the situation. There was a white tree someone planted in the back mountain, and it was claimed it would never flower, but it flowered. However, the color of the flowers weren't white but black. They only lasted 3 breaths of time before they all turned to dust. It surprised quite a few people that time. I was there as well. I thought it would have been great if I could have saved a flower. There was a hidden meaning behind his words. That white tree was referring to Bai Wei himself. The white tree being unable to flower means he was originally a man, yet he became a woman. Then he said the white flowers unexpectedly flowered, but instead of the flowers being white, they were black. This is even more obvious. He is telling me that due to some reason, the black and white reversed and he went from male to female. The flower only being alive for 3 breaths of time means he didn't have much time to leave. He told me all of this so I could save him. This was why his reaction was so exaggerated when I asked him his cultivation method. It was to increase my doubt and ponder his words. This was also why he told me it was the celestial double desire method. The strange mark formed by the Yin energy flow normally doesn't reveal itself. However, when Bai Wei said celestial double desire method, it AP paired. It was Bai Wei wanting to remind me of something. Combined with what he said about the weather changing before, it means the person he was afraid of was the All-Seer. The person who caused him to become like this was likely also the All-Seer. This is the real reason he asked me to come out of Heavenly Fate Sect. Wang Lin suddenly stood up, clasped his hands at the three Chen brothers, and said, "Three fellow cultivators, I have an important matter to deal with, so I won't disturb you all any longer." After Wang Lin spoke, he grabbed Su Ligua and threw him into his bag. Then, with a step, he disappeared. The three Chen brothers were greatly puzzled. After pondering a bit, they couldn't think of a reason. With one step, Wang Lin had already appeared outside Bai Wei's room. He didn't want to know the All-Seer's secrets, but he had to be constantly on guard. Only after understanding the All-Seer could he protect himself. As a result, Wang Lin wanted to know exactly what was going on with Bai Wei. Just as he appeared, he exclaimed and felt a faint restriction fluctuation from Bai Wei's room. It was extremely weak, and, even with Wang Lin's cultivation level, he wouldn't notice it unless he was here. Something's wrong. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his divine sense charged straight into the room. The moment his divine sense touched the weak restriction fluctuation, a powerful repelling force appeared and collided with Wang Lin's divine sense. This sound echoed and immediately caught the attention of the three Chen brothers. After the loud noise, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The room he forcibly opened became clear in his eyes, and there wasn't a single person inside. Bai Wei was missing. With Bai Wei's cultivation, it would be impossible for him to leave without me or the Chen brother noticing. It is also impossible for him to place such restrictions. Bai Wei must have been taken by force. The person who took Bai Wei must have a cultivation level far higher than mine and the Chen brothers. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy, but his eyes quickly narrowed. Wrong. If someone took Bai Wei, why did they place a restriction to guard the room? Wang Lin silently pondered and then revealed a sneer. Wang Lin's body flickered and immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the sky. At this moment, the world was shrouded in rain, lightning flashed inside the clouds, and thunder echoed across the planet. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and swept the area, but he didn't find any sign of Bai Wei. Wang Lin knew it wasn't that Bai Wei had left the area, but was hidden well enough to avoid his divine sense. His right hand formed a seal, and he pointed up at the sky and said, "Summon the rain." As he waved his finger, lightning flashed across the sky and lit up the earth. All the rain around Wang Lin seemed to solidify in the air and stopped descending. Shortly after, an invisible force seemed to come out from Wang Lin's finger. In an instant, all the rain within tens of thousands of kilometers was enveloped in this force and stopped. Even the new rain formed by the clouds in the sky no longer fell. The other raindrops all froze in various positions in the air. Even if they were just 1 inch above the ground, they were still motionless. Every raindrop contained a strange force. Endless origin energy instantly gathered and entered very raindrop. At this moment, the world lit up, and the surge of origin energy shocked all the powerful cultivators in Ghost Eye City. The three Chen brothers looked up at the sky in shock. Master Chen gasped and muttered, "This kind of spell is something only Nirvana Cleanser cultivators can use." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his hand. A loud rumble came from all the raindrops that froze, and they gathered around Wang Lin. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge vortex. The rumble of the storm echoed across the sky. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and entered the vortex. Then both of his hands formed a seal and pointed at the ground. The storm smashed down and the countless raindrops spread everywhere. The raindrops split into countless more raindrops, and all of them contained Wang Lin's divine sense. It was as if Wang Lin's divine sense had split into countless avatars. Every single avatar spread out their own divine sense, and although it didn't increase the range of Wang Lin's divine sense, it made his search much more refined. As his divine sense swept the area, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and landed on a valley thousands of kilometers away from Ghost Eye City. He took a step, creating a loud rumble. Wang Lin turned into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the valley thousands of kilometers away. This distance only took him a blink of an eye to cross. There was a restriction in the valley, but this restriction gave off no fluctuations. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used the rain to enhance his divine sense, he would have never found anything abnormal. When he arrived, the restriction opened a sliver without Wang Lin doing anything. Then a vigorous voice came out. "Please enter, Brother Wang." Bai Wei. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his heart was in shock. This voice indeed belonged to Bai Wei. However, Bai Wei's voice before was feminine, making it difficult to tell if it was male or female. However, at this moment his voice was filled with vigor, and was obvious it was a male's voice. Wang Lin frowned as he stepped into the restriction crack and entered the valley. This valley was isolated from the rain, so no rain entered. The valley was filled with flowers and plants, but everything had long since been dead. A large amount of Yin energy was gathered here. There was a person sitting in the valley. This person was Bai Wei. However, this aura was very different from Wang Lin's memories. Bai Wei's face was calm and the feminine aura he had was now gone. Instead, it was replaced with a sense of determination. His eyes were like lightning, and a stern aura surrounded his body. The current him no longer had the look of a woman. No matter how you looked at it, he was a handsome man. Bai Wei pondered for a bit and then slowly said, Brother Wang, are you surprised? Chapter 967. Let the All-Seer foresee wrong once. Bai Wei looked at the restriction above the valley and said, My name is Bai Wei. Brother Wang, you coming here means you must have understood the meaning behind my words. Wang Lin frowned. Not only was the yin energy still inside Bai Wei's body, it was extremely strong. In fact, it had already reached an unimaginable degree. This dense yin energy shouldn't appear inside a cultivator's body. It was strong enough to almost become solid. With Bai Wei's cultivation level, his body shouldn't be able to bear this kind of yin energy. He should have already lost all vital signs and become a corpse. Wang Lin calmly and slowly said, The white tree blooms, black and white reverse. I did understand some of what Brother Bai said. Bai Wei let out a sigh and revealed a wry smile. After a moment of silence, he said, I still can't outscheme Master. I thought I had 3 more months before the real danger. Within those 3 months, I thought I could get Brother Wang to help me. I had a 20% chance of escaping, but unfortunately, I still failed to escape from Master's plan. Wang Lin frowned but didn't speak. Brother Wang, I originally didn't think you would find me this quick and was prepared to give you a hint tomorrow, but there is no need for that now. Right now is when Master is in closed-door cultivation. Once he comes out, he will notice the anomaly and come here. Before Master arrives, is Brother Wang willing to hear a story? Bai Wei revealed a bitter smile as confusion and reminiscence filled his eyes. I was born in a rich mortal family on planet Tianyun. Right before I was born, the sky was filled with a red glow, and then after I was born, it disappeared. It wasn't until after I entered the cultivation world that I learned that the red light was true yang, and if you calculate my time of birth, it was during a moment of extreme yang. It was an extremely rare day that only happens once every thousands of years. I went back and searched. Every single child born that day had died in their mother's wombs besides me. If it was a boy, they would at least leave behind a corpse. However, if it was a girl, then they would dissipate, leaving nothing behind. Pain filled Bai Wei's eyes as he looked ahead. It was as if he was recalling something he didn't want to remember. I had a sister. We were twins. When the extreme yang reaches its peak, there is a moment of extreme yin. I was born just as it was about to turn to extreme yin. Although my little sister dissipated, she absorbed a bit of that extreme yin. Her flesh was gone, but her soul entered my body. Originally, everything was peaceful and little sister's soul had not awakened. She remained asleep. If things remained like this, then none of this would have happened. When I was 7, I was brought into the Heavenly Fate sect. My talent was very good and I cultivated very fast. I soon stood out among the outer disciples and became an inner disciple. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years passed and I reached the soul transformation stage. I also obtained the chance to step out among the inner disciples and became one of Master's direct disciples in the Purple Division. As my cultivation level increased, I gradually noticed how I was different. I also found out that half of my soul belongs to my little sister and that her soul was showing signs of awakening. My original plan was to ask Master to help separate her soul and let her enter the reincarnation cycle after she awakened. Bai Wei let out a bitter sigh, but soon his expression became ferocious and he clenched his teeth. I'll never forget that day. I was cultivating and my little sister's soul was about to awaken. Then Zhao Xingsha suddenly appeared before me with a cultivation level far above mine and injured me. This caused my little sister's soul to further integrate with mine when she was about to awaken. This forced me into that miserable situation where I was not male or female. Monstrous hatred filled Bai Wei's eyes. In desperation, I looked for Master for help, and Master gave me the Celestial Double Desire method. He said that once I cultivate to the 9th level, my sister and I will separate. I had never thought that Master would lie to me. Thanks to the Celestial Double Desire method, my cultivation expectedly increased leaps and bounds. This method focused on the soul and had great influence on my growth. However, I didn't care about it. All I wanted was to allow my little sister's soul to return into the reincarnation cycle one day. In a flash, hundreds of years passed. This was also when you left planet Tianyun. When I found out that something was wrong, it was too late. Bai Wei's eyes filled with sadness and he tore his shirt, exposing his chest. There was a green line and a red line extending from each of his arms, and the 2 lines intersect in the middle as if they were tree branches. See this? This is the mysterious thing that appeared on my body after cultivating the Celestial Double Desire method. All the meridians in my body changed after cultivating the Yin and Yang Double Desire method. At this moment, pain filled Bai Wei's face. The Yin energy inside his body moved, and that strange mark appeared once more. Every time I talk about it, this mark activates and the Yin energy inside my body increases greatly. The Yin and Yang Double Desire method cultivates on its own, outside of my control. I also know that the extreme Yang change was done by Master. He used his spell to cause an extremely rare extreme Yang day to occur. All of this was part of his plan. As I stayed in the Heavenly Fate sect, I gradually understood. Master's cultivation has reached a bottleneck. He is unable to escape and has been possessed by this inner demon. I am merely one of his experiments. I know that Master is waiting for the extreme yin to reach its peak. Just like how the day of extreme yang had that instant of extreme yin, he is waiting for that moment of extreme yang from the extreme yin in my body. I also know that Master has attempted this extreme yang tragedy several times before and after me. However, in the end, I think I'm the only one who survived. It was as if Wang Lin was struck by lightning when he heard Bai Wei's words. He gasped and shock filled his eyes. What exactly is this extreme yin and extreme yang that made the All-Seer go through all of this to get it? Wang Lin looked at Bai Wei. Based on his intuition, he believed 70% of what Bai Wei said. Bai Wei's face revealed a ferocious expression and he laughed. Wang Lin, my plan failed, and I simply can't compare to Master. He must know that I knew everything all along. I'm merely an ant before him, and no matter how much an ant struggles, I'm unable to reverse fate. However, this ant, this experiment of his, will do something to shock him. I don't believe he can clearly foresee this idea that suddenly appeared in my head. Wang Lin, I know my own situation better than anyone else. It is impossible to save me. However, before I die, I want to take this extreme yang that has been cultivating for thousands of years, the thing that the All-Seer has been waiting for, and give it to you. Wang Lin, do you dare to take it? Bai Wei looked at Wang Lin, and his voice echoed into the valley. The same words appeared all over the valley and entered Wang Lin's ears like bolts of thunder. Do you dare to take it? Wang Lin silently pondered. He couldn't help but ponder. He didn't know what it was, but if the All-Seer cared so much about it, then it had to be important to the All-Seer. If he were to take it now, he would definitely face the anger of the All-Seer. Time is almost up. Master will come any time. Wang Lin, give me an answer. Do you dare or not? Bai Wei waited for a moment and revealed a look of disappointment. He wryly smiled as he shook his head and muttered, could Master have calculated all of this as well? Did he calculate that even if I were to offer it to you, you wouldn't accept? And, even if you did, you would give it back to him. Master, have you really never calculated wrong in all these countless years? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe you have never been wrong once in your life. When Bai Wei's words entered Wang Lin's ears, Wang Lin's eyes started to shine brightly. To never predict anything wrong and to always be right, that is the perfect All-Seer. An All-Seer like this has no weakness. If anyone wants to fight him, then before fighting, they are already at a disadvantage. But if you make him calculate wrong, then what would happen? Wang Lin's heart rate rapidly increased. The All-Seer calculated that I wouldn't dare to take it. If I take it, he will definitely have the intent to kill me. This intent won't be suppressed and he will attempt to kill me on the spot. His foresight is shocking. Everything is within his calculations. To take it or not to take it. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with struggle. He had always acted decisively and rarely hesitated, but right now he had to hesitate. After all, taking it meant he would be pushed into a predicament that would be difficult to survive. But if Wang Lin didn't take it, he knew the perception that the All-Seer could never be wrong would be imprinted in his mind. Although he had never faced off against the All-Seer in a battle, this could be considered a confrontation between them. If he didn't take it, then his confidence against the All-Seer once he has to face him will fall greatly. No matter what Wang Lin did, he would have to wonder if it was also all within the All-Seer's calculations. If he did this, his Tao heart would become timid. What need was there to talk about karma comprehension, source origin energy, or walking down the path of Tao? His cultivation would stop and forever live under the shadow of the All-Seer's omnipotent foresight. I'm a heaven-defying cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he thought about how he defied the heavens in the demon spirit land. How could a mere All-Seer compare to the heavens? Bai Wei has no good intentions. Before dying, he wants to drag me into challenging the All-Seer with him. He wants to see the All-Seer wrong about someone before he dies. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, then he slowly said, why would I not dare? There was a ray of light flying through space outside of planet Tianyun. There was a purple-robed man inside the ray of light, and his face was filled with arrogance. I wonder what little Lin's cultivation level is now. Damn it, I didn't think those women at Planet Fengwan would be so powerful. They bullied me because I had no brother to help me. I'm going to find little Lin and properly deal with those little girls. Chapter 968, One Finger to Pierce the Heavenly Fate. Bai Wei's eyes narrowed, then he looked at Wang Lin and nodded. He remained silent. As time was almost up, Bai Wei took a deep breath and took a meaningful look at the world around him. Finally, his gaze looked to the east as if he saw his hometown. His eyes revealed sadness as he slowly closed them. The moment he closed his eyes, the extremely dense yin energy increased drastically. This increase was terrifying. In this instant, all of the withered vegetation exploded into dust. Crackling sounds could be heard and ice appeared around the walls of the valley. A heavenly yin energy came out from his body and a vortex formed above his head. This vortex was formed by yin energy, and it grew larger as it rotated. The yin energy roared. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he silently looked at Bai Wei. The vortex rotated faster and faster until it formed a storm. The entire valley was covered in ice. Even the withered vegetation was all frozen. Although the restriction at the mouth of the valley was subtle, now it shattered. If you looked at the valley from outside, you could see the rain falling now. Lightning would occasionally strike down as if the heavens were angry, causing thunderous rumbles. Large amounts of water poured down and gathered into puddles. As the rain continued to fall, endless ripples appeared in the puddles. However, in this rainstorm, this valley seemed to be cut off from the outside. It was as if there was an invisible cover blocking out all the rain. The rain was stopped outside the valley and flowed down along this cover. As the rain became stronger and stronger, you could vaguely see an arc of ghostly light above the valley. This ghostly light was the rain making the barrier around the valley visible. At this moment, as the Yin energy inside valley became stronger and stronger, not even the cover was able to withstand it anymore. A crack opened up in this cover. The moment this crack appeared, Yin energy came out. Although it was invisible, it caused a series of heaven-shaking crackling sounds. Before the rain could fall into the crack that appeared on the cover, it was turned into ice by the Yin energy. As the Yin energy rose up into the sky, an extremely strange scene unfolded. Wherever the Yin energy passed through, all the raindrops were frozen. From a distance, it looked like a string of pearls that shined brightly whenever lightning flashed across the sky. This didn't end here. More and more cracks appeared on the cover. Every crack that appeared allowed more Yin energy to escape. As the Yin energy rushed out, even more rain got turned to ice. A moment later, the cover shattered into pieces. When the cover shattered, large amounts of Yin energy spread out across the land. At this instant, every raindrop around them turned into ice with the valley as the center. In just a few breaths of time, all of the raindrops had turned to ice. Wang Lin's eyes released a strange light. This Yin energy was very powerful. Even with his ancient god body, he found it a bit unbearable and couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Sitting before Wang Lin, Bai Wei's hair moved without any wind. His clothes gave off flapping sounds as if it was being hit by wind. The Yin energy in his body reached a peak and his body was rapidly covered by dark blue ice. In the blink of an eye, the dark blue ice covered him completely. Then it condensed between his eyebrows, transformed into thorns, and pointed between his eyebrows. A strange mark appeared between Bai Wei's eyebrows. This mark was the same one that Wang Lin saw that was formed by the movement of Yin energy inside Bai Wei. At this moment, this mark flashed a ghostly light. Every time it flashed, Bai Wei would reveal a painful expression and some of the Yin energy in his body would be sucked in by it. Every time it flashed, the dark blue ice around Bai Wei became thicker. His body slowly assimilated with the ice until they became a part of each other. As the mark flashed more and more, even more Yin energy was absorbed into it. Soon, the last bit of Yin energy was absorbed by the mark. His body trembled and everything from his neck and below became ice. The mark between his eyebrows had turned blackish purple, and the Yin energy within it was shocking. The indescribable pain made Bai Wei let out the last roar in his life. This roar was filled with his dissatisfaction, his hatred for the All-Seer, his sadness and helplessness, and all of his struggles against fate. Also, there was also a glimmer of relief. Wang Lin seemed to be impacted by this roar. His expression became complex and he took a few more steps back. He could understand Bai Wei's thoughts. It was a sworn defiance, a rebellion against the All-Seer. It could be said that this was a type of defiance. Bai Wei's roar spread like crazy across tens of thousands of kilometers. However, his roar was drowned out by the heavy rain and violent thunder. All-Seer, I exchanged my life for you to be wrong once. I, Bai Wei, will laugh in the underworld. I'm willing to trade this worthless life of mine to make the All-Seer wrong once. As Bai Wei laughed like crazy, the mark that contained all his Yin energy went through a strange change. The endless Yin energy was condensed repeatedly as the vortex rotated, and a thunderous roar came from within it. In an instant, the vortex formed by the mark reached an extreme, and a golden light appeared in the depths of the vortex. All the Yin energy gathered toward it like crazy. In an instant, all of the Yin energy disappeared, leaving being a shining, golden, that floated toward Wang Lin. Bai Wei's body was motionless. He had almost lost all of life force and turned into an ice sculpture with a ferocious expression. An eternal ice sculpture. This ice sculpture gave off a powerful aura of defiance and unwillingness to be controlled by fate. The golden dot floated toward Wang Lin. He could feel a powerful vitality and extreme heat from this dot. A sliver of extreme yang. Wang Lin raised his right hand and reached toward this golden. At this moment, all of the ice inside the valley melted rapidly, and soon it was all melted. Green grass quickly regrew, and soon this valley was in spring. Outside the valley, all of the raindrops that were frozen melted and quickly fell. All of the changes that were caused by the Yin energy returned to normal. The moment Wang Lin's hand touched the extreme yang, time was up. There was a mountain in the Heavenly Fate sect that was very strange. It looked like a giant trident that was buried underground, and the only thing that remained above ground were the 3 tips. Rings of 7 different colors gave off bursts of light. The celestial spiritual energy that filled the area made it look like the celestial realm. The All-Seer was sitting at the tip of the middle mountain peak. He wore white, and his white hair moved with the wind. Although he was old, it didn't feel like he was decaying. Instead, it was as if he had become a celestial. The moment the time was up, he opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, there were large amounts of clouds passing by. What was even more shocking was that the sun and moon reversed in his eyes while the clouds rapidly changed. It was as if time itself existed within the All-Seer's eyes. He calmly looked at the earth. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Everyone pursues longevity, to live as long as the world. However, how many people know what this longevity counts as? To live as long as the world. The world has always existed, so who would dare to say they were as old as the world? What they pursue is only an illusion, and this is the vision of an ant. I, All-Seer, don't seek to live as long as the world. I want my fate to become the heavens' fate. I want my will to become the heavens' will. I want the heavens' Tao to merge with my Tao. The All-Seer's gaze fell into the direction of the distant Ghost Eye City. There was strange light in his eyes and he muttered, "Wang Lin, you dare." He didn't move, he only raised his right hand. His index finger casually pointed forward. At this instant, a storm was set off just outside of planet Tianyun. There was a loud rumble and endless origin energy of the world gathered. All of the origin energy from within tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have received a call and gathered like crazy. In almost an instant, a giant finger appeared outside planet Tianyun. This finger was 10,000 feet long and 1,000 feet wide. It was transparent, as if it was an ethereal existence. Endless origin energy gathered at the finger at an unimaginable speed. It was so fast, it was beyond imagination. It was as if this finger was an endless black hole that sucked in all the origin energy. In an instant, this finger went from ethereal to almost solid. Even the fingerprint was clearly visible. The marks on the finger were like mountains and gorges. It slowly descended toward planet Tianyun. This finger was too big, but it wasn't the finger of an ancient god. It was a spell the All-Seer had created on his own. One finger to pierce the heavenly fate. Chapter 969, Approach. The All-Seer was a member of the Alliance's elder group, so he naturally knew powerful spells. It has to be said that back when the All-Seer was at his peak, even esteemed Xian Bao was extremely fearful of him and didn't dare to carelessly offend the All-Seer. Although the All-Seer wasn't the most powerful in the Alliance's elder group, even the stronger members of the group didn't want to get on the All-Seer's bad side. All of this indirectly explains how powerful the All-Seer was. However, the All-Seer was very low-key and not many outsiders knew of him. At this moment, the finger that formed outside planet Tianyun slowly pressed down on the planet. Although it looked slow, it was extremely fast. A heaven-shaking pressure roared across the sky. The cultivators on planet Tianyun felt a terrifying majesty descend the world. Because there was too much origin energy gathered before the finger, an arc appeared before the finger, and it touched planet Tianyun first. The entire planet seemed to shake and a huge wave was set off in the atmosphere as if there was powerful force moving within it. This origin energy arrived before the finger. It even caused some of the planet to collapse and everything to become twisted. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world when the finger landed on the atmosphere. The atmosphere immediately collapsed and 7 colored lights spread across the area. A crack was opened by force by the finger. This crack was still expanding, and it caused the weather to suddenly change. Looking from the ground up at the sky, it was as if the finger had pierced a hole in the heavens and slowly descended. It was pointed at the valley thousands of kilometers outside Ghost Eye City. Before the finger fell, an unimaginable pressure descended and the earth crackled. The expressions of all the cultivators who thought they had achieved something changed, and none of them dared to fly over to look. When the powerful pressure spread out, their minds trembled. A feeling that the heavens and earth would be destroyed arose from the bottom of their hearts. Originally, rain covered the sky above Ghost Eye City and the thunder rumbles echoed endlessly. However, at this moment, as the giant finger descended, all the clouds were pushed away. It was like a curtain at the doorway that was pulled apart. Even the might of the heavens seemed to have to make way for the point of this finger. A thick, dark cloud didn't dodge fast enough and was touched by the ripples before the finger. It exploded in an instant and brightened up the sky with a large amount of lightning. These lightning bolts moved along with these ripples and diffused across the sky. They formed a very bright and unforgettably gorgeous scene in everyone's eyes. Violent thunder echoed across the sky. As the giant finger descended, it was as if the sky was going to collapse. Wang Lin stood inside the valley and looked at the finger slowly descending from the sky with a gloomy expression. He could clearly feel the aura coming from the finger. It was the All-Seer. What kind of spell is this? Wang Lin held the extreme yang in his hand. The moment it fell into his hand, he felt the heaven-defying bead inside his origin soul tremble. With no time to think about the change to the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin put the extreme yang into his bag and then stared at the giant finger descending from the sky. This finger was too big. It gave off a seven-colored glow and caused the heavens and earth to tremble endless. Sly. Cracks appeared in space as it descended toward Wang Lin. An unimaginable pressure descended from the sky and gathered around Wang Lin. The All-Seer. Wang Lin frowned with a gloomy expression. Then his right hand touched his bag and an item appeared in his hand. This was something Qing Shui gave him, a crystal to use Summon the Rain. Back then, Qing Shui said that there were 3 uses of Summon the Rain sealed inside. The Summon the Rain cast by Qing Shui would not be ordinary. Wang Lin had not used it yet, so he could keep it as an ace to keep himself alive. However, this was the time to use it. The giant finger slowly descended and charged toward Wang Lin. A loud rumble echoed, and the pressure from its descent caused the earth to shatter once more. Even Ghost Eye City was affected. Large sections of its walls fell and cries came from the city. At this moment, there was a planet far away from planet Tianyun, but it was still within the influence of planet Tianyu. It was a cultivation planet called Dalu. There was only one sect on this planet, and this sect was called the Dalu Sword Sect. The Dalu Sword Sect occupied a large part of the planet and covered hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It was far larger than the Heavenly Fate Sect. Ling Tianho was willing to pay the price when setting up the Dalu Sword Sect, so its scale was extremely large. Mountains filled with spiritual energy were everywhere in the Dalu Sword Sect. There were numerous pavilions, and there were monumental towers at every certain amount of distance. There were a total of 999 towers. It was as if they were set up to form a giant formation. There was a tower among them that was very unique in both appearance and height. This tower was extremely tall, at least 10 times the height of the other towers. Its height seemed to pierce into the sky. Even if you were very far, you could still feel the colossal pressure of this tower. At the top of this tower sat the sword Saint Ling Tianho. The 4 origin swords flashed as they formed a mouth and rotated around him. Fierce sword intent spread out from the tower, causing planet Dalu to be filled with shocking sword intent. Interesting. Interesting. Ling Tianho suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness within them. There was a smile on his face. How many times has the teacher betrayed the student? This old man loves watching these moments of the All-Seer the most. However, this Wang Lin is a member of the Vermilion Bird series. Even the elders of the Alliance have to ponder when acting against a member of the Vermilion Bird series. After all, no one is willing to provoke the former overlord of the brilliant Void Star system, the 4 Divine Sect. Forget it. Wang Lin, if you can withstand one spell from and not die, this old man will help you. Ling Tianho smiled. His favorite thing to do was cause trouble for the All-Seer. Chapter 970, Break the Finger. As the finger fell, the earth caved in and collapsed. The center of the collapse was the valley Wang Lin was in. Thunder rumbles echoed and large cracks appeared within the valley. The cracks continued to extend until the valley was split into pieces. Even more cracks appeared, and in just an instant, the valley collapsed. Countless shattered stones exploded into dust due to the pressure. As a result, Wang Lin's surroundings became a flattened ruin. The dust from the collapsed valley couldn't even fly up due to the pressure from the descending finger. It was pushed away with Wang Lin as the center. This dust moved like a python that was being held down. At this moment, 7 people flew out from the Ghost Eye City, including the Qin brothers. Shock filled their eyes and their minds trembled when they saw the giant finger. The 7-colored light that came from the finger lit up the night. The 7 didn't hesitate and arrived at 7 different locations in Ghost Eye City. As they roared, a pillar of light shot out from the center of the city. There was a loud rumble and the city actually flew into the sky. It lifted into the air like a disc and flew south. However, under the pressure of the giant finger, it was slowed down and large amount of cracks appeared all over the city. Ghost Eye City struggled to escape. The few old monsters of Ghost Eye City felt depressed to be caught in such a calamity without reason, but none of them dared to say anything. Everyone could see that the giant finger belonged to the real ruler of planet Tianyun, the All-Seer. The All-Seer wants to kill Wang Lin? The Qin brothers looked at each other but didn't speak. However, there was dread in their eyes. After pondering a bit, Master Yichen clenched his teeth and charged off toward the giant finger. The 7-colored light covered the sky. Even if you were far away, you could clearly see it. After all, this finger was simply too big. Master Yichen didn't go to help Wang Lin, but to witness the battle between a Nirvana Shatterer and Nirvana Cleanser Cultivator. If he missed this due to a moment of timidness, he would regret it for the rest of his life. There was another person who had the same thought, a black-robed youth. Although he looked young, he gave off an ancient aura and charged forward. As for everyone else, they didn't have the guts. As Master Yichen moved forward, he perceived the youth in black. He was shocked and thought, the city lord of Ghost Eye City has guts. Wang Lin opened his arms and stood at the center of the valley. Bai Wei's body, which was wrapped in the ice crystal, was not far away. Although he had already died, his body wasn't damaged at all by the All-Seer spell. The Summon the Rain crystal floated before Wang Lin and gave off a gentle glow. There was also a vortex of water vapor that seemed to rotate around the crystal. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the finger that was getting larger and closer until he could clearly see the fingerprint on it. When the finger crashed down from the sky as if it was crushing an ant, a shocking coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes, and he shouted, "Summon the rain." The moment Wang Lin said, "Summon the rain," an illusion appeared behind Wang Lin. Although it was impossible to see the appearance of this illusion, given its cold demeanor, it was not difficult to recognize it as Qing Shui. This was a phantom Qing Shui left inside the crystal. Qing Shui's phantom raised his right hand and formed a seal. Then he pointed at the crystal before Wang Lin. The crystal shook and rotated rapidly before a brilliant light shot out toward the giant finger descending toward Wang Lin. When it closed in on the finger, the crystal released a burst of unimaginable light. This light was very strong, and if a mortal looked at it, their eyes would fester and they would die. Even if a cultivator saw it, their eyes would sting. If their cultivation was lacking, their body would directly dissipate. Even with Wang Lin's ancient god body, his eyes felt pain when looking at the light. Luckily, it disappeared in a flash. However, Master Ichin, who was watching in the distance, wasn't so lucky. He only felt pain in his eyes, and it immediately felt like countless silver needles were penetrating him. Terrified, he quickly cycled the origin energy inside his body and only recovered after a while. As for Ghost Eye City's lord, the young man in black, his cultivation level was inferior to Master Ichen's, only at peak corporeal young. He let out a miserable groan and quickly retreated with his eyes closed. Tears came out of his eyes, but he didn't panic. Instead, he slapped his bag of holding and a large amount of pill bottles appeared. He swallowed them and then closed his eyes to cultivate. But his divine sense still spread out to carefully observe this battle. The moment the crystal shined brightly, it rapidly shrank. In an instant, more than 30% of it disappeared. The 30% of the crystal that disappeared formed into a drop of rain and fell. The instant it dropped, the drop of rain continued to spread. In an instant, there were countless raindrops before Wang Lin. Qing Shui's phantom waved his sleeves, and then the countless raindrops whistled before they charged at the giant finger. Large amounts of origin energy gathered like crazy and entered each raindrop. A heaven-shaking explosions echoed across planet Tianyun as the endless raindrops collided with the finger descending from the sky. The endless rumbles echoed across the sky. The giant finger actually paused for a moment under Qing Shui's spell. However, seven-colored light shined brightly as the raindrops hit the finger and collapsed. The finger only paused for a moment before pressing down even faster. It was as if everything that got in its path would be mercilessly destroyed. The countless raindrops all collapsed and the finger suddenly touched the Summon the Rain crystal. Just at this instant, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and he pointed at the crystal while shouting, "Summon the rain." The crystal exploded, and the moment it shattered, the phantom of Qing Shui behind Wang Lin stepped out. Its speed was very fast, leaving behind an afterimage. It entered the crystal the moment it shattered and turned into more raindrops that gathered at the finger. This time it wasn't the countless raindrops that collided, all of them condensed into one drop of rain. This raindrop released a red glow and a hint of G-realm. It directly collided with the All-Seer spell. The moment they collided, the red raindrop released a fierce aura and unexpectedly formed a vortex. The rotating vortex collided with the seven-colored ripples outside the finger. The seven-colored ripples immediately collapsed, but then turned into seven different colored dragons that circled the finger and roared like crazy. After breaking the seven-color ripples, the red raindrop directly touched the finger the All-Seer sent. Rumble, 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 rumble. This giant finger didn't pause and descended from the sky toward Wang Lin as if it wanted to crush an ant. However, there was a small, red, in the center of the giant finger. It went deeper and constantly destroyed everything in its path. Then it suddenly collapsed and set off a storm inside the finger. As the finger pressed down, Wang Lin became gloomy. He felt like the sky was collapsing, but there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The All-Seer didn't even ask me for the extreme yang. There is more to this. Wang Lin let out a sigh, but his battle intent didn't diminish. His eyes lit up as he slapped his bag of holding and a hand-sized fragment appeared in his grasp. This fragment was gifted to Wang Lin by Master Flame's Park after Wang Lin achieved great merit for all heaven. As the giant finger descended, a powerful gust of wind appeared as if it wanted to extinguish Wang Lin's life. The land around Wang Lin collapsed once more. The area around him had already caved in, and now it caved in even more. Under the thunderous rumbles, Wang Lin's body sank into the ground. His eyes were unyielding as he roared, and his right hand formed a seal. The celestial realm fragment flew into the air and grew until it unexpectedly became a continent. At a glance, this continent seemed to extend forever. It was like a thick shield that separated Wang Lin from the giant finger. The finger instantly pressed down on the celestial realm fragment. A loud rumble spread across planet Tianyun, setting off a shockwave on the earth. It looked as if an earth dragon was moving underground. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the celestial realm fragment. However, the celestial realm fragment didn't collapse. The finger lifted, and just as it was about to press down again, the power inside the Summon the Rain crystal suddenly exploded. Strands of light shot out, and it was extremely shocking. The giant F. Inger was pierced by the red lights. It was riddled with holes, causing the vast origin energy inside it to rapidly dissipate. As the finger rose, the number of red lights increased. The giant finger trembled and seemed like it was about to collapse. Just at this instant, Wang Lin's body entered the celestial realm fragment and appeared above it. His eyes were extremely cold as his right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch. Chapter 971, Deadlock. Wang Lin had waited and prepared for a long time for this punch. The origin energy inside his body fused with the power of the ancient god when he swung his fist. As the punch flew out, it was as if the world had changed colors. From afar, Wang Lin's fist was too different from the giant finger. However, this punch created a storm that turned into an angry dragon that let out roar and charged at the collapsing finger. At this instant, Wang Lin's right fist and collided with that finger. There was a loud explosion, and Wang Lin's body was knocked back, and he retreated several steps on the celestial realm fragment. With every step he took, he left a footprint, and there were popping sounds coming from his body. Looking back at the giant finger, even more red lights shot out until it was covered by them. Wang Lin's punch had caused the tip to collapse, and the finger began its final stage of collapsing. After several steps, Wang Lin mercilessly kicked off with his right foot and charged at the finger. Rumble, 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 rumble. Wang Lin threw 4 punches in a row. The power of the ancient god shot out of his body and landed on the finger. After a moment, the finger completely disintegrated with a bang and scattered into strands of origin energy. It kicked up a lot of dust and created sandstorms as it scattered. In the heavenly fate sect, above the peak with the 7 colored rings, the All-Seer's eyes revealed a strange light, and he muttered, "I didn't expect this child to have such a treasure." Then he raised his right hand and waved it. A gust of wind appeared and then was covered by the 7-colored light. It instantly turned into a 7-colored wind dragon that let out a roar and charged into the sky. This 7-colored wind dragon was 1,000 feet long, and as it moved, it set off a huge storm. It kicked up a lot of dust as it moved, and even the clouds made way for it. It was too fast, and in almost an instant, it closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy as he stared at the 7-colored dragon. This dragon was formed purely by wind and was too fast. It also gave off a powerful aura, as if it was ready to devour. This dragon isn't simply a dragon, it contains the spirit of a real dragon. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. All-Seer. What the hell is he thinking? Did he really make an error in his divination about the extreme yang? Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had met countless people in his life, but the All-Seer was the only one he couldn't get any grasp on. It was the same hundreds of years ago, and hundreds of years later it was still the same. While it seemed like his own deduction, it was all part of the All-Seer's plan. At this moment, Wang Lin was gloomy and became even more weary. The All-Seer. All-Seer. If I don't take the extreme yang, there will be a shadow in my Tao heart. However, now that I took the extreme yang, it feels like I fell into the All-Seer's plans. This was a double-layered scheme, and I would have fallen into it whether I took it or not. What exactly is the All-Seer's goal? Is it just to create an opening in my Tao heart to place the shadow in my Tao heart that he is never wrong? I'm afraid that Bai Wei thought that his sudden idea would make the All-Seer make a mistake. He didn't think that Master had foreseen this sudden idea of his. No matter if this extreme yang is in my hands or handed back to the All-Seer, a flaw will appear in my Tao heart. A shadow of him never being wrong will appear in my Tao heart no matter what I do. How exactly do I break this trap? As Wang Lin stared at the rapidly approaching wind dragon, hundreds of ideas flew through his mind. If I throw away this extreme yang, it won't matter. Even if I don't step into this trap, I'll still be walking into it. It won't change anything. Throwing it away is merely fooling myself. No matter what happens, I can't return it to the All-Seer. If I do, it means I lost this confrontation. I thoroughly failed. If I was going to return it to him, then why even accept it? Alas. However, if I didn't accept it, I would have still fallen into the All-Seer's trap. It seems everything was set up to trap me in this deadlock. The All-Seer must have a deeper reason for all of this. Maybe it is just the first step of his plan for me. Just like the day of extreme yang for Bai Wei, this is just the primer. I don't know what the All-Seer's goal is, but if I want to resist, I must make him calculate wrongly once. Just once, and an opening will appear in the perfect All-Seer. Only then can I break this trap and find a way to live. Wang Lin looked at the sky as the wind dragon rushed toward him. The roar of the dragon entered his ears. Break the trap. To make the All-Seer truly calculate wrongly once. Wang Lin felt as if his head was going to burst open as various thoughts flashed through his head. The roar of the wind dragon was getting closer and closer. At this moment, 7-colored light shrouded the sky and the wind dragon descended to devour Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. If the wind dragon was a pure spell, he wouldn't be able to resist it, but it contained the spirit of a dragon. Wang Lin could never forget how the crown had captured that golden-robed true dragon in the void. His right hand was placed over his bag and Wang Lin was about to take out the crown. However, at this moment, a laugh came from far away and a sea of flames appeared in the distance. A scarlet red Qilin appeared within the flame. This Qilin was extremely fierce and its eyes shined. On its back sat a skinny old man. It was Sword Saint Ling Tianho. The 4 origin swords circled Ling Tianho. The fierce sword energy they released could pierce the heavens. The Qilin's fierce gaze swept by and didn't even look at Wang Lin. It stared at the wind dragon covered in the 7-colored light. If not for Ling Tianho, it would have already charged up and fought with the wind dragon. Ling Tianho jumped off the Qilin and smiled at the sky. All-Seer, what a coincidence. I just happened to pass by, but I didn't think I'd see you punishing your disciple again. He let the Qilin go, and it suddenly let out a roar that set off the sea of flames before it charged at the wind dragon. The wind dragon and the Qilin were suddenly entangled in a fight. This happened too suddenly. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as retreated a few steps, and he clasped his hands at Ling Tianho. Greetings, Senior Sword Saint. Ling Tianho looked meaningfully at Wang Lin. Admiration filled his eyes and he said, your cultivation had to be very good to be able to block the All-Seer's finger that can change the heavenly fate. Chapter 972, Gray-Robed All-Seer. The 7-colored wind dragon and the Qilin fought with each other, causing endless rumbles that echoed across the world. The 7-colored wind dragon let out bursts of roars. The Qilin was even more fierce as it was surrounded by a sea of flames. These flames spread out, and not only did the wind not extinguish the flames, it made them even stronger. However, the 7-colored wind dragon was made of wind, so it was not corporeal. Even if its body collapsed, it would immediately reform. It possessed an indestructible dragon body. As a result, the two beasts were very equal. The powerful impacts they created were no weaker than that of 2 powerful cultivators fighting. Wang Lin stood on the celestial fragment. With a point of his foot, it shrank and started circling around him as protection. In response to Ling Tianho's words, Wang Lin calmly said, "Thank you, Senior, for your praise. I'm confused about today's matter as well. I don't know what I did to offend Master to make him cast a spell to kill me right here." Ling Tianhouse laughed and said, "This old man has seen such things happen many times. Back then, that..." Without waiting for Ling Tianho to finish speaking, an ancient voice echoed across the world. "Ling Tianho, you speak too much. I can endure anything you do, but you can't interfere with matters of my heavenly fate sect without reason. If you don't leave within 3 breaths of time, don't blame this old man for personally forcing you to leave." Ling Tianho rolled his eyes, let out a cold snort, and shouted, "All-Seer, do you think I, the Sword Saint, am afraid of you? If you want to fight, let's fight. I want to see how much stronger you have become." Wang Lin carefully listened to their conversation. Although there was no trace of the All-Seer, with his abilities, it would only take an instant for him to arrive. Wang Lin had always been confused about a matter. Back then, he was too weak to think about it too much, but how he was also considered a powerful cultivator. How could he not see the difference between Ling Tianho and the All-Seer? Ling Tianho was much stronger than Blood Ancestor, but compared to Master Flames Park, Qing Shui, and the others, he was far weaker. It wouldn't be inappropriate to say that the difference between him and the All-Seer was like heaven and earth. However, Ling Tianho had dared to oppose the All-Seer for tens of thousands of years. Wang Lin was very confused about this matter. Listening to the All-Seer's tone, it seemed he had been enduring Ling Tianho repeatedly. What kind of secret is there between the two of them? Wang Lin remained silent and carefully observed. "You didn't abide to the agreement." The All-Seer's voice slowly appeared. Although there was no sign of joy or anger, the moment the voice appeared, the bright sky suddenly dimmed. The sun that gradually rose from the east seemed to be completely covered by a powerful spell. In an instant, the world became dark. Ling Tianho's expression became serious as he waved his big sleeves, and the origin swords behind him stabbed into the void, releasing a monstrous sword energy. "So what if I don't abide to the agreement? All-Seer, even if you let the gray robe out, do you think I'll be afraid of you?" Ling Tianho let out a cold snort, then his right hand formed a seal and pointed at the sword energy. This sword energy suddenly collapsed and diffused across the world. Under these rays of sword energy, the world was lit up once more. This caused the area before Wang Lin look like twilight. A gray robe appeared on the horizon. This shadow gave off a sense of loneliness, but also a trace of arrogance. He slowly walked step by step toward Ling Tianhou. When Wang Lin saw this gray shadow, his mind trembled. He recognized that this gray robe wasn't anyone else but the gray-robed all-seer who taught him the celestial slaughter art. The gray-robed all-seer's eyes were cold, and there was a sense of lonely arrogance in them. Before he arrived, he raised his right hand and grasped at the void. The endless darkness seemed to move and gather toward his hand. This scene was extremely strange. Darkness was not like mist that could move, it was merely a natural existence due to the lack of light. How could this darkness gather? However, right now Wang Lin clearly saw this darkness move and gather. The ability to absorb light. Shock filled Wang Lin's eyes. Endless darkness gathered in the gray-robed all-seer's hand and turned into a black sword that was only 1 finger wide. The gray-robed all-seer didn't waste time talking to Ting Tianhou and directly waved the sword. At this instant, a monstrous slaughter energy gathered in the world. It sent 1 strand of slaughter energy, but 10 strands. 10 strands of real celestial slaughter energy. It was not the same incomplete slaughter energy Wang Lin formed by practicing the celestial slaughter art. This was a true strand of slaughter energy formed when the flesh and origin soul of a cultivator who cultivated more than 1 million strands of slaughter energy was refined. This was a real strand of slaughter energy. Wang Lin's expression was extremely gloomy as he stared at the gray-robed all-seer and the 10 strands of slaughter energy. He couldn't help but think that if not for the fact that he had realized it early, he would have become another strand of slaughter energy for the gray-robed all-seer. Just as he thought of this, Wang Lin's body trembled as if a ray of lightning had flashed through his mind. His eyes shined brightly as if he had realized something. Wait, it isn't that the all-seer has never been wrong before. There was a profound meaning behind when he taught me the celestial slaughter art. That was the first sign of him doing something similar to what he did to Bai Wei to me. The all-seer in the past was the perfect existence that could never be wrong. However, in the demon spirit land, due to the help of the ancient demon, I was able to find the flaw of the celestial slaughter art. With the help of the ancient demon, it caused a slight deviation to the all-seer's plan. Then the scattered devil appeared and once more disrupted his plan. In the end, I was able to see through the karma of the celestial slaughter art and decisively gave up the powerful slaughter energy. That was the first time the all-seer was wrong when scheming against me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he felt enlightened as he stared at the gray-robed all-seer. Although this sounds slow, it all ran through his mind in a flash. The all-seer has already been wrong once while scheming against me, which is why although he foresaw the date of my return, he couldn't calculate my actual cultivation level. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely cold. He took a deep breath and clarity filled his eyes. Although that mistake wasn't big, it could be considered a mistake for the all-seer. The current all-seer is no longer a perfect person that can't be wrong. This deadlock isn't impossible to break. Since he was wrong once, he could be wrong a second time. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. This gray-robed all-seer's expression was still calm, almost indifferent. There were 10 strands of slaughter energy moving at an extreme speed toward Ling Tianhou. Ling Tianhou let out a cold snort, lifted his hand, and shouted, "Sacrifice, hole, break." Break second style, the blade on the boy's back. His right hand rose up and pointed at the sky. Then the 4 origin swords behind his body rapidly rotated and fused into one. In an instant, the 4 origin swords fused into one and emitted a hard glow. A 7- or 8-year-old boy unexpectedly walked out from the sword energy, with a large, purple sword on his back. The shape of the sword was extremely strange. It was curved like a snake. Powerful celestial spiritual energy was emitted by the sword and vaguely formed the shape of a dragon. The moment Wang Lin saw this curved sword, his eyes lit up. Rain Celestial Sword. Wang Lin looked at the serpentine sword and immediately recognized it as the Rain Celestial Sword. The Rain Celestial Sword was divided into 4 swords, and 2 of them were stolen. This serpentine Rain Celestial Sword was the one Ling Tianhou took. That boy stepped out and met the gray-robed all-seer. Ling Tianhou formed a seal and pointed. The boy suddenly opened his eyes and an oppressive gaze was revealed. As the boy's body moved, the serpentine Rain Celestial Sword flew out at the 10 strands of slaughter energy that the all-seer sent out. In an instant, the serpentine Rain Celestial Sword glowed brightly and a giant python appeared. It let out a roar while releasing its fishy breath, and a powerful wind swept forward. The gray-robed all-seer's expression was still indifferent while the 10 strands of slaughter energy collided with the storm the python spat out. As they collided, the 10 strands of slaughter energy underwent an unexpected change that made Wang Lin's expression change. There was a flash of black light, and the 10 strands of slaughter energy turned into 10 figures. There were men and women, young and old, but without exception, they each had a ferocious gaze. They were filled with monstrous killing intent, and their eyes were bloodshot as they charged at the storm. In addition, countless strands of slaughter energy rushed out. Each of the 10 figures releases at least 1 million strands of slaughter energy. As a result, the number of slaughter energy in the air had reached a shocking amount. From a distance, it was as if even the sky was completely covered. No matter where one looked, there was slaughter energy. Strands of slaughter energy whistled. At this moment, all auras and sounds were forcibly expelled. The only things that remained were the whistling sounds of the slaughter energy and the shock they emitted. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale. His eyes lit up and his right foot took a step back. He understood the slaughter energy too well. The power of these countless strands of slaughter energy was extremely shocking. Chapter 973, Heaven-Defying Beads, Yin and Yang. As the slaughter energy spread out, some came at Wang Lin. The celestial realm fragment rotated even faster around Wang Lin, almost forming a vortex to completely protect him. Wang Lin continued to retreat as sounds of slamming echo in his ear. Every sound was a strand of slaughter energy smashing into the celestial realm fragment. So many strands of slaughter energy, but this gray-robed all-seer is obviously not going all out. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had been thinking about how to break this trap. When I absorbed that sliver of extreme Yang, the heaven-defying bead trembled. Wang Lin's eyes shined while hundreds and thousands of ideas flashed through his mind. After the heaven-defying bead had completed the 5 elements, the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth symbols disappeared and were replaced by Yin and Yang. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin had gained enlightenment. That's right. What the heaven-defying bead needs is Yin and Yang. This extreme Yang suits the needs of the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin had thought about how to meet the Yin and Yang needs of the heaven-defying bead after the 5 elements were completed. However, no matter how hard he tried, there was no change to the sun and moon marks on the heaven-defying bead. No matter how godly the all-seer's ability may seem, he can't foresee the fact that I have the heaven-defying bead, much less that I can use it to absorb this extreme Yang. Therefore, he will have calculated wrongly and I can break the scheme. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he stared at the gray-robed all-seer. The more he thought, the more feasible it seemed. As for the chance of the heaven-defying bead being found, ever since I obtained it, not even that mysterious third-step cultivator from All Evan could detect the heaven-defying bead. I don't believe that the all-seer can detect it. As for Ling Tianho, his expression was gloomy. The reason he came here wasn't to help Wang Lin, he just liked to rouse trouble in everything the all-seer did. In addition, with his understanding of the all-seer, he vaguely guessed Wang Lin's importance. The more the all-seer placed importance in this, the more interested he was in messing it up. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Tianho sneered as his right hand formed a seal. He pointed and shouted, "Break third style, sword boy spirit sacrifice." After he spoke, a burst of sword energy came from the boy surrounded by endless slaughter energy. He stepped forward and landed on the python formed by the serpentine celestial sword. The moment his feet landed, the boy's head jerked up and he let out a shrill. This shrill became a sharp sword that penetrated into the slaughter energy. The moment the boy screamed, his body collapsed into green mist and quickly entered the celestial sword. Sword sacrifice. The serpentine celestial sword trembled as if it had absorbed the sacrifice of the boy. A sword hymn that could penetrate the high heavens appeared and smashed toward the slaughter energy with an unimaginable force. Rumble, rumble. A series of heaven-shaking rumbles echoed and large storms swept the area. As the constant impact continued, strands of slaughter energy dissipated under the sword energy. At this moment, the world was shrouded in sword energy. A vortex of sword energy formed from all the sword energy around Ling Tianho. The sound of the sword energy replaced all the sounds in the world. The gray-robed all-seer was indifferent as he looked at all this sword energy. He Miley looked at Ling Tianho. He raised his right hand and coldly said, "Your sword energy has increased. If you can take this old man's next attack, I won't interfere in the battle between you and that all-seer." With that, his right hand formed a seal and pointed at Ling Tianho. When he pointed, the entire sky turned black as if a giant had scattered ink on it. The darkness churned and the entire world became black. "Since you became a saint through swords, then I'll fight you with a sword. Slaughter, turn to sword." The gray-robed all-seer's voice was flat, but the moment his finger landed, the countless slaughter energy strands gathered toward him like crazy. Those strands of slaughter energy were each a life. The millions of slaughter energy gathered, and this scene made Wang Lin gasp. Those slaughter energy strands around him gave up their pursuit and retreated. They gathered toward where the gray-robed all-seer was pointing. In just an instant, as strands of slaughter energy fused, a 7-inch long and 3-inch wide red long sword appeared before the gray-robed all-seer. The sword gave off strands of smoke. The gray-robed all-seer casually waved his hand, and the sword let out a heaven-shaking sword hymn. The sword turned into a red line and shot toward Ling Tianho's serpentine celestial sword. The two swords moved faster and faster, and the sonic boom caused by the two swords spread across the entire planet. In an instant, the two swords collided. These two swords didn't really touch. They were 7 inches away from each other. Bursts of thunderous rumbles came from this 7-inch space, and countless rays of sword energy collided. Large amounts of lightning scattered in all directions. A large amount of power was concentrated in this 7-inch space. The gray-robed all-seer nodded and slowly said, "Not bad, your cultivation has increased quite a bit. However, if this is all you got today, you will be kicked off planet Tianyun by me." Ling Tianho sneered as he waved his sleeve and his arms opened up. He shouted, "I, Ling Tianho, only cultivate the Tao of Swords. In recent years, I gained enlightenment in the law of swords. Greyrobe, I don't know why you're willing to be manipulated by him, but for you to appear here means you gave up on our friendship from back then." The gray-robed all-seer pondered but didn't speak. Ling Tianho took a deep breath and waved his hands. A crack appeared between his eyebrows and a ray of black light came out. After the black light came out, it immediately surrounded Ling Tianho. Shortly after, it was impossible to see Ling Tianho's figure. "I use my origin soul to refine a sword spirit. I use my flesh and blood to refine a sword. I am the sword and the sword is me." Ling Tianho's voice came out from the black light in an extremely strange tone. At this instant, the black light became intense and Ling Tianho sat down inside it. The crack between his eyebrows opened and closed. In a strange way, his eyes revealed a demonic light, then they slowly closed. The moment his eyes closed, his body trembled and a shadow flew out from his forehead. This shadow was a sword formed by Ling Tianho's origin soul that was refined by him all his life. The moment the sword appeared, worship-like sword hymns came from all over planet Tianyun. All the swords on planet Tianyun began to tremble. The shadow flickered and pierced through the black light, going toward the serpentine celestial sword. The serpentine celestial sword seemed to have intelligence. It flashed red and charged forward. The distance between the swords shrank from 7 inches to 3 inches. The moment the shadow moved, a crack was ripped over in the sky. The all-seer's indifference changed for the first time. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at the shadow of the sword and laughed. "Good. Ling Tianho, since you were able to refine a sword to this degree, I will use 70% of my power to battle you." After the gray-robed all-seer finished speaking, he took a step back and opened his mouth to let out a roar. His face was extremely ferocious when he let out that roar, and countless strands of slaughter energy rushed out from his body. The slaughter energy surrounded him before finally charging forward. It fused with the slaughter sword, causing the power of the slaughter sword to increase greatly. The 3-inch distance between the two swords instantly collapsed. Both swords, carrying unimaginable power, collided. Just at this instant, a large amount of 7-colored light appeared in the dark sky. This 7-colored light surrounded the three of them, and the next instant, they were in space outside the planet. The tips of the two swords collided in space. Boom, 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 boom. As the two swords continued to collide, a powerful storm formed in space. As the two swords constantly collided, the slaughter energy sword finally collapsed and was pushed back. It turned into countless strands of slaughter energy before dissipating. As for the serpentine celestial sword, a crack appeared in its middle and it was pushed back. The slaughter energy lasted for 3 breaths of time before it eventually collapsed and turned into countless strands of gray gas that returned to the gray-robed all-seer. The all-seer smiled before he turned around and charged back to planet Tianyun. "Ling Tianho, this old man doesn't care about your matter anymore." As the serpentine celestial sword retreated, a shadow appeared from the crack and turned into Ling Tianho. He stared at the sky and sneered. "All-seer, you son of a gun, you finally appeared." There was a flash of 7-colored light where Ling Tianho was looking and the all-seer's figure lowly condensed. This figure was an illusion formed by the 7-colored light. After he appeared, he looked at Ling Tianho and calmly said, "Ling Tianho, we already fought, but you have no reason to interfere with the matters of my heavenly fate sect." Chapter 974, The Saintress of Brilliant Void. Ling Tianho rolled his eyes and sneered while not looking at the all-seer. Instead, his eyes fell on Wang Lin, and he shouted, "Wang Lin, this old man's Delu Sword sect is missing an elder. Are you willing to become an elder of the Delu Sword sect?" The all-seer frowned. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind before he clasped his hands and said, "Thank you." Ling Tianho looked at the all-seer and sneered. "All-seer, according to our agreement, this old man now has a reason to intervene." The all-seer's eyebrows relaxed. After pondering for a moment, he let out a smile and looked profoundly at Wang Lin. He calmly said, "Is that so? Then let's forget it." He spoke casually before disappearing in a ray of 7-colored light. The scene caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble. He stared at where the all-seer disappeared and began to ponder. Ling Tianho's expression instantly became gloomy and he frowned. In the end, he simply slapped his bag of holding and 5 turtle shells appeared. They rotated in his hand, and Ling Tianho would occasionally make some hand seals. Shortly after, Ling Tianho's expression became even more gloomy and he muttered, "That damn son of a gun all-seer, what does he mean by this?" As he pondered, he raised his head and looked at Wang Lin. For Wang Lin to be schemed like this by the all-seer means he must be very useful. I presume he is very useful to the all-seer's Dao. Especially considering this person is part of the Vermilion Bird series. The all-seer's scheme against him must be of great importance, or else he wouldn't be willing to offend the 4 divine sect just for him. If his scheme is successful, he might obtain power that can shake the 4 divine sect. If this is true, then I have to stop that old son of a gun. Otherwise, if the all-seer succeeds, I'll never have any hope of turning things against him in my life. Thoughts quickly flashed through Ling Tianho's mind. However, if Wang Lin is really so important to him, why did he leave so calmly? Not even the divination diagram could see anything. Strange. Ling Tianho released a dark sigh as he looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "Wang Lin, even if I hadn't come to help you today, the all-seer wouldn't dare to kill you so easily. After all, you are part of the Vermilion Bird series." Wang Lin was still thinking about the relationship between Ling Tianho and the all-seer from beginning to end. At this moment, he clasped his hands. There are 3 people in the Vermilion Bird series, and I'm merely one of them. In short, Junior will remember Sword Saint's help. Ling Tianho nodded and smiled. When the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor came to power, I was just a junior. His grace has helped me before, but it has been too long and I doubt he remembers. You are our Vermilion Bird series, and if you obtain the right opportunity, you will be the next Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor. It is better for us to talk as equals. After all, you are no longer a disciple of that old son of a gun, the all-seer. Wang Lin's expression was calm and he said, "Sword Saint is being polite. Since this is the case, I'll listen to Sword Saint." Ling Tianho laughed and extended his hand. "Fellow cultivator Wang, follow this old man to planet Delu. Once the tide abyss opens, we will go to the celestial cave." Wang Lin smiled and nodded. "Please lead the way." The 2 of them quickly moved. Planet Delu was not far away, and they were both powerful cultivators, so they were naturally very fast. It didn't take long before Planet Delu appeared before them. Along the way, Ling Tianho never talked about how Wang Lin had killed his disciples. It was as if he had forgotten about it. Instead, he talked about celestial spells and Dao with Wang Lin. It could be said that this was the first time he and Wang Lin had gotten to talk with each other. Along the way, although Wang Lin didn't speak much, what he said made Ling Tianho look at him with admiration. This Wang Lin is indeed worthy of being one of the Vermilion Bird series. Not only is his cultivation powerful, his insight and comprehension are equally amazing. While they spoke, Wang Lin was also pondering the matter about the extreme yang and made a plan. Wang Lin thought for a long time and couldn't understand what the all-seer was thinking for dismissing this so casually. However, he had a vague guess that the all-seer's action wasn't targeted at him. But Wang Lin looked at Ling Tianho behind him. Was this Ling Tianho? From a distance, Planet Delu looked to be filled with sword energy in addition to being blue. This sword energy looked very chaotic and scattered. However, once your cultivation reached a certain degree, you would notice, after careful observation, that this sword energy was not normal. This sword energy wasn't being released by cultivators, but by Planet Delu itself. It was because of this that it looked rather chaotic. However, Wang Lin realized that if someone were to guide the sword energy, the power would be earth-shaking. Planet Delu does not belong in the area of Planet Tianyun. This old man spent painstaking effort to complete a personal request from the Brilliant Void Cultivation Sect and was rewarded this planet. This planet came from an illusionary planet that is always burning in the Brilliant Void Hell. That illusionary planet was very large, thousands of times larger than Planet Tianyun. It was refined as a sword by Master Void Spirit of the Brilliant Void Cultivation Sect. That's how Planet Delu came to be. Ling Tianho's voice was calm, but there was a trace of pride in it. Due to an incident, the illusionary planet collapsed, and Planet Delu is a fragment from the collapsed planet. Brilliant Void. Wang Lin's expression changed. This was the second time he had heard T. The first time he heard it was from Qing Shui. It seemed the Alliance star system was once called the Brilliant Void star system. Cultivation Sect. Could this be a cult of action sect that is named Brilliant Void? Wang Lin pondered. The Brilliant Void Cultivation Sect is the only rank 9 cultivation planet in the Alliance. However, it is just referred to as the Brilliant Void Cultivation Sect by everyone. Ling Tianho naturally saw Wang Lin's confusion and realized that Wang Lin didn't know much about this, so he offered an explanation. They are the only ones who kept the old name, Brilliant Void. Reminiscence filled Ling Tianho's eyes. In the Alliance star system, after someone's cultivation has reached a certain level, you may choose to not join the Cultivation Alliance. However, that person would still respect the Brilliant Void Cultivation sect. It is an honor to be invited by them. Every 3,000 years, the Brilliant Void Cultivation sect sends out 3 invitation jades to recognized cultivators to be invited to the Brilliant Void Hell to cultivate. Back then, both me and the All-Seer obtained the invitations together. Brilliant Void. Wang Lin silently digested what Ling Tianhou had said. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he said, since every 3,000 years people enter, then I presume people of the Brilliant Void Cultivation sect come out. Of course there are people that come out. Do you remember the woman who looked like a mortal woman when you first came back? Back then, the third person that went with me and the All-Seer was her. She had a female disciple beside her, and if I'm not wrong, she is from the Brilliant Void Cultivation sect. Wang Lin was startled. The first person he thought about was the woman in pink that invited him. The Brilliant Void Cultivation sect retained an ancient tradition. There is always a Brilliant Void Saintress. I just don't know if she is the Saintress. Brilliant Void Saintress. Wang Lin rubbed his temples. Everything Ling Tianhouse had said were things he had not heard of before. Your Four Divine sect was the overlord of Brilliant Void a very long time ago. Unfortunately, Ling Tianhou shook his head and didn't continue. However, these words caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble when he heard it. The Four Divine sect was once the overlord of Brilliant Void? Wang Lin had once guessed the power of the Four Divine sect, but it seemed the Four Divine sect had far surpassed his imagination. As the two moved, Planet Delu became closer and closer. This was the first time Wang Lin had come to Planet Delu. The closer he got, the more he could feel the endless sword energy that was constantly being sent out. Oceans occupied a majority of the planet, and the only sect on this planet was the Delu Sword sect. Those towers all appeared before Wang Lin's eyes one by one. The disciples of the Delu Sword sect flew into the air. They filled the air, and there were at least 10 though. Usant of them. However, what Wang Lin found strange was that most of them were at the ascendant stage. Although there were a few illusionary Yin cultivators, there was not a single corporeal Yang cultivator. Ling Tianhou faintly smiled and said, do you find it weird that the Grand Delu Sword sect has so few second-step cultivators? Wang Lin didn't conceal it and nodded. It indeed is strange. The disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect's 7 divisions suppress their cultivation every day. They fear that once they lose control of their seals, they will be devoured by that old son of a gun. This isn't the case here, it's just that those who entered the second step have another place to go. Each of the tens of thousands of cultivators below them had a big sword on their back. They were all very respectful. When Wang Lin and Ling Tianhou descended, all of them bowed in unison. Welcome, Sect Master Sword Saint. This sound was like a mighty bolt of thunder that echoed across Planet Delu. Ling Tianhou laughed. At this moment, a few dozen people flew out toward Ling Tianhou. They were very respectful, and some of them were ones that followed Ling Tianhou to the Heavenly Fate sect, so they knew Wang Lin. When they saw Wang Lin, their expressions became strange. They couldn't guess why Wang Lin was together with Ling Tianhou. Wang Lin's gaze swept those tens of thousands of people, and he had a thought. Back during the battle with the Alliance in the northern region, I met Qinlong, but here I don't see him. Ling Tianhou waved his sleeves, then he flew forward and arrived at the largest tower. From today onward, Wang Lin will be an elder of my Delu Sword sect. Ling Tianhou only said one thing before disappearing into the large tower. Elder Wang, I'm going to go into closed-door cultivation for this period of time. You will be safe on my planet Delu. Ling Tianhou's divine sense echoed inside Wang Lin's ears. Chapter 975, Frightened Spirit. The implication of Ling Tianhou to tell me so many secrets and helping me is to set up a good relationship with me. I fear a majority of the reason is that I'm part of the Vermilion Bird series. And a part of it was to reassure me. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but in his heart he slowly pondered this. After Ling Tianhou entered the tower, the tens of thousands of Delu Sword sect disciples all looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was accustomed to this kind of attention. His divine sense calmly spread out in all directions like a storm. The divine sense of an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator was not something these Delu Sword sect disciples could deal with. With a sweep of his divine sense, all the Delu Sword sect disciples' expressions changed greatly. They looked at Wang Lin with respect in their eyes. Wang Lin calmly said, "Where is this old man staying?" A beautiful female cultivator quickly moved forward and stopped 100 feet from Wang Lin. She respectfully said, "D. Isabel Zhou Xiu greets Elder." Elder came suddenly so. Generally, the elders select their own residences. Zhou Xiu's voice was a little stiff. Wang Lin took a step and disappeared. When reappeared, he was next to a tower 5,000 kilometers away. After taking a glance, Wang Lin didn't enter, but sat down outside the tower. After sitting down, he waved his hand and a large amount of restrictions appeared. As for the disciples, they all scattered. They would occasionally look at where Wang Lin was. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he sat there. He had a feeling that everything had been part of the All-Seer's plan, as if his every step was foreseen by the All-Seer. All-Seer, back then, I made you make a mistake. Today, I'll let you be completely wrong. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the extreme yang appeared like a sun in his hand. Wang Lin didn't dare to hold it directly, but with his power. Wang Lin had a clear feeling that if he held it in his palm, the heat would pierce his hand. Even his origin soul would be seriously injured. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the body of an ancient god, he wouldn't even be able to withstand holding it with his power. If my ancient god body was a bit stronger, I could hold it without being hurt. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He wasn't afraid that Ling Tianhe would see this. This was something formed by his karma with the All-Seer. If someone were to steal it, it would resolve the situation. However, this was at most simply resolving the situation, not breaking it. To break the scheme, he had to do something the All-Seer didn't expect and make his divination wrong. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin clenched his teeth as he held a trace of the extreme yang and pressed it against between his eyebrows. He felt pain coming from between his eyebrows and the extreme yang disappeared. However, it was as if a sea of flames with unimaginable heat had appeared in his body. It made him feel as if he was being baked into an oven. Ling Tianhe sat inside the roaring tower on planet Delu, his eyes giving off a demonic glow. The crack between his eyebrows opened once more. He stared at the direction Wang Lin was in and pondered. This is extreme yang. Ling Tianhe's eyes suddenly narrowed. All-Seer, you old son of a gun, what are you baiting with that extreme yang? What is your goal in the end? Ling Tianhe raised his right hand, but after a long time, he lowered it. He shook his head and muttered, All-Seer, you son of a gun, could it be you want me to take that extreme yang? The sea of flames inside Wang Lin's body was monstrous and continued to burn. White mist came out from his body, but the strange thing was, there was no trace of his clothes burning. Large beads of sweat appeared all over Wang Lin's body, his clothes were soaked in an instant. This sea of flames was like a storm that raged across Wang Lin's body, and sounds of things bursting came from all over his body. These flames was extremely fierce, and in just a short moment, they reached a terrifying degree. The pain that came from Wang Lin's body made him have a hideous expression on his face. It was as if a mortal had swallowed a burning coal. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's strong will, he would have already roared in a pain. If it was another cultivator, even if they had a higher cultivation level, they wouldn't be able to bear this heat. It was only because he had the body of an ancient god that he was able to tolerate it. However, if this lasted for too long, even Wang Lin wouldn't be able to withstand it with his ancient god body. Time slowly passed. It was only 15 minutes, but it felt like years for Wang Lin. The flame became even more intense and Wang Lin's body couldn't help but tremble. He suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if there were two blue flames inside his eyes. As these invisible flames spread, the air around him began to crackle under the heat. When the flames became even more intense, Wang Lin couldn't help but let out a roar. This roar was like a thunderous rumble that quickly spread across the area. At this moment, on the trident-like mountain where the All-Seer was sitting, his closed eyes opened slightly, revealing a gaze that could see through everything. His gaze fell on the sky as if it could penetrate any distance and saw Wang Lin on planet Delu. The All-Seer's expression didn't change, but he frowned slightly and softly said, "That is not something you can devour. You will spit it out in 7 breaths of time. 1, 2. The All-Seer's eyes were crystal clear as he slowly muttered. Wang Lin's body gave off a demonic red glow. This glow came from the heat inside his body as the endless flames continued to burn him. Soon, the flames had spread to every part of Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the All-Seer had counted to 5, 6. The sea of flames seemed to exploded within Wang Lin's body, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from his body. Wang Lin had a feeling that if he didn't spit this extreme yang out, he would be burned to ashes. 7. The All-Seer softly shouted the last word. At this instant, the sea of flames inside Wang Lin's body completely exploded. It gathered from every part of Wang Lin's body and charged toward his origin soul. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul was shrouded by clouds and the heaven-defying bead appeared. The moment the heaven-defying bead appeared, the raging flame arrived. However, before it could harm Wang Lin's origin soul, a strange suction force came from the heaven-defying bead, and all the flames were absorbed by it. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as the pain in his body disappeared and was replaced with an indescribable comfort. After the heaven-defying bead absorbed all the flames, the sun mark began to flash rapidly. Its brightness was something no one but Wang Lin could see. The instant the light came from the heaven-defying bead, Ling Tianhe exclaimed and closed his eyes. He didn't even have time to get up before rapidly retreating. At that instant, he saw the flame in Wang Lin's body disappear. Then he suddenly had the feeling that a catastrophe was upon him. He had never experienced this feeling, even when he faced the All-Seer. Only back when he went to the brilliant void cultivation sect did he have a similar feeling. Now, tens of thousands of years later, he once again felt this feeling, as if he was going to lose his wits if he didn't retreat. What light is this? Panic filled his eyes as Ling Tianhou quickly retreated, and his expression changed greatly. He had a vague feeling that the invisible light was rapidly approaching. Terrified, his right hand slapped his forehead and a flash came out from his eyebrows. The sword shadow that was used against the All-Seer flew out and charged forward without any hesitation. The moment the sword shadow flew out, the invisible light appeared and collided with it. No outsider could hear or feel this collision, but Ling Tianhou directly coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body smashed into the wall and flew out of the tower. The sword shadow trembled and almost collapsed. Then it returned back between Ling Tianhou's eyebrows after letting out a miserable cry. Ling Tianhou's face became even more pale and he coughed out even more blood. His body became dispirited. Panicking, his scalp tingled as he charged underground and rushed toward the center of planet Delu without any hesitation. As he escaped, Ling Tianhou's hands formed seals to open seals before him. Panic filled his mind, and the only thought he could think of was entering the center of planet Delu. As for the All-Seer on top of the Trident Peak mountain on planet Tianyun, he was calm at first, but soon his expression changed greatly. This kind of change in expression was extremely rare for the All-Seer. If an outsider saw the current All-Seer, they would be in complete belief. The omnipotent All-Seer who was never wrong and whose expression would never change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him would never show such an expression. More importantly, if it was just his expression changing, it wouldn't be such a big deal, but there was a trace of shock in his eyes. As a member of the Alliance Elder Group and the Lord of Planet Tianyun, he was one who could foresee the world, and his schemes were as deep as the ocean. This shock was enough to shake the entire alliance. He gasped and disbelief filled his face. His right hand rapidly moved before his body and a seven-colored cloud appeared. The cloud flew forward as if it was resisting something. However, when the seven-colored cloud floated 5 feet away, it was as if an invisible force closed in and the cloud collapsed. After the cloud collapsed, a hand appeared from the void and mercilessly attempted to grab the All-Seer. Chapter 976, Heaven-Defying Bead opens once more, 2. The Giant Han. D paused for a moment, stopped dissipating, and reappeared from the void. It quickly reached toward the All-Seer. The divination light in the All-Seers became even stronger, and his right hand reached out. The trident turned and charged toward the giant hand again. However, just as it was about to penetrate the giant hand again, the giant hand suddenly turned and grabbed the trident. There was a loud thud and then crackling sounds came from the trident. Silver light leaked out from the trident and was absorbed by the giant hand. This only lasted for an instant before the giant hand loosened its grip. It no longer cared about the trident and went straight for the All-Seer. The All-Seer was about to retreat when the giant hand grasped at the void. With this grasp, the All-Seer's body trembled as if an invisible hand had grabbed him. After the large hand grabbed the All-Seer, it mercilessly squeezed. His body trembled and large amount of phantoms appeared. The moment the phantoms appeared, they were absorbed by the hand. This absorption was several times faster than that rate the All-Seer releasing the phantoms. As a result, the loss the All-Seer suffered was unimaginable. After only 10 breaths of time, the giant became almost solid, but it didn't continue to absorb. It slowly loosened its grip, slowly retreated, and disappeared into the void. This time, the All-Seer didn't dare to pursue it. His face was pale and his eyes were a bit dazed. His body trembled and he directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. I was wrong. First, I was wrong about Wang Lin and caused this thing to appear. Then I was wrong once more about this and allowed it to devour even more. The All-Seer silently pondered as he withdrew the trident and returned back to planet Tianyun. Without any hesitation, he chose to enter closed-door cultivation. That illusionary hand had no intent to kill, it only wanted to absorb. Once it absorbed enough, it left. Unfortunately, I divinated the first half but not the second. That hand is not a dead entity, it is something controlled by a spirit. The All-Seer wryly smiled. If he hadn't taken the initiative to attack, his loss wouldn't have been so great. However, right now he could only sigh. I was only caught by the giant hand for 10 breaths of time, but if it was any other Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, they would have had their flesh, blood, and origin soul all drained completely. While he sighed, the All-Seer looked older. He knew that what he lost wasn't just his origin energy. There was now a crack on his perfect Tao heart. Before this, I had only been wrong once in my life. As he thought this, the All-Seer returned to the Heavenly Fate sect and sat down on a blue rock. His face began to age at a visible rate. Back in the day, I made a mistaken divination regarding the Alliance Elder Group, and a crack appeared in my Tao heart. Then I had a chance encounter with him. Although it was only one gaze, I gained in Lai. Tenement. The crack in my Tao heart from my mistake showed signs of recovering. Then, after tens of thousands of years of comprehension, my Tao heart was complete once more. I'll form my own Tao of the heavens to replace the heavens Tao. However, I was wrong twice in a row. The All-Seer revealed a bitter expression. Although I made a mistake with the matter regarding Wang Lin and the demon spirit land, everything returned to my planned path in the end. However, this time I was first wrong about him, then I was wrong about the hand. The All-Seer shook his head and looked into the sky for a very long time. He slowly closed his eyes and a sigh lingered in his heart. As for Ling Tianhou, his face was filled with panic and his scalp was numb while he charged toward the center of the planet. He could feel the invisible light chasing him, and none of the seals he had placed could affect it. Almost losing his wits, Ling Tianhou arrived at the edge of the planet's core and stepped inside while clenching his teeth. When I obtained Planet Delu, I knew there was a sliver of flame that was used to refine this planet remaining. At this moment of crisis, I hope I can use this flame to resist it. Just as he entered the core, he felt a heat wave rush at his face. The invisible light rapidly approached him and directly entered the core. In a flash, it turned into a giant hand and reached toward Ling Tianhou. Ling Tianhou was covered in cold sweat and his heart roared. What is this? I merely watched Wang Lin with my divine sense. Why won't it stop chasing me? He clenched his teeth and moved toward the flame. He was very fast, but just as he was about to reach the flame, the giant hand behind him gently waved. Ling Tianhou coughed out a large mouthful of blood, but he moved even faster and saw the flame before him. The flame was shaped like a black vermilion bird. Ling Tianhou mercilessly clenched his teeth as he charged at the vermilion bird, but just as he was getting close to the flame, the giant hand gently grasped. At this instant, Ling Tinghao's body trembled. He felt a powerful force come from all sides and lock him in place. Then the large hand mercilessly squeezed, and Ling Tianhou's face turned pale. He could feel his flesh, blood, origin energy, and even his origin soul being sucked away. No matter how hard he struggled, it had no effect. After 6 breaths of time, Ling Tianhou's eyes widened and despair filled his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't even roar. However, just at the moment of despair, a ghostly light flashed between his eyebrows and caused the suction force to pause for a moment. At the same time, the giant hand holding Ling Tianhou unexpectedly loosened and then disappeared. Ling Tianhou watched at all of this, and he felt like he had just gone through a crisis. He didn't know that if it wasn't for the All-Seer having lost too much, he would have been completely devoured. Still, just those 9 breaths of time were enough for the hand to absorb most of Ling Tianhou's power. He let out a bitter smile and released a sigh. He didn't know what had happened with the All-Seer, but he made up his mind to not go out. He had to go into closed-door cultivation to recover as much as possible. As for finding Wang Lin to get revenge for this, Ling Tianhou was too scared. The moment he thought of this idea, he threw it out of his mind. He didn't want to face that strange hand. Wang Lin sat outside the tower in the Delu sword sect. The sea of flames had disappeared and was replaced by a wave of bright light from the heaven-defying bead. The moment the bright light appeared, he felt it split into 2. One ray went toward Ling Tianhou in the giant tower and the other went into the void. He didn't know where it had disappeared to. However, it didn't take long for these 2 rays of light to return almost at the same time and enter the heaven-defying bead. At this moment, the heaven-defying bead suddenly trembled. The sun pattern on the heaven-defying bead shined brightly. After the 2 rays of light entered, it began to rotate slowly. Aside from Wang Lin, no one else could notice this. Due to Ling Tianhou's drastic reaction, all of the disciples scattered, but they were filled with confusion. Wang Lin looked completely normal, as if nothing had happened. However, due to the heaven-defying bead absorbing the extreme yang, a huge wave was set off inside his body. The sun pattern on the heaven-defying bead began to rotate faster and faster. It turned into a light storm that eventually enveloped his entire being inside the light. This light contained a hint of warmth. Not only did he feel no discomfort, he was very, very comfortable. When the light filled his body, Wang Lin calmed down. The origin energy inside his body began to rotate faster. Every time it completed a cycle, a trace sliver of light would enter it. Eventually, Wang Lin's origin energy contained a trace of heat. As the origin energy changed, Wang Lin's origin soul began to slowly change. His origin soul was originally an ancient thunder dragon, but now a large amount of red mist had appeared above it. Chapter 977, Heaven-Defying Bead opens once more. 3. This mist was red and rotated slowly. It gradually grew stronger as it absorbed the light. Not only his origin soul, even his body gradually changed under the light. His ancient god body was already very strong, and after absorbing this light, his body became even stronger. As time passed, Wang Lin's skin slowly turned red. Drops of sweat dissipated as the wind blew by. Although this caused some coldness, Wang Lin couldn't feel it. A hot atmosphere appeared within 1,000 feet of him. If anyone dared to get close, they would be stopped by the heat. If they tried to force their way in, their soul would be destroyed immediately. Wang Lin sat in this relatively quiet environment for 10 days. During these 10 days, he was motionless. And was immersed in the drastic change occurring inside his body. His cultivation was only lacking a sliver of comprehension to reach the mid-stage of Nirvana Scry after the battle between All-Evan and the Alliance. During these 10 days, there was no change in his cultivation. After all, enlightenment was something that could only be sought after, not forced. However, on the 11th day, as the heaven-defying bead changed once more, this situation changed. The sun on the heaven-defying bead that was rapidly rotating slowed down, and by noon of the 11th day, it completely stopped. However, the moment it stopped, Wang Lin's third eye opened by itself. There was a flash of red light as the source energy came out and entered the sun pattern on the heaven-defying bead. A large portion of Wang Lin's source energy came from the battle scrolls. A small portion was absorbed from the flame from the Tattoo clan on planet Suzaku. Both were sources of origin energy, so they easily fused and remained in the third eye. It was the last ace Wang Lin had prepared for battle. At this moment, the rare source origin entered the heaven-defying bead. It was as if a key for the heaven-defying bead was found. The heaven-defying bead shook and a powerful force came out. This force brought Wang Lin's origin soul into the heaven-defying bead. Wang Lin only felt his vision blur, and when he regained his vision, he saw that familiar scene. In this void-like place, there was a large door. This door was as tall as the heavens and Wang Lin was like an ant before it. Wang Lin stared at the door. Every time he saw this door, he felt completely shocked. Last time, he only took a glance inside, and when he awakened, he vaguely became aware of the source origin. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin floated forward and came closer and closer to the door. As Wang Lin closed in, the door rumbled and a gap opened up. The moment this gap appeared, an unimaginable impact came from inside. This impact could be felt but couldn't be seen at all. When it hit Wang Lin, he became startled and stopped moving. Just like before, he was in a trance. However, this time, the moment Wang Lin went into a trance, a hot aura came from the door and entered Wang Lin's body. This caused his mind to tremble and he became sober. Extreme Yang. Wang Lin clearly felt that this hot aura was the extreme yang the heaven-defying bead had absorbed. While he pondered, there was a hint of enlightenment in Wang Lin's eyes. The completion of the 5 elements made the heaven-defying door appear, but it was impossible to enter. Back then, I wasn't able to enter the door and only my mind was lost within it. After the 5 elements comes yin and yang. Now that the heaven-defying bead has absorbed extreme yang, the yin and yang requirement is half completed. This is why it made me sober when I was lost in a trance. I just don't know what role extreme yin will have. If yin and yang are complete, what will happen? Wang Lin pondered for a long time before looking at the door and floating toward it. This time, even if he looked at the gap, he no longer entered a trance. He came closer and closer until he was next to it and was one step away from the small opening. At that moment, the feeling of being an ant appeared in his heart once more. Decisiveness filled Wang Lin's eyes as he lifted his feet and stepped toward the door that seemed to be holding up the heavens. I want to know the real secret of the heaven-defying bead. Just as Wang Lin's right feet were about to land into this gap, his body trembled. It was as if a blast of cold air had penetrated his body. Wang Lin suddenly felt his soul being pulled out and was pushed back by the cold wind. He disappeared into the endless void. As he continued to retreat, Wang Lin felt himself enter a trace. He felt himself shrink, and his 1,000 years of cultivation reversed. Everything rewinded until he was finally a baby in his mother's womb. The sound of his heart beating clearly entered Wang Lin's ears, and the long-lost affection of his parents entered his mind. However, this only lasted for a moment before the cold wind blasted him away from it. Wang Lin tried to retreat once more, but this time there was a mysterious force stopping him. However, compared to the cold wind, this mysterious force was really insignificant. The mysterious force stopping him from retreating shattered. What Wang Lin saw shocked him greatly. This kind of shock was extremely rare in his 1,000 years of cultivation. This is, Wang Lin muttered. He saw the blue sky, the white clouds, and the bird flying underneath the white clouds. This bird was very beautiful, it had colorful feathers, and its flight was filled with vigor. It flew as if it was painting in the heavens, and then gradually faded. Staring at the bird disappearing in the distance, Wang Lin had an illusion that this bird was himself. It was very familiar, very familiar. He saw the bird's short life. Although to others this life seemed boring, to Wang Lin, they were memories from a long, long time ago. Memories from this life had been touched and opened. Source origin. This is source origin. It was as if a bolt of thunder had exploded in Wang Lin's mind, and he seemed to grasp the trail. The bird's life wasn't long, only a few decades. When Wang Lin saw the bird die in the mouth of a python, he felt pain in his heart. When the bird's dying gaze that seemed to see through everything landed in Wang Lin's eyes, those hidden memories that couldn't be opened with any power were now opened. Wang Lin's body retreated with a bang, and the cold wind blasted him back. However, that strange force that prevented him from retreating appeared once more. This time this power was far stronger than before. This cold wind had no effect on this mysterious force. The struggle between the two forces was like an eternal roar. After a long time, a crack appeared in the barrier formed by the mysterious force. Wang Lin's body went through the gap, and at that moment, he saw red light. Before he could clearly see it, an unimaginable force came from inside the crack he entered and pushed his body. Wang Lin felt his body get torn into countless pieces. As he was pushed back, his entire body collapsed. The moment it collapsed, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He was still standing at the foot of the giant heaven-defying door. His right foot was lifted into the air, and he was about to step inside. Wang Lin took a deep breath and the shock inside his eyes gradually subsided. Everything just then happened the moment he lifted his foot. At this moment, the crack on the heaven-defying door slowly closed. Then it turned illusory and disappeared before Wang Lin. Inside the Deluse sword sect, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes and looked at the reality around him. After a long time, he let out a sigh and stood up. The moment he stood up, an extremely powerful aura exploded from his body. This aura was extremely powerful and had reached the peak of mid-stage Nirvana Scryer. So this is Source Origin. Chapter 978. Narrow Road. His peak mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator origin energy swept across planet Delu like a storm. A vortex formed with Wang Lin as the center. This vortex howled as it surrounded the entire planet. This suddenly made every Delu sword sect disciple feel like a mountain was pushing down on them. Their spiritual energy began moving on its own to resist. It was as if they wouldn't be able to withstand it if they didn't do this. From a distance, there seemed to be a crazy vortex above planet Delu. Wang Lin was at the center of the vortex with his hair flowing in the wind. His hand was behind his back as he raised his head up and looked at the sky. His eyes shined brightly, as if they contained the brilliant starry sky within. This gaze fell into the eyes of the Deluse sword sect disciples, and he was like an eternal existence to them. Wang Lin just calmly stood. He calmly looked at the sky and calmly comprehended the comprehension in his heart. Could that life be my previous life? As Wang Lin pondered, he was immersed in everything he saw when he raised his foot before the heaven-defying door. Source Origin. What is Source Origin? That bird is not my previous life, but a living symbol of my mentality. That bird died to a python. What does that mean? Wang Lin frowned. He still couldn't figure it out, but he seemed to have grasped some clue. This was merely a small completion due to the heaven-defying bead absorbing the extreme yang. If I want to see all of it, I need it to absorb yin energy and reach full completion. Presumably, I'll have an answer then. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes shined. It doesn't matter if the All-Seer was scheming against me or Ling Tianhou, he was wrong this time. The trap has been broken. Wang Lin sneered and stepped toward the void. His gaze swept past the giant tower Ling Tianhou was in. A giant hole had appeared on the side of the giant tower. There were still remains of origin energy fluctuations. Every time the heaven-defying bead opens, it requires an enormous amount of origin energy. When it activated this time, the origin energy in the area wasn't affected, yet Ling Tianhou escaped in a hurry. The time of his escape matches when the two rays of light shot out from the heaven-defying bead. It is obvious one of them went after Ling Tianhou. Wang Lin took a step and left planet Delu. Who was the target of that other ray of light from the heaven-defying bead? Wang Lin pondered, then his eyes lit up as he muttered, it would be good if it was the All-Seer. He withdrew his thoughts and no longer thought about this matter. Then he turned into a ray of light and flew off in the depths of space. The All-Seer scheme has been broken, so there is no need to stay on planet Delu. Now I need to make some preparations for heading to the Demon Spirit Land. I control of one of the 4 caves, so I can take several people. As Wang Lin flew, several thoughts flew through his mind. Wang Lin didn't use spatial bending, so he wasn't fast as he flew through space like a ray of light. A few hours later, he saw an abandoned planet. Here is it. Wang Lin's figure didn't stop. He charged out toward the abandoned planet, creating sonic booms. The shape of this planet was very strange. It was not round, but crescent-shaped, as if something had taken a bite out of it. Every now and then, pieces of it would fall off and drift off into the distance. Wang Lin arrived near the planet in an instant, and in a flash, he charged through the atmosphere of the planet. There wasn't any spiritual energy coming from the planet, and even the atmosphere was extremely weak. When Wang Lin intruded, the atmosphere collapsed and disintegrated. As a result, without the protection of the atmosphere, the dust from space fell on the planet without protection. Dust storm raged across the planet. The earth was covered in cracks and there was no sign of life. It was filled with an aura of death. When Wang Lin landed, 2 rays of light flew toward him. One of the rays was large and the other small, and they quickly headed toward him. The big ray of light was obviously slower and was left behind. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and he even revealed a faint smile. The smaller ray of light instantly closed in. When the light dissipated, it revealed a strange figure. This person had a huge head, but very thin body. There wasn't much hair on his head, and one could clearly see the shadow of the veins under his skin. "Greetings, Master." This strange cultivator was Big Head. When Wang Lin went to planet Tianyun, he and Lei Ji were left here to wait for Wang Lin's summon. Lei Ji soon arrived, and when he landed, he looked respectfully at Wang Lin. He said, "Lei Ji greets Master." Big Head hesitated for a bit and asked, "Did Master's trip go well?" Wang Lin nodded toward them and slowly said, "It was fine, but a few problems occurred. I came here today to take you to find a planet to go into closed-door cultivation. The environment on this planet is harsh and not suited for cultivation." Big Head nodded and said, "This place is indeed not suitable for closed-door cultivation. Not only is this place abandoned, a part of it collapses every so often." Wang Lin stopped wasting time talking and waved his sleeves. He took Big Head and Lei Ji off this abandoned planet and flew off into the stars. Among the stars, Lei Ji stretched out his limbs and knelt down. As he let out a roar, his body grew until he was 1,000 feet tall. Wang Lin landed on Lei Ji's back and sat down. Big Head followed Wang Lin and stood beside him like a guard. A shadow flickered behind Wang Lin and Ta Shan came out with an indifferent expression. Wang Lin's right hand pointed forward and Lei Ji charged out with a roar. Along the way, Wang Lin was calm, but it was impossible to avoid encountering cultivators that belonged to planet Tianyun. Startled by Lei Ji, they would all get out of the way. No one dared to obstruct them. Which old monster is this to have such a big giant demon clan member as a mount? That cultivator sitting there seems familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Forget about the mount, look at that 2 guards next to the old monster. What cultivation level are they? I am unable to see through them. I fear not even the head elder of our sect has this kind of aura. Along the way, everyone who saw Wang Lin would begin chattering and look at Wang Lin with respect. In the cultivation world, the strong had respect. Wang Lin sat on Lei Ji's back. Along the way, he was immersed in his origin energy and comprehending his peak nirvana scryer cultivation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he thought in his heart, "Back then, my cultivation was at the early stage of nirvana scryer, and along with my ancient god body, I could battle early stage nirvana cleanser cultivators. Now that my cultivation level has increased to mid-stage nirvana scryer, early stage nirvana cleanser cultivators are no longer a problem. I can now even stand up to mid-stage nirvana cleanser cultivators. Back then, Blood Ancestor was at the mid-stage of nirvana cleanser. If the current me went back in time, I should be able to fight him. Although the chance of victory is still small, if a mid-stage nirvana cleanser cultivator wants to kill me, it won't be so easy." At this moment, there was a boat-like object slowly moving forward about 5,000 kilometers away from Wang Lin. This boat was completely black and 300 feet long, and it emitted waves of fluctuations. Dense spiritual energy came from it. This made anyone who saw it realize it wasn't ordinary. There was a huge armchair on this boat, and there was an old man sitting on it. His body was extremely large, as if he was a mountain of flesh. Beside him were 7 or 8 beautiful women. Each of them were extremely flirtatious and wore silk dresses that were very revealing. They circled the old man with sweet talk that would occasionally make the old man laugh. Some of these women were holding wine jugs or fruits. Although some of them weren't carrying anything, they were behind the old man massaging his back. There were even 2 women laying in the old man's arms. They didn't seem to dislike this old man's mountain of flesh and spoke sweetly to him. There were 7 men in black robes standing around the old man and these alluring women. They stood there motionlessly, as if they were corpses, but a fierce aura came from them. Their cold gazes stared ahead, and they didn't utter a single word the whole time. There were hundreds of cultivators around the boat. They all wore blue and each one stood on a ray of sword energy. They were guards for the old man. The old man's big hand slapped the buttocks of one of the women in his arms. He laughed as he grabbed a cup of wine and drank. Just as he was about to speak, he frowned and looked ahead. No one else noticed the abnormality. The old man pondered for a bit before his eyes turned cold. He extended the cup in his hand to a woman nearby and calmly said, "Pour wine for me." The woman quickly picked up the wine jug and poured a full cup. Just at this moment, waves of fluctuations came from the distance. A figure was heading this way. It indeed is him. The fat-on old man with the mountain of flesh body trembled and his eyes shined brightly. He took the cup of wine in his hand and drank it all in one gulp. At this moment, the 7 black-robed people on the boat raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes lit up and the 7 of them flew out in 7 rays of light at the same time. "Person approaching, you have 3 seconds to get out of the way." Any offender will be killed. Coldness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Although he was immersed in his origin energy, his divine sense was spread out. The moment that old man with the body of a mountain of meat found Wang Lin also found the old man. Chapter 979, Master Hollow Wind, 1. Wang Lin knew this person. It was the cultivator with the mountain of flesh body who spoke harshly and was very impolite to Wang Lin. Facing the 7 rays formed by 7 men in black and the roar, Wang Lin sneered. Let's use you to see if my current cultivation can beat early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivators. Big Head licked his lips and bloodthirst filled his eyes. It had been a long time since he killed anyone. When he saw the 7 men in black, killing intent couldn't help but appear in his heart. Big Head respectfully asked, Master, can I kill them? As you wish. Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it caused Big Head to suddenly raise his head and step out. He was too fast and disappeared in a flash. The old man's expression was gloomy as he read at Lei Ji, who was getting closer and closer. His eyes revealed a strange light as he carefully looked at Lei Ji, and greed appeared in his heart. A giant demon clan mount is indeed a good thing. For Wang Lin to meet this old man is his misfortune. That big-headed guard is a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. And that puppet also has some strength. Although this Wang Lin can battle Ling Tianhou, that was simply due to the power of his treasure. Who doesn't have treasures? Big Head took a step and arrived before the 7 men in black. He let out a smile as his right hand reached toward one of them. These 7 men were all above the ascendant stage, illusory Een to be precise. As Big Head reached out, the 7 of them moved very fast and formed a formation to pour all their power into one person. The man in the lead raised his right hand, formed a seal, and pointed at Big Head. The last person of the 7 immediately became dispirited and weak. Then the 6th person from the back was the same, and this continued as all their power entered the first person in front. Finally, all the power shot out from the seal made by the first person. A black tiger appeared and charged at Big Head with a roar. Big Head laughed as he mercilessly squeezed his hand without hesitation. Just at this moment, the eyes of the old man on the boat lit up, and he raised his right hand and pointed forward. A ray of black light shot out at a very fast speed toward Big Head. Wang Lin was sitting on Lei Ji's back and his eyes lit up. With one step, he walked off Lei Ji and appeared next to Big Head. Wang Lin didn't even look at the black light and casually waved his hand. There was a loud bang and the black light collapsed. Wang Lin calmly looked at the old man and slowly said, Do you dare to battle me? The old man frowned and sneered. Junior, it seems you think you can challenge me because of your battle with Ling Tianhou. His body shot out from the boat and his right hand formed a seal. With a point of his finger, a giant illusion appeared behind him. This illusion was a stone tablet, and it emitted a golden glow that lit up the area. Celestial Tablet Soul Destruction, the old man shouted as the illusion flew out. His right hand formed a seal, and with a point of his finger, the stone tablet was going to mercilessly smash down on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He formed a fist and threw a punch before taking a step forward. This punch contained his mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation and his ancient god power. His mid-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivation allowed him to reach his peak power, like what he showed in the void, without turning into a 1,000-foot ancient god. If he took the form of an ancient god, Wang Lin was confident in battling mid-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivators. His punch created a sonic boom that echoed across space and opened a large amount of spatial cracks. This wasn't even the real power behind the punch. When Wang Lin threw the punch, an illusion of a fist of a 1,000-foot ancient god appeared. It was as if this punch was thrown by Wang Lin and the illusionary ancient god. This scene shocked the old man greatly. When the ancient god arm appeared, a savage aura came with it. This aura was filled with heaven-defying arrogance and tyrannical nature that would destroy the world. All power that blocked it must break, must shatter. Before, Wang Lin couldn't easily form the shadow of an ancient god arm with just a punch. He would have to use his full power to make an arm appear, but even then, the arm would be much more transparent. However, right now he could casually throw these kinds of punches. With one punch, the stone tablet didn't even get close to Wang Lin, it just collided with the punch. The stone tablet was unexpectedly fragile and collapsed on contact. It shattered into countless fragments and was blown back. The old man was startled and his expression became gloomy. However, just at this moment, the punch Wang Lin threw closed in. Bursts of sonic booms could be heard. The old man let out a cold snort as he moved his hand and 9 runes appeared. They stacked together and shot toward Wang Lin's fist. The moment they closed in on Wang Lin's fist, the old man's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Explode." Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion was heaven-shaking and the shockwaves spread like crazy. The black boat was immediately pushed back and even Lei Ji had to retreat. As for the cultivators led by the old man, they retreated as well. Only Big Head grinned as he charged into the 7 people in black, while Wang Lin and the old man fought. Bodies collapsed and blood splashed everywhere. A few drops landed near his mouth, and Big Head licked them with his tongue. When the 9 runes exploded, not only did the old man's expression not lighten up, he became more shocked. He retreated without hesitation. After the 9 runes collapsed, Wang Lin walked out completely unscathed. The impact just now was dissolved by him with just 1 punch. It looks like I really do have the power to kill early-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. Wang Lin slowly walked toward the old man. The old man's face was pale. Even until now, he still couldn't believe Wang Lin had such strength. Back then, when he saw Wang Lin and Ling Tianho's battle, he thought it was because Wang Lin relied on treasures and Ling Tianho was holding back. However, now he got a good feel of the powerful aura from Wang Lin's body. There was a flash of killing intent in the old man's eyes. He had always been a ruthless person, and he already had killing intent from the moment he saw Wang Lin. This killing intent came from the greed in his heart. Not only was he greedy for the giant demon clan mount, he was even more greedy for that celestial cave key. If I kill him, I can obtain the celestial cave key. That would benefit me greatly during the trip to the demon spirit land. The old M. And licked his lips, and then his hand pointed at his body several times. Every time he pointed, his body would tremble. As his hands continued, his body trembled, and he retreated while revealing a ferocious expression. The old man mercilessly pushed his hand forward as he shouted, "Wang Lin, if you are smart, hand over the key to the cave and that giant demon clan mount and I'll let you live. Otherwise, stay." His body began to move in a strange way. The old man's originally fat body became thinner. However, a terrifying aura began to gather as his body thinned. Then a ray of bright light came from between his eyebrows. "Gather the scattered dust." The old man's body continued to become thinner until he was only skin and bones. He now looked like a skeleton. The light between his eyebrows shined brightly and shot toward Wang Lin. The moment this powerful light spread out, Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. Although he didn't know what that light was, he felt a hint of danger from it. These Nirvana Cleanser old monsters can't be underestimated. Although this person is only at early stage of Nirvana Cleanser, this battle would have been difficult if I didn't have my ancient god body. In particular, this spell that gathered the essence of his flesh to form a powerful ray of light is extraordinary. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void and a rumbling sound appeared. The world's origin energy gathered like crazy and a spatial crack appeared. There was a flash of red as the god-slaying spear appeared in Wang Lin's hand. "You are qualified for me to use this." Wang Lin grabbed the illusionary god-slaying spear and threw it. The spear turned into a ray of red light toward the bright light coming at Wang Lin. The moment the god-slaying spear flew out, that savage aura reached a peak. As the spear flew, its powerful aura swept across the world. There was a heaven-shaking explosion when the god-slaying spear and the bright light collided. Loud explosions echoed and the bright light weakened. It only took a few breaths of time for the bright light to collapse. The god-slaying spear charged at the old man. The old man was aghast at the situation and disbelief filled his eyes. He wanted to retreat, but he was far slower than the god-slaying spear, and it was about to pierce through him. Just at this instant, the old man slapped his bag of holding and a small, green shield appeared in his hand. He moved the shield before him and it collided with the god-slaying spear. The small shield trembled and he was pushed back, but no crack appeared on the shield. The old man coughed out a mouthful of blood and used Blood Escape to run with the small shield. The speed of a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator using Blood Escape was unimaginable. Chapter 980, Master Hollow Wind, 2. The moment the old man took out the shield, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. He could feel a faint ancient god aura coming from the small shield. Ancient god treasure. Seeing the old ma and escape, the god-slaying spear continued to attack before it turned more transparent and finally dissipated. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he took a step and ripples appeared under his feet. This was the first time Wang Lin had used spatial bending within the influence of planet Tianyun. He suddenly merged with the world and disappeared. The old man's heart trembled when he saw this scene. His scalp went numb and he was about to lose his wits. Without hesitation, he coughed out more blood to use Blood Escape to run away. Sweat came out from his forehead and he screamed in his heart, "Spatial bending." This Wang Lin knows spatial bending. Spatial bending was not something everyone knew. Knowing spatial bending meant you had the qualification to be invincible among cultivators of equal cultivation level. This Perron's cultivation level is higher than mine and he knows spatial bending. This battle, the old man's face was pale and fear filled his eyes. As he retreated, ripples appeared beside him and Wang Lin walked out. Wang Lin's right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch without hesitation. He was simply too close to the old man. The moment he raised his fist, he was less than 7 inches from him. From a distance, it looked like the old man was running into the fist. The ancient god aura from the fist formed a storm and was about to devour the old man. The old man's pupils shrank and he quickly shouted, "Fellow cultivator, have mercy. Please, listen to my words. Just once." The old man's face was pale and his heart pounded like crazy. It had been a long time since he was met with such a life and death crisis. His entire body was numb and he abandoned his dignity to say such words. Wang Lin's right suddenly stopped when his fist was only 1 inch away from the old man's nose. He coldly stared at the old man. The old man's forehead was covered in sweat as he looked at the fist before him. He could clearly feel the power within the punch. If this punch landed on him, his body would certainly collapse. Once his body was destroyed, it was unlikely his origin soul could escape. Since fellow cultivator is going to the celestial cave in the demon spirit land and will definitely need help, I'm willing to do my best to help to compensate for today's matter. Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and it was impossible to see through him. Before Wang Lin's gaze, the old man complained in his heart and said, "In addition, I'll give fellow cultivator this magic shield. This is the most powerful protective treasure I have. If fellow cultivator has it, it will help you greatly in the celestial cave." As the old man spoke, he wiped away his imprint on the shield and handed it over to Wang Lin. Wang Lin pondered a bit and slowly withdrew his fist. He took the shield and put it away after carefully looking at it. When the old man saw Wang Lin withdraw his fist, he let out a sigh of relief before carefully looking at Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his right hand and formed a seal. With a wave of his hand, a restriction flew out. It was the same slave imprint as the one used on Big Head, and it landed between the old man's eyebrows. The old man didn't dare to resist and allowed Wang Lin to place the seal. The seal flashed several times between the old man's eyebrows before disappearing. "Take care of your affairs and follow me." Wang Lin didn't even look at the old man before disappearing. When he reappeared, he was standing on Lei Ji's back. Then he sat down. The 7 men in black had already been killed by Big Head. Licking his lips, Big Head returned to Wang Lin's side. The old man let out a sigh and then returned to the boat in a flash. He summoned all his disciples, and after giving some orders, he let them leave with the boat. He arrived on Lei Ji's back before Wang Lin and Riley smiled. "Following fellow cultivator's order, I have dealt with all the trivial matters. My real name is Chen Feng and my nickname is Master Hollow Wind. Today I lost to fellow cultivator and have no regrets. I, Chen Feng, will adhere to my promise to help you in the demon spirit land. However, I hope that after we come back, fellow cultivator will release the seal and there will be no grudges between us." Wang Lin calmly looked at Chen Feng and slowly said, "My seal is not strong. If you want to release it, you can easily do it." Chen Feng bitterly smiled and shook his head. He had already checked the seal, so he knew it was something that could only seal Nirvana Scryer cultivators. If he wanted to, it wouldn't take long for him to break it. However, he didn't dare to take the risk, and he dreaded this Wang Lin even more because of this. In his view, this was a trap. If he really believed Wang Lin and tried to break it, it would probably set off a chain reaction and activate something even stronger. At that moment, the consequences would be something he couldn't withstand. Wang Lin wouldn't dare to be so careless if that wasn't the case. This person's schemes run deep, so I can't underestimate him. How can this compare to a Nirvana cleanser seal? Although that would make me temporarily yield, I would be constantly thinking of ways to break it. However, he made the seal look like it could break with one touch, but in reality, it has a trap hidden in it. How would I dare to touch such a seal? The old man bitterly smiled. This was Wang Lin's true purpose. After all, his true cultivation level was only peak mid-stage Nirvana Scryer, so how could he seal a Nirvana cleanser cultivator? He could only rely on schemes. This scheme formed an invisible seal, and if used properly, it was stronger than any seal in the world. Wang Lin calmly said, "If you listen to my orders, I'll return you your freedom when we leave the demon spirit land." Chen Feng nodded and no longer wasted any words before sitting down. At this moment, his body was extremely skinny, but after cultivating for a while, he slowly swelled up again. The cultivation method he has is very strange. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. He knew that Chen Feng was cultivating to show him his intent. Chen Feng was implying that he would prepare himself for the demon spirit land and would work for his freedom. With this person's help, my chances in the demon spirit land have increased a bit. Unfortunately, I still don't have enough people. Wang Lin let out a sigh as Lei Ji charged through the stars. Along the way, they remained silent. Soon, a blue planet appeared before them. This planet was very beautiful and gave off a rich aura of spiritual energy. This is planet Water Spirit, and it belongs to the 3 Chen brothers. It is said that the planet was named after a junior of Master Chen Feng said as he opened his eyes. There was a trace of evil intent in his eyes. He was very moved by that woman with the water spirit body. If not for the fact that he dreaded the person behind the 3 Chen brothers, he would have already taken her and made her his cultivation furnace. The three Chen brothers. Wang Lin looked at the blue planet, but after pondering a bit, he decided to leave. Although this planet was very suitable for his closed-door cultivation, it was not convenient for him to steal the planet, because he knew the brothers. Just as he was about to leave, 3 rays of light flew out from the blue planet. These 3 rays of light were like 3 dragons that roared as they charged out. Fellow cultivators, why are you guys loitering before our planet? Master Ichin roared. After Master Ichin finished speaking, he immediately noticed something. The roar suddenly stopped and 3 people walked out of the rays of light. It was the 3 Chen brothers. The 3 of them had just returned. Due to the incident, the Ghost Eye auction was terminated before it even started, so the 3 of them left. While they were cultivating in their own cultivation planet, he felt the auras of 2 second-step cultivators outside their planet, so the 3 of them flew out without hesitation. When they saw Lei Ji's giant body, although their expressions remained neutral, they were shocked on the inside. For someone in the Alliance to have a giant demon clan mount, they basically had to be an old monster like Ling Tianho and the All-Seer. Then the 3 of them saw the people on Lei Ji's back. When they saw Wang Lin, they were startled. Master Ichin saw the battle between Wang Lin and the All-Seer, and he was sure Wang Lin was dead. Now that he saw Wang Lin again, he felt respect for him after the initial shock. To be able to make Ling Tianho and the All-Seer fight due to him, this master demon is not simple. However, today they were destined to be confused, because they saw Chen Feng. Chen Feng's name was famous on planet Tianyun. Although he couldn't compare to Blood Ancestor back then, he was still considered a famous old monster. This Perso N was known for living a lustful life, and he even had ideas about Ling Er. Although he gave up later, he still made the Chen brothers worried for a long time. Although Chen Feng had become a lot thinner, the 3 of them still recognized him. Aside from the shock, they weren't sure if the current situation was good or bad. For a moment, the 3 couldn't help but silently ponder. Chen Feng smiled mischievously and said, "Chen brothers, how about you give planet water spirit to this old man?" The Chen brothers' expressions changed, and they were about to speak when Wang Lin calmly said, "Noisy." Chen Feng's mind trembled. Although Wang Lin's voice was calm, he could feel discontent in it. He wouldn't dare to offend Wang Lin right now. He quickly smiled and no longer dared to speak. This scene startled the 3 Chen brothers once more. "Fellow cultivator Master Ichin, we just separated, and I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. I didn't know this planet belonged to you. I'll leave and find another planet to go into closed-door cultivation." Wang Lin clasped his hands at the 3 Chen brothers. Master Ichin quickly clasped his hands, but his heart was in shock. He didn't expect Chen Feng to reveal signs of fear with just one word from Wang Lin. Master Ichin clasped his hands and said, "Fellow cultivator Wang, I didn't know you and Senior Master Hollow Wind were. He is my servant." Wang Lin didn't say more. He nodded at Master Ichin and was about to leave. He didn't know that his words were no different than tens of thousands of bolts of thunder exploding in the Chen brothers' ears at the same time. The 3 of them gasped and shock filled their eyes. Master Ichin quickly said without any hesitation, "Brother Wang Lin, don't be in a rush to leave. Planet Water Spirit is very large. If Brother Wang doesn't mind, you can cultivate here. This person has a giant demon clan member as a mount, is a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, and made the famous Master Hollow Wind his servant. There is also that strange big-headed cultivator who is at the Nirvana Scryer stage, and the puppet is obviously not weak. I must become friends with someone like this." Chapter 981. Do you still remember Ling Er? Wang Lin hesitated for a bit and then looked at the planet behind the Chen brothers. The spiritual energy from it was very strong, and he could tell how beautiful the planet was with just a glance. Master Ichin saw Wang Lin's hesitation, and he quickly said, "Brother Wang, aside from our planet Water Spirit, there is no planet within hundreds of thousands of kilometers that are as good. Also, this planet is very large, so we won't disturb Brother Wang's cultivation." Master Yi Xing and Master Yi Long also saw through Master Yi Chen's thoughts and quickly persuaded Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded and clasped his hands. "Since this is the case, then I'll be bothering the 3 of you." Master Yi Chen laughed and said, "No trouble. Heaven. Brother Wang Lin on our planet is our honor. This way." As Master Yi Chen spoke, he took a few steps back and gestured for Lei Ji's large body to head toward planet Water Spirit. As they moved forward, Lei Ji's body became smaller and smaller until he was a big fellow that followed behind Wang Lin and Big Head. As for Master Hollow Wind, he no longer dared to speak out of line and followed Wang Lin. Along the way, the Chen brothers talked with Wang Lin, but it was mostly about irrelevant matters. The Chen brothers didn't ask a single thing about what happened outside Ghost Eye City. They were all powerful cultivators, so it didn't take long for them to arrive near planet Water Spirit, and they entered the atmosphere. The violent wind of the atmosphere blew on them, but it really couldn't shake any of them. Entering the atmosphere was really insignificant to them. Soon, everyone went through the atmosphere. Wang Lin descended on planet Water Spirit while being treated like a star by the Qin brothers. Just as they exited the atmosphere, they sensed dense spiritual energy. Wang Lin took a deep breath and admiration filled his eyes. The three Qin brothers secretly felt proud when they saw this. This was the best cultivation planet within tens of thousands of kilometers. If not for their master, there was no way the three of them could have occupied this planet. Wang Lin laughed. This planet is good. Master Chen laughed and said, if Brother Wang likes it here, you can stay here long term. This old man welcomes you. As they spoke, several celestial cranes flew the clouds, their movements extremely beautiful. On one of the cranes sat a girl in blue. She was very beautiful and bursts of crisp laughter could be heard before the cranes even got close. Senior sister, you said you found an underground spring. Where is it? A woman in purple sat on a crane behind the girl in blue. Her face was cold, but she had stunning beauty and jade-like skin. Her eyes glistened and her exquisite facial features would catch the attention of anyone who looked at her. If one casted away the coldness from this woman, there would only be one way to describe her. Warms the heart and delights the eye. Her coldness only became gentle when facing the girl before her. She revealed a smile and softly said, little sister, don't worry, we are not far. Just then, she saw the three Chen brothers and Wang Lin. Her beautiful eyes swept past them before she stood up and respectfully said, Disciple Zhao Shui greets Master and fellow uncle masters. The second brother of the Chen brothers, Master Long, smiled and looked at Wang Lin. Brother Wang, this is my disciple, Zhao Shui. After he finished speaking, he turned toward the woman in purple and said, Zhao Shui, why haven't you greeted Senior Wang yet? The beautiful eyes of the woman in purple landed on Wang Lin, then she respectfully said, Greetings, Senior. The girl on the crane had already seen Wang In and others. At this moment, her big eyes blinked and she smiled. Does Senior Wang still remember Ling Er? Her voice was very feminine and contained the natural charm of girl with a water spirit root. Her voice made Wang Lin smile and he nodded. Of course I remember. Didn't I gift my straw hat and bells to you? The girl smiled and was about to speak, but she suddenly remembered something. Her face turned red and her gaze swept to the woman in purple. Surprise filled the eyes of the woman in purple. She knew this junior sister of hers very well. After the girl came back a few days ago, she couldn't stop talking about what happened. There was a senior named Wang who she mentioned all the time, and every time she talked about him, she would get very excited. She really liked that pair of bells. She always had them on her wrist and fiddled with them. In the past few days, she talked about this senior Wang the most. Even Zhao Shui couldn't help but become curious. At this moment, Zhao Shui took a few extra glances at Wang Lin but wasn't able to notice anything extraordinary. Master Chen smiled as he looked at the scene. As he looked at Wang Lin, an idea came into his mind. He smiled. Ling Er, Senior Wang will stay for a while. Don't disturb him. With that, he led Wang Lin away. Wang Lin nodded at Ling Er and took a step forward. Big Head and Ta Shan followed behind him. Master Hollow Wind looked at the two women and let out a sigh before he followed. Ling Er stuck out her tongue, and the red on her face hadn't disappeared yet. She began happily chatting with Zhao Shui once more, and the celestial cranes flew off into the distance. Master Chen arranged an extremely elegant palace in the eastern part of the planet. This place was ancient and had a celestial aura to it. With palaces located within the mountains, this place looked like the celestial realm when looking from afar. This place was also the spot on the planet with the densest spiritual energy. After leaving Wang Lin here, the three Chen brothers left and agreed to come visit tomorrow. After sending off the three Chen brothers, Wang Lin looked at the palaces in the mountains before him. Almost every mountain peak had a palace. Adding them up, there were no less than 10 palaces here. It was extremely majestic. There were many towering trees within the mountains. This place was very calming to one's heart. I need to go into closed-door cultivation for several days. Ta Shan will guard me, and everyone else can choose their own residence. However, you can't go more than 50 kilometers from me. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he left one command and charged toward a palace. Ta Shan stepped out and followed Wang Lin. Big Head hesitated for a bit before choosing a palace with Lei Ji. This palace was very close to Wang Lin, so if Wang Lin summoned them, they could immediately arrive. As for Master Hollow Wind, he let out a sigh and chose a place a bit further away. He consciously wasn't willing to be too close to Wang Lin, but he remembered Wang Lin's 50-kilometer limit. With one step, Wang Lin arrived in the residence he chose. After taking a look, he revealed a look of admiration. Almost every palace here was different, but all of them were magnificent. After entering the palace, Ta Shan sat down outside. He remained motionless and guarded Wang Lin. The palace was very luxurious and was filled with decorations. There was a huge pattern on the floor, but it emitted no fluctuations, so it was not a formation, just a decoration. There was a furnace about the size of 3 people in the middle. There was an incense stick as thick as an arm burning inside, and its smoke drifted up and scattered within the palace. There was also a purple jade mat. It was obviously a place for cultivating. In addition, there were murals that linked together carved on the surrounding walls. The murals depicted an image of many celestials surrounded by clouds welcoming you. After looking around, Wang Lin was very satisfied with this place. This place was very large and suitable for refining treasures. It was also quiet, so it was good for close-door cultivation. His divine sense spread out and carefully checked the area. Then Wang Lin sat down on the purple jade mat and slowly closed his eyes. His origin energy filled his body and his mid-stage nirvana scryer cultivation spread out. Wang Lin sat there for 3 days. During this time, the 3 Chen brothers arrived, but they didn't disturb him. After waiting for a bit, they said their farewells and left. Late in the night 3 days later, the stars were shining brightly in the sky of planet Water Spirit and the night wind blew. The wind made the leaves rustle, but it was otherwise quiet. Wang Lin sat inside the palace. After 3 days of remaining motionless, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of bright light shot out from his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, it was as if a ray of light had flashed through the dark palace, and it became bright. 3 days of time plus the cultivation I did on the way finally made my cultivation stabilize at the peak of the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer. With my ancient god body, I should be able to battle mid-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. Only, this isn't enough for the trip to the Demon Spirit Land, Wang Lin muttered, and after a moment of silence, he slapped his bag of holding, causing a ray of azure light to shoot out. This azure light immediately caused the palace to become hazy. Inside the azure light was a small shield that was completely azure. It was refined with an unknown material, and waves of clouds seemed to be floating inside it. It looked very beautiful. This azure shield circled around Wang Lin 4 times before it became motionless before him. Even the azure light from the shield seemed to freeze. Looking at the shield inside the azure light, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When Master Hollow Wind took it out the Phi RST time, Wang Lin felt the aura of an ancient god from it. However, this aura was not strong, as if it was sealed. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin was an ancient god himself, no one would have known about it. There is no memory of 2C refining this treasure. However, there were many ancient gods during ancient times, so this was presumably refined by another ancient god. Wang Lin pondered as he raised his right hand, and the azure light shield flew toward him. In the end, the shield landed in his palm. The ancient god aura became even more noticeable after coming into close contact with it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at the shield. After looking at it carefully for a while, his gaze locked onto a mark on the side of the small shield. Chapter 982, Azure Light Shield. That mark was a dragon stepping through the clouds. The dragon was completely azure and looked like an azure dragon. The ancient god aura coming from the shield was blocked by this mark so that it wouldn't dissipate too much. The mark sealed the aura inside the shield. Wang Lin pondered for a long time before raising his hand and pressing down on the mark. The moment he touched the mark, a powerful repellent force exploded from it. This powerful force pushed Wang Lin's finger away. The azure light shield trembled and the dragon mark shined brightly. The light from the mark reached a peak and turned into an azure dragon. The azure dragon's body was 100 feet long and occupied more than half of the palace. The dragon's scale was very beautiful and looked very dignified while coiled. It opened its mouth, let out a roar, and attempted to devour Wang Lin. Damn beast! Wang Lin's eyes turned cold and his right hand reached out. A storm shot out and swept toward the dragon. He grabbed hold of the azure dragon and was about to crush it. However, at this instant, the azure dragon's eyes shined brightly. Its body shined and it released azure light to form a smaller azure dragon that also tried to devour Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered. The strongest power was between his eyebrows. If his third eye opened, even his ancient god body was inferior. Then there was also the heaven-defying beat as well. You're courting death. A crack opened between his eyebrows and harsh, red light came from this crack. It was like a black hole, and it contained a powerful suction force. The azure dragon's eyes were filled with shock, and it let out a roar as it wanted to retreat. However, it was too close to Wang Lin, so the moment it opened its eyes, it was sucked inside. Only the echo of the dragon still remained in the palace. The azure dragon in Wang Lin's hand immediately weakened and the light dimmed. Then Wang Lin squeezed and the dragon shattered. The azure light dissipated and a fingernail-sized fragment appeared in Wang Lin's hand. There was an azure dragon carved on this fragment. This azure dragon was very lifelike, and if mortals saw it, they would be shocked. Whole. Ding the fragment. Wang Lin carefully looked at it. He felt an aura similar to the vermilion bird mark between his brows. The Divine Four sect has the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger. Could this belong to the azure dragon divine sect? After pondering, he put the fragment into his bag and his gaze fell on the small azure light shield. Without the azure dragon, the ancient god aura filled the shield, but it wasn't obvious. Wang Lin frowned as he carefully examined it, then his eyes narrowed. Although the azure dragon mark was gone, there was an azure vortex slowly rotating. Before, the mark was hiding it, but now that the mark was gone, the vortex was exposed. This vortex wasn't very powerful, but after Wang Lin carefully observed it, he could vaguely see strands of origin energy within. This origin energy had no offensive ability. It was a strand of divine sense. This divine sense was mixed with ancient god aura. Somehow, they had completely merged together. As a result, unless one had the power of an ancient god, it would be impossible to get rid of this divine sense. As for whether third-step cultivators could do it, Wang Lin didn't know. However, he knew Master Hollow Wind was unable to do so, which was why this divine sense was still there today. For a divine sense to be left inside the shield. There is something strange about this. Wang Lin pondered. If he didn't remove this divine sense, the ancient god aura couldn't be released. As a result, the power of this shield couldn't be displayed at all. After pondering for a bit, decisiveness filled Wang Lin's eyes. Without hesitation, he lifted his right finger and took a deep breath. The ancient god stars between his eyebrows rotated and ancient god power gathered in his finger. At this moment, Wang Lin's finger pressed down like lightning. His finger charged directly for the small vortex on the side of the shield. The moment his finger touched the vortex, the royal ancient god power from his finger charged out and collided with it. In an instant, the ancient aura coming from the vortex trembled and rapidly gathered toward Wang Lin's finger. At the same time, as the ancient god aura changed violently, the divine sense separated from it. At this moment, a dignified voice echoed inside Wang Lin's mind. This old man is the Azure Dragon Holy Emperor, and I'm trapped inside the Rain Celestial Realm. The one who saves me will become the first of the Azure Dragon series. Send my message back to the Azure Dragon Divine Sect, and the 4 Divine Sect will do one thing for you. This old man's aura is weak, and I fear I can't last much longer. I hope someone receives this message and quickly comes to save me. Wang Lin's body trembled. Before he could think too much, the small azure vortex disappeared, and the ancient god aura exploded like crazy. It was unknown how long this ancient god aura had been sealed inside the shield, and now all of it broke out like a storm. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he grabbed the azure shield and charged out of the palace. He stood under the stars. The moment he came out, the ancient god aura inside the shield completely exploded forth. This aura was very strong, so much so that even Wang Lin couldn't help but tremble. The endless ancient god aura went out and formed a giant ancient god illusion that appeared in the world. This ancient god illusion was blurry and its stars rotated rapidly. It was impossible to see how many stars this ancient god had. At this moment, the shield that was originally only the size of his hand instantly grew until it was dozens of feet large. From the looks of it, it was still increasing. As it expanded, a powerful aura spread out. The shield started out small and grew until it was over 1,000 feet large. Then an unimaginable pressure descended on the world. In the distance, the 3 Chen brothers had already noticed this and were charging over. Shock filled their eyes as they watched this. Wang Lin had become extremely incredible in their eyes. What kind of treasure is this? The treasure is a shield. I presume it is a defensive treasure. However, that treasure is simply too big. Look at the treasure spirit formed by this treasure. It's piercing the heavens. I have never seen a treasure spirit like this. Fellow cultivator Wang must have just obtained this treasure and is refining it. The 3 Chen brothers softly talked with each other and were able to guess some of the truth. Farther away, the cultivators living on the planet all awakened from their cultivation. Their cultivation levels weren't high enough, so they could only feel a towering pressure. They didn't dare to move at all. It was as if the sky was going to crush them if they moved. Ling Er was cultivating while looking at the bells before her. The more she looked, the more she liked them, but at this moment, a powerful pressure descended upon her. Then a blue light shined from her chest to help her resist this pressure. Before the blue light, Ling Er only felt discomfort. Her eyebrows wrinkled as she got up and walked outside. When she saw what was outside, her small mouth was wide open and disbelief filled her eyes. At the edge of the horizon was a giant squatting down, and the giant was already piercing the heavens. If the giant stood up, it only needed to stomp its feet to make the planet collapse. Big Head and company also flew out and were stunned by the scene before them. Lei Ji's body trembled and reverence filled his eyes as he looked at the illusion behind the shield. He clearly remembered that on planet Giant Demon, there was a totem in the royal sanctuary that was a sacred object to the clan. The sacred object depicted a giant like this. Master Hollow Wind was the first to notice the abnormality. At this moment, he floated in the air and had an extremely complex expression as he looked at the huge shield next to Wang Lin. He obtained the shield from an enemy he had killed. After studying it, he was shocked and was vaguely aware that it was linked to the Four Divine Sect. He wouldn't easily use it, he only took it out due to the moment of life and death. He could break the Azure Dragon Mark, but with his cultivation, he could see the Azure Vortex underneath it. No matter what he did, he wasn't able to break the vortex, so he could only allow the treasure to remain as it was. At this moment, he didn't expect Wang Lin to break the vortex seal as soon as he obtained the treasure. As a result, he unknowingly dreaded Wang Lin even more. This Wang Lin is not simple. It won't be such a disgrace for my identity if I follow him. Master Hollow Wind let out a sigh. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he stared at the expanding shield. The shield had already expanded from its previous 1,000 feet to almost 3,000 feet. Looking at the shield from up close, it was like a wall. It looked very rough, but no one dared to underestimate the power of the shield. This was a treasure of the ancient gods. The illusion of the ancient god that appeared behind the shield grew with it. In the end, it was too tall for people on the planet to see all of it. Just at this instant, the shield stopped expanding and the ancient god lowered its head. Just its head covered the entire sky. The rotating stars between its eyebrows slowed down and then completely stopped. The moment they stopped, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly, revealing shock and ecstasy. Chapter 983, Ancient God Life-Saving Spell. There were 8 stars between the eyebrows of the illusion of the ancient god. If that was all it was, Wang Lin wouldn't be so shocked, but there was one more star after the 8th. This star was very blurry, as if it hadn't completely formed, but its shape was there. Only one step away from becoming a 9-star ancient god. Wang Lin gasped. He didn't expect the shield to belong to an ancient god like this. The illusionary giant ancient god suddenly collapsed into countless specks of light and the stars stopped rotating. At this instant, the entire planet was bright under the specks of light. This light only lasted for several breaths of time before they disappeared and darkness returned. The shield before Wang Lin had become almost 10,000 feet tall. It was like a giant barrier that separated yin and yang. The shield was covered by a hazy azure light that made the surroundings hazy as well. It was as if this treasure was something that shouldn't appear in the world. Wang Lin took a deep breath and charged toward the shield. In the distance, Master Hollow Wind was struggling. He had once wondered what the power of this treasure would be once it was unsealed, but right now it was far beyond his imagination. He had the heart to steal it, but thinking of the seal between his eyebrows, he couldn't help but discard the idea. He didn't know what kind of punishment he would face if he broke the seal. The more he didn't know, the more he thought about the vicious seals he had heard of before. As a result, he dreaded it more and more. When Wang Lin closed in on the shield, his right hand reached out without hesitation. The moment he touched it, a powerful surge of ancient god power entered his body. It was filled with the intent to destroy everything as it swept through Wang Lin's body. However, it didn't harm Wang Lin at all. This aura went through his body several times before returning to the shield. At that moment, Wang Lin felt as if there was a huge influx of information. Fortunately, he had the body of an ancient god, so it only stung for a moment before it gradually disappeared. Wang Lin began to absorb all the information in his mind. After a long time, clarity appeared in Wang Lin's eyes and he softly said, "D." This was the sound of an ancient god, and it was very strange. The moment he spoke, a strange force surrounded the shield and it emitted an azure glow. Then it rapidly shrank until it was the size of his palm and floated before him. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He knew that if he didn't have the body of an ancient god, that oppressive aura would have killed him. This treasure was different from the ancient god furnace. Although the ancient god furnace had the aura of an ancient god, it lacked intelligence and was only a tool. After all, the ancient god furnace was a treasure 2C wasn't satisfied with. He had casually thrown it away after creating it. It could even be said that 2C had never even used that furnace once, but this shield was very different. This shield must have been something the ancient god used a lot, or else it wouldn't have created the illusion of its master when it was activated. Although it wasn't as good as the real god-slaying spear, it was pretty close. It was a treasure that could only be used by an ancient god. If a non-ancient god obtained it, they would only be able to use a bit of its power. If the seal on it was completely open, the shield wouldn't recognize an owner. After all, it would only recognize an ancient god as an owner. Wang Lin stood in the air and calmly said, "Master Hollow Wind, attack me once at full power." Master Hollow Wind pondered a bit before his hands formed a seal and purple light surrounded his body. The light turned into a stone tablet and it whistled across the sky toward Wang Lin. There were countless runes flashing on the stone tablet, creating a monstrous aura that smashed down on Wang Lin. Crackling sounds came from the sky around Wang Lin and spatial cracks immediately appeared. However, just as the stone tablet smashed down on Wang Lin, the azure light shield flashed and moved at an incredible speed to block the stone tablet. The stone tablet and the shield collided. There was a loud bang and then the stone tablet collapsed. If that was all, it wouldn't have been so bad, but what shocked Master Hollow Wind was that the origin energy from the collapsed St. 1 tablet was absorbed by the shield. The shield shined brightly. Wang Lin pondered as he waved his hand and the shield flew into his palm. After carefully looking at it, Wang Lin smiled. This object is not a treasure of the royal bloodline, but it is a peak treasure among normal ancient gods. According in the inheritance, once it absorbs enough origin energy, I can activate the life-saving spell sealed inside. Even with Wang Lin's mental strength, he couldn't help but be moved. A spell that an 8-star ancient god would consider life-saving. How strong could it be? Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at the shield. His eyes lit up and the shield shrank once more. It flew directly into Wang Lin's right eye. The current Wang Lin had long hair and his right eye was extremely strange. His right eye was completely blue and looked completely unforgettable. At this moment, far away from planet Water Spirit, a ray of light closed in on planet Tianyun. The person inside the ray of light was Situnan. He was surrounded by dense origin energy. His black hair flowed, exposing his coarse body structure, but there was a hint of evil on his face. This made him look like a demon god. He wasn't by himself, there was a woman beside him. The woman was very beautiful, with a striking sense of charm. She wore a silk dress. While flying, the silk dress stuck to her body, revealing her well-defined curves. This damn planet Tianyun, how is it so difficult to find? If not for meeting little fairy sister here, I would have never found it. It was unknown if Situnan was speaking the truth, but it made the stunning woman giggle. The woman's eyes were alluring as she said, "Why did Senior Situ come to planet Tianyun?" "Haha, I came to look for a brother. It has been many years since we met. I wonder how his cultivation is." Situnan revealed a trace of reminiscence and let out a sigh inside his heart. "It has been hundreds of years since I've seen Wang Lin. I wonder how that boy is now." The alluring and beautiful woman laughed. "Oh! What is the name of Senior's brother? Junior may know him." Chapter 984, Dream is like reincarnation. "That brother of mine isn't good looking, so you likely don't know him." As Situnan laughed, his hand reached toward the charming woman's waist and he forcibly pinched her. The woman was not going to stand for this and was about to resist when Situnan forcibly pulled her into his chest. He laughed as he flew directly toward planet Tianyun. "Little girl, don't be in a rush. How many times have I already fed you? You said that you had many sisters in the Pink Palace. Let us go see if that place is as gorgeous as you claim." The woman smiled as she looked at Situnan with charming eyes and said, "Senior will definitely be satisfied. Just don't forget his sisters at the Pink Palace." After Situnan heard those words, his heart itched and he couldn't help but think about the few stunning beauties on planet Fengwan. One day he could rule planet Fengwan. He and his brother, Wang Lin, could be hugging a beauty in each arm. That would be the greatest joy in life. It's unfortunate that little Lin is a piece of wood. A waste of my hundreds of years of teaching. Situnan was happily playing around for the time being. At this moment in the faraway planet Water Spirit, Wang Lin's right eye emitted a blue glow. He waved his sleeves, and then he went back into closed-door cultivation. The people nearby all scattered and calmness was returned to planet Water Spirit. Many people were bound to have a sleepless nights, and many wouldn't even be able to cultivate. The 3 Chin brother were like this, Master Hollow Wind was like this, and the girl named Ling Air was also like this. She couldn't forget the thought of the figure that was piercing the heavens even when squatting down. She couldn't cultivate and merely rolled around in bed, unable to calm down. Why is it that when I saw that giant figure, I felt like I was dreaming of the reincarnation cycle? It was as if at that moment, I felt a sense of respect I never felt before. Ling Air didn't understand any of this. It wasn't until the day brightened that she managed to fall asleep. She didn't sleep for long, but she felt as if she had experienced an entire life in her dream. In her dream, she seemed to change into a different person and wore strange clothes. She was in a familiar yet unfamiliar world. The sky was completely blue and was pretty enough to dazzle people. She was standing on a towering altar that pierced into the sky. Below her stood many men and women dressed in strange clothes. They were chanting strange spells that echoed across the world. She stretched her arm and was filled with reverence as she looked up at the sky. It was as if she was calling and communicating with the sky. After a long time, clouds and wind came and the sky changed. Clouds now covered up the sky, and the people below began to chant even louder. Their faces all revealed excitement and extreme reverence. She was kneeling on the altar with one knee and her hands were in a bottle shape before her chest. Her head looked up, revealing her slender, white neck, and after doing this strange gesture, it seemed a voice came out of her mouth. Just at this instant, the clouds in the sky violently churned and 2 rays of powerful light gradually pierced through the clouds and landed directly on the ground. The clouds were shrouded by a strange force that gradually spread in all directions. However, at this moment, a huge figure appeared behind the clouds. It was an ancient god. Only the upper half of its body was revealed, but it seemed to occupy heaven and earth. There were 8 stars rapidly rotating between the ancient god's eyebrows. The moment this ancient god appeared, all the people under the altar began to cheer and reveal feverish expressions. The dream suddenly ended here. Ling Er opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. This wasn't the first time she had such a dream, but it would often occur once she had consciousness. This was a secret in her heart. She didn't know why she subconsciously didn't want to tell anyone about this. Even to this day, her best friend, Sister Zhao Shui, didn't know about this. Not even her grandfather, Master Yi Qin, knew about this. Originally, Ling Er always thought it was merely her own fantasy. Although she had seen it many times, it was always through a filter and she couldn't see it clearly. The first time she saw it clearly was the night after she saw the senior named Wang. Although the shocking event was happening outside, she never awakened from her dream. In the dream that night, she finally saw everything. Even she found it a bit strange. Why was it that she felt a sense of familiarity the moment she saw Senior Wang Lin? She felt it was very strange. Even so, she didn't care about it too much at the time. After all, in her heart, she still thought it was all just a dream. However, all of this shattered after tonight. She saw the majestic figure in the sky. Although the figure was not the same one as in her dream, the stars between its eyebrows and the feeling that pierced her heart were exactly the same. She had never thought that the giant in her dream actually existed. This caused her heart to be in a complete mess. Early in the morning, a gentle knock came from her door. After finding there was no response for a long time, Zhao Shui, who was outside, was surprised. She didn't spread out her divine sense, but pushed the door open only to find there was no one inside. The sky just brightened. Where did that girl go? Zhao Shui frowned, then she turned around and her graceful figure left. Wang Lin sat inside the palace during the night. The blue flash in his eyes gradually calmed down until outsiders couldn't see anything abnormal. It requires too much origin energy to activate the ancient god's life-saving spell. It isn't enough to just rely on the origin energy absorbed through battle. As Wang Lin pondered, he made a plan. After cultivating for a bit, he slapped his bag of holding and a ray of light shot out before landing in his hand. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a gorgeous crown. This crown contained a trace of red shadow that revealed extreme pride. Around the red shadow was a golden line circling around it. If one looked closely, they would see that the golden line was the soul of a golden dragon that had shrunken a lot. The golden line circled the red shadow as if it was terrified of it and completely moved with the red shadow. As Wang Lin stared at the crown, that red shadow from the past gradually appeared in his pupils. Red Butterfly. When Red Butterfly died, she made Wang Lin take a trip to her hometown. There, Wang Lin found a blue rose, and the arrogance it gave off was the same as Red Butterfly's. Then, after Wang Lin obtained the crown, the two fused into one. At first Wang Lin didn't know what the crown did and only felt as if something was different inside. Only, he didn't know what the difference was. Until the golden dragon in the void used his most powerful spell, and it took the shape of a crown. It was only then that Wang Lin understood and took out the real crown. The scene afterward was something Wang Lin still couldn't forget. The red figure that appeared was so similar to Red Butterfly. Even that aloof aura was exactly the same. Wang Lin softly said, "Red Butterfly, is that you?" Red Butterfly was the first person Wang Lin admired in his life. It was difficult to forget the arrogance of the genius of the country of Shuiyu, someone who even the country of Suzaku broke their own rule for. They accepted her as a disciple and raised the rank of the country of Shuiyu. They even allowed Shuiyu to start a war between two countries that even dragged in mortals like Danyo. After Wang Lin spoke, the red shadow inside the crown trembled. However, it didn't respond. It slowly disappeared as if it was avoiding him. Wang Lin let out a sigh and carefully looked at the crown before putting it away. His eyes lit up and he revealed a serious expression. "If I can refine and control the next item, I will have more confidence in the trip to the demon spirit land." Wang Lin took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding. A female corpse emitting a silver glow appeared before Wang Lin. During the big battle between All Evan and the Alliance took out Refined Corpse, and this woman was among the three most powerful. After she was injured, Wang Lin managed to steal her. The woman wore a silver dress that showed off her beautiful curves. If she was alive, she would have been an enchanting woman. However, right now her face was ashen and a terrifying burst of Yin energy came from her body and filled the room. There were still two chains on her body. One of them was attached to her humerus and the other to her pelvis. These chains were blackish purple and gave off a powerful stench. If a mortal smelled it, they would immediately die. Even a cultivator whose cultivation level wasn't high enough would immediately be poisoned. If they only took a breath of it, they would just be seriously injured, but if they took too many breaths, they would die. If I can control this refined corpse, I'll gain another early-stage Nirvana cleanser power. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took the risk to take the corpse back then, and now it was time to harvest the benefits. Just as he was observing it, his expression changed. Then he waved his right hand, and the corpse was placed back in the bag. The yin energy and poison inside the room quickly dissipated. Shortly after, a hesitant and feminine voice came from outside the palace. Wang, Senior Wang, it's Ling Er. It was currently dawn, but the night wind still blew. On planet Water Spirit, the wind was very cold, and although she shouldn't feel it much thanks to her cultivation, she still felt very cold. She shyly looked at the big fellow sitting on the ground before her. She remembered that this big fellow followed behind Wang Lin a few days ago. Now this big fellow was staring at her with those cold eyes, and she was scared. She bit her lower lip and softly said, I want to see Senior Wang. Can you let me in? Tashan didn't speak and coldly looked at the girl before him. If this girl took one more step forward, he would attack. Chapter 985, Treasured Bottle. The palace doors opened from the inside. Wang Lin smiled as he looked at the timid Ling Er and laughed. What's the matter for you to come here so early? After she saw Wang Lin come out, she let out a sigh of relief. Then she patted her chest and quickly said, Senior, the sunrise on planet Water Spirit is very beautiful. Ling Er wants to ask if Senior would like to see it. As she spoke, her little face became red. Although Wang Lin was a senior, from her view, he didn't look much older than her. Such an obvious invitation caused her heart to beat even faster. After Wang Lin heard these words, the smile disappeared and he frowned. Ling Er was observing Wang Lin's expression, and when she saw Wang Lin frown, her heart fell into a pit. She just stood there, biting her lips and not knowing what to say. Lady Ling Er, I still have to cultivate. If you are afraid, I'll have Tashan go with you. Wang Lin's eyes fell on Tashan and he calmly ordered, Tashan, escort Lady Ling Er and keep her safe. After he finished speaking, he no longer looked at Ling Er and walked back toward the palace. He wryly smiled in his heart. How could he not understand Ling Er's meaning? Although it might be an exaggeration to call him an old monster, since he had only cultivated for a bit more than 1,000 years, calling him that was still fitting given his cultivation level. Moreover, his actual age was more than 1,000 years old, which was far older than Ling Er. The only reason he was nice to her aside from her having a water spirit root was a senior being kind to a junior. There was no other meaning. Ling Er didn't have any other meaning. I just want to see sunrise with Senior. Can't Senior even agree to such a small request? Ling Er's eyes were crystal clear. She didn't know why herself, but the moment she woke up, she wanted to find Wang Lin. She wanted to find the answer to her dream. She had a feeling she would get her answer from Wang Lin. Wang Lin had his back toward Ling Er, and he didn't stop walking. He waved his sleeves, and the door to the palace slowly closed. Senior, Ling Er wants to know about that giant that appeared last night. He? What is he? Ling Er was about to step forth. Tashan's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward. A ripple spread out and landed on Ling Er, pushing her back few dozen feet. Ling Er's cultivation level was not high, so as she retreated, her face turned pale. The spiritual energy in her body became unstable, and combined with her extreme anxiety and restless night, the spiritual energy inside her body went into complete chaos. Blood rushed up her throat, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He frowned as his body disappeared from inside the palace, and he appeared next to her. He gently patted her back and sent origin energy into her body. Just a single cycle caused her spiritual energy to stabilize, and her light injury was gone. You girl. Let's go. This old man will accompany you to see the sunrise. Wang Lin was helpless. Although he had some goodwill toward her, it wasn't enough to affect his decision. The reason he went was because he saw that she really had some questions to ask him. Senior, you agreed to Ling Er's request? Although Ling Er's face was still pale, joy filled her big eyes. Her eyes shined and were extremely adorable. Only this once. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He had only watched the sunrise and sunset with Li Muan during her last years. It had become an eternal memory for Wang Lin. Since then, he hadn't watched it with anyone else. If there was anyone else, it was back in the soul refining sect, where he and Lu Mei were separated by a wall, yet they both watched the sunset. Ling Er revealed a bright smile as she nodded and rang the bells on her wrist. A white dot came from the distance. It was a white crane that flew over and hovered over Ling Er. Ling Er jumped onto the crane's back. As for Wang Lin, how could he sit with a little girl on the back of a crane? He simply took a step and walked into the air. While Ling Er was smiling, she patted the crane's head and said, Senior, follow Ling Er. With that, the crane flew into the sky in a beautiful arc. Wang Lin followed with a bitter smile and disappeared over the horizon. Along the way, Ling Er was very happy and constantly laughed as the crane flew. The bells on her wrist continued to ring and fused with her laughter to form an almost a heavenly sound. It was very comfortable for Wang Lin to listen to. Looking at Ling Er on the back of the crane, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He could see that she was truly happy. Aside from his childhood, he rarely had moments where he was as happy as this girl. It didn't take long for the crane to arrive at the very tall peak that pierced into the heavens. There were clouds surrounding the peak. A sliver of red from the rising sun touched the peak, making it a spectacularly beautiful scene. The peak was hidden among the clouds and was filled with lush greenery. At a glance, it looked very natural. There was a fluctuating darkness just behind the peak. That was the endless ocean of this planet. The crane let out a cry as it went through the clouds and headed toward the peak. It didn't take long for it to arrive at the peak and land. Ling Er jumped off and floated down like a butterfly. As the bells on her wrist rang, she landed on top of a blue rock. "Senior, come quickly." As the mountain wind deep blew, it blew her hair and made it cover a small part of her face. As a result, this caused her to display her amazing beauty. That flowing black hair and her perfect face all landed in Wang Lin's eyes. The inner allure Ling Er had as a girl with the water spirit root had inadvertently revealed itself when the mountain winds blew by. This by itself didn't mean much. However, the sun was rising from the east and the darkness was slowly fading. The vast orange light appeared in the world like countless swords piercing through the darkness. The darkness gradually dissipated. The sun rose behind Ling Er's exquisite face. The gentle light set the mood and the rising sun became the background. The scene of Ling Er's smile while her hair covered part of her cheek will forever remain in Wang Lin's mind. Admiration filled Wang Lin's eyes as he took a step and landed on a rock. He silently looked at the sunrise, though his heart was in an extremely strange state. "Peace." Ling Er didn't speak, but moved her hair behind her ear. She looked at Wang Lin, who was looking at the sunrise, and revealed a smile. It wasn't until the sun had fully risen that Ling Er let out a sigh and softly said, "Before Big Sister Shui came to this planet, I would often come here by myself to watch the sunrise and sunset." As he looked at the sunrise, Wang Lin slowly said, "It's very beautiful." At that moment, he became accidentally immersed in a very strange state. Although it was short, it was unforgettable. In that strange state, he vaguely saw something, but after carefully thinking about it, it was as if he saw nothing. This was a very strange feeling, and it was the first time Wang Lin had encountered it. The sound of the sea came from the distance and completely fused with the tranquility in the area. There was no discomfort to the ears at all when listening to the sound. After a long time, Ling Er softly said, "Senior, Ling Er wants to know what that giant that appeared last night was." Wang Lin looked into the distance. The sun had already risen, and after pondering a bit, he slowly said, "It is only the treasure spirit of one of my treasures." Ling Er bit her lower lip as she looked at Wang Lin. She shook her head. "Senior doesn't need to try to fool Ling Er. I know that it wasn't a treasure spirit but an extinct existence from a long time ago. They used to be the strongest existence among the stars." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed slightly and he calmly said, "Why do you say so?" Ling Er lowered her head and pondered for a long time. After a long time, she clenched her teeth as if she had made up her mind. There was a strange feeling mixed within as she looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Junior has always had a dream in her mind since childhood, and I would often lose myself within it. In the dream, I've seen the giant that appeared last night. Although it was not the same one, they both had stars between their eyebrows." Ling Er had never told anyone else about this. She subconsciously didn't want to tell anyone. However, when facing Wang Lin, she had a strange feeling and told him her greatest secret. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but he was shocked in his heart. He gradually frowned as he stared at Ling Er. He didn't completely believe what she said. He had obtained the inheritance of knowledge from 2C, and there was nothing in 2C's memories about interactions with mortals. There was nothing that could explain what she said. Dreaming of an ancient god is too absurd. Wang Lin no longer looked at Ling Er and continued to look into the distance. After a long time, he flatly said, "The sunrise has passed and I have answered your question. You can leave. I'm going to stay here to comprehend a bit and I don't want to be disturbed." Ling Er's expression instantly became pale and she took a few steps back and stared at Wang Lin. She knew that he didn't believe her words. After pondering a bit, Ling Er revealed a decisive gaze. She was not as weak as she looked on the outside. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't easily back down. Without hesitation, Ling Er knelt down on the ground on one knee and her hands formed the shape of a treasure bottle. She raised her head, revealing her slender neck, and made the gesture she had made thousands of times in her dreams. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly narrowed, and it was like bolt of thunder had exploded in his mind. Chapter 986, Starting Condition. 5 stars quickly appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. This was one of the rare few times the ancient god stars had appeared without his control, and they began to rotate rapidly. Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. It was as if some strange force had awakened inside him. Under the impact of this force, the memories of 2C flashed through his mind. Ling Er's eyes didn't blink as she looked at Wang Lin. The moment the ancient god stars appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows, confusion filled her eyes. It was like a cloud had quickly passed, and her eyes shined. Her body trembled as if a hidden memory in her body had been released. She was in a trance. The event that only occurred in the dream had appeared before her. She was kneeling on one knee on the altar and countless people were chanting around the altar. Kneeling on the altar, she held the treasured bottle gesture as she looked up at the sky and released a soft but strange sound. Say. The clouds churned and roared like an angry wave. The clouds split apart to reveal the blue sky and a huge figure. There were only 5 stars between the eyebrows of this figure, but he gave off a powerful pressure and an aura unique to the royal bloodline. He had an extremely indifferent expression, as if he cared about nothing in the world. His cold gaze fell in Ling Er's eyes. This ancient god was Wang Lin. In the dream, Ling Er's face was filled with reverence. The moment Wang Lin appeared, she softly said, "The ancient moon clan's servant Mu." Ling prays to the ancient god to descend and grant us the power to battle the Tower clan. At the same time, the countless men and women all revealed the same reverence. They all began to chant, creating a storm that swept the area. A bright moon mark appeared between their eyebrows and became brighter and brighter. The ancient moon clan has prepared enough origin energy for the ancient god. Please accept it. In the illusion, the treasured bottle in Ling Er's hand floated up. At this moment, all the people around the altar began to chant, and the moon marks between their eyebrows shined. Then an unimaginable amount of origin energy condensed between their eyebrows and shot toward the altar. Strands of origin energy moved like dragons toward the altar and gathered toward the bottle formed by Ling Er's hand. As more and more origin energy gathered between Ling Er's hands, the treasured bottle became corporeal. As she raised her hands, the bottle flew into the air and turned into a fist-sized cyclone that flew toward the ancient god that looked like Wang Lin. This cyclone wasn't fast at first, but as it flew, it sped up and a powerful suction force came from within. It landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows and disappeared. The ancient god that looked like Wang Lin raised his right finger and pointed down. A powerful surge of ancient god power rushed into Ling Er on the altar. Then this power transformed inside her body and split off into thousands of parts into the bodies of everyone around the altar. At this moment, Ling Er felt dizzy. Then she fell down and passed out. The illusion disappeared. The sky was still the sky of planet Water Spirit, and the peak was still shrouded within the clouds. The sound of the waves could sometimes be heard. Nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was that Ling Er had passed out like she did in the illusion. Wang Lin stood not far away and confusion filled his eyes. God slave, Wang Lin looked at the sky in the distance and silently pondered. In truth, when Wang Lin saw Ling Er make that treasured bottle hand sign, it was as if something had awakened from the inheritance Wang Lin obtained from 2C. It was like a memory that wasn't supposed to exist had opened up before Wang Lin. During ancient times, aside from destroying a planet to obtain origin energy, the ancient gods came up with another method. They obtained it from the people, and thus the existence of god slaves came to be. There is a reincarnation cycle in this world. Every god slave was personally branded by an ancient god. Based on the power of the ancient gods, the amount of power each god slave received would be different. However, the brand on Ling Er was simply too strong. Even after countless years of reincarnation, the brand still exists in her soul. If not for the brand, she wouldn't have remembered the past from countless years ago. Wang Lin touched the spot between his eyebrows. Ling Er wasn't the only one who saw that illusion. Wang Lin did as well. This was especially true when the vortex of origin energy offered by all those people entered the ancient god. Wang Lin felt heat from between his eyebrows as if a power had gone inside. However, this power was very weak. It was only one strand, but it was extremely tough. After entering his body, it became part of his ancient god power. An extra mark appeared between Ling Er's eyebrows. This mark flickered and seemed to be vaguely connected to Wang Lin's heartbeat. It could even be said that every time Wang Lin's heart beat once, the mark would flicker. If one day Wang Lin's heart stopped beating, the mark would collapse and take her life with it. If the soul collapses, then everything will be destroyed and there will be no chance for reincarnation. If an ancient god dies, the god slaves will follow. There is only one explanation for Ling Er being able to continue existing in the reincarnation cycle. While Wang Lin pondered, his eyes shined. The ancient god that made the brand didn't die. I just accidentally stepped in and replaced the original owner of this god slave. My mark now has replaced the previous mark, and there is also only one explanation for this. Although the previous ancient god is not dead, he has lost all his power and is weaker than me. Wang Lin let out a sigh. At this moment, he understood why he felt some goodwill toward Ling Er. At first he thought it was because she had the water spirit root, which made him reminisce about the past and felt regrettable about what happened. However, Wang Lin understood that this wasn't the case. It was because she had a trace of the god-slave brand from countless reincarnations ago. I thought I had understood everything about ancient God 2C, but it seems some memories are still sealed. This is probably because I was still missing a memory crystal when I obtained the inheritance of knowledge. If I can obtain that last crystal, the inheritance of knowledge will be truly complete. Time quickly passed, and unknowingly, the sun set. As the light disappeared and the earth was shrouded in darkness once more, Wang Lin slowly became immersed in that strange state once more. In this state, he was completely at peace and had thrown away all his worries. The only things in his mind were the sunrise and sunset. There was always something echoing before him, but Wang Lin couldn't touch it. He didn't even know what state he was in or what he was searching for. However, after more than 1,000 years of cultivation, his spiritual sense was very strong. He had a vague feeling this current state was a very rare opportunity. If he could grasp it and comprehend it, it would benefit him greatly. Wang Lin didn't know that he was currently at the border of one of the three great realms from ancient times, the Shi realm. The Shi realm wasn't as powerful as the Ji realm or as mysterious as the Dao realm, but since the beginning, it was ranked number one. In the cultivation world. No one knew where the Shi realm came from or how to enter it. Throughout the history of cultivation, even in ancient times, the amount of people that entered the Shi realm was very low. Although not as low as the Ji realm, still not many. However, what was strange was that even those who entered the Shi realm didn't know how they entered it. Also, they only remained in the Shi realm for a very short period of time before it disappeared. Rumors around the world say that the Ji, Dao, and Shi realms are a change in spiritual energy. Once you enter the realm, you will forever stay there. Many support this theory, but aside from a few records of the Ji realm, many didn't know if this was true. Almost all of them were confused as well. They only knew that the three great realms were split into spiritual energy and divine sense. For example, the Ji realm originally manifested in Wang Lin as his spiritual power before it converted to this divine sense. At the same time, the cultivators that studied the three realms for countless years believed that the Dao and Shi realms were split between spiritual energy and divine sense. Ji spiritual energy, Ji divine sense. Dao spiritual energy, Dao divine sense. Shi spiritual energy, Shi divine sense. In comparison, the spiritual energy realm was much easier to obtain, and the divine sense realm was simply too ethereal. In ancient times, those that were able to enter the Shi realm mostly did it through spiritual energy. At that moment, the spiritual energy inside their body would undergo a huge change. However, the amount of time the Shi realm lasted was simply too short, so the benefits weren't too great. All of this changed when the record of the Shi realm was left behind by a cultivator named Lu Wen. Chapter 987, Self-Created Spell, Sundered Night. Lu Wen was originally an unknown ancient cultivator. Although he was talented, he was not outstanding. However, he left the first record of Shi divine sense. No one knew how he had achieved Shi divine sense or how long this state lasted. Was it only for a moment or was it eternal? However, Wang Lin knew Lu Wen was previously a cultivator with no fame in the cultivation world. After he went into closed-door cultivation and came out, he became a terrifying existence in the cultivation world. What made him terrifying was that no one had seen any of his spells before. If that was all, it wouldn't be surprising, but all of Lu Wen's spells were extremely powerful and contained the Tao of the heavens. It set off a storm in ancient times. Too many people wanted to know the secret, and so a bloodbath began. No matter how many people attacked, and even when some old monsters who normally never bothered with such things moved, none of them were able to get a hold of Lu Wen. It was as if he could predict all the dangers and avoid them. Later, he realized he couldn't resist everyone with just his power and disappeared. He became a STR. And legend in the ancient cultivation world. It wasn't until people later that realized that he must have entered one of the three great realms. It couldn't be the Ji realm, so it had to be the Dao realm or the Shi realm. As for the which one, after combining everything that had happened, they determined it was the Shi realm. After thinking about how Lu Wen was able to use all those unheard of spells, a rumor stating that the Shi realm would allow one to create their own world spread. And now those rumors that couldn't be confirmed had spread far and wide. The Ji realm was death and the Shi realm was life. Wang Lin didn't know any of this. At this moment, he was immersed in this state, but he couldn't grasp it. He was unable to be immersed in it and merely hovered outside it. There was always that opportunity before him, but whenever he tried to grab it, he would find that nothing was there. Wang Lin almost never had this feeling before. Wang Lin watched the sun completely set and the darkness took over once more. Only the sound of the waves faintly entered his ears. Wang Lin wasn't anxious, and he had always been perseverant. During his youth, he was able to climb up the mountain in the Hangyu sect with his weak body. If he didn't have the perseverance, he wouldn't have become the Wang Lin he was today. He calmly looked at the sky. Since he wouldn't grasp that chance, then he was simply going to wait. Wait for the sunrise and sunset. Wait for that opportunity to become even more clear until the moment he can grasp it. Ling Er woke up at late into the night. As her eyelashes trembled, she slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was the starry night sky, and she silently sat up. She looked at Wang Lin in the distance. Under the moonlight, she could see Wang Lin's sharp face. After she awakened, it was as if a seal had been opened in his mind. She was able to see a lot of vague memories. However, these memories were simply too old, and when she looked at Wang Lin, she entered a trance. Her eyes had no focus, and she was actually not looking at Wang Lin. Even if Wang Lin wasn't here, she'd still be like this. The memories from the past moved within Ling Er's mind. It wasn't until dawn arrived that her mind recalled the moment right before she passed out. Touching her forehead, Ling Er's eyes lit up. The dream that had puzzled her for years now was resolved. She pondered for a long time before standing up. Then she walked toward Wang Lin and respectfully said, "God's slave Mu Ling greets ancient God." Wang Lin nodded slightly and calmly said, "You can go back. Don't bother me again." Wang Lin's words were the highest command for Ling Er. She bowed and she shook the bells on her wrist. The crane came and she jumped on the crane's back. She turned back to carefully look at Wang Lin. There was a trace of confusion before she sighed and left with the crane. Wang Lin didn't bother with Ling Er. His gaze was locked onto the distant sea. Not long after, the sun appeared over the horizon and light gradually filled the world. That strange feeling became stronger once more. However, even after the sun rose into the air, Wang Lin still wasn't enlightened. Time slowly passed and days went by. Wang Lin had forgotten how long he had been sitting here for. He even noticed that the Chen brothers, Master Hollow Wind, and Big Head had all come here. He was constantly looking into the distance and his eyes were bloodshot. However, he didn't care about this at all. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared, and the only thing that mattered was the moment the sun rose. The three Chen brothers were floating in the air 5 kilometers away from the peak. They could see the lone, motionless figure on the peak. It has been 1 month. Master Yilong was very puzzled. He frowned and asked, "What is he comprehending?" Master Yixing shook his head and slowly said, "For a Nirvana cleanser cultivator to comprehend for this long, it must be an extremely powerful spell." Master Yichen pondered for a long time before he shook his head. "I don't think so. Did you two not notice that there are no fluctuations of origin energy or divine sense? Yet we can't approach. There is something happening here that we don't understand. Also, I have a feeling that he is comprehending Tao." Comprehending Tao. Master Yilong's eyes lit up. After looking for a long time, he nodded. "Very likely." Master Yixing said, "Although there is no origin energy, if anyone steps within 100 feet of him, they get pushed out by a powerful force after 3 steps. As for the powerful force that stops us from entering, I discovered that it seems to be created by the world itself. When I tried to enter, it was as if I was facing the roaring sea." Master Yilong frowned. Master Yichen calmly said, "Let's just watch for now. If he really is comprehending Tao, it is a rare experience for the 3 of us. Perhaps watching him will help the 3 of us." Then the 3 of them simply sat down in the air and looked at Wang Lin in the distant peak. Far from the 3 of them, Master Hollow Wind's eyes lit up. He looked at the peak and thought, he doesn't seem to be comprehending Tao. However, whatever he is doing is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. But what will happen once I break the seal? Master Hollow Wind was struggling in his heart. Big Head, Ta Shan, and Lei Ji all came here. After all, Wang Lin had been cultivating here for a whole month, so the 3 of them couldn't help but be concerned. As the sun rose and set, time quickly went by. Another month had passed. Wang Lin's eyes were completely bloodshot. He had forgotten everything as he stared at the surface of the sea. As every sunrise and sunset passed, he found that the opportunity had become more clear. On this day, it was the 9th day of the 3rd month. Dark clouds covered the sky and muffled thunder came from within the clouds. Soon, large drops of rain began to fall. In the distance, as the rain fell, ripples were set off. The raging waves of the sea seemed to be fighting the heavens. In the rain, there seemed to be a curtain of cloth over the sun, making it blurry. Just as the light appeared, it seemed to be devoured by the dark clouds. The sun seemed to struggle to appear from the rain. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He had a very strong feeling that after 2 months of waiting he had reached the most critical moment. The current him became extremely focused on the sunrise as if he was going to become one with the sunrise. The thunder roared and the rain fell, but it couldn't stop Wang Lin's eyes. It wasn't able to stop him from being immersed and wasn't able to stop the eventual sunrise. As the sun struggled to raise up into the sky where a small portion was still under the sea, Wang Lin something exploded in his mind. He could clearly feel that chance was rapidly condensing like threads before him and then finally entered his body. At this instant, Wang Lin's body trembled violently as if he was having an out-of-body experience. He saw the sun struggled to raise out from the sea. It was as if the sea was the month and the sun was the baby. At the moment of dawn, the mother gave birth to the sun. The moment the sun was birthed, an unimaginable force that spread out. This power was the light that torn apart the night. This power was strong enough to reverse the heaven, to shake the heavens, to cause the night to collapse into countless fragments, and be replaced with light. Sundered night was born from the sun rising over the sea. It's this power! Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and his mind entered a mysterious state. The moment of sunrise was locked in his mind, the power to torn the night away. No! Master Hollow Wind's eyes turned cold. He waited for 2 months and couldn't find a way to deal with what comes after breaking the seal. However, and did come up with one other method, and that was to kill Wang Lin. Kill him and all the seal will be broken. Master Hollow Wind's eyes lit up. He charged forward the moment Wang Lin comprehended that force. However, just as he stepped within 100 feet, Master Hollow Wind's expression changed greatly. It was as if he saw something he didn't dare to believe. Shock and fear filled his eyes. What is this? Chapter 988, The Power of Sundered Night. What appeared before Master Hollow Wind was a red sun, and below the red sun was the raging waves of the sea. At this moment, Master Hollow Wind had an illusion that his body had dissipated and turned into the endless night. However, at the moment the sun rose up from the sea, he felt an intense amount of pain come from his body. It was like his body was being torn apart. Even his origin soul was caught in this. It was a pain he had never felt before. He felt himself being torn to pieces. A powerful sense of life and death crisis appeared in Master Hollow Wind's heart. He was aghast at the situation before him, causing him to open his arms. A storm of origin energy descended from the sky as he attempted to resist the power of sundered night. However, just as his origin energy spread out, it was pierced by the blazing sun just like the darkness of the night. The storm shattered as if it had been torn apart. In just a short moment, none of it remained. This is impossible. Master Hollow Wind was pale, and at this moment unspeakable pain filled his body. Blood came out of his orifices, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He retreated, but he was terrified to find that no matter how much he moved, the sun was always before him. All I can do is risk it. Master Hollow Wind's hand formed a seal and his Nirvana Cleanser cultivation exploded. The ability to gather origin energy was something only Nirvana Cleanser cultivators could do, and he quickly used this ability. Strands of origin energy came from the void and gathered before Master Hollow Wind like roaring dragons. Soon, they formed a ball of origin energy before him. Although this ball wasn't big, the destructive force inside it was not something any Nirvana Scryer cultivator could resist. The instant the ball of origin energy appeared, the world changed colors and the planet trembled. The expression of the three Chin brothers changed and they had to retreat. Big Head and company also retreated. They didn't dare to linger too close to a spell of a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. Master Hollow Wind's hair was a mess. The life and death crisis and the terror he felt had forced him into a corner like a trapped beast. He no longer thought about killing Wang Lin, he only wanted to find a way to survive this unbelievable spell. What kind of spell is this? It contains an unimaginable law of the world. This is not the kind of spell a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator should have. Roaring, Master Hollow Wind pushed the ball of origin energy forward. This ball of origin energy shot out like a ray of lightning at the blazing sun. Only by breaking this blazing sun can I save my life. Master Hollow Wind was frightened as he watched the ball of origin energy fly forward. The ball of origin energy was very fast and shot directly at the blazing sun. When it got closer, a powerful force erupted from the blazing sun and mercilessly collided with the ball of origin energy. A thunderous rumble echoed across the world. This sound even echoed through the space around Planet Water Spirit, and large amounts of cracks appeared on the earth of Planet Water Spirit. The ball of origin energy collapsed. Master Hollow Wind let out a miserable smile and coughed out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, there was a sound of things tearing as countless wounds appeared on his body and instantly soaked his clothes in blood. Bursts of unimaginable pain came from his body. If not for his amazing perseverance from all his years of cultivation, he would have grown net in pain. Now he could only feel as if he was the darkness of the night that was torn apart by the light of the blazing sun. This feeling became so strong that he couldn't tell if this was an illusion or if it was real. Not only did a large amount of wounds appear on his body, even his origin soul was covered in injuries. It felt as if countless people were trying to tear him into pieces. His origin soul also had this feeling. He was in a trance as the blazing sun rose up from the sea. There seemed to be a vague figure inside the sun, and the figure became clearer the higher the sun rose. Wang Lin. The person inside the sun was Wang Lin. At this instant, Wang Lin was that blazing sun. Bursts of golden light came from his body. This light was too strong, making it impossible for anyone to see the real figure inside. The sea under the sun vaguely reflected the peak Wang Lin was on. All of this caused fear to fill Master Hollow Wind's eyes. That wasn't the blazing sun at all, but Wang Lin. That wasn't the sea, but the mountain's peak. However, the feeling that was tearing him apart told him that the force tearing the night sky was real. Master Hollow Wind struggled to roar as he endured the pain and touched his bag of holding. However, the moment he touched the bag of holding, his right arm shattered and dissipated. Large amounts of treasures flew out from his bag in an attempt to stop the force tearing his body. However, those treasures were far too weak and all exploded the moment they appeared. Master Hollow Wind's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment of life and death, his mountain of flesh body that he had recovered quickly disappeared in a second. A giant, black stone tablet instantly appeared before him. There were countless runes carved on the stone tablet, and there was a giant black python coiled around it. The python had a horn on its head. It was clearly about to become a real dragon. As Master Hollow Wind roared, the giant python opened its mouth and charged at Wang Lin. The black stone tablet tipped over and seemed to be falling down on Wang Lin. The stone tablet was so big that it covered the sky as it fell, making it seem as if the sky itself was falling. Wang Lin was still sitting on top of the peak. From beginning to end, he sat there without moving an inch. He calmly looked at Master Hollow Wind and softly said, "Sundered Night." The moment he uttered those two words, the world rumbled. Wang Lin's body turned into the sun and the peak turned into the sea. The sun rose completely above the sea and an endless power that could tear the night apart swept forward. The sun rises over the sea, sundered night. The night collapsed as it was torn apart. It was sundered. The giant python painfully struggled as it was torn to pieces. The stone tablet shattered into countless pieces and collapsed. Master Hollow Wind coughed out a large mouthful of blood and countless more wounds appeared on his body. There was no part of his body that wasn't injured, but his body no longer collapsing. A powerful force pushed him back and he smashed into the ground, kicking up a large amount of dust into the air. The night no longer existed and everything disappeared. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The three Chen brothers' scalps tingled as they watched all this unfold before them, and they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even Master can't use a spell like this. This is the spell he spent 2 months comprehending. It's terrifying. If this kind of spell was used on me, the only thing awaiting me would be death. Master Hollow Wind is a Nirvana cleanser cultivator, yet he was forced to retreat. If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Wang didn't have the intent to kill, it would have been difficult for Master Hollow Wind to escape this calamity. The three Chen brothers looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Big Head gasped as he looked at the indifferent Wang Lin. His heart held a very complex feeling. The difference between us is getting larger and larger. This trip to the Alliance has caused a huge increase in his cultivation level. Passion filled Lei Ji's eyes, and he thought, the stronger Master is, the more confident I get in taking back Planet Giant Demon. Tashan was still as indifferent as before. The surroundings were completely silent. No one was dared to speak under this oppressive atmosphere. As Wang Lin silently looked at the sun in the sky, clarity filled his eyes. He took a step and arrived before Master Hollow Wind. He grabbed Master Hollow Wind by the hair and charged straight ahead. Before he left, he nodded at the three Chen brothers and disappeared. After more than 2 months of waiting, I finally managed to catch that moment. It was similar to the time I entered that mysterious space provided by ancient demon Bei Lu in the demon spirit land. However, it was just similar. Compared to this, ancient demon Bei Lu's mysterious space was really insignificant. As Wang Lin pondered, he appeared before his palace and walked in. What realm was that? Even though I was only into that realm for a moment, I was able to comprehend the power that tears through the darkness of the night, sundered night. This can also be considered the first spell I've created. Wang Lin put Master Hollow Wind to the side and began to ponder. He kept replaying the scene from before and gradually engraved the feeling of sundered night into his mind. Master Hollow Wind struggled to sit up as he looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression. Right now, he was a bag of bones. It was as if he was a skeleton. After a long time, he asked with a hoarse voice, "Did you create that spell just now?" Chapter 989, The Strongest Moment. Master Hollow Wind wasn't sure if Wang Lin had created that spell that almost made him lose his wits. He only felt that the spell was very powerful, and he rarely saw a spell of equal power. The reason Master Hollow Wind thought that Wang Lin had created his own spell was due to Master Hollow Wind's countless years of cultivation experience and his early-stage Nirvana cleanser cultivation. While experiencing the spell, Master Hollow Wind felt a lack of proficiency. This lack of proficiency wasn't because of the caster not being familiar with the spell, it came from the spell itself. Just like how a jade that was just polished would look very smooth, if you touched it, you'd find that it was still a bit rough. This resulted in Master Hollow Wind's hoarse question after pondering for a long time. Wang Lin calmly looked at Master Hollow Wind and nodded. His nod caused a storm to sweep through Master Hollow Wind's heart. He stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin and wasn't able to say anything for a long time. Self-created spells were not things just anyone could come up with. At least from Master Hollow Wind's experience, he had heard that only those old monsters at the Nirvana Shatterer stage were qualified to make spells unique to themselves. Basically, any self-created spells were powerful beyond imagination. Self-created, Master Hollow Wind had a bitter expression. He would have never expected this Wang Lin to create a spell and its power. Thinking of the feeling of his body being torn apart, Master Hollow Wind's face paled. The pain from his body being torn apart was still there. The pain was especially strong from his right arm that had already collapsed. Master Hollow Wind understood that if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin didn't want to kill him, he would have already collapsed under that self-created spell. While hundreds of ideas flashed through Master Hollow Wind's mind, Wang Lin was pondering as well. The shock that Sundered Night brought to Wang Lin wasn't any less than what Master Hollow Wind was feeling. In fact, he was even more shocked. My actual cultivation is still only at the peak of the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, one step away from the late stage, but far from peak late-stage Nirvana Scryer. The difference between me and a Nirvana Cleanser cultivation is huge, yet why was Sundered Night able to seriously injure Master Hollow Wind so easily? Wang Lin continued to ponder this problem. While he pondered, he raised his right hand and his eyes shined brightly. The feeling of Sundered Night appeared in his mind and a golden light appeared in his right hand. This golden light was bright like the blazing sun. Master Hollow Wind was terrified as he endured the pain to get up and retreat. He didn't see that Wang Lin had frowned. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the golden light dissipated. Master Hollow Wind let out a sigh as he respectfully said, "I'll remember fellow cultivator Wang's mercy. I was reckless this time, and my losing right arm is a clear reminder of my mistake. I, Master Hollow Wind, swear with my Tao that this won't happen a second time." Although he admitted his defeat to Wang Lin, he still held a grudge. Originally, he decided to rebel in the Demon Spirit Land. However, after seeing the power of Sundered Night and learning that it was a self-created spell, he gave up on such thoughts. He would focus on getting out from the Demon Spirit Land and regaining his freedom. As for whether or not the spell was really created by Wang Lin, he didn't bother asking too much. With his cultivation and experience, he could see some clues. He thought that 80% of what Wang Lin said was true. However, whether it was true or false was no longer important. The shock of the spell made him discard any ideas of rebelling. In a way, he was relieved as he no longer had to think about it. Moreover, after being shown mercy twice, Master Hollow Wind knew there wouldn't be a third time. Wang Lin calmly looked at Master Hollow Wind. They were both sensible people, so there was no need to warn or say too much. He merely nodded and let this matter pass. Fellow cultivator Wang, with my understanding of the old monsters of planet Tianyun, the Demon Spirit Land should be open soon. It could open within few months or at most half a year. I'm seriously injured, so I must go into closed-door cultivation, and I won't disturb you too much. Now that he was sincerely going to help Wang Lin, Master Hollow Wind gradually started to consider what might happen in the Demon Spirit Land. After saying goodbye to Wang Lin, Master Hollow Wind returned to his palace and began to cultivate. After Master Hollow Wind left, Wang Lin frowned as he looked at his right hand. After a moment of silence, he used Sundered Night again, and the golden light appeared once more. The moment this golden light appeared, the origin energy in Wang Lin's body gathered in his hand like uncontrollable wild horses. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand, then his origin energy gradually returned. However, just this moment had almost used more than 10% of his origin energy. Just like before, all my origin energy is used up when I use the spell. It will be impossible to use Sundered Night with the amount of origin energy I possess. However, I didn't consume any origin energy and was able to display the shocking power of Sundered Night a little while ago. Wang Lin frowned. Could it be? Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and his eyes lit up. He seemed to have realized something. In the blink of an eye, the day passed and night arrived once more. Wang Lin still sat in the palace and pondered late into the night. It wasn't until the time dawn was about to arrive that Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stood up and walked out. His body suddenly disappeared and reappeared on the peak where he comprehended Sundered Night. The ocean breeze blew by and bursts of coldness fell on Wang Lin's body. However, Wang Lin wasn't bothered by this at all as he stared at the rising sun in the distance. The comprehension he had while using Sundered Night filled his body and then moved to his right hand. At this moment, golden light flashed from his right hand. He didn't use any origin energy in his body. The moment he raised his right hand, Wang Lin he found that boundless origin energy from the rising sun had gathered in his right hand. This caused the golden light in his hand to suddenly expand. As more origin energy came from the rising sun and gathered in his right hand, the golden light spread from his right arm to his whole body. Wang Lin was covered in this golden glow, and he became as bright as the sun. A moment later, he replaced the real sun and became the sun rising over the sea. Enlightenment appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. With a thought, the golden light around him slowly disappeared until it was completely gone. So that was indeed the case. My pool of origin energy isn't enough to use this shocking self-created spell. I can only borrow the power of the sunrise to use it. Wang Lin pondered for a long time before shaking his head. He then took a step and disappeared. Although there is a limit, if someone battles me during sunrise, then along with the third eye and the god-slaying war chariot, I should have the power to battle an early-stage Nirvana Shatterer cultivator. The moment the sun peaks over the horizon is when I'm at my strongest. When Wang Lin returned to the palace, his eyes turned cold and he muttered, "Not counting Master Hollow Wind, I wonder who will be the first to encounter me at my strongest." Wang Lin sat in the lotus position. Then his hands formed seal and countless restrictions filled the palace. Then he pointed to between his eyebrows to activate the heart restriction and countless black lines flew out. As large amounts of restrictions filled the area, the palace was completely sealed. After doing all this, Wang Lin was still a bit worried. He slapped his bag of holding and a compass appeared in his hand. This compass was something only the air of the annihilation restriction could have. After blowing origin energy at the compass, the needle on it began to spin. The compass flew up and grew until it was 100 feet wide. It floated above Wang Lin, and when Wang Lin jumped up, the compass descended, sinking into the ground. Wang Lin sat down in the middle of the compass. This should be enough. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the silver corpse appeared before him. Looking at the corpse, Wang Lin pondered for a moment before mercilessly pressing down between her eyebrows. At this moment, the female corpse suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a cold gaze at Wang Lin. Also, a vortex appeared between her eyebrows, stopping his finger 1 inch away from her skin. A vicious gaze appeared in the eyes of the female corpse and she retreated. However, the moment she retreated, the compass below her trembled and rotated. Restrictions flew out from the compass and seamlessly linked together with all the other restrictions in the room. If she triggered one restriction, it was Tan. To mount to triggering them all. There was a vicious gaze in her eyes and also an unexpected hint of intelligence. She slowed her retreat and charged straight at Wang Lin. The female corpse was seriously injured, and although her cultivation level had fallen, her fierceness hadn't decreased at all. She rushed up to Wang Lin and mercilessly clawed at him. Wang Lin's expression was still calm, and as her claw closed in, a ray of blue light shot out from Wang Lin's eyes. Her hand immediately touched the blue light. After letting out a miserable scream, the woman quickly retreated. Although she was retreating, her movement was light, and she unexpectedly didn't touch any of the restrictions. She stopped few dozen feet from Wang Lin. There was a hint of intelligence in her eyes as she bared her teeth at Wang Lin and let out a roar. This female corpse was already beautiful, so not only did this action not give people sense of danger, she gave off the impression of a cat because of her 2 eye teeth. The 2 chains on her body clattered as she moved, and the sound echoed across the palace. Chapter 990, Kidnap. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as his hands formed a seal and pointed below him. The compass rotated and all the restrictions inside the palace activated and shot toward the female corpse. That woman let out a wail that was harsh and created a powerful impact. Large amounts of restrictions collapsed. Anxiety appeared in the eyes of the female corpse, then she quickly retreated. Blue light shot out from Wang Lin's right eye once more and turned into a shield, blocking her path. There was a strong shockwave from the shield that caused her to retreat once more. As Wang Lin pointed with his right finger, all the restrictions gathered around the female corpse. The female corpse retreated, causing the chains on her body to shake. Then a black mist surrounded her. She opened her mouth to spit out a pair of red scissors that flew into the air and mercilessly cut at the restrictions. There was a thud as the scissor cut all the restrictions above her. The female corpse then charged upward while surrounded by the black mist. Seeing that she was about to break through the palace, Wang Lin's expression turned cold. With a thought, the ancient god furnace appeared around him. Change position. As Wang Lin's calm voice echoed, the female corpse glowed. Just as she was about to touch the ceiling of the palace, her body trembled and suddenly changed positions with Wang Lin, who was at the center of the compass. In an instant, Wang Lin appeared where the female corpse was, and the female corpse was standing at the center of the compass. The compass rotated rapidly and countless restrictions wrapped around the female corpse. The surrounding restrictions also closed in. The female didn't notice fast enough, and her cultivation level had dropped a lot due to her injuries, so she allowed the restrictions to wrap around her. Large amounts of restrictions CKLY locked her down, especially her feet, which seemed to be stuck to the compass. She wasn't able to move them at all. While struggling, the female corpse began to scream. Her shrill slowly spread. Wang Lin landed and looked at the struggling female corpse. His eyes were cold as he mercilessly reached out. The chain going through her shoulder blade was pulled out. Weakened, the female corpse screamed immediately, her body trembling. Her intelligent eyes stared at Wang Lin with deep hatred. After the chain was pulled out, it turned into a black snake and fiercely bit Wang Lin's right arm with its fangs. Wang Lin didn't even dodge and let the black snake bite down. The moment the snake bit Wang Lin's arm, the fangs collapsed, and Wang Lin's arm wasn't injured at all. How could this mere black snake break through the body of a 5-star royal ancient god? Wang Lin squeezed with his right hand, and the black snake trembled before shattering into pieces of chain. He didn't stop and once more reached at the void. The female corpse let out a scream as the chain in her pelvis was pulled out by Wang Lin. With a squeeze of his hand, he crushed the chain. The female corpse fell and she was knocked half sitting on the ground. Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of origin energy that entered the compass. He then sat down on the side and his hands began forming seals. The compass slowly rotated and restrictions entered her body. Celestial Emperor Qinglin had a spell called Corpse Guard. It required the body of the enemies he killed and various other materials to form a vicious corpse that feels no pain and can be used to protect the owner. Although I can't find those extinct materials to refine a corpse puppet, I can use the method to control the corpse guard. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and his hands continued to form restrictions that entered the female corpse's body. Time slowly passed. As the sun rose and set, more than half a month had passed. Wang Lin had spent almost 4 months on planet Water Spirit. During this time, aside from the time he spent comprehending on the peak, he was refining the female corpse. The process of refining the female corpse was very complex and required all his concentration. As a result, Wang Lin never went outside and would place a restriction every once in a while. At this moment, the 100-foot compass was still rotating inside his palace with the woman sitting on top. Her whole body glowed silver, and there was a mark flashing between her eyebrows. Her expression was peaceful and the resentment from before had disappeared. If someone else saw her, they would find it difficult to imagine her true identity. No matter how you looked at it, she was a beautiful female cultivator. While Wang Lin was on planet Water Spirit, a not-so-big or small thing happened on planet Tianyun. A powerful cultivator named Situ Nan had arrived on planet Tianyun and became the palace lord of the Pink Palace. However, his reputation wasn't exactly a good one. In 3 months of time, almost every female disciple of the small and medium sex were harassed by him. He never used force, though. He just used his Nirvana Cleanser cultivation as a pretense to teach them spells and hinted that he could gift them pills to increase their cultivation level. As a result, he gathered a lot of female cultivators and strengthened the Pink Palace greatly. He spent his days in endless joy, and if he went out, he would have 1,000 female cultivators around him. This made his perverted ways famous. However, this person was trustworthy because all the female disciples that entered the Pink Palace were taught spells and received pills. If any sect complained, Situ Nan would righteously rush to them to have a talk with them. Often, the sect would give him face. After all, Situ Nan was a Nirvana Cleanser cultivator. As a result, more and more female cultivators joined the Pink Palace, and it could be said that Situ Nan's name had made its way across Tianyun. He had heard from some unknown sources that the 3 Chen brothers had 2 female disciples that were stunning. One of them had a water spirit root and the other was ice cold. This made Situ Nan's heart itch, and after pondering for half a day, he led a large amount of female cultivators toward planet Water Spirit with someone leading the way. This large group was almost exclusively females wearing pink dress. Amidst them was a bed dozens of feet wide. Situ Nan lied on top of the bed surrounded by many female cultivators, looking very happy. There were almost 100 female cultivators around the bed as they moved toward planet Water Spirit. There was a middle-aged man in blue before Situ Nan. He was handsome and had an evil gaze, and he flattered, Senior Situ, Junior ensures that these 2 female cultivators are top qualified. Zhao Shui is an amazing beauty, and the one called Ling Air has a water spirit root, making her an excellent cultivation furnace. Situ Nan enjoyed having female cultivators serving him. He laughed and nodded. Okay, if what you say is true, I won't be stingy with your reward. Pill, celestial spell, you choose. The middle-aged man's eyes filled with joy. He quickly said his thanks along with many other compliments that made Situ Nan laugh. This middle-aged man sneered and thought, Zhao Shui, no matter how lofty you are, I want to see whether you obey or not with Senior Situ here. Also, Ling Air won't be able to escape either. Situ Nan looked at the middle-aged man. Although he looked happy, he knew exactly what the middle-aged man was thinking. With Situ Nan's cunning, he was immediately able to tell that there was a grudge between this middle-aged man and the 2 women from planet Water Spirit. However, Situ Nan didn't care about any of this. A water spirit root is pretty good. That brother of mine is a piece of wood and probably still hasn't had any woman in all these years. If these 2 girls are good, then I'll tack. Eat them as a greeting gift, even if I have to steal them. Water spirit root. Not bad, not bad. Situnan let out a mischievous smile. Then he let out a sigh. During the few months he was on planet Tianyun, he wanted to look for Wang Lin, but found no clues. He thought about going to the Heavenly Fate sect, but there was a powerful aura sealing the whole place. It would be difficult for Situnan to enter with his current strength. This phenomenon surprised all the cultivators on planet Tianyun, but they couldn't think of a reason. No one knew that the All-Seer had given the command to do so before he went into closed-door cultivation. Seal the Heavenly Fate sect and open the sect protection formation. Fortunately, there were too many disciples in the Heavenly Fate sect, and some were outside. That included a few female cultivators that were taken to the Pink Palace by Situnan to play. After asking them, he found out about the rumors of what Wang Lin did back in the Demon Spirit Land. These rumors were not a secret, and Situnan had heard them from others on planet Tianyun. After confirming this, he was surprised, but soon he laughed and thought, that's my brother. If he is going to do something, he is going to do something heaven-shattering. As he asked more, he learned that Wang Lin had returned to planet Tianyun several months ago. Situnan pondered for a bit and came to the conclusion that if Wang Lin dared to return, then Wang Lin must not have been worried about anything, so his safety wasn't an issue. However, he found it strange that Wang Lin was so fearless. Could that kid's cultivation level have increased rapidly? Situnan had thought for a long time but couldn't think of a reason. However, from what information he could gather, Wang Lin's purpose for returning should be the Demon Spirit Land. Therefore, Wang Lin wouldn't go far and would appear within a short period of time. As a result, Situnan wasn't anxious and decided to have some fun. This was able to help him disperse some of the stress he had from planet Fengwan. On this day, with the middle-aged man leading the way, Situnan, who was surrounded by hundreds of female cultivators, saw planet Water Spirit in the distance. This old man sure is generous to come all the way here to find Little Lin a concubine. I wonder what expression he will make when finds out. Looking at planet Water Spirit, Situnan laughed. This sudden laugh from Situnan had the middle-aged man and all the surrounding cultivators mistaking it for an erotic laugh. Chapter 991, Reunion 1. Looking at the blue cultivation planet, Situnan's divine sense spread out and spread forward. It was like a storm that charged at the planet and swept through it. Situnan's Nirvana cleanser cultivation made his divine sense very sharp. Adding his arrogant and almost demonic domain, it gave him almost endless power. As he swept across the planet, the entire planet trembled as if a giant pair of hands was playing with it. Rumbling sounds came from the earth and the sky changed colors. The three Chin brothers were cultivating, but they suddenly opened their eyes and revealed gloomy expressions. The three disappeared at the same time, and when they reappeared, they were in the air. However, this divine sense was too strong. The moment the three of them appeared, they had to retreat thousands of feet and use their full power to resist to be able to barely stand firm. Big Head and Lei Ji also felt this powerful divine sense. Lei Ji's cultivation level wasn't high enough, so he directly coughed out blood. However, he wasn't scared at all but instead felt gloomy. Big Head resisted the impact of the divine sense and arrived next to Wang Lin's palace. He protected Wang Lin's palace along with Ta Shan. As for the junior cultivators, they were all extremely pale. Those that were lightly injured coughed out blood, and those who were heavily affected passed out. Only people like Zhao Shui and Ling Er, who had protection items from the three Chen brothers, were able to barely hold on. The extremely arrogant divine sense spread across the palace Wang Lin was in. However, Wang Lin was refining the female corpse and had reached the most critical moment. Wang Lin's divine sense had almost completely connected to the female corpse. Unless someone's cultivation level was way higher, they would only see the female corpse. After all, the female corpse was also at the Nirvana cleanser stage. The divine sense paused for a moment and then swept by. In the distance, Master Hollow Wind's eyes shined and then he frowned. As the divine sense spread out, his eyes revealed a dark glow and he formed a seal and pointed forward. The divine sense gathered like a whirlpool as it laughed and retreated. This old man's mood is pretty good, so I'll give you a chance. Hand over the woman with the water spirit root and that little girl called Zhao Shui. I really don't consider you two half-dead Nirvana cleanser cultivators a threat. This rough voice rumbled across planet Water Spirit like roaring thunder. It quickly reached every part of planet Water Spirit. This voice contained a spell along with Situnan's Nirvana cleanser cultivation. Just listening to it caused the three Chen brothers to cough out blood and retreat once more. Master Yi Chen's expression was ferocious as he shouted, "Activate the planet protection formation." As soon as he finished, he touched his bag and a black token flew out. At the same time, Master Yi Xing and Master Yi Long quickly took out a black token from each their bags. The three of them raised their token almost at the same time. One of the tokens collapsed and turned into a black ripple that quickly spread. In just a moment, it surrounded the entire planet. Just as the first token shattered, the remaining 2 tokens also shattered. Then 2 more ripples spread across the entire planet. At this moment, there were 3 layers of black ripples that tightly guarded planet water spirit. Master Ichen's face was pale. He had no confidence that these 3 layers could resist the enemy, but he didn't panic. He sneered in his heart. With Brother Wing here, I want to see how you'll bully planet water spirit. Oh! When Situ Nan saw the 3 layers of light, a cold light flashed in his eyes. When his divine sense spread across planet water spirit, he noticed 2 early-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. The 2 Nirvana Cleanser cultivators were seriously injured, but even if they weren't, Situ Nan wouldn't have cared. He laughed and then disappeared from the large bed. He reappeared outside planet water spirit. Resisting is good. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Damn it, this time I'm getting concubine furnaces for my brother, not for myself. Mortality, stand on my side. Situ Nan's eyes revealed a strange light as he closed in on planet water spirit. Then he suddenly pointed forward with his right forefinger. Annihilation. A vortex appeared on Situ Nan's finger, and the sounds of explosion could be heard from within the vortex. Endless origin energy condensed in the vortex, causing it to rotate faster. In the end, it looked like it wasn't moving, but the speed of its rotation had reached an unimaginable degree. Last time I went into closed-door cultivation, I refined the finger of death, demonic finger, and underworld finger. In addition, I also improved the latter 3-finger techniques. I can break this mere planet protection formation in just a few breaths of time. Situ Nan's eyes lit up as he mercilessly pointed forward. The vortex quickly flew toward the formation around planet water spirit. It closed in an instant and smashed into the first layer. A heaven-shaking sound echoed when the vortex and the black light collided. The shockwaves spread out violently, pushing everyone away. Situ Nan wasn't affected, but all the female cultivators behind him had to retreat. The first layer of black ripples trembled rapidly and exploded. Then a huge storm was set off, and it landed on the second layer. Just at this instant, Situ Nan pointed once more and shouted, "One finger points at the heavens and earth, the universe is silenced." With a point of his finger, an even larger vortex appeared, and the origin energy in the world gathered like crazy. It was as if the vortex had become a black hole that could absorb all the power in the world. In an instant, the vortex was 100 feet wide. As it rotated rapidly, lightning arched within it, creating sounds of explosions. Situ Nan's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he shouted, "Annihilation change." After he spoke, the explosions from inside the vortex reached a limit and the lightning inside arched even more violently. However, all of these were secondary. The most important part was that the origin energy inside the vortex went through a shocking change. Nirvana Cleanser cultivators could absorb origin energy, form the world, and infuse it into their spells. As a result, their attacks were far more powerful than that of Nirvana Scryer cultivators. However, this could be considered the lowest method of using origin energy. It was very simple. It was just absorbing and condensing. However, if you understood the laws, then you could use change in addition to absorb and condense. The so-called change was a qualitative change by absorbing origin energy and then compressing it repeatedly until it changed into a mysterious power that Nirvana Cleanser cultivators called the power of law. In truth, Wang Lin's self-created spell belonged to the power of law. The power of law was something that rarely occurred in Nirvana Cleanser cultivators, much less Nirvana Scryer cultivators. This was why Master Hollow Wind was so shocked. Situ Nan shouted as the 100-foot vortex before him compressed until it was only the size of his hand. Then it flew directly at the planet protection formation. "Break for this old man." Situ Nan stepped forward toward the vortex. The vortex was so fast that it closed in instantly. As the vortex closed in, the second layer trembled violently. When the vortex touched it, the second layer unexpectedly twisted with the vortex and was absorbed by the vortex without any resistance. The vortex didn't stop and directly landed on the last layer of black ripples. The moment it touched the last layer of black ripples, the layer collapsed. The 3 layers of the planet protection formation were destroyed like this. The vortex charged at planet water spirit. While letting out an arrogant laugh, Situ Nan shouted, "This old man is here looking for a concubine for my brother. I'll destroy anyone who dares to stop me." The moment Situ Nan and the vortex appeared above planet water spirit, the 3 Chen brothers coughed out blood once more. The planet protection formation was linked to them, so they couldn't help but retreat. Behind Situ Nan, the female cultivators of the Pink Palace quickly followed and filled the sky. The fragrance they gave off was enough to intoxicate people. The middle-aged man in blue also arrived. He excitedly looked at the 3 Chen brothers and thought, "Even you 3 old things can have a day like today." Master Ichen's expression was gloomy as he stared at Situ Nan and shouted, "Fellow cultivator has amazing cultivation. I presume you're not a nobody." Situ Nan glared and laughed. "I'm Situ Nan." Fellow cultivator Situ has such an amazing cultivation, so why force the three of us? Moreover, Ling Er and Zhao Shui are only juniors, so please let them go. Us Chen brothers will make amends. Looking at the three Chen brothers, Situ Nan shook his head. This old man has plenty of women and cultivation furnaces, so I don't care for your juniors. However, this old man's brother is still very young. Let's see. Only about 1,000 years old, so still very young. Rest assured, my brother is very handsome, eh? And those two junior of yours might not even catch my brother's fancy. Don't waste my time. Bring them out, or else I'll kill you all and take them away. Senior, Zhao Shui can leave with you, but please spare my junior sister. In the distance, two rays of light arrived and revealed themselves to be two women. One of them was Zhao Shui and beside her was Ling Er, who was completely calm. Situ Nan narrowed his eyes as his gaze swept Zhao Shui, and he praised her in his heart. It was as the rumors had said, this girl Zhao Shui was a cool beauty and a good material for a concubine. He then looked at Ling Er next to Zhao Shui, and his eyes revealed a strange glow. She indeed does have a water spirit root. Zhao Shui didn't even glance at the middle-aged man next to Situ Nan. Her cold and arrogant expression was obvious. Situ Nan was too lazy to bother with Zhao Shui's words. With a wave of his sleeves, a gust of wind immediately caught Zhao Shui and Ling Er. He arrogantly said, this old man is taking the two of them. Chapter 992, Reunion 2. As he spoke, he moved backward and was about to leave. The three Chen brothers' eyes were bloodshot, especially Master Yi Chen's. It was as if his heart was torn. Although Ling Er was a cross-generation junior, he treated her like his own daughter. At this moment, it was as if he was watching a villain stealing his daughter before him. He clenched his teeth, turned toward the palace Wang Lin was in, and bowed. His voice was filled with grief and indignation as he loudly said, Brother Wang, please help this old man once. Unfortunately, Wang Lin was completely immersed in refining the corpse, because it was the most critical moment. He only kept his divine sense around the palace, so even if he detected what was happening outside, he couldn't be distracted. Situ Nan was originally going to leave, but when he heard Brother Wang, his body trembled and he stopped. His eyes revealed a mysterious light and muttered to himself, someone named Wang? What is the name of the Brother Wang you spoke of? Situ Nan turned around toward Master Yi Chen, but soon shook his head and said, forget it, I'll know once I look. After he spoke, he took a step and charged at the palace Wang Lin was in. If Situ Nan hadn't gone to Wang Lin, Master Hollow Wind wouldn't have appeared. He was already injured, so there was no way he would help the three Chen brothers. However, now that Situ Nan had closed in on Wang Lin, he had to act. People who had reached his cultivation level were pretty open about things. However, after several encounters with Wang Lin, he felt very complex. Wang Lin had let him go twice. Although it was just to get his help in the demon spirit land, it was him who was wrong twice, so he held no resentment. Therefore, if he didn't act now, it would be unreasonable. Master Hollow Wind's eyes lit up, and he gave up on healing himself. When Situ Nan was within 5 kilometers of Wang Lin's palace, he appeared. Before Situ Nan, Master Hollow Wind's expression was calm as he slowly said, fellow cultivator, since you already taken the people you want, it is best to leave. Situ Nan's eyes narrowed, but his expression was filled with impatience, and he shouted, if you weren't injured, you'd barely qualify, but right now you're not qualified to block me. As Situ Nan spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed without hesitation. Underworld finger. As this finger pointed out, the sky changed colors and dense death aura filled the world. The underworld finger now held considerable power after being refined by Situ Nan. Borrowing the sliver of life that appears in a land filled with death, it allowed the underworld finger to contain a small trace of life. As a result, it formed its own yin and yang and became a fierce spell that shot directly at Master Hollow Wind. Master Hollow Wind's hands formed a seal and he waved his hand. Large amounts of origin energy gathered and collided with the underworld finger. There was a loud bang, and Master Hollow Wind's body trembled, and he was forced to retreat several dozen feet. However, the underworld finger wasn't affected at all and continued to chase him after a short pause. Disdain filled Situ Nan's eyes as he shouted, underworld change. After he spoke, the underworld wind rapidly shrank and a destructive aura spread out like crazy. Master Hollow Wind's expression changed greatly. He naturally saw that this wind was abnormal and retreated without hesitation. Situ Nan didn't pay attention to Master Hollow Wind and stepped directly toward Wang Lin's palace. Ta Shan and Big Head wanted to intercept, but Situ Nan waved his sleeve. Big Head was blown away, but Ta Shan was able to maintain his position. He was, after all, a celestial guard. Then he threw a punch. This punch created a sonic boom that charged toward Situ Nan. Situ Nan was surprised as he carefully looked at Ta Shan before pointing at him. Ta Shan's body trembled and he was blown away. Interesting, a Nirvana cleanser, a Nirvana scryer, and a puppet with such a powerful body. I really have to see this cultivator named Wang that is being guarded by them. As Situnan laughed, he stepped within 1,000 feet of the palace. The moment he landed, Situnan was startled, and he had an extremely strange expression with his mouth open. He didn't believe what he was seeing. After all, what he saw with his divine sense was very different from seeing it in person. Situnan was about to speak, but a loud whistle came from the palace. Countless restrictions rushed out, and they filled the sky and rushed at Situnan. Damn it! Situnan was about to retreat, but there were too many restrictions. They all rushed at him as if they wouldn't give up until they sealed him. Situnan wryly smiled and simply decided not to retreat. He opened his arms and a giant vortex appeared before him. This vortex rotated very fast, and as Situnan swung his arms, the vortex collapsed, sending out waves of ripples. All the restrictions that touched these ripples collapsed, and in just a moment, all of the restrictions collapsed. Situ was about to speak when his expression changed and a sharp, female voice came from the palace. This scream pierced the high heavens, and even Situnan couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Just at this moment, the door to the palace suddenly opened. A woman wearing silver shot out in a ray of silver light towards Situnan. Situnan's eyes narrowed as he waved his right hand and retreated. His right hand formed a seal, and he pointed at the woman, creating a ring of light, and he shouted, "Celestial Entrapment Finger." This ring of light shined purple and gave off a powerful origin energy fluctuation. As Situnan spoke, it shot toward the female corpse. Just as Situnan pointed, the ring disappeared, but a moment later, it appeared around the woman. It trapped the woman inside and mercilessly shrank. The ring suddenly multiplied from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into countless rings trapping her. However, this woman wasn't simple. She opened her mouth to spit out a pair of scissors. The scissors flew around her, cutting the rings. Taking this time, Situnan spat at the ground and wryly smiled. Damn it, what is this? I failed to recognize someone I knew. With that, he walked past the woman and directly headed toward the palace. When he closed in, his hands formed a seal and he pointed with his finger as he laughed. Take my mountain tremble finger. With a point of his finger, the shadow of a majestic mountain appeared behind Situnan. The mountain was so huge that it almost connected the heavens and earth. Then the shadow rapidly condensed onto Situnan's finger. In the end, when the mountain completely disappeared, the power of this finger reached its peak. This finger was like a mountain crashing down. A very cheerful laugh came from inside the palace and a frenzy aura exploded from within. The two forces collided with each other, causing an unimaginable shockwave to spread out. The shockwave caused dust to cover the area surrounding Wang Lin's palace. All the shattered stones scattered in all directions. Situnan's body trembled and shock filled his eyes. He turned into a ray of light and retreated 1,000 feet before the powerful force was dissipated. Nevertheless, his right hand still trembled and felt numb. What kind of spell is this? Just the power of the body not only broke my mountain tremble spell, it even caused me to retreat. When did this brat become so strong? Excitement filled Situnan's eyes as he laughed and jumped into the air. He pointed up and smiled. That mountain tremble was used with only part of my strength. Right now, I'll let you see it at its full power. I spent a long time comprehending this spell on that abandoned planet that was worse than bird sheet to perfect this. Okay. Wang Lin's laugh came from below and he flew into the air. When he looked at Situnan, a rare hint of excitement and familiarity appeared in his eyes. Situnan smiled, but the admiration and the excitement from seeing Wang Lin after so many years was still revealed through his expression. The two of them looked at each other in the air. Sometimes, brothers don't need to talk much. They only needed one gaze to rekindle their friendship. Everything that happened on planet Suzaki echoed in both their hearts almost at the same time. Mountain tremble finger. Situnan laughed as his right hand pointed at Wang Lin. At this moment, the entire planet trembled and mountain souls flew out. An illusion appeared around Situnan. Mountains appeared next to Situnan. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Situnan had unexpectedly called all the mountain souls on the planet here. They appeared like mirages and looked extremely real. As he pointed, these mountain souls gave off ancient auras that quickly gathered. They condensed into a powerful force that shot toward Wang Lin. This finger was a powerful spell that gathered all the mountain souls on planet Water Spirit. The power of this mountain tremble finger caused Wang Lin's eyes to reveal a mysterious light. He gripped his hand and the sky rumbled. It was as if Wang Lin was holding the sky within his hands. Chapter 993 Poison. Holding his right fist, Wang Lin walked forward and threw a punch forward. There was a loud bang that echoed between the worlds. An illusion of an ancient god's arm appeared before Wang Lin as if that punch was the punch of an ancient god. Boom, boom, boom. This earth-shattering sound replaced all other sounds on planet Water Spirit and echoed within everyone's ears. Situ Nan's mountain tremble finger that gathered all the mountain souls on the planet collided before Wang Lin's fist. A powerful shockwave spread, causing violent waves to appear over the ocean. Situ Nan laughed and retreated. There was admiration in his eyes and he smiled. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Wang Lin, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, and you sure surprised me today. Wang Lin also retreated and laughed. It looks like you must have entered closed-door cultivation in these hundreds of years. The two of them looked at each other and smiled happily. Wang Lin had not been so happy for a long time. His reunion with Situ Nan made him think of their long friendship, and this made his heart feel warm. Situ Nan was still the same. He was very arrogant and had very few close friends, and even the ones he had long lost contact with them. Wang Lin was somewhat special as the two of them had experienced many life and death situations together. Now that he saw that Wang Lin's cultivation had reached such a degree, he was very happy. Under Wang Lin's invitation, the two flew off into the distance, leaving everyone else confused. In particular, the three Chen brothers were startled by this sudden chong. It wasn't until after a long time that the three of them wryly smiled. They were all Nirvana Scryer cultivators and were all very smart. At this moment, they realized that when Situ Nan said he was taking Zhou Shui and Ling Air for his brother, that there was an 80% chance that his brother was Wang Lin. Master Hollow Wind could only bitterly smile at this and shook his head. Then he looked at the woman in silver that had walked out from Situ Nan's spell and felt doubt in his heart. All of them scattered. At this moment, Wang Lin and Situ Nan sat on the peak where Wang Lin comprehended sundered night. The mountain wind hit their clothes as the two exchanged what had happened to them over these hundreds of years. There was a white jade table between the two of them with a wine jug and other things that Situ Nan had brought. After he took a drink, he exclaimed, I didn't think so many things would happen after you went to planet Tianyun. It would have been better if you had followed me and had fun being king. Wang Lin picked up the wine cup and drank a mouthful before shaking his head and saying, if not for some unexpected things on the way to planet Tianyun, I wouldn't have my current cultivation. Situ Nan revealed an expression that was like a smile that was not a smile, then he put down the wine cup and laughed. I heard about the war between All Evan and the alliance on planet Fengwan and about the fame of the Thunder Celestial of All Evan. I didn't expect it to be you. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral and he smiled. I was just lucky. However, your cultivation is a bit strange. You're only at the peak of the mid-stage of Nirvana Scryer, but even I panicked at the strength of that punch. Although Situ Nan was only at the early stage of Nirvana Cleanser, his talent was simply too good. He was also painstakingly studying during his closed-door cultivation, so he was at the peak of his cultivation level. If forced into a corner, he could even fight mid-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators, only the price would be heavy. The battle between Wang Lin and Situ Nan was merely just sparring. However, Situ Nan could obviously feel a shocking power hidden within Wang Lin. Even with Situ Nan's arrogance, he was shocked. After more than 1,000 years, the youth from back then had lost all his naivety and became a true cultivator. While Situ Nan was in a trance, it was as if saw that simple child that had just picked up the heaven-defying bead. Then the youth flashed by and became the simple youth in the Hangyu sect that didn't understand the cruel world of cultivators. The youth that lost his parents and lost his body before being saved by Situ Nan. Then this youth went on a path of slaughter to almost become a monster. The youth that rediscovered himself after finding his domain. The youth who gradually rose to fame on planet Suzaku and finally reached the peak to awaken him, Situ Nan. Situ Nan let out a sigh as he looked at Wang Lin. He couldn't help but think of the day they departed. One went to planet Tianyun to become a disciple and one went to planet Fengwan to enjoy life. In a flash, hundreds of years passed and today, the two reunited once more. Aside from the friendship not changing, everything else had changed too much. A person's life was merely this. As Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan, memories of the past also flashed through his mind. These memories were too old, but Wang Lin clearly remembered them. He couldn't forget what he once said under the night sky. I, Wang Lin, will never bow to the heavens or pay respect to any ghost or god. I only bow to my parents and pay my respects to Situ. Situ Nan had helped him far too much. If not for Situ, Wang Lin would have died in Zhao and would never have the achievements he had today. If it wasn't for Situ, it would have been hard for Wang Lin to step through to early stages of the first step, Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul. Without his foundation, it would have been hard for him to reach his current level. If not for Situ's death, demonic, and underworld fingers, along with how to use spells and treasures, it would have been hard for Wang Lin to gain a foothold on planet Tianyun. If not for Situ, when Wang Lin was attacked by the scattered devil in the demon spirit land, he would have died without the underworld finger. There was also the heaven-defying bead. If Situ Nan had any greed, he wouldn't have let Wang Lin keep such a mysterious treasure. If Situ were to take it from Wang Lin would die. Because of that, Situ simply smiled and said one thing. I gift you this. As the memories from the past resurfaced, the two people on the peak became silent. The wind whistled by, but it couldn't scatter the emotions they felt. These emotions became even more powerful until they were like a shroud of smoke that would linger forever in their hearts, representing their eternal friendship. As the mountain breeze blew by, the two drank one cup after another. After a moment of silence, both laughed. Real friends don't need to say much, just a cup of wine and a laugh can allow them to throw away all the sadness, leaving only joy. A man can have no lover, but he can't be without a true friend. Situnan didn't question more about Wang Lin's cultivation being strange. He interrupted Wang Lin's words as he drank a cup of wine and smiled. What more is there to say between us two brothers? When I was at a disadvantage on planet Fenghuan, I first thought of you. Later, you and I will definitely slaughter our way back to planet Fenghuan. Wang Lin smiled and nodded without asking more. He chatted with Situnan as they drank wine until it was late into the night. The bright moon hung in the sky, shining brightly. Although it was cold, it was also very quiet. Talking about life with a friend made Wang Lin's mind feel peaceful. He hadn't had this warm feeling in a very long time. This kind of warmth appeared by itself when one was with old friends. It was as if he was back on planet Suzaku, where he and Situnan's fates were linked. You were also famous in the All-Even star system, and it can be said you had fun there. But poor me, I originally was having fun on planet Fenghuan but accidentally saw some of those damn women. It shouldn't have been a big deal in the cultivation world. I didn't care much. Didn't I just take a few extra looks? Didn't I just engrave the images into a jade? Situnan was depressed as he drank a big mouthful of wine. That was all I did, yet they released a kill order to hunt me day and night. It forced me to hide, and I couldn't even act like a king in peace. Finally, I was forced to change close-door cultivation locations every once in a while. In these past several hundred years, I was like a mouse running from one planet to another. Planets filled with spiritual energy and abandoned planets without any spiritual energy, I've been to them all. Situnan became angry as he talked about this, so he simply picked up a jug and drank for a few breaths. Then he put it down and hatefully said, After I came out of closed-door cultivation, I slaughtered my way to planet Fenghuan, but there were too many of them. And they had gotten some helpers, making me suffer a big loss. When Situnan got to this point, his face unexpectedly turned red. Wang Lin roughly guessed the story before his eyes narrowed and he frowned. He grabbed Situnan's right hand and he carefully spread out his divine sense. After a long time, Wang Lin's expression became even more strange. Situnan wryly smiled and drank a cup before he said, You saw through it? Wang Lin pondered for a bit as a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes along with monstrous killing intent. He nodded and said, What kind of poison is so powerful that you can't force it out even with your cultivation? Situnan put down his cup of wine and wryly smiled. I don't know where those damn women from planet Fenghuan got this poison. I checked a lot of records to find that this poison is called the seventh heaven. 3 days of heaven, then 3 days of hell. Damn it, during these days, I really wished I was dead. This poison is a remnant of the celestial realm, and before the celestial realm collapsed, it was a poison made by refining countless celestials for 100 years. This poison has no effect on mortals, but it targets celestials. After this poison enters the body, it is impossible to force it out because it completely fuses with one's origin soul. The main effect of the seventh heaven is in the 3 days of heaven and 3 days of hell. During the first 3 days, you will be in a state of illusion and waste all your mental power. Then you spend the next 3 days dying. On the 7th day, your origin soul is completely destroyed, although it takes 7 days for you to die, but the moment you are poisoned you lose all your cultivation. Then, Wang Lin looked at Situnan. It was obvious Situnan hadn't lost his cultivation. Chapter 994, Drunk. Situ bitterly smiled. When he picked up the wine jug, he found that there was no wine left. So he took a big jug out from his bag and broke the seal. He drank directly from it and allowed the wine to drip down the corner of his mouth. After putting down the wine jug, he sighed and said, Luckily, this old man is clever and came up with an extreme way to resist this poison. I used a female cultivator as my cultivation furnace. Through a special pair cultivation method, I was able to stimulate the seventh heaven, making it remain in the first stage. This is how I was able to delay it until now. The killing intent in Wang Lin's cold gaze exploded as he looked up at the stars. His killing intent toward planet Fenghuan that pushed Situnan into this state was monstrous. Wang Lin slowly asked, Does planet Fenghuan have Nirvana Shatterer cultivators? Situnan shook his head and said, There are no Nirvana Shatterer cultivators, at most mid-stage Nirvana Cleanser. There aren't even any late-stage or peak late-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. It's just, there are a lot of Nirvana Cleanser cultivators on planet Fenghuan, and adding on their helpers, there are more than 10. Wang Lin sneered as he nodded and said, "We definitely have to get revenge, but more importantly, we need to focus on how to get rid of your poison." Situ Nan's eyes lit up and he said, "I do have some plans regarding this. Those damn women from planet Fengluan had the poison but not the antidote. The real antidote should be in the celestial realm. Once the Rain celestial realm opens, I'll head there and perhaps I can find it." Wang Lin's expression changed and he asked, "Celestial realm? Was this poison refined by the Rain celestial realm?" Situ Nan nodded and said, "From the records I found, it was refined by the Rain celestial realm." Wang Lin pondered a bit. He still had the pagoda from Zhou Yi. Inside there laid Celestial Lord Qing Shuang's corpse. Qing Shuang was a celestial lord of the Rain celestial realm. Back in the day, I found various clues pointing to the fact that inside that mysterious cave in the demon spirit land lies the strongest celestial emperor from the past, Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. This Qing Lin was Qing Shuang's father, and he may have a way to revive her. Once she revives, it will be easy to cure this poison. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he looked at Situ Nan and slowly said, "Perhaps there is no need to go to the Rain celestial realm to find the antidote." At this moment, he told Situ Nan what happened in the demon spirit land, as well as his own deduction. As Situ Nan listened, there was a mysterious light in his eyes. After Wang Lin finished speaking, he pondered a bit and smiled. "That sounds good. I'll risk it and see what happens. Either way, even if there was no such thing, I'd still go to the demon spirit land with you. Now we might be able to kill two birds with one stone. As for planet Fengluan, they can't escape." The killing intent inside Wang Lin's eyes was strong. He had always been one to not bother others if they didn't offend him. However, since Situ Nan was pushed into such a state, they had touched his bottom line. They began drinking and talking on the peak again until it was dawn. After Situ Nan finished drinking the last jug of wine in his bag, he looked at Wang Lin for a while before revealing a strange smile. "I say, little Lin, could it be that you, a piece of wood, has gained enlightenment?" Wang Lin was startled, and he subconsciously rubbed his nose. He didn't really understand what Situ Nan meant. "Don't be silly. If you say your purpose for coming to planet Water Spirit isn't those two girls, I won't believe you." Situ Nan revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. "I originally wanted to take those two girls to make them your concubines, but I didn't think you'd move even faster than me. You had already come here. Although gaining intimacy as an influential person is not bad, I still have to scold you. You're not young anymore, yet you're still playing these games of chasing girls. If it was me, I would have just taken them directly. Later, once the rice is cooked, so what if she is unwilling? Even if she wasn't willing, she'd still have to be willing for this old man." Situ Nan snorted and continued, "Thinking back to when I was the Suzaku, I did this many times. If I fancied them, I'd just take them. Who would dare to say no?" Wang Lin wryly smiled. He understood Situ Nan too much and didn't doubt Situ Nan had done such things. After letting out a dry cough, Wang Lin shook his head. "I don't have any ideas about those two juniors. It's just that one of them is somewhat fated with me, but not as a Dao partner." After he spoke, Wang Lin's expression became bleak. He thought of Li Muan, who was inside the heaven-avoiding coffin. Then there was also Lu Mei, who made him feel extremely complex and always made him feel a stab of pain. Lu Mei probably isn't be dead. Wang Lin looked at the sky. He became aware of this after returning to the Alliance star system. It was a kind of an intuition, a sense for the future he gained after cultivating for over 1,000 years and entering the second step. Situ Nan naturally saw the pain hidden deep within Wang Lin's eyes and let out a sigh. He knew a bit about the matter between Wang Lin and Li Muan. This was why he wanted to find a suitable female cultivator for his brother, so Wang Lin could walk away from that sadness. He didn't know that before Wang Lin's sadness could heal, it was mercilessly ripped open again by Lu Mei. This caused an irreparable pain that was forever engraved in his soul. Wang Lin's love life had been very sad. Li Muan's departure allowed him to learn to cherish, but by the time he understood it, the person he cherished was gone. A kind of life where one lived alone among the stars was not something one could understand without living such a life themselves. His interactions with Lu Mei caused him great amounts of pain. He spent 100 years resolving the resentment Wang Pin had, but it couldn't dissolve the pain in Wang Lin's heart. He picked up the last jug of wine on the table and mercilessly took a drink. He put it down with a bang and laughed. "Situ, you once taught me that the cultivation world is cruel and runs on the law of the jungle. If one is careless for a moment, they will perish. If you wish to live, you must become merciless and vicious. Only then do you have the qualifications to survive. I have learned how to become vicious, and I have slaughtered during my more than 1,300 years of cultivation. I've also learned loneliness, but I have lost far too much. I've lost my parents, my family, my lover, my child, my happiness, my everything. Sometimes, I ask myself, what am I after?" Situ Nan silently pondered as he looked at Wang Lin. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. He was always arrogant and overbearing, but his heart was shaken by Wang Lin's words. When mother and father died, I was devastated, but too weak to change anything. I could only change that anger into a demonic flame until the day it erupted. When Li Muan died, I was unable to change fate and recover her from the reincarnation cycle. I could only helplessly watch her become old until she died. You still don't know that due to the accident with me and Lu Mei, she became pregnant with my flesh and blood. However, what was sent to me was a soul that had absorbed hundreds of years of resentment. A child that resented its father. All of this was caused by cultivation. If I didn't cultivate, although I'd be one with the earth right now, none of this sadness would have fallen on me. Wang Lin's face was filled with bitterness. He couldn't say any of this to anyone else in the world. Only one person would let him vent all the bitterness he had experienced in this 1,000 years, and that person was Situ. Only Situ, the one who had watched him start as an ignorant teenager until he walked on the true path of cultivation and finally left planet Suzaku. While Situ Nan pondered, he picked up the wine jug and handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted it and drank another big mouthful before laughing. Cultivators can't even feel drunk when drinking. His laugh drifted in the air and was filled with sadness and sorrow. If you want to be drunk, then I'll let you be drunk. Situ Nan touched his bag and immediately took out a purple jade bottle and placed it on the table. This wine was brewed in the celestial realm, and there isn't much left. I found it by accident, and although it can't increase cultivation, 1 drop is enough for you to feel drunk like a mortal. Situ Nan sent the wine over to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, with me here, you can become drunk once. Wang Lin grabbed the bottle, and without looking at it, he drank a mouthful. As this mouthful of wine went down his throat, he felt a spiciness rise up in his throat. Then hot air gathered in his abdomen and rose through his body. Cultivation, cultivation. Did you know that once I sent the ashes of an old friend to his hometown? Do you know what I heard, Situ? Wang Lin took the bottle and drank once more. Bitterness filled his eyes. The apricot tree blooms white flowers. The daughter won't be taken by a Taoist family. Last year, Lang II went up the mountain, and a year later, Lang I was a bag of bones. The cry of the daughter accompanies the dead, but takes the coffin as family. The apricot tree blooms white flowers and children shouldn't be taken by Taoists. If asked about my age, I still haven't found my Tao. The dog barks, the cat scratches, scaring the Taoist back home. This nursery rhyme that came from Wang Lin's mouth contained a trace of sadness. A trace of his helplessness and enlightenment from more than 1,300 years of cultivation. When Situ Nan heard this, his hand trembled. Cultivating for more than 1,000 years. How many life and death situations have I faced to reach my current cultivation level? Was it all worth it? I don't dare to ask. I don't dare to think about the joys I'd have if I didn't cultivate. Because I have already walked into the life of a cultivator, it is too difficult to quit. Too many things force me to continue on. If I become timid, I won't be able to continue cultivating. Situ, I had a child you'll never meet. His name was Wang Ping. I named him myself so that he would live a happy and peaceful life of a mortal. To never cultivate. During his lifetime, he asked me 3 times why he couldn't cultivate. Why? Was it because he couldn't cultivate or because I didn't want him to become like me? Wang Lin held the wine cup and drank it all. He felt a slight dizziness in his head. The only other time he had felt drunk like this was when he secretly drank some of his dad's rice wine when he was a kid. What I pursue is something no one can understand. What I pursue is something only I know. Wang Lin's body swayed. He was drunk. Chapter 995, Soul. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, Situ Nan had stayed on planet Water Spirit for 2 months. On this day, as the formation over the Heavenly Fate sect opened, the All-Seer personally sent out invitations. All the old monsters qualified to enter the Demon Spirit Land received the invitations. In 10 days, the Demon Spirit Land will open and we will enter the Celestial Cave. There was only one line on this invitation, but it set off a storm among those who received it. The fact that there was a celestial cave inside the Demon Spirit Land was not hidden among these old monsters. Almost all of them knew a few things, and some guessed that there were still Celestial alive inside. Most people suspected the Celestial to be the Celestial Emperor Qing Lin. However, this was only a suspicion. There was no conclusive evidence to prove it all. But this was enough to cause these old monsters' hearts to race and bring their blood to a boil. There was a large amount of celestial treasures and celestial spells inside the celestial cave, but that wasn't what held these old monsters' attention the most. What really made those old monsters excited was the celestial that was likely to exist inside. If the person inside was really Celestial Emperor Qinglin, the strongest celestial across the 4 celestial realms, then they might find the secret to reaching the 3rd step on his body. This was what attracted old monsters like the All-Seer. According to their countless years of exploration, some of these old monsters had a lot of information regarding whether Qinglin was really inside the cave. The fact that Qinglin didn't die during the collapse of the celestial realm shows just how powerful his cultivation was. Although he wasn't killed, he was seriously injured, so he had to find a place to enter closed-door cultivation. All kinds of signs pointed to the celestial cave in the demon spirit land. To be able to enter the cave of the former strongest celestial emperor, and that celestial emperor hadn't recovered from his serious injuries yet. This kind of stimulation excited these powerful cultivators greatly. Moreover, after entering the demon spirit land many times, they were almost certain the person inside the celestial cave hadn't recovered yet. When the All-Seer sent out the invitations, Ling Tianho came out from the depths of the planet. He had his own ambitions about the demon spirit land. He had also sent out his invitations and waited for his friends to arrive. There were suddenly a lot more cultivators around planet Tianyun. Most of them came from other cultivation planets. Very few were invited and many came uninvited. It was impossible to make it so outsiders didn't know about this. However, right now the battle between All-Evan and the Alliance was becoming more and more fierce. Small skirmishes happened all the time, and sometimes they led to medium-sized battles. As a result, only a few powerful cultivators had come. Moreover, the All-Seer's status as an elder of the Alliance made it so some powerful cultivators didn't dare to come to try fish in these troubled waters. 10 days quickly passed, and cultivators had already gathered at the entrance. As cultivators arrived, even more people appeared here. Even the cultivators within the range of planet Tianyun came. They all hoped to take this opportunity to obtain some benefits from this land that opened at irregular times. On the 10th day, the All-Seer arrived. He came by himself as he stepped through the void. The white-robed All-Seer arrived looking very calm. His gray hair flowed behind him, making him look like a real celestial. In addition, there was a trident as black as ink below his feet. Every one of his steps would land on the trident. All the cultivators that knew the All-Seer knew that he rarely used treasures. He could shake the world with just his countless celestial spells. At this moment, when everyone's gazes were focused on the trident under the All-Seer's feet, they were shocked. However, no one talked about it, and they moved out of the way for the All-Seer to arrive above the East Demon Spirit Sea. Below the All-Seer was the East Demon Spirit Sea. There was no suction from the vortex here, it was the gate to the Demon Spirit Land. The appearance of the All-Seer caused the surroundings to become quiet. The All-Seer's expression was neutral, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. He stared at the East Demon Spirit Sea as if he was pondering. Shortly after, fluctuations of origin energy came from the distance and the old monsters arrived one by one. One of them was the old man sitting on the gourd who was there when Wang Lin returned. At this moment, there were 9 people from his sect behind the old man. He floated to above the East Demon Spirit Sea and greeted the All-Seer. The All-Seer smiled and nodded. They no longer talked afterward. About 15 minutes after the old man appeared, red clouds appeared in the distance. These red clouds were formed by a spell, so it wasn't strange for them to appear in space. There was a beautiful middle-aged woman on the red cloud, and 4 beautiful young women followed her. This was the woman that invited Wang Lin before. As for the 4 young women, they were the same ones from back then. The one wearing pink looked around as if she was looking for something. She was the person Ling Tianho suspected to be the brilliant Void Saintress. Then a few more old monsters came, and although they were old monsters, they were only at the Nirvana Scryer stage. After they arrived, they all scattered to talk with their friends. A lot of them weren't cultivators of planet Tianyun. They were in small groups or by themselves, but they all would occasionally look at the giant vortex over the East Demon Spirit Sea. Soon, loud, whistling sounds could be heard and rays of golden light whistled through and gathered above the East Demon Spirit Sea. As the golden light moved, the entire area seemed to be shrouded by this light. When all the golden light gathered, it released a bright flash. A person gradually walked out from this golden light. He had long hair that flowed without wind. He had a large figure and looked like a war celestial. He was about 40 years old, his face was resolute, and his eyes were like lightning. You would be shocked just looking at him. Just by standing there, he gave off an aura of majesty. There were many powerful cultivators among the surrounding cultivators, but when they saw this person's gaze, they couldn't help but lower their heads. This person wore a purple robe and a 3-eyed sable light on his shoulder. This sable's gaze was like lightning as it looked around with indifference. The moment the purple-robed man appeared, the All-Seer raised his head and frowned slightly. The expression of the old man on the gourd changed and became gloomy. The man in purple smiled and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator All-Seer, we haven't met for many years. Today I was invited to come so I'm able to catch up to friend All-Seer. Elder son is being polite." The All-Seer calmly looked at this person. The star-marked sable on the purple-robed man's shoulder looked around with an intelligent gaze. It would occasionally scratch its face with its claws. Shortly after the purple-robed man appeared, sword energy began to appear. In the distance, a bright flash of sword energy filled the sky. Then a red Qilin appeared over the horizon. There was a skinny old man sitting on the Qilin's back. Before he arrived, his laugh was heard. Brother Sun is very fast. Along the way, I was wondering if Brother Sun had come. The man in purple smiled and said, since Sword Saint sent the invitation, I naturally had to come. Not only me, but that person has also accepted your invitation. Sword Saint Ling Tianho's eyes shined brightly, and there was a quick flash of ecstasy in them. At this moment, a huge change occurred in the Demon Spirit Land. The Demon Spirit Land was split into 9 countries. However, a clan that called themselves the Soul Refining Tribe became a new powerhouse between the Fire Demon Country and the Sky Demon Country. This tribe was very aggressive. After devouring a large number of people, they had become a very powerful force within the 2 countries. They had millions of tribe members, and such a huge tribe was something even the 2 countries dreaded. However, what was strange was that the ancient demons didn't move against such a large tribe. Everyone was confused about this. What the military of the 2 countries dreaded the most was that almost every single member of this tribe could use powerful spells. They would often take out large flags, and countless soul fragments would fly out of them. When they fused, they could turn into soul beasts and devour their enemies. In particular, the few leaders had amazing powers. Especially this person called 13, who collected soul fragments to cultivate like crazy and had the power to confront demon generals. Also, there was the tribe leader, Ouyang Hua, who had 99 large flags. If he took them out, he could summon hundreds of millions of soul fragments. He was a formidable opponent. Although the people of the Demon Spirit Land were different from cultivators, meaning their cultivation speed can't be compared, the development of the Soul Refining Tribe was too fast. This meant that they had absorbed a lot of soul fragments throughout the years. This was indeed the truth. The Soul Refining Tribe had many branches across all 9 demon countries. They had scouted every single ancient battlefield, every battle between 2 countries, and all wars between our tribes in these past few hundred years. Today, almost all of the Soul Refining Tribe members had left their homes. Millions of tribe members holding large flags charged straight for the Fire Demon Country. From far away, this was a spectacular scene. There was no ancient demon inside the Fire Demon Country, and in the past several hundred years, the country had splintered. Originally, it was occupied by the Sky Demon Country, but their losses were heavy and they couldn't recover in a short period of time. In the end, the Sky Demon Country could only give up on it. This gave the Soul Refining Tribe this opportunity. After hundreds of years of fighting, Ouyang Hua and 13, along with several leaders of the tribe, began a battle for the Fire Demon Country. There was a black statue being carried by more than 10 people within the large army. All the members of the Soul Refining Tribe looked at the statue with reverence. In these hundreds of years, no one had forgotten, not even new tribe members, about the various legends of the person the statue was based on. This statue was the soul of their Soul Refining Tribe. The king of their Soul Refining Tribe, their ancestor. Years of worship by millions of people caused the statue to contain a strange power. It had made it even more smooth. The ancestor left, but we firmly believe that the ancestor will return. The ancestor won't forget about us. Chapter 996 arrived. Large amounts of cultivators had gathered outside the East Demon Spirit Sea, waiting for it to open. When Ling Tianho heard the man in purple, there was a flash of ecstasy in his eyes. However, he didn't ask more. He occupied a position once he got close and looked at the vortex below him. When no more people arrived, Ling Tianho frowned. He withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance. Not just him, even the old man on the gourd frowned as well. He looked into the void as if he was waiting for something. Only the All-Seer remained neutral as he quietly waited. Time slowly passed, and the cultivators waiting around gradually began to talk. Some of the well-informed ones know what was going on, but most didn't. They were all confused about what these powerful cultivators were waiting for. Just as the chatter got louder, the All-Seer suddenly raised in his head and looked into the distance. He revealed a look of intrigue. He's here. Several breaths after the All-Seer noticed something, the man in purple also looked into the distance. He had already heard everything about Wang Lin from Ling Tianho. He somewhat admired Wang Lin in his heart. Someone who has been able to last against the All-Seer for this long is definitely not weak. After the man in purple, it was Ling Tianho, the old man on the gourd, the beautiful middle-aged woman, and the man in black who no one dared to approach. The 4 of them looked into the distance at almost the same time. After them, it was the remaining old monsters and a few other cultivators. A strange whistling sound came from the distance, gradually catching everyone's attention. A moment later, the cultivators all gasped when they saw the shocking scene before them. A giant more than 1,000 feet tall was rushing toward here. Giant Demon Clan Mount. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized this giant. This isn't an ordinary Giant Demon Clan member. Look at the mark between his eyebrows. He is a royal bloodline Giant Demon Clan member. There were many well-informed cultivators waiting outside the East Demon Spirit, and they immediately recognized Lei Ji's identity. It must be a powerful cultivator for him to own a giant demon clan mount. I just don't know who he is. This 1,000-foot giant demon clan member can clearly already use his bloodline ability. That makes the mount itself very powerful. A cultivator that can sit on it is not simple. Not necessarily. Perhaps this person has a good relationship with the giant demon clan, and his actual cultivation isn't too powerful. The appearance of the giant demon clan mount set off a huge wave among the surrounding cultivators, and they began to chatter. When the giant demon clan mount closed in, people were able to see who was riding it. Just one glance made them all gasp. At first they were able to see 4 people on the giant demon clan mount's back. All 4 of them were famous around planet Tianyun. The 3 Chen brothers. The 3 Chen brothers are all at the Nirvana Scryer stage, and they always move together. They often attack at once, so even a late-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator would have a headache dealing with them. Why are the 3 of them on this giant demon clan mount? Could this mount belong to the 3 of them? There's also that big-headed cultivator next to them. That person is unfamiliar, but he is also at the Nirvana Scryer stage. For Nirvana Scryer cultivators, it has to be said that any one of them could set off a huge wave among the majority of cultivators here. There must be some secret behind them showing up together. When more and more cultivators clearly saw the people on the back of the giant demon clan mount, the chattering stopped, and they were all shocked. Even Ling Tianhou and company were startled, and their eyes shined brightly. As Lei Ji got closer, they saw a red-robed elder behind the 3 Chen brothers and big head. His body was very large, as if he was a mountain of flesh, and was shocking to look at. His early-stage Nirvana Cleanser cultivation spread out and shook the minds of everyone with lower cultivation levels. Master Hollow Wind. Master Hollow Wind was very famous around planet Tianyun. The moment he appeared, many people recognized him. Master Hollow Wind unexpectedly became Wang Lin's helper. The eyes of the old man on the gourd lit up ever so slightly. If it was only the 3 Chen brothers and the big-headed cultivator, they were no threat to him. However, Master Hollow Wind was different. Beside Master Hollow Wind was a beautiful woman, and her eyes were filled with intelligence. Her aura was very fierce, as if it was a pair of scissors that could cut all divine sense extending toward them. Another early-stage Nirvana cleanser. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar once more. However, not far behind the woman in silver, Situ Nan's unruly figure and his sneer that belittled the world shocked the surrounding cultivators once more. A third Nirvana cleanser cultivator. I know this person. He just became famous recently on planet Tianyun. The Pink Palace's Lord, Situ Nan. The beautiful woman frowned and showed a look of disgust. Although she didn't live on planet Tianyun, she has heard of his notoriety. She couldn't understand why a powerful Nirvana cleanser cultivator would do such a thing. The All-Seer was calm as he looked at the people on the giant demon clan mount. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The shock the 3 Nirvana cleanser cultivators created was simply too big, far bigger than the 4 Nirvana Scryer cultivators. For Nirvana Scryer cultivators and 3 Nirvana cleanser old monsters, just who has such connections to get these 7 to help? Lei Ji slowed down for a bit before Wang Lin's figure appeared before everyone. He wore a snow-white robe, his hair flowed in the air, and his gaze was indifferent. His eyes contained the sun and moon as he calmly stood between everyone. The gazes of all the cultivators gathered on him. The moment Wang Lin appeared, the star-marked sable on the shoulder of the purple-robed man suddenly raised its head, and there was a strange light in its intelligent eyes. Its body trembled, and just as it was about to move, Wang Lin looked over with a casual smile and clasped his hands at the man in purple. The man in purple smiled and nodded before placing his mind on the star-marked sable on his shoulder. He had raised this sable ever since it was small and really liked it. The star-marked sable's strange reaction just now had caught his attention. However, at this moment, the star-marked sable seemed to return to normal and showed no signs of abnormality. This made the purple-robed man feel somewhat confused. Wang Lin's expression didn't change under everyone's gazes as Lei Ji closed in. He clasped his hands at the All-Seer and company before he calmly said, "Greetings All-Seer, Sword Saint, and fellow seniors." There were some delays after obtaining the invitation, so I was a bit late. Ling Tianhou stared at Wang Lin, and there was a trace of dread in his eyes. He could never forget that ray of light. If it wasn't for the fact that he had escaped quickly and had speculated that the other ray of light had absorbed enough origin energy, he wouldn't be standing here today. The way he looked at Wang Lin had changed, and he didn't want to provoke Wang. He smiled and shook his head. Fellow cultivator Wang is being polite. There's no need to call me senior, just call this old man Ling Tianhou. After he spoke, an uproar was set off among the cultivators. Looks of disbelief landed on Wang Lin. Ling Tianhou was a powerful cultivator whose fame was second only to the All-Seer. There were very few people worthy of being called fellow cultivator by him. At this moment, just this one fellow cultivator from Ling Tianhou shocked the minds of the surrounding cultivators. The All-Seer looked at Wang Lin. From beginning to end, his expression didn't change at all, as if the matter several months ago didn't occur. He nodded slightly and slowly said, "No harm." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he clasped his hands and greeted the old man on the gourd and the beautiful middle-aged woman. Then he smiled at the man in black in the distance and clasped his hands as a greeting. The man in black also clasped his hands at Wang Lin, but his expression was still cold. "Everyone is here, so let's open the East Demon Spirit Sea." The All-Seer waved his sleeves and seven-colored light gathered to form a token. This token was only the size of his palm, but it gave off a seven-colored glow. As everyone's vision was blurred by this bright glow, the token flew toward the vortex. This was not a normal opening of the East Demon Spirit Sea, so that powerful tide that pulls in treasures from everywhere wasn't present. Instead, as the token fell into the vortex, a reverse vortex appeared. This reverse vortex quickly expanded and a black hole opened up. The aura of the demon spirit land that Wang Lin was familiar with came out from within. By opening the 4 celestial caves, can the 5th cave be opened? This old man will go first and await the good news from everyone else. The All-Seer was covered in a 7-colored glow as he entered the black hole while standing on the trident. Wang Lin's gaze swept past the trident. He had already noticed the trident. The familiar aura coming from it made him certain that this was a treasure refined by 2C. Chapter 997, Master Void. This was a treasure 2C was very satisfied with, but unfortunately, no treasure spirit had formed. In order to perfect it, 2C hid it in a planet and turned it into 3 mountains. He wanted to use the mountain spirit of the planet to form a treasure spirit for this trident. He planned to retrieve once he mastered the royal bloodline spell, but after he left, he never came back. When he saw the trident enter the black hole with the All-Seer, he felt melancholy. This melancholy came from the regret in 2C's memories. Ling Tianhou and the man in purple turned into rays of light and turned toward the black hole. However, the two of them paused. Just as Wang Lin was preparing to enter the black hole, he suddenly turned around and looked into the stars. The old man on the black gourd and Situ Nan were a step ahead of him as they looked into the distance. A ripple appeared, and an old man appeared from inside the ripple. In just one step, he arrived before everyone. Ling Tianhou and the man in purple quickly stopped. The man in purple revealed a look of respect and bowed. Sun Shan greets Grand Elder. Although Sun Shan was an elder, he was not a member of the Alliance Elder Group. At this moment, his respect came from the bottom of his heart. He obviously deeply respected the old man that had appeared. Junior greets Grand Elder. Ling Tianhou also revealed a respectful expression. With his personality, there weren't many people who he genuinely respected. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. The old man had merged with the world to move here. This old man also gave off an aura that shocked Wang Lin. This aura was very different from the All-Seer's. If the All-Seer was an unfathomable ocean, this old man was like a large mountain that pierced the heavens. His powerful aura spread out, causing those weaker cultivators to cough out blood and immediately retreat. Situ Nan's eyes lit up and he muttered, "Nirvana Shatterer." He pondered for a moment before he sneered. His eyes shined due to his arrogance and how he looked down on everything. "If I want to have a good time in this world, I need a cultivation that can suppress the world." Nirvana Shatterer. This old man has been too lazy. The old man wore a golden robe and his hair was half black and half white, and he was giving off an ancient aura. He looked at Ling Tianhou and revealed a smile of admiration. "How long has it been since we last met?" Ling Tianhou reminisced about the past and respectfully said, "Junior doesn't remember, it has been far too long." The golden-robed old man let out a sigh and slowly said, "When you and the All-Seer were qualified, I personally brought the two of you into the brilliant void holy land. Now tens of thousands of years have passed. One of you has become an elder of the Alliance that even I dread, and the other's cultivation had also reached such a level." Ling Tianhou pondered, but the reminiscence in his eyes became even stronger. "When I received your jade a few months ago, I was debating if I should come. I didn't want to come, because the war with All Evan was getting serious and my senior brother, Zhang Xuanzi, can't make an avatar. However, considering what happened between you and the All-Seer, I decided to come to end the matter between the two of you." As the old man spoke, there was a hint of decisiveness and profoundness in his gaze. Ling Tianhou's mind trembled as he looked at the old man and said, "Thank you, Senior Master Void. Let's go. I have heard about this demon spirit land but haven't gone there before. Let's go and see." The old man waved his sleeves and looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman in the distance. His gaze revealed goodwill when he looked at the woman in pink, then he entered the black hole. Ling Tianhou and the purple-robed man followed him into the vortex. Wang Lin pondered a bit before his eyes lit up and he moved with Situ Nan, followed by Master Hollow Wind and the woman in silver. Behind them were the three Chen brothers and Big Head. They all flew toward the vortex. Lei Ji's figure shrank until he was only a big fellow, and he followed everyone into the vortex. The old man sitting on the gourd and the cold man in black both entered the black hole. The beautiful middle-aged woman hesitated as she looked at the woman in pink next to her. The woman in pink smiled like a rose and softly said, "Aunt Xia, you can relax for this trip to the demon spirit land. Shi Xian has a treasure gifted by senior sister. It is more than enough to keep myself safe. What's more, didn't second sister send Elder Master Void here as well?" The beautiful middle-aged woman pondered a bit and nodded. She then led the 4 women around her into the black hole. Qian Xin revealed a complex expression. When Wang Lin appeared, she was constantly looking at him. Now that she thought about how they would be in the demon spirit land together, she thought, I wonder if he still remembers me. After those people entered, the surrounding cultivators all rushed toward the black hole. However, there were too many people, and only some of them were able to get in before the black hole suddenly stopped its reverse rotation and disappeared. Some of the cultivators were only halfway into black hole when the vortex disappeared, so their bodies collapsed and their miserable screams echoed. This caused the cultivators behind them to quickly retreat. The black hole disappeared with a hint of blood. It was as if a large door had closed, preventing anyone from entering. The surrounding cultivators all scattered with regret. There were some that were reluctant and stayed for a few days before finally leaving. The East Demon Spirit Sea returned to its peaceful state. Inside the Demon Spirit Land, the fiery sun hung in the sky. The heat wave moved with the wind along the earth. The corpses on the ground smelled of decay, attracting many vultures that hovered over the corpses, absorbing the death aura. This was only a corner of the fire demon country. Looking at the entire country, it was covered in corpses. Under this heat wave, they decayed even faster, and the wind blew away their clothes, revealing the black skin underneath. A large war was spreading across the fire demon country as the soul refining tribe attacked. All of the powerful people scattered across the country fell. If they didn't surrender, they died. The capital of the fire demon country, where one of the 9 ancient demons once lived, was now the last force left. This place was occupied by one of the elite armies of the fire demon country. It was called the Fire Demon Spirit Army. They had 2 commander-in-chiefs and 8 demon generals holding the fort. Although the Fire Demon Spirit Army had suffered heavy losses compared to the other forces, they were the most powerful. This allowed them occupy the capital and hold end to what remained of the fire demon country. At this moment, the army of the soul refining tribe surrounded the capital of the fire demon country. There were countless people floating in the sky with several big flags around them. A dense, black fog shrouded the area. The sharp cries from the soul fragments never ended and swept across the earth. The wailing of the mournful souls became the only sound left in the world. There was a stone statue within the soul refining tribe army outside the gates of the capital of the fire demon country. There were several tribe members carrying it. Those that were carrying the statue were filled with pride. For them to be picked out from the millions of tribe members to carry the ancestor's statue was glory that only came once in a lifetime. There was an old man in the sky filled with majesty. He wore a black robe, and there were dozens of large flags beside him that formed a black whirlwind. Demon General Charming Wood and Golden Scorpion, are you two going to surrender? The old man's voice was like a blast of cold wind. The moment his voice appeared, a sharp whistle came from the black whirlwind around him. Just the old man's voice wasn't bad, but the millions of soul-refining tribe members surrounding the capital all roared at the same time. Are you going to surrender? The roar of millions of people at once was indescribable. It was as if the world was trembling and no thunder could compare to it. This caused the minds of the remaining soldiers inside the capital to tremble. Some of them felt something explode in their minds, and they passed out while bleeding from their orifices. Oh Yanghua, don't you push us too far. An angry voice came out from the wall, then a big fellow in armor appeared. This armor looked like a scorpion, and his eyes were bloodshot. Hatred filled his eyes as he rushed out, but not toward Yanghua. Instead, he charged toward the black stone statue among the crowd. Even if I die, I'm going to destroy this thing. The big fellow was too fast. He arrived next to the statue in an instant. He raised his hand and smashed down with a roar. However, what was strange was that all the surrounding soul-refining tribe members revealed looks of mockery. Even Yanghua sneered and didn't try to stop him. The moment the big fellow's hand smashed down, an extremely cold voice echoed in his ears. You dare to harm the statue of my lord? Die! An extremely ordinary man moved along with that voice. This man wore a black robe and had an extremely cold expression. If anyone knew Wang Lin, they would be shocked because this person's temperament was about 60% to 70% similar to Wang Lin's. This man walked forward and causally threw a punch. At this moment, countless soul fragments came out of his body and entered his fist, creating a storm. This powerful storm quickly smashed into the big fellow. The big fellow coughed out a mouthful of blood and the armor on his body broke inch by inch. There was also the sound of his bones breaking coming from inside his body. the strongest member of the soul-refining tribe, 13. The big fellow let out a bitter smile as his body shattered. He was already out of power, and now that he had received a seriously injury, he immediately died. Oyanghua left. Then he pointed at the capital of the fire demon country and said, "Soul extinguish." After he spoke, the millions of tribe members took out their soul flags and boundless souls rushed out, covering the entire capital of the fire demon country in black fog. This black fog slowly closed in on the capital. Surrender, a woman wearing blue armor on the wall of the capital of the fire demon countryside. At this moment, the fire demon country became the capital of the soul refining tribe. The soul refining tribe had become one of the 9 powers of the demon spirit land. The black statue would be placed where the ancient demon statue was and become the spiritual foundation for the soul-refining tribe. Just as 13 raised his feet to walk toward the capital, his body trembled violently and his cold expression collapsed. It was replaced with excitement he hadn't felt for hundreds of years, and he suddenly raised his head. Ancestor has returned. Chapter 998, Yao Shishua's Hatred, 1. At this instant, the sky above the demon spirit land went through a shocking change. Layers of vortexes appeared in the sky as if they were going to tear the heavens apart. This sudden change caused the inhabitants of the demon spirit land to panic, and they all looked at the sky. The vortex spread in the sky until it almost covered the entire sky above the demon spirit land. The vortex rotated rapidly like a storm that descended from the heavens. In the demon spirit land, there was a deep gully in the wood demon country. This area was very remote, and the depths of the ravine were filled with moss. The area was very humid, and in the early morning, it was usually covered in dense fog. At this moment, there was faint mist that still remained but slowly disappeared under the sun. As the mist gradually dissipated, a pool of water at the bottom became visible. This pool was like the surface of a mirror. There weren't any ripples at all. However, when the vortex appeared, ripples appeared in this pool of water. And something slowly came out from the center of the ripples. At first it wasn't possible to see what it was, but as it became more clear, it was obvious that it was a face. This was a demonic face. That handsomeness was not something a person could have, especially the dark light coming from his eyes. He quietly looked at the sky and revealed a demonic smile. "You finally came. I have waited a very long time for this day." At this moment, far in the other side of the demon spirit land, there was a grassy plain. There were some flowers on this plain, and before one even got close, they could smell the fragrance of the grass. Tea. His fragrance was very faint, but it had a very strange effect. Whenever someone from the demon spirit land smelled it, they would feel relaxed. As a result, over time, many tribes appeared on this plain. The soul-refining tribe had expanded here as well, but what was strange was that the soul flags would immediately lose some of their power here. It was as if the soul fragments inside didn't dare to come out. If forced to come out, the soul fragments would quickly dissipate one by one. As a result, the soul-refining tribe gave up on this place. If one looked from above, they would find this grassland to be very ordinary. However, if a restriction expert saw this, their forehead would immediately be covered in cold sweat. This place was filled with very large restrictions, and there was an unknown amount of restrictions here. If they were activated, they had the power to destroy the world. No one knew that there was an extremely ancient transfer array under this grassland. If one traced its origins, it would go back to before the celestial realm collapsed. Celestial realm formation. Through this formation, along with a special method and a token, you could enter one of the 5 celestial caves. 4 of the 5 celestial caves in the demon spirit land had been found. As for the 5th cave, no one knew where it was. Only by opening the inner part of the 4 other caves would the 5th cave be opened. The celestial cave connected to this transfer array was filled with celestial spiritual energy, and nothing inside it was ordinary. However, although it felt like the celestial realm, it looked very empty with a hint of coldness. One would cold and lonely just by standing in there. This celestial cave was zigzag-shaped and was filled with pavilions. There was a young man sitting inside a towering pagoda. He was very handsome and gave off the aura of a celestial. He was holding a scroll made of bamboo. There was a teacup on the table next to him. The heat that came from the tea turned into flowers in the air before slowly dissipating. This man would occasionally drink of the teacup, and his expression was very calm. However, the moment the vortex appeared, the man placed down the scroll and looked into the distance. It was as if his gaze could penetrate the void and see the changes outside. They came. The person who spoke was not him but a woman who walked in from outside. She was very beautiful, but a bit skinny. She had an oval face and beautiful eyes that were very charming. She wore a light blue dress with white pants that had blue embroidery on it. From a distance, she had slender legs. Although she looked weak, it made her more feminine. The man smiled as he looked tenderly at the woman and said, "We have waited so long. I hope we can succeed this time." The woman sat down on the side as she gently looked at the man and laughed. "We planned for so long. As long as we are careful, I believe there will be no accidents. The two of them smiled at each other, and the feeling of a couple filled their hearts with warmth that lingered. Even this empty cave no longer felt cold, as if a warmth had spread. This cultivation couple was the couple that never left the cave after they came. Wang Wei and Huan. How's he doing? Wang Wei picked up the bamboo scroll. He was very handsome and didn't look old at all, as if he was really a young man. However, the pride hidden deep inside his eyes showed the glory he must have had countless years ago. Huan chuckled and gently said, "This sword spirit is very determined. He has already reached the 8th layer of the immortal spirit method you gave him and is about to enter the 9th layer. If there are no accidents, he should break through soon." Wang Wei's eyes were filled with admiration as he nodded. "Is that so? Then I didn't help him in vain." As he spoke, he became a bit bleak and shook his head. "But I'm still puzzled. Is Qing Shuang not dead? Otherwise, how did she reform the Rain's celestial sword and make him the sword spirit? Unfortunately, he refuses to speak, and I don't want to hurt Qing Shuang's feelings, so it would be inconvenient to search his memories." Huan softly said, "Perhaps little sister Qing Shuang is still alive." The moment the vortex appeared, the pool in the ravine and the celestial cloud cultivation couple weren't the only ones to respond. A huge change occurred under the palace of the Wind Demon Country. This was the holy land of the Wind Demon Country. There was a vast expanse of caves that resembled a honeycomb underground, with the capital of the Wind Demon Country as the center. Every single cave had many tunnels that linked them together. Eventually, all of them would lead to the large cave under the Imperial Palace. These caves were filled with skeletons that were blackish-purple and gave off death aura. The moment the death aura appeared, it would be sucked away by the tunnels connected to the caves. All the death aura in the countless caves throughout the Wind Demon Country would all lead to the cave under the Imperial Palace. This cave was very large, at least 10,000 feet wide. At the center of the cave was a towering pillar, and a woman sat on top the pillar. This woman's appearance was extremely terrifying. There were numerous hideous scars on her face. It was impossible to count how many wounds there were at a glance. Although those wounds had closed, blood rushed into them when she cultivated, so they had become red. It was as if countless centipedes were crawling on her face. Not only her face, but even her arms were covered in these hideous scars. There was a sea of death aura under the pillar the woman was sitting on. Some of the death aura would float up around her and enter her scars. Every time this happened, the woman's body would tremble as if she was facing unbearable pain, but she would always clench her teeth and endure it. "Wang Lin, I Yao Shishue had to endure this pain because of you. I hate that I can't eat your flesh to avenge my father. As long as I can kill you, what does this pain count as? If I can kill you, so what if I gave up my appearance?" The woman's eyes were filled with monstrous resentment. She could never forget the sense of helplessness she had for her father's crisis when she awakened in the demon spirit land. Then she suddenly felt a pain in heart, letting her know through her blood connection that it was likely that her father didn't survive. At that point, her hatred for Wang Lin almost reached a peak. In order to get revenge, she gave up everything. She knew that in order to increase her cultivation level, she needed help from the ancient demon here. She worked very hard and experienced hardships and humiliation that were like nightmares. In the end, she obtained the recognition of the ancient demon of the Wind Demon Country. She entered here and began an inheritance. She could never forget the moment she accepted the Wind Demon's inheritance, that demonic voice that echoed in her heart. "I can give you strength, enough power to let you get revenge. However, the price is that your divine sense and soul will slowly be erased until you become my body. I'm willing as long as I can get revenge." Yao Shishue took a deep breath and began to absorb this death aura, causing her enough pain to wish she was dead. As she absorbed it, she raised her right hand, which was completely blue, and her fingernails emitted a cold glint. After taking a deep breath, she mercilessly cut open a wound on her left arm. Intense pain came from her arm, causing her body to tremble, but her expression was indifferent as she had long grown accustomed to the pain. At this moment, endless amounts of death aura entered the wound on her arm. As the endless death aura continued to enter, the wound gradually closed until it formed a scar. "Wang Lin, I'll never let you go." The cry from her soul was like a storm that filled the heavens. Chapter 999, Yao Shishue's Hatred 2. At this moment, Wang Lin walked out from the vortex in the sky. The moment he appeared, his mind trembled and he suddenly looked toward the Wind Demon Country. He vaguely felt a monstrous resentment toward him. This feeling appeared only for an instant before it disappeared as if it was never there. Behind him, Situ Nan and company appeared. They floated in the air and looked down. Aside from Master Hollow Wind, this was the first time everyone else had come here. Although the three Chin brothers belonged to a rank 7 country, they previously weren't interested in the demon spirit land. Now that they arrived, they couldn't help but look around. After returning to a familiar place, Wang Lin felt regretful. His first thought wasn't to go to the Celestial Cave, but to check the soul refining tribe. Back then, he had to flee, so he was in a rush. Thinking about it now, he felt regretful. The soul refining tribe was created to complete the last wish of Master Dun Tian. I wonder if it still exists, and there is also 13. Wang Lin couldn't forget the loyal 13 that followed him. In his life, he had only met one person as loyal as 13. Thinking about 13, another person appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Hu Pao. 13's loyalty and Hu Pao's betrayal became a stark contrast that was engraved in Wang Lin's mind. He couldn't forget how he slaughtered into an army of more than 100,000 in the Demon General City to save those two people. At that time, he didn't know that Hu Pao had already betrayed him, but even if he did, he still would have done it. He couldn't forget what he said that day while looking at the sky as if he was trying to prove his Tao. There are things in this world that are meant to be and some that aren't. Cultivators seek immorality and to escape from fate. Normally, they would avoid disaster and welcome the heavens. 13 and Hu Pao have no relationship with me. I went against the will of the Demon General, meaning I went against the Demon Country. This was not worth considering for those that only cared about the benefits. I'm not a gentleman or a villain. I'm not sincere or hypocritical. It's just that there are certain things in this world I must do. However, I, Wang Lin, walk within this world not to seek to follow the Tao of the heavens. I seek to have no regrets in my heart. From this point of view, I'm not suited to become a cultivator. However, there are certain things I must do. If I don't save 13, then what Tao am I searching for? Wang Lin let out a sigh as he looked at the familiar world. He slapped his bag of holding and a palm-sized compass appeared in his hand. This was something that was necessary to enter the fourth cave. After handing this to Situ Nan and explaining the details of releasing some of the restrictions, Situ Nan looked meaningfully at Wang Lin. He understood Wang Lin enough to know that Wang Lin was going to meet some old friends. As a result, he didn't waste any time. With his cultivation, along with Master Hollow Wind, the Woman in Silver, the Three Chin Brothers, and Big Head, it wouldn't be hard to break these restrictions. The real difficulty would likely be at the final restriction. Situ Nan opened the token according to Wang Lin's method. They all disappeared and entered the Celestial Cave to begin breaking the restrictions by force. There were countless restrictions inside the Celestial Cave. Only by breaking all of them could they enter the core, and that was their target. Unlike the All-Seer and Ling Tianho, who had already broken all the restrictions in their caves, Wang Lin's progress was lacking. Moreover, Wang Lin still had the token to the cave in his hands. As long as he was in the Demon Spirit Land, he could enter the cave at any time. With Wang Lin's current cultivation, he just had to make some slight changes to the token so that Situ Nan and company wouldn't be attacked by the spirit of the cave. After solving this problem, Wang Lin pondered for a bit, then his divine sense slowly spread out. With his current Nirvana Scryer cultivation, he easily covered the entire Demon Spirit Land with his divine sense. Just as Wang Lin's divine spread out, his divine sense inside the black stone statue being worshipped by the soul refining tribe suddenly released a black light. This black light was filled with endless coldness, and a mysterious force shot into the sky. The moment it touched Wang Lin's divine sense, they integrated together. The black light from the statue gradually became stronger, until it covered more than half of the sky above the Fire Demon Country. Countless soul-refining tribe members stared dumbfoundedly at the ancestor's statue. It wasn't certain who reacted first, but some people immediately knelt down on the ground. Then almost all the soul-refining tribe members knelt down with excitement in their eyes. The ancestor's spirit has manifested. The ancestor's spirit has manifested. Roars spread like rumbling echoes across the city. Ouyanghua's eyes revealed a look of disbelief, and he looked at 13. At this moment, 13 was trembling as he looked into the sky. He had a vague feeling. Ancestor has returned. Ouyanghuo took a deep breath and ecstasy flashed through his eyes. He respected Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart, but even more than respect, there was fear. It was precisely due to this fear that, even though the soul-refining tribe continued to grow larger, he didn't dare to rebel at all. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly and revealed a strange light. He naturally saw the soul-refining tribe with his divine sense and found that it had expanded greatly. This wasn't important. What made him feel disbelief was the mysterious power that had just integrated with his divine sense. Wang Lin had cultivated for over 1,000 years and encountered many different kinds of powers. However, he had never encountered one like this before. He couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was, but the moment that mysterious power integrated with him, he felt countless images flashing through his mind. Without exception, all these images were the soul-refining tribe worshipping the statue. They were all filled with unimaginable fanaticism. It was as if as long as the statue gave an order, they would do it no matter the cost. Even if they lost their lives, they would have no regrets. This kind of terrifying frenzy even moved Wang Lin. It was the worship for millions of soul-refining tribe members toward this stone statue for the past hundreds of years that created this strange force that even Wang Lin didn't understand. While pondering, Wang Lin took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above the capital of the fire demon country. Standing here, he was able to see the scene of millions of people kneeling. Speaking of millions of people might make it sound like it's not a lot, but looking at it in person, he saw an endless sea of people cover the ground. There were flags sticking out everywhere that danced in the wind, and the wails of the soul fragments filled the world. The moment Wang Lin appeared, all of the soul fragments let out sharp cries as if they had encountered their true master. Ouyanghua's body trembled and revealed excitement that he hadn't shown in hundreds of years. He stared blankly at Wang Lin and said, "Ouyanghuo greets Ancestor. I welcome Ancestor's return." After he spoke, some people almost immediately looked up and saw Wang Lin. Almost every single tribe member who saw Wang Lin felt a buzz in their brain. They had no doubts as they immediately recognized this person as the person they had been worshipping for hundreds of years, their ancestor, Wang Lin. All of this was because of the stone statue. It was a carving of Wang Lin. Ancestor. It really is Ancestor. Ancestor has returned. Ancestor didn't abandon us. Ancestor has returned. Bursts of shouts filled with surprise and frenzy soon rumbled like thunder. Millions of people became excited at once, and their shouting caused even the earth to tremble. Even the clouds in the sky had to retreat. "Welcome, Ancestor." It was unknown who said it first, but eventually, millions of soul-refining tribe members shouted at once. Even Wang Lin's ears buzzed. Even with Wang Lin's mental strength, he was startled. He could clearly feel white gas come out of these people and go to the stone statue at the center of the capital. The stone statue absorbed it all, becoming even more smooth and giving off a demonic feel. The soul-refining tribe members' gazes were all filled with excitement that even shocked Wang Lin. 13 rushed through the crowd and knelt down before Wang Lin. Although his body was trembling, his voice was the loudest it had been in hundreds of years. 13 welcomes the return of Ancestor. 13's words ignited the enthusiasm of the countless tribe members. In addition, more white gas floated out from everyone and entered the black statue. Soul flags began to wave as if a black sea had suddenly appeared. The soul fragments flew out from the flags and shrouded the entire fire demon country in a black fog. The number of soul fragments was unimaginable. Looking at the people of the soul-refining tribe, Wang Lin found some of them familiar, though he couldn't remember their names. They were obviously elders that were around when he was here last time. "I have returned." Wang Lin's voice slowly spread and fell from the sky into everyone's ears. Although it was only 3 simple words, these 3 simple words were like bolts of lightning falling from the sky. Everyone within the soul-refining tribe cheered. As the soul-refining tribe cheered, Wang Lin gradually descended and landed on the wall of the capital of the fire demon country. He had returned here once more after hundreds of years. Chapter 1000. The Strange Black Statue. Wang Lin's return caused a frenzy among the soul-refining tribe members. The fire demon country was renamed to the soul-refining sect by Wang Lin. The soul-refining sect had millions of disciples. If you were to count all the soul fragments gathered by the disciples, it would be an unimaginable number. It could be said that the soul-refining sect wouldn't be weak even in a rank 7 cultivation country. Wang Lin looked at the sky and muttered, "Senior Duntian, disciple has fulfilled the promise from back then." Although the method the millions of soul-refining sect disciples cultivated wasn't complete, now that he had returned, he took out the complete methods without hesitation. Of course, the weakness Wang Lin left where he could take the soul fragments at any time wasn't changed. When all of the cultivation methods of the soul-refining sect were passed down to the disciples, all of them entered a crazed cultivation stage. In addition, after hesitating for a while, Wang Lin left a copy of the 9-cycle celestial refining tactic he got from his 4th senior sister from the Purple Divine. This became the forbidden spell of the soul-refining sect. If the 9-cycle celestial refining tactic was cultivated to the extreme, it was extremely powerful. Although it was useless to Wang Lin, it was like a celestial spell for the disciples of the soul-refining sect. In addition, Wang Lin made a big decision. After placing down many restrictions, he entered the treasure pavilion under the cover of countless soul fragments. The treasure pavilion was sealed by Wang Lin inside his body. He could easily enter it with a thought, so there was no need to take it out. Ever since he obtained it, he had only taken it out once. That time was right before he came here. He had set up a large amount of restrictions on planet Water Spirit and opened it. It was all to gift Situnan a fortune. To this day, Wang Lin still remembered Situnan's dumbfounded expression when he realized what the treasure pavilion was and what it represented in the celestial realm. This kind of expression was very rare to see from Situnan. After he recovered, Situnan's eyes shined brightly. Even at night, his eyes shined like the sun, revealing the excitement in his heart. Celestial spells were split into low, middle, and high quality. There were also top-quality celestial spells, but right now even a complete low-quality celestial spell could cause a catastrophe. The most widespread were incomplete celestial spells. Spells that were derived from these incomplete celestial spells were obviously weaker than the real thing. Only those powerful cultivators had the qualifications and strength to obtain complete celestial spells. However, complete celestial spells were too rare. There was no need to talk about complete middle quality or high quality celestial spells. They were enough to make any cultivator go crazy. Even cultivators at the Nirvana Shatter. Our stage would be shocked by this. If they found out that the top level contains celestial spells left by Celestial Emperor by Fan, they would go crazy as well. After all, the Treasure Pavilion had preserved most of the celestial spells of the Thunder Celestial Realm. What's more, on the last floor, aside from Celestial Emperor by Fan spells, there were also spells for Celestial Lords. It was a heavenly treasure for Nirvana Scatterer cultivators. If Nirvana Shatterer cultivators would be like this, there was no need to talk about Nirvana Scryer and Nirvana Cleanser cultivators. That was why Wang Lin was extremely cautious about the Treasured Pavilion. Situ Nan had obtained huge benefits inside the Treasure Pavilion. The ecstasy in Situ Nan's eyes let Wang Lin know that although Situ Nan's cultivation level hadn't increased, the celestial spells he obtained thanks to his talent would make Situ Nan a terrifying force for the enemy to face. During that time, Wang Lin selected a middle-quality celestial spell called Gather Spirit. After comprehending it, he used it to trade for the three Chin brothers' help. Their eyes were red, and they agreed to help without any hesitation. At this moment, Wang Lin searched through the Treasure Pavilion and took out 4 low-quality celestial spells. The cultivation of the current disciples of the Soul Refining Sect was in an abnormal state. They had good control over souls, and their entire cultivation relied on the soul flags. That's why the celestial spells Wang Lin picked were all related to the souls. However, celestial spells weren't something they could cultivate. Wang Lin had learned the fundamentals of the spells before splitting them into various forbidden spells that were passed down. As for Ouyang Wang Lin wasn't stingy. He took out a complete low-quality celestial spell called the Soul Refining Ascension to give Ouyang as a reward for his hundreds of years of hard work. It wasn't that Wang Lin didn't want to give Ouyang a middle-quality celestial spell, but Ouyang cultivation was too abnormal. If he used all 99 soul flags, he could battle an ascendant cultivator, but without the flags, his cultivation level would plummet. The Soul Refining Ascension was already very difficult for Ouyang to cultivate. After all, it was a complete celestial spell. As for 13, Wang Lin spared no effort. He went into the celestial cave to find Lei Ji and returned after he obtained enough blood. 13 was soaked in Lei Ji's royal giant demon clan blood, allowing his body to undergo a huge change in a short period of time. Although the pain was not something an ordinary person could withstand, 13 endured it all. In the end, after hesitating for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he dropped a few drops of his own royal ancient god blood between 13's eyebrows. At this moment, 13's body trembled violently. Even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't withstand the pain. It felt as if something was devouring his body. After all of this, 13, who was reborn through the pain, exuded an aura like a demon god. The power of his body was strong enough to fight peak late-stage ascendant cultivators, and he was filled with endless potential. Just this wasn't enough, so Wang Lin took out a lot of treasures and melted them. Then he infused them into 13's body like how he refined a celestial guard, but he didn't damage 13's soul. 13 endured the pain by holding on to his loyalty to Wang Lin, and after the countless treasures were infused, he had the body of a silver celestial guard. He could withstand the attack of an illusory cultivator. He also still had his consciousness, so he was very different from a celestial guard. After all, Wang Lin wouldn't refine 13 into a celestial guard. Wang Lin had a lot of emotion toward 13 as he had basically watched 13 grow up. In Wang Lin's heart, he had 2 disciples. The elder disciple was 13, and the other was Xie back in All Evan. Wang Lin would not be stingy toward his own disciples, especially one so loyal. He chose a middle-quality celestial spell called Celestial Soul, divided it into 3 parts, and imparted them to 13. As long as 13 completely cultivated these 3 parts, he would be able to truly cultivate Celestial Soul. Aside from 13 and Ouyang there were several other leaders that were allowed to cultivate the forbidden spells Wang Lin had especially prepared for the Soul Refining Sect. Wang Lin didn't participate too much in the Soul Refining Sect, he allowed them to develop on their own. After teaching them spells, Wang Lin took a majority of the treasures he had gathered and used them for the sect's treasure pavilion. He let Ouyang and company gift them to disciples that had contributed to the sect. After doing all this, Wang Lin completed a wish of his. Then he arrived before the stone statue without allowing anyone else to follow him. This black stone statue had already been moved to the valley behind the palace. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this place. He once came here and released ancient demon Bei Lu, allowing him to devour the ancient demon's spirit here. The valley hadn't changed and was same as several hundred years ago. Standing here, Wang Lin had an illusion that he had returned to hundreds of years ago. However, the statue that originally stored the ancient demon spirit was now replaced with a black statue. The black statue was a carving of Wang Lin. Looking at the statue, Wang Lin had the illusion that the statue was looking at him. It was as if this statue was alive. Why is it like this? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had asked 13 about this matter and knew that it was only a normal stone carved into the image of Wang Lin based on their memory. At the start, only people who knew Wang Lin could vaguely tell it was him, and no one else could recognize him. After all, they weren't craftsmen. The stone statue was extremely rough as well. 13 and Ouyang Hua couldn't do much about it. They had made this carving to allow the ancestor to forever remain in their hearts, to allow this statue to become an existence like the statue of the ancient demons in the demon countries. However, the strange part was that as time passed and the soul-refining tribe grew, the statue became smoother as countless people worshipped it every day. What shocked 13 and company was that not only was it no longer rough, it became smooth and began to slowly change. After hundreds of years, the statue that started out as a rough statue changed until it looked almost exactly like Wang Lin. Even his ancient aura from living over 1,000 years could be felt. 13 and company were very confused about this matter. They could only leave it as the ancestor's spirit. This stone statue made Wang Lin curious. There weren't many things that made Wang Lin curious, but he unconsciously wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. After all, this stone statue was too strange. Wang Lin frowned as he walked forward before the statue. He looked at the statue and then his expression suddenly changed. The feeling that the statue was looking back at him became instantly more clear at this moment. The surroundings weren't quiet. The cheers from the soul-refining sect came from the distance. However, to Wang Lin, the world was quiet, as if nothing but him and the statue remained. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Then his hands formed a sword, and he slowly pressed down between the eyebrows of the statue.